The four greats have always been abundant. What doubts linger in the winds and waters here? Thus, I ought to compose a new poem. The fragrant flowers bloom in the secluded valleys, while the cold algae dance in the rippling waters. I borrow from the jade river to cradle beneath my arms. Even celestial beings may not harbor thoughts of longing. I shall rely on the flowing waters to send one home. The sun lingers on the mountain peaks, while the dew on the grass has already dampened my attire at Su Shi, Ling Jiang Xian, composed at the Feng Shui cave, serving as a preface. In the southern expanse of the Chaotian continent, a stretch of verdant mountains extends. For thousands of miles, with hundreds of elegant peaks shrouded in mist throughout the year, the unparalleled sect of cultivation. The Qing Shan Zone resides in this locale, rendering it exceedingly difficult for common folk to behold its true visage. Scattered beyond the Qing Shan are several ordinary villages and towns, one of which is a small settlement located in the southwestern hills, aptly named Yunji due to the ethereal mist that flows from the mountains. Yunji town boasts picturesque scenery, particularly in the early spring, when gentle breezes caress the face and catkins dance lightly, with the mist appearing both present and elusive, resembling a realm of immortals. The residents of the town navigate their surroundings with ease, while visitors at the taverns express their admiration. Seated by the window, In San harbored only thoughts of indulging in hot pot. There is no problem in the world that cannot be resolved by a meal of hot pot. If there is, then 2 meals will suffice. This saying has become quite popular in the underworld, and I've heard it originated from Chowga, though I believe it should be attributed to Ezhou. You see, we seldom witness sunlight, and the damp chill prevails year-round. Ho wouldn't relish hot pot? May the mushrooms thrive. You folk on the ground enjoy it. We have been feasting on it for tens of thousands of years and have grown weary of it. Yet, I yearn for an authentic hot pot, then return to boast about it. What is wrong with that? He gazed at the duck intestines swirling in the crimson broth, occasionally mingling with the floating Sichuan peppercorns, swallowed hard, and lifted his gaze to a young maiden, seated across the table. The maiden possessed a head of lustrous black hair, her features painted with a delicate charm, retaining a youthful innocence. Were she to smile, she would appear quite playful. Yet, she remained silent, her lashes fluttering like a still portrait, seemingly not of this world. The room maintained its tranquility, while the footsteps of passers-by outside grew increasingly distinct. Insan remarked, "Very well. I admit I lingered to witness the commotion, but who in the cultivation realm would not wish to observe such grand excitement? Must I be reprimanded for this? Sister, might I trouble you to loosen this binding? Even if you do not let me go, allow me to savor a couple of bites. If the tripe and throat in the pot are not fished out soon, they will be beyond reach." The duck intestines sank to the bottom of the broth, while the peppercorns continued to bob, the tripe and throat barely visible. San was unable to partake, for a slender silver chain of metal tightly bound his body, rendering him immobile and incapable of grasping chopsticks. The maiden sat quietly at the table, remaining mute. Suddenly, San spoke. "Where is your sword? Had you previously employed your flying sword to ambush and slay me, I would have had no means to defend myself. Yet now, you sit before Mado. You not fear a sudden retaliation? Do you truly believe this sword chain can subdue me?" The maiden paid no heed to his words. San finally adopted a serious tone, saying, "The Qing Shan Zone is a prominent sect of the sword path, a leader of righteousness. Do you intend to kill without inquiry?" At last, the maiden lifted her gaze, her eyes bright and clear, devoid of any impurities. Gazing into such eyes, San felt a sense of relaxation, only to soon sense a slight chill upon his brow, akin to a raindrop falling upon him. A small sword quietly hovered in the air before him. He remained oblivious to the small, perfectly round wound that had appeared between his brows, a mark so delicate it could almost be described as dainty. A stream of crimson flowed from the center of his forehead, cascading like a fine waterfall and splashing into the hot pot below. The blood of a disciple from the underworld was warm, yet it felt cold compared to the simmering broth, which gradually settled into a calm surface. The vitality in his eyes began to dwindle, leaving behind a trace of bewilderment. Hundreds of cold, ethereal flames drifted in the wake of the chilling sword intent, dispersing upon contact with their surroundings, remnants of the soul fire of the underworld. Disciple. The young woman's expression turned slightly, stern, her brows arched, and the corners of her eyes lifted, resembling slender willow leaves imbued with an edge of sharpness. Soon, her brows fell, lost in contemplation. The small sword flew out the window, vanishing into the street. She moved her fingers slightly, and the slender, chain-binding sand transformed into a streak of light, settling on her wrist as a silver bracelet. I am but an outer sect disciple, devoid of a sword, she declared, addressing the lifeless form of San, whose body lay sprawled on the ground. She pushed open the door and stepped outside. A gasp erupted within the tavern as patrons and travelers rushed in panic toward the exit that a middle-aged man appeared on the mist-laden street, his demeanor indifferent, his countenance gaunt, and his gaze chilling, exuding an air of celestial grace. The fiend of the underworld comes to my Jing Jiu sect, deserving of death, he proclaimed. The crowd, upon hearing his words, immediately grasped his identity. Tourists from distant lands were startled and quickly knelt on the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. Residents of the town also bowed in reverence. Yet those who had long resided in Yunji town were familiar with the tales of the celestial master, occasionally catching glimpses of his presence, and thus they swiftly recognized the unusual nature of today's events. For tens of thousands of years, the underworld had been in opposition to humanity, a deep-seated enmity. However, since the pure young master of Jing Jiu sect had allied with the divine emperor 2 millennia ago to vanquish the underworld's forces in the Great Marsh, there had been years of relative peace, even private exchanges that in places like Chaoga or Fengdao County. Capturing a fiend of the underworld often resulted in either espionage or confinement in the demon suppression prison, seeking opportunities for exchanges or reparations. Furthermore, as the Jing Jiu sect was a reclusive celestial faction, known for their tranquil conduct, today's brutality was indeed perplexing. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the lingering fog, and a group of over 10 young individuals gathered in front of the tavern, their appearances and demeanor reflecting the grace of Jing Jiu sect's outer disciples. Greetings, Master Meng. They respectfully saluted the middle-aged man, referred to as Master Meng. His expression turned solemn as he advised, "A significant matter is at hand, remain vigilant." The disciples responded in unison. Master Meng continued, "Once you have settled matters, depart swiftly, do not linger in the mortal realm." The young woman emerged from the tavern, and upon seeing her, Master Meng's demeanor softened slightly as he remarked, "Liu is commendable." With those words, a flash of sword light pierced the air, and his figure vanished. Senior sister. Zhao, senior sister. The disciples of Jing Jiu sect surrounded the young woman, their faces alight with admiration and affection. The girl named Zhao Liu is merely 12 or 13 years old, evidently younger than her peers, yet she is inexplicably referred to as senior sister. When she instructed everyone to tidy up the inn, erase traces, and ensure that the soul fire fragments of the demon from the underworld would not undergo any transformation, she faced no objections, commanding considerable respect. The master was indeed correct. 7 days prior, the Tianguang Peak issued a 3rd assembly ban, and this demon dares to linger? Truly courting death, remarked a disciple, observing the corpse being carried out, unable to stifle a shake of his head. One wonders what he was thinking. We are fortunate here. I've heard that even the brothers from the 2 Forget Peaks have gone to Jua He to subdue the demons, their sword lights illuminating the southern province. Another disciple added, "What of that? Just the night before last, the 4 great guardians suddenly awakened simultaneously, devouring half the starlight from the sky." The disciples engaged in animated discussions, while Zhao Liu remained silent, gazing at the dim sky, lost in her thoughts. The verdant mountains host 9 peaks, shrouded in mist. Tianguang Peak is the ancestral peak. The residence of the sect leader. 2 Forget Peak is the 2nd peak, where the most formidable young disciples of the Jing Jiu sect hone their swordsmanship. When the Jing Jiu sect faces a significant event, they activate the Grand Formation and issue decrees that reverberate across the continent. Within a certain distance from the Great Jing Jiu, unauthorized entry is strictly forbidden, with violators facing lethal consequences. The greater the distance of the ban, the more severe the situation it signifies. Years ago, before the esteemed Tai Pingjun Ren entered seclusion, the Qingshan sect had issued an 800 li ban, astonishing the world. The decree extended 800 li from the Great Qingshan, effectively covering 1/5 of the Chao Tian continent. To support the Qingshan sect's ban, His Majesty the Divine Emperor even dispatched tens of thousands of troops overnight to the north as a deterrent to the northern snow country and the underworld. Now, the Qingshan sect has issued a 3rd ban? What momentous event is about to unfold? Zhao Liu's eyes narrowed suddenly as the dim sky she had been gazing at transformed into brilliance. As the sun reached its zenith, the clouds dispersed, revealing distant peaks that appeared like countless colossal swords aimed at the heavens. The gaze of the assembled disciples followed hers, landing upon the mountain ranges. Sunlight graced their youthful faces, filled with admiration, like facing a formidable foe. The 3rd ban heralded that today the Qingshan sect was to witness the most significant event in a millennium. Master Jingyang was about to ascend. Do not be alarmed by the impending celestial transformations. The disciples of the Green Mountain sect instructed the townsfolk to return to their homes, while a few visitors hastily made their way back to the inn, leaving the streets eerily vacant. One disciple, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, questioned in confusion, why did this disciple of the underworld remain here with such ordinary soul flames and meager powers? Another disciple replied, who can say? Perhaps he merely wished to witness the ascension of our revered ancestor. Who wouldn't desire to behold such a grand spectacle? Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, causing the emerald leaves of the towering trees along the path to flutter down. The disciples looked skyward, where they beheld hundreds of beams of sword light soaring towards the peaks, followed by a dozen or so unique glimmers of magical artifacts illuminating the heavens. Finally, an immense lotus seat descended from the sky, its tranquil presence seemingly surpassing even the heights of the firmament. Could that be the revered matriarch of the Hanging Bell sect? The master of the Unkind sect? The grand historian of the Mirror sect? That sword energy piercing the heavens, could it belong to him? The brothers from the 2 forgetting peaks have returned, and even the venerable elder from the Upper Virtue Peak has come back. Remarkably, even the curtain drawer has arrived. The disciples were rendered speechless by their astonishment, had it not been for today's monumental occasion. They would never have had the chance to witness so many esteemed figures together. Zhao Lei paid little heed to these matters, instead carrying the corpse of Yin San as she made her way out of the town. Meanwhile, Master Meng had not departed from the small town, but stood atop a tall tree outside, contemplating the lofty peak with a complex mix of emotions. His revered ancestor, Master Jingyang, held a prestigious lineage as a junior of the great Peace True Man, deserving the utmost respect, even from the sect leader, who would address him as little uncle. It was said that this ancestor possessed extraordinary talent, having set countless unimaginable records in the cultivation world. Yet he spent most of his time in quiet meditation on the 9th peak, rarely showing himself to outsiders. Very few of the prominent disciples across the peaks had ever seen his true visage, let alone Master Meng himself. Today, not only had the leaders of various sects gathered, but many reclusive masters from beyond the world had also arrived. He never anticipated that even the legendary Zen master of the Buddhist sect would be present. Rumors spoke of great beings from other continents potentially concealed within the depths of the clouds. Indeed, this was a magnificent event not witnessed in a millennium. If that sword energy originated from the sword god, what of the blade saint? Master Meng felt a sense of disorientation. Those names felt distant, much like the mountain peak that towered above him. Regarding his esteemed ancestor, he had only heard whispers. It was said that when the sect leader ascended to his position, he briefly mentioned this elder in seclusion, uttering just the words little uncle before falling silent, laden with unspoken significance. He understood the reason behind this. Much like the entire Green Mountain sect comprehended why the sword lawyer from Upper Virtue Peak spoke of this ancestor without a shred of respect, merely scoffing in disdain. The little uncle was the most formidable practitioner in the Green Mountain sect and indeed the entire continent. However, since the day he entered Green Mountain, he had remained in quietude upon the peaks, rarely appearing before others, let alone taking action. He had never represented the Green Mountain sect at the Plum Festival, nor had he engaged in sparring with the powerful of the Morning Song dynasty, nor contended with the hidden masters of other sections. In the secret blood battles between the cultivation sects and the elders of the underworld, his presence was conspicuously absent. Even during the 3 fierce confrontations with the cultivators from the Snow Nation, where he too had not been seen. on the long and arduous path of cultivation. He has achieved nothing but perseverance. Indeed, only those practitioners, whose hearts are free from worldly distractions and severed from emotional ties, can reach the ultimate destination of their journey, venturing into realms beyond imagination. Yet, what significance does such a life of cultivation hold? What meaning does it bear for their esteemed master, for the Jing Jiu sect, and for the myriad beings across the world? No matter how astonishingly extraordinary one may be, legends remain mere tales, incapable of existing in the tangible world. Thus, he decides to continue onward. As he gazes at the mountain peak, shrouded in mist, a bittersweet smile graces his lips. However, when he sees Zhao Liyue carrying the lifeless body of a demon from the underworld towards the town's outskirts, the bitterness dissipates, replaced by surprise and profound relief. The entire world seems to be fixated on that mountain peak, yet she remains indifferent. At such a tender age, how can her heart remain so tranquil? She is indeed the prodigious girl whom the entire Jing Jiu sect watches over in secret. Suddenly, the smile fades from his face as he casts his gaze back to the summit. As he has remarked, those worthy of gazing upon that peak are indeed doing so now. The clouds and mist between the mountains swirl as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, rolling away to reveal the azure sky. From within the depths of the clouds, several indistinct silhouettes emerge, paying homage to the peak of Jing Jiu sect. Appearing calm yet somewhat awkward. In the distance, two shadowy figures, flickering with a cold flame, retreat swiftly, appearing rather disheveled. Mingshi speculates that one of them must be the high priest of the underworld. Yet, who could the other be? The Jing Jiu formation refrains from launching an assault, while laughter resonates from the summit of Tianguang Peak, accompanied by a chilling intent of the sword. This sword intent sweeps across the surrounding peaks like waves. A beam of sword light emerges from the cliffside, seemingly compelled to respond, drifting away. Only when that sword light retreats 3,000 miles, reaching the western sea, does the sword intent from Tianguang Peak gradually subside. The sect leader has drawn his sword. Mingshi is taken aback. Few in the entire continent possess the merit to prompt the Jing Jiu sect leader to wield the Qingtian sword. That cold light above the western sea, could it belong to the sword god? Regardless of the unfolding events, even with the appearance of renowned figures across the universe, the ninth peak remains unaffected. That solitary peak remains tranquil, as if devoid of life. Suddenly, the heavens darken, and over a dozen bolts of lightning tear through the azure sky, as dozens of thunderous strikes descend upon the solitary peak. Those bolts, imbued with the might of heaven and earth, are shattered into fragments before they can touch the summit, transforming into azure smoke. This is because a beam of sword light has emerged from within the solitary peak. No one can discern whether this sword surpasses the earlier Qingtian sword. Not even Mingshi, nor the formidable beings 3,000 miles away, can ascertain this. The sword light appearing atop the solitary peak seems devoid of any power. It is merely a sword, striking casually towards the sky. Yet, the thunder is extinguished upon contact. The sword light continues its ascent, producing a soft hissing sound. A slender fissure materializes in the cerulean sky. Countless streams of luminous essence, resembling gold and jade, cascaded from the rift, scattering in the wind and transforming into myriad specks of light that illuminated the entire continent. The legendary sword that cleaved the heavens? The esteemed cultivators chronicled in ancient texts ascended by valiantly contending against the wrath of heavenly thunder, enduring trials until the storm abated, allowing the celestial essence to descend like a divine maiden scattering blossoms, revealing the path to transcendence. Yet today, the venerable master Jing Yang did not await the second wave of heavenly thunder. He unsheathed his sword with resolute intent. Was he to forcibly carve a path to the heavens with his blade? What audacity! What confidence! Meng stood astounded, his complexion ashen, lips quivering. The master of the sword light over the western sea, alongside the formidable witnesses in the Jing Jiu sect, could only gaze in speechless astonishment at this unfolding scene. Upon the solitary peak, the sword light ascended unwaveringly toward the heavens. The gale howled, and thunder rumbled incessantly. The sword paid no heed, resolutely ascending. If this were the final trial bestowed by the cosmos upon the would-be ascendant, the sword light's response was nothing short of impudent. The clash between the might of heaven and earth and the sword's intent had long dissipated the clouds among the mountains, revealing the 9 peaks of Jing Jiu sect to the world for the first time, yet none noticed, for all eyes were fixed upon the sword light. The distance between the sword light and the sky diminished. The rift in the celestial vault widened, and the cascading essence thickened, brightening the world further. Both the humble dwellings of the town and the cliff caves among the peaks were bathed in a golden glow, resembling a genuine paradise or divine realm. Zhao Liu, carrying Yin San's lifeless form, strolled toward the town's edge, her steps light upon the verdant grass. The radiant light from above cast an elongated shadow of her petite figure upon the ground, gradually fading into an even brighter luminescence. While the most significant event in the continent unfolded, she did not glance back. Her attention remained on the shifting shadow before her, which seemed more captivating than the celestial phenomena. No one noticed her, and thus no one perceived the subtle change in her expression. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, revealing a smile. Gradually, cheers began to resonate among the peaks, and the town erupted in jubilant exclamations. As the brightness of heaven and earth intensified, the cheers grew louder, and her smile radiated brighter until it revealed charming dimples upon her cheeks. She felt an immense joy, tinged with a hint of regret. How splendid it would be to share the same era as a genius like her uncle master, whether in the pursuit of knowledge or otherwise. Suddenly, the cheers among the peaks fell silent. It was not unexpected. The ensuing tranquility embodied a beautiful wish, akin to the light that brightened the world. Yet, inevitably, there was a tinge of melancholy. Master Jing Jiu had ascended. Zhao Liu finally turned to gaze at the sky, observing the rift that was gradually fading and the sword light that was nearly invisible. For some inexplicable reason, her brows furrowed slightly. She looked at the lifeless body she held, her smile slowly fading into a semblance of confusion and uncertainty. In the embrace of mist, an endless dampness lingers, often accompanied by the murmuring streams. Not far from the town of Yunji, there flows a stream, shrouded in delicate fog, meandering around towering cliffs and gentle hills, advancing for several miles before re-entering the mountainside of another peak. The stream delves into the mountain's depths, its path widening and light intensifying, revealing a simple stone chamber adorned with rare and resplendent jade. Within this modest stone room lies a bed hewn from the mountain itself, in front of which are two decayed mats. A young boy stands with his hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head to gaze at the stone bed. A gentle breeze stirs, lifting his white garments. Upon the bed rests a figure, bloodied and marred by countless wounds, some narrow, some broad, some deep, others shallow. It is impossible to discern the nature of the weapons that inflicted such devastation. The clothing, tattered and unrecognizable, seems to have once been woven from celestial silkworm threads. Yet, the belt remains intact, exuding a faint aura of malevolence, crafted from the sinews of an underworld serpent, adorned with an ordinary plaque seemingly carved from blackwood. The figure lies lifeless, breath extinguished, yet curiously, a veil of mist perpetually shrouds its face, rendering its features obscured and inscrutable. The boy stands before the stone bed in contemplative silence, lost in thought. After an indeterminate span of time, he finally utters, "How vexing." His voice, pure yet slightly husky, flows slowly, as though he seldom speaks. Light cascades upon his eyes, which resemble a vast ocean, seemingly tranquil and clear, yet profoundly deep, concealing storms and tumultuous waves. Within those depths linger confusion, anger, regret, fatigue, and a maturity incongruent with his youth. Moments later, all emotions dissipate, leaving only a serene calm, akin to mist vanishing among the 9 peaks, or the ethereal glow of light that descends from the heavens, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. "I envy you for your rest. I must toil through the years ahead," he remarks to the corpse upon the stone bed. At that moment, the deceased belt stirs slightly, and the wooden plaque vanishes without a trace. A glimmering light escapes from the stone bed, swiftly encircling the boy's form, illuminating the chamber in radiant brilliance, before finally coming to a halt before him. It is a flying sword, approximately 2 feet in length and as thick as 2 fingers. Its blade polished to a mirror-like sheen, seemingly unremarkable yet exuding an aura of extraordinary significance. The boy raises his right hand, and the sword descends gracefully, landing with a soft sound upon his wrist, gradually dimming until it resembles an ordinary bracelet. As he turns to the stream, a memory surfaces of a phrase spoken to him by that very man years ago: "One cannot step into the same river twice." Is it truly so? Contemplating this question, he steps into the brook. The stream winds its way through the mountains for an unknown distance, emerging on the other side as a delicate waterfall cascading over Tianjiang. A sight to behold. The boy follows the water's course, poised to tread upon its surface, yet his feet break through the liquid barrier and plunge into the lake below. It is only when he drifts into the depths of the water, his feet touching the lakebed, that he begins to grasp the unfolding reality. A sense of bewilderment washing over him. Yet he seemed oblivious to how to express the bewilderment that engulfed him, resulting in a somewhat dazed countenance. The chilly waters of the lake had little effect on him as he gazed around, spotting a stone at the bottom of the lake. He lifted the stone from its submerged resting place and, taking advantage of the incline, advanced toward the surface, drawing ever closer until he emerged onto the shore. A muffled thud reverberated as the ground trembled, and ripples danced across the water's edge. The stone he had set down was evidently quite hefty, soaked to the skin. He felt a sense of discomfort and contemplated using the flame of his sword to dry himself, only to discover that nothing materialized. The droplets cascading from his hair and the damp fabric clinging to his body reminded him that he should kindle a fire. Yet a thought dawned upon him. He had never ignited one before. Tilting his head, he recalled the many books he had perused years prior and, in a dry voice, recounted, one requires dried grass and branches of various thicknesses. Ensuring that the water in his left ear had drained completely, he tilted his head to the right, continuing to rummage through those distant memories, stating, if there is no flint, one needs crystal or to drill wood. The shoreline was bordered by a thicket of trees, and he walked into the woods, brushing his hand against the fallen timber, which tumbled down in a gentle cascade, swiftly forming a small mound. He selected the smoothest piece of wood from the pile, layered it with a few strands of fluff beneath the bark, and with a subtle mental shift, the silver bracelet on his wrist morphed back into a small sword, hovering above. The sharp blade, poised against the fluff, began to spin at an unimaginable speed, soon generating sparks, followed by wisps of blue smoke, eventually culminating in flames. His garments draped over a branch began to emit steam. Observing the density and ascent of the vapor, the youth calculated with ease that it would take another quarter of an hour for his clothes to dry completely. The question of how to utilize this time required no deliberation on his part. For him, every moment served but a singular purpose. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and commenced a meditative practice, appearing remarkably at ease. Yet, in the next instant, he opened his eyes, bewildered, pondering the interlevel incantation. A quarter of an hour later, the youth opened his eyes once more, retrieved his now dry garments from the branch, and donned them. He cast a glance toward a distant peak, now shrouded in mist, before turning to walk downstream along the creek. In comparison to his emergence from the lake, his steps had become significantly more stable, akin to someone who had learned to walk anew or had grown accustomed to this body. The banks of the stream were veiled in mist, yet thankfully devoid of treacherous stones, making his passage relatively effortless. In a short span, he followed the creek and emerged from the mountains, arriving at the threshold of a village. Farmers tilling the soil, an elderly man hauling a cart laden with hay, a woman delivering meals to the mountainside, and children playing beneath the great tree at the village entrance gradually ceased their activities, standing still. The youth clad in white approached the village. The farmer's hoe clattered to the ground, nearly landing on his foot. The old man's pipe fell from his mouth, causing the donkey pulling the cart to bray in pain. The woman clutched her food jar tightly, her mouth agape wider than the jar's opening. The children suddenly scattered, shouting as they fled in various directions, one little girl even bursting into tears. The young man clad in white halted, perplexed by the unfolding events. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the villagers gathered at the village entrance, their expressions a blend of reverence and anxiety. Under the guidance of an elder, the villagers awkwardly knelt, unevenly proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed immortal master." The young man's expression remained unchanged. Many years prior, he had traversed the mortal realm and encountered such scenes numerous times. Yet, he soon sensed an anomaly. How could these ordinary villagers recognize his true identity? This question lingered unanswered, for he did not inquire, and the villagers would naturally remain silent. The villagers gazed at him with fervent admiration, tinged with trepidation, as if beholding the plaque above the county's official quarters. Under the weight of dozens of watchful eyes, the youth felt no trepidation. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Greetings to you all." "Greetings, immortal master." The elder led the response, with the villagers chiming in excitedly. Their exchange resembled some ancient rite. The villagers bowed again. Some children, caught off guard, received light taps on their backsides from their parents. Remarkably, the children did not weep. Instead, they fixated on the young man's face with wide, curious eyes, as if gazing upon the rarest of candies. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The great tree swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. No villager dared to speak, maintaining the utmost respect, standing with gentle bows. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the young man suddenly declared, "I shall reside here for a year." The elder, taken aback, could scarcely believe his ears, while the villagers wore expressions of bewilderment, pondering the implications of the immortal master's words. Observing their reactions, the young man rifled through his memories and recalled that silver and gold were of great significance in the mortal realm. He extended his hand before the elder, revealing dozens of golden leaves. Had it been any other time, the villagers would have been overwhelmed with joy at the sight of such riches, but in this moment, they merely glanced at them before returning their gaze to the young man. In their eyes, the young man was far more captivating than the golden leaves, and they wondered how such wealth could be claimed. It is indeed a blessing that the immortal master chooses to stay with us, the elder remarked, a hint of unease in his voice. However, our humble village is impoverished, and we cannot provide a suitable dwelling for your cultivation. The young man was oblivious to the myriad thoughts racing through the elder's mind and the villagers' speculations. He cared little, knowing that they were likely acquiescing to his request. His gaze swept over the villagers before settling on a small boy. The boy, somewhat dark-skinned and sturdy, wore an honest expression that conveyed a sense of simplicity. "Where do you reside?" the young man inquired, looking at the lad. The boy, momentarily taken aback, failed to comprehend until his father delivered a firm pat on his back. "Genwa, hurry and guide the immortal master," the elder urged. In a dimly lit courtyard on the western edge of the village, the boy, mindful of his father's admonitions, respectfully bowed to the young man before preparing to lead him away. The young man in white suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" The little boy halted his steps and replied, "Lu Baojin." After a moment of silence, the young man asked again, "What is your age?" The boy answered, 10 years old. "Baojin is not a pleasant name," the young man remarked. "From now on, you shall be called 10 years. The boy touched the back of his head, and henceforth, he became Lu Shui. Upon exiting the courtyard, Lu Shui was immediately surrounded by the villagers. An elderly man asked with concern, "What did the immortal master instruct?" Lu Shui, somewhat dazed, replied, "He asked me my age, and gave me a name." The elder was slightly taken aback, while the boy's parents were overjoyed, wringing their hands in delight. Lu Shui, however, was not fond of his new name, and, feeling somewhat wronged, said, "How can such a peculiar name exist?" His father raised his hand, ready to chastise him, but suddenly remembered the immortal master inside the house and restrained himself. The elder admonished, "To be bestowed a name by the immortal master is an extraordinary blessing, something ordinary people cannot even hope for. You must not speak carelessly." Lu Shui suddenly recalled the last few words spoken in the house and quickly added, "But he said he is not an immortal master." The villagers were puzzled, thinking, what else could he be if not an immortal master? "He seems a bit foolish to me," Lu Shui stated candidly. "He even asked me to teach him." The elder hesitated and asked, What does the master wish for you to teach him?" Lu Shui responded, "How to make a bed, fold blankets, wash clothes, cook, chop wood, and farm." "Yes, that's everything. I haven't missed a word." The villagers were astonished, wondering if someone who couldn't even perform such simple tasks could truly be an immortal master and might indeed be a fool. The elder, however, chuckled and said, "In the great green mountain, immortal masters have sword boys to serve them, drinking dew and feasting on celestial fruits. They would not concern themselves with such mundane tasks." In the following days, the immortal master residing in Lu's household became the focal point of attention and discussion for the entire small mountain village. The villagers readily accepted the elder's explanation, firmly believing in the master's identity. The only mystery remaining was why the master chose to remain in this small village instead of returning to the great green mountain, and why he required the fortunate Lu family child to teach him such trivial tasks. Lu Shui, envied and even resented by the villagers, could not fathom why such simple matters eluded others. That night, he began instructing the master on how to make a bed, as the master needed to sleep. The following morning, he taught him how to fold blankets. To his astonishment, he discovered that the master had indeed never performed such tasks before. When he realized the master was inept at other matters as well, he was utterly dumbfounded. "Do not spill the rice while pouring water. Do not chop the wood too finely, it won't burn well. Remove the fish scales, and the gills must go too, those black bits. They must not remain. One cut to the left, one cut to the right. Do not sever it completely, that is how you get the gourd. Yes, that is not sweet potato, it's bitter melon. Hurry and put it down, mother dislikes that the most." Before the age of 10, Lu Shui had read in books that there were individuals who could not distinguish grains or labor with their bodies, and he found it hard to believe such people existed. That was until he encountered the youth in white robes. However, after 9 days, he began to question his beliefs once more. For the white-clad youth had mastered all the lessons he imparted in that brief span. On the first day, the youth learned the simplest of tasks, making the bed and chopping wood for cooking. By the second day, he had progressed to more intricate household chores, and the courtyard of the Lu family sparkled as if reborn. On the third day, he ventured into the kitchen, observing for just a moment before acquiring the skills to butcher chickens and gut fish, as well as chop green onions and peel garlic. Days 4, 5, 6. Until the ninth day arrived, with the sun rising as usual, the youth skillfully felled bamboo and crafted a lounge chair, surpassing even the craftsmanship of the oldest bamboo weaver. Now, the cucumbers sliced by the youth were 2 feet long, each piece uniform in thickness, while the firewood he chopped was indescribably exquisite. Although the same stream water, rice, and sweet potatoes were used, cooked over the same stove and in the same iron pot. The meals prepared by the youth were far more fragrant than any Lu Shurgio had ever tasted. The youth even rebuilt the courtyard walls, mending the long-neglected eaves with meticulous care, rendering them as pristine as new. Lu Shurgio found it increasingly difficult to doubt the youth's identity. Who, besides an immortal master, could achieve such feats? Moreover, he had never witnessed the youth washing clothes. He was baffled as to why, after completing so many tasks, the white garments remained as immaculate as the finest rice. The verdant seedlings stretched upright, each perfectly spaced, a sight to behold. From any angle, they formed a straight line, with not a single shadow on the water's surface deviating from perfection. Even the most skilled farmer in the mountain village could not reach such standards. Lu Shurgio was left speechless, captivated by the scene before him. A gentle breeze rustled the young plants, creating a beautiful sight. The youth in white stood atop the ridge, nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with his work, before turning away and reclining on a bamboo chair, closing his eyes. Lu Shurgio glanced at the sky and asked, "Young master, shall we chop some wood next?" Since the white-clad youth did not claim to be an immortal master, the villagers had decided to address him as young master after some discussion. "That will be all," replied the youth. "I still shut." Lu Shurgio, confused by his response, inquired, "Or shall we cook first?" The youth ignored him. It was then that Lu Shurgio realized the youth's intent, but could not comprehend why he changed his mind so swiftly. "I merely wish to learn. I do not particularly enjoy it," the youth stated. "Even if transcending the mundane holds merit, it is not suited for me." Lu Shurgio, struggling to understand, continued, "Why not?" The youth replied, "Because I am lazy and not adept at it." Lu Shurgio, somewhat agitated, asked, "Then what are you skilled at?" In the whispers of the small mountain village, it was said that the immortal masters of the great green mountain could summon thunder with a wave of their hand and send swords soaring through the skies. The youth clad in white remarked, severing, "Every entity in the world possesses its vulnerabilities." His exceptional talent lay in identifying these frailties and subsequently rendering them asunder. Be it a magical artifact, a lofty peak, or any other thing. Lu Shurgio, taken aback by such a response, felt a twinge of disappointment and scratched his head, saying, "No wonder you are so adept at chopping vegetables." A breeze stirred, and a leaf drifted down, its severed edge remarkably smooth, as though cleaved by a genuine sword. The sound of cicadas resonated, marking the inaugural chorus of cicadas in this year for the quaint mountain village. The youth in white opened his eyes and gazed into the distance, where the mountain peaks lay shrouded in mist. Lu Shurgio picked up the fallen leaf, observing his profile, and inquired, "What is your name, sir?" The youth in white paused in silence for a moment before responding, "Jing Jiu." "Jing Jiu? The well, the ninth. The well that does not interfere with the river, and the notion that misfortunes often come in 8s and 9s? Have you received an education?" A teacher once resided in the village, who departed last year, rumored to have sought to take the civil service examination in the county. "I too have studied." "Oh, if you do not comprehend, feel free to ask me." "Thank you, sir." Lu Shurgio gazed at the youth in white, having observed that face for 9 days. He had developed a certain resilience, yet it still appeared somewhat dazzling, prompting him to rub his eyes instinctively. "Are you feeling unwell?" The youth in white stared into the distant peaks concealed by mist, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before suddenly stating, "It is arduous not to feel vexed when one persistently engages in the same endeavor." Lu Shurgio pondered for a moment and replied, "If that endeavor is consuming meat." A year swiftly elapsed, and deep spring returned once more. The villagers were divided into 2 factions regarding the youth who called himself Jing Jiu. One faction staunchly believed he was a celestial master from the Great Green Mountain, while the other contended that he was not a celestial master, but rather a fallen noble from the capital city, possibly the illustrious city of Chowga. However, both factions unanimously agreed on one point: they had never encountered anyone quite so indolent. Throughout the year, villagers enjoyed wandering near Lu's residence, regardless of Jing Jiu's true identity. They were always drawn to observe him. Yet, no matter when they arrived, they would invariably find Jing Jiu asleep. On sunny days, He would recline in a bamboo chair in the courtyard. On overcast days, he would lie in bed indoors. During scorching weather, he would transport the bamboo chair beneath the trees by the pond to nap, and when snow blanketed the ground, he would return indoors yet insist on leaving the window ajar. After the initial 9 days, no one witnessed Jing Jiu engage in even the simplest household chores. Lu Shizhou attended to all his needs, making the bed, dressing, and dining, even moving the very bamboo chair Jing Jiu slept in. Nevertheless, the villagers continued to harbor genuine respect for Jing Jiu, for whenever the village children studied, he would occasionally offer insights. According to the children, the scholar's knowledge surpassed that of the previous teacher by over 300-fold. Most crucially, Jing Jiu was extremely affluent and exceedingly generous with his wealth, though initially the villagers dared not accept his money. The ancestral hall and the celestial temple in the village have been renovated entirely with his silver. And now even the new road connecting the mountain village to the county town has been largely completed. How can the villagers not feel gratitude? How can they not hold him in reverence? "My lord, be cautious while you rest. Do take care not to fall into the pond again," said Lu Shi, bearing the branches he had collected from the mountain, as he observed Jing Jiu lounging on a bamboo chair with a hint of concern. This had happened once before, and he had received a stern reprimand from his father for failing to properly attend to the celestial master. Jing Jiu lay on the bamboo chair and uttered a sound that could have been a response or simply a sign of contentment from the soothing shade. It was likely the latter, as his long fingers lightly tapped the bamboo chair in a rhythm that was utterly disordered, imparting a languid air. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Shi set down the branches from his back. He leaned against a large tree, drew his knees close, and fixated on the bamboo chair, daring not to relax even for a moment. Now 11 years old, he still went by the name Shi, as Jing Jiu seemed disinclined to rename him, perhaps due to the young master's inherent laziness. Regardless of his name, he remained steadfast and trustworthy, having promised his father to look after the young master. He felt an unwavering obligation to fulfill that promise. Moreover, the sound of Jing Jiu tapping the chair was quite amusing, though he found it difficult to articulate why. It simply brought a growing sense of tranquility to his heart. The mountain breeze caressed the water's surface, the sunlight gradually dimmed, and the night deepened. On the last 2 breaths, Lu Shi exhaled prematurely. Startled by the sound, he became alert and replied, "Understood." Jing Jiu opened his eyes and gazed toward the pond. The night breeze had vanished, leaving the water's surface tranquil, like a mirror. As he gazed at his reflection, he remained silent for a considerable time. This visage was strikingly beautiful, undeniably perfect. If one were to say that his brows and eyes were like a painting, the artist must surely be the most exceptional of the past millennia. Even amidst the countless handsome and beautiful figures in the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered a face so exquisite. Starlight fell upon this face, shimmering on the water's surface, creating a dreamlike quality. This was not the first time he had seen this visage. Upon first encountering it by the pond, he understood why the villagers had reacted as they did on the day of his arrival, resolutely believing him to be a celestial master. With such a face, who could feel discontent? Even he, Jing Jiu. Yet, he sensed something slightly odd. Observing his reflection, he raised a hand to touch his ear. It was a pair of prominent ears, round and somewhat amusingly. They did not detract from the beauty of his face. Rather, they added a touch of charm. He understood the reason, but still found it somewhat unfamiliar. As the night breeze returned, it scattered the perfect visage from the water's surface, along with the thoughts in his mind. Everything felt ephemeral, like the illusions spoken of by the junior sister at the Watermoon Monastery. Jing Jiu reclined back onto the bamboo chair, thirsting for water, but discovering that the water jug lay before the chair, necessitating him to rise once more. Thus, he cast a glance at Lu Shizhou, at the tender age of 10, crouched beneath a tree, amusing himself with the grass roots as he played with the jumping caterpillars. Suddenly aware of a gaze upon him, he lifted his head and sighed, then approached the bamboo chair, lifting the water jug and offering it to Jing Jiu. After drinking a bowl of water, Jing Jiu closed his eyes once more. Lu Shizhou did not depart. Instead, he squatted by the bamboo chair, resting his chin in his hands, lost in thought as he gazed at Jing Jiu's face, pondering how it could be so remarkably handsome. He had observed too much, setting him apart from the other villagers. He understood that over the past year, this visage had changed, not in the features, but rather, in the aura. The young master was no longer as dazed as he once appeared. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and he exhibited a newfound liveliness. In fact, he spoke far more than before. After a brief meditation, Jing Jiu opened his eyes again. Surprising Lu Shizhou, as he had never seen the young master awaken so swiftly from slumber or even a light nap throughout the year. "What are you doing?" Lu Shijiu inquired. Jing Jiu gazed at the stars twinkling in the night sky and replied, "I am calculating the next 3 years." Lu Shijiu scratched his head, wondering what Jing Jiu did during his daily slumbers. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Jing Jiu continued, "I am calculating the next 3,000 years." Lu Shijiu's eyes widened in astonishment. 3,000 years? Jing Jiu posed a question. If you were to ponder deeply, expending all your mental energy, and after countless hours, crafted an exquisite essay, believing you could never replicate such brilliance, only to accidentally allow it to fall into the flames and be reduced to ashes, what would you feel? Lu Shijiu was momentarily stunned before responding, his hand resting on his chest. "I dare not imagine, for the thought alone brings anguish. Not merely anguish, but agony." Jing Jiu remarked after a moment of silence. "Such suffering is beyond the comprehension of those who have not experienced it. It is a pain that makes one wish for death. Yet, once the pain is felt, apart from rewriting that piece, what else can be done?" Lu Shijiu offered a sympathetic reply. That person would have no choice but to rewrite it. "Indeed," Jing Jiu affirmed, "what else is there apart from rewriting?" Lu Shijiu pondered for a moment before expressing concern. But what if the brilliant phrases and intricate allusions from the original piece cannot be recalled? If you cannot remember them, then they lose their significance. How can those phrases and allusions truly be considered remarkable? Jing Jiu gazed toward the misty peaks in the distance and stated, "To rewrite it will undoubtedly result in an even more splendid piece." Lu Shijiu contemplated this, uncertain of its validity. Reflecting on their prior conversation, he curiously asked, "Young master, what have you deduced? How will the rainfall be in the coming 3 years?" Jing Jiu's gaze fell upon a nearby grove of trees as he replied, "I have only calculated the passage of time. It is here, on this very night." As the night breeze began to stir, a figure clad in a flowing robe descended gracefully to the ground, a middle-aged cultivator exuding an air of transcendence, a long sword strapped to his back. Lu Shijiu was startled and darted behind the bamboo chair. The cultivator's gaze fell upon Jing Jiu, his arched brows hinting at surprise. The middle-aged practitioner, known as Master L, hailed from the peak on the 3rd summit of Qingshan. He had reached the pinnacle of the Qingyu realm. Yet his aspirations to break into the Wuzhong realm had met with failure on 2 occasions, compelling him to temporarily halt his advancement. Presently, he occupied the position of a mentor at the Nansong Pavilion, entrusted with the cultivation of newly admitted outer disciples. Given his stature, he ought not to personally engage in the recruitment of disciples. However, the mediocrity of the recent entrants had weighed heavily upon him, as their talents paled in comparison to those from other sections. His ambitions had dwindled to a humble desire to nurture a few capable disciples, or perhaps earn the favor of his superiors with elixirs, allowing him one last attempt at the elusive Wuzhong realm. Upon receiving word of a noteworthy prospect in a remote mountain village, he hastened to investigate. Concealed among the verdant trees, he observed a young boy of about 10 years and discerned the truth of the rumors. Merely from a distance, he could sense the boy's exceptional potential. When he employed his sword sense, his astonishment knew no bounds. The boy was, in fact, a natural Dao seed. Such a gem of talent was a rarity not only in the vicinity of Qingshan but also in bustling states and even in the illustrious Chaoga city, where it might take years to encounter another like him. With little regard for the boy's reaction, he emerged from the shadows of the night. Yet before he could utter a word, another matter seized his attention. The boy, startled, had sought refuge behind a young man clad in white. The cause of L's apprehension was the startling revelation that he had failed to notice the young man while observing the boy from afar. The young man lounged by the pond on a reclined chair. Instinctively, L's sword sense turned toward him, only to reveal that he was a mere mortal with no cultivation or Dao seed within him, which surprised L greatly. However, when his gaze fell upon the face of the white-clad youth, he was taken aback once more. In his years within the cultivation realm, he had never encountered such extraordinary beauty. The scions of Chaga's illustrious families, and even the renowned beauties from Qingrong Peak and Shuiyuan paled in comparison. The cultivation world adheres to a principle: the extraordinary is marked by the exceptional. Regardless of stature or appearance, those who are strikingly unique often possess remarkable qualities. To put it simply, where there is extreme beauty, there is bound to be something extraordinary beneath. The allure of beauty has always been venerated among practitioners, akin to the juniper trees clinging to cliffs or swords of light. Anything of exquisite beauty must harbor an extraordinary essence. Observing the stunning visage of the white-clad youth, El could not help but be captivated. He intensified his sword sense for another appraisal, only to find the youth's Dao heart still tender, lacking any trace of a Dao seed. The disparity in innate talent between the older youth and the boy was stark. With a sense of regret, El shifted his attention away from the young man and turned to the boy, inquiring, "Do you know my identity?" The boy, thoroughly startled by the sudden appearance of this stranger, dared not show his face. Hearing the question, he remained silent, clinging tightly to the sleeve of the person beside him. Jing Jiu discerned from the attire and the sword-bearing manner of the middle-aged cultivator that he was likely a third-generation disciple, still far from the realm of Wuzhong. However, he was unaware of the individual's name, which was quite natural given that there were thousands of inner and outer disciples in the Qing Shan sect. Aside from the elderly on the Shangde Peak and the women of the Shilai Peak, who could possibly recognize everyone. "It matters not," Jing Jiu remarked. For some reason, upon hearing these words, Lu Shui felt a considerable sense of relief, yet still remained somewhat anxious. He rose to regard the middle-aged cultivator, trembling slightly as he stammered, "Could it be that you are?" "Indeed," responded Master L with a gentle demeanor, "I am a cultivator from Qing Shan, commonly referred to as an immortal teacher by you all." Upon hearing the term immortal teacher, Lu Shui instinctively glanced at Jing Jiu. Master L, thinking Lu Shui was overly tense, smiled softly and said, "You may call me Master L." Lu Shui, feeling uneasy, inquired, "Master L, what brings you here?" "I have come to ask if you desire to cultivate the great Tao and seek immortality." Upon hearing this, Jing Jiu felt a pang of sentimentality, reflecting on how, after so many years, the words remained unchanged. Lu Shui stood in a daze for a long while before regaining his senses, stuttering in response. "Naturally, I would be willing, but..." The notion of an inconspicuous village boy being chosen by the immortal teacher of Qing Shan to be taken away was a cherished tale passed down through generations in the village. Having grown up listening to such stories, he was utterly bewildered, unable to express any dissent, yet as he had articulated, there was still. He gazed toward the small courtyard, his youthful face displaying a hint of hesitation and inner conflict. Master L, far from being angered, felt a deeper sense of comfort. Although cultivation is no trivial matter, we are not like those monks. One can still tread the mundane world without severing familial ties. Lu Shui, somewhat apprehensive, asked, "Really?" Master L smiled. "I shall speak with your parents shortly and will grant you time to visit home. If you cannot enter the inner sect in the future, you will manage the sect's worldly affairs, ensuring you lack neither silver nor time to return home. You may care for your village, which is but a simple task, though I believe you will not find yourself in such a position." It was evident that he held great confidence in Lu Shui's innate talent. Lu Shui turned his gaze toward Jing Jiu. Master L appeared somewhat surprised. Jing Jiu stood up and stated, "If you wish to go, then go." A look of joy spread across Lu Shui's face as he replied, "Yes, my lord." Master L's surprise turned to astonishment. In such a remote village, how could there be such a striking young gentleman? He looked at Jing Jiu and suddenly asked, "And you? Do you wish to follow me to cultivate the great Tao and seek immortality?" Through a wall, the voices and cries of Lu's parents could be heard. Though they kept their voices low, mindful of the immortal teacher's admonition not to disturb the village. Jing Jiu sat by the window, gazing at the stars in the night sky, remaining silent, lost in thought. The individual named Master L would come to take Lu Shui away the following morning, along with him to the Qing Shan sect. Lu Shui was busy packing his belongings. He was a diligent child. Yet this was the first time he had to prepare for such a journey. However, the bewilderment on the young boy's face was not due to this reason, but rather a result of an overwhelming mental shock, leaving him yet to fully regain his composure. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that he did not realize the truth that Jing Jiu was not a celestial master. Could this be sufficient? The boy stammered, "Does that celestial master not need time to assess my virtues?" Jing Jiu gazed out at the starry sky and replied, "Character." Lu Shui, age 10, interjected, "Yes, that is the term." Jing Jiu continued, "Such matters are certainly determined by innate talent. Character evolves over time. How can one judge it? Moreover, do you truly believe that the benevolent are invincible?" Lu Shui scratched his head and said, "Isn't that the case? The books all say so." Jing Jiu did not turn around, stating, "Of course not. Only the invincible are invincible." Lu Shui was perplexed by this statement, gazing at his figure. He suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. As dawn broke, the sky was still dimly lit, the sun far beyond the peaks, uncertain of when it would rise. Master L had arrived. The Lu couple escorted Lu Shui to the courtyard, silently wiping away their tears, filled with a mixture of sorrow and joy. Footsteps echoed as Jing Jiu emerged from the house, the morning breeze caressing his white attire his hands empty, devoid of any belongings. Witnessing this scene, the Lu couple couldn't help but reminisce about a year ago when he had approached the village in a similar manner. Lu's mother exchanged a glance with Lu's father. Hesitating to speak, Lu's father cast her a warning look and respectfully inquired, "Young master, would you like to take some essentials for the journey? Sure Sui can carry them." Jing Jiu paid him no heed, walking with his hands clasped behind his back towards the courtyard's exit. Master L observed this from outside, slightly furrowing his brow. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the water tank behind the guest room, half of a pale blue elixir was gradually dissolving, until it vanished completely into the water, no longer visible. Master L led Jing Jiu and Lu Shui into the morning mist, and they soon vanished without a trace. Lu's father and mother, wiping away their tears, returned to the courtyard, suddenly at a loss for what to do. They stood in a daze for a while before rising to tidy the yard, boil water, and prepare meals. Whether cooking porridge or steeping coarse tea, they naturally used the water from the tank. It was only then that Lu's mother realized something was amiss in the house. The bamboo chair was gone, for reasons unknown. Master L chose not to fly back to Qingshan sect on his sword, but instead opted to walk. Lu Shui, of course, could not fathom this, as he had never considered the possibility of someone traveling by sword. Jing Jiu, however, was fully aware that this disciple of the Qingshan sect, at the third generation, had reached the consummate realm of intention and should be able to fly effortlessly even while carrying two individuals. Why then did he insist on walking? Was he concerned about attracting trouble by leaving traces of his flying sword for other cultivators to see? Jing Jiu could not comprehend this, in his view. Though the current generation of the Qingshan sect may not measure up to its predecessors, it should not be so timid. The mountain village was merely 100 miles or so from the Qingshan sect's gate. For disciples of the sect to exercise such caution in this place seemed entirely cowardly. Master L, unaware of Jing Jiu's thoughts, silently led the two boys through the mist towards the peaks. On the third day, as they traversed through a thick fog, their vision suddenly cleared. Countless verdant peaks emerged before them, some graceful, others perilous, and some with sheer, mirror-like cliffs that were utterly unscalable, yet there were signs of human presence atop the summits. Could the legendary 9 peaks of Qingshan be among them? Lu Shui, 10 years of age, gasped in wonder, while Jing Jiu barely cast a glance. The trio followed a path paved with green stones towards the peaks, and soon beheld a simple stone gate, adorned with moss, exuding an ancient charm. Inscribed on the horizontal plaque were the faint characters for Nansong Pavilion. This was the southern gate of the Qingshan sect. Upon seeing the gate, Lu Shi's face brightened, visibly relieved. The atmosphere was serene, the chirping of birds in the dense forest was not at all bothersome. Beneath the gate stood a wooden table, upon which lay writing utensils and paper, with a man in a gray sword robe resting his head on the table in slumber. Lu Shi approached and gently tapped the table. The man in gray awoke, rubbed his weary eyes, and upon recognizing Lu Shi, his face lit up, only to be startled at the sight of the mud on his front and shoes. "Brother Lu, what has happened?" Like a child who has learned to walk. A cultivator who has mastered flying with a sword would hardly wish to walk. Lu Shi replied, "I merely wish to be cautious. What if those from the 3 sides learn of our whereabouts and come to seize us?" The man in gray chuckled, "We are all from the same sect." "That is unlikely." Lu Shi countered, "But what if another sect seeks to take us?" The man in gray laughed, "Brother, you exaggerate. I am quite curious to see what kind of prodigy you have found that causes you such distress." Lu Shi gestured for Jing Jiu and Lu Shui to step forward. "This is my junior disciple Mingguishing from the southern gate. Before entering the inner sanctum, you must address him as Uncle Master." Lu Shui promptly exclaimed, "Uncle Master Ming." Lu Shi then paused, momentarily taken aback by Jing Jiu, and exclaimed in admiration, "What a stunningly beautiful child. Brother Lu, your fortunes today are indeed extraordinary." However, whether he possesses more than just a lovely exterior remains to be seen. I have chosen the young one. Lu Shi sighed, speaking without reserve in front of Jing Jiu. After merely 3 days of travel, his impression of Jing Jiu had dwindled, even leading to a hint of regret. He had never encountered someone so lethargic. Yet, what truly displeased him was witnessing Lu Shui, the prodigy in his eyes, being so easily commanded by another. Uncle Master Ming turned his gaze towards Lu Shui, noting the child's fresh aura and steady gaze, and nodded in approval, thinking to himself that indeed, he was quite remarkable. However, when he used his sword sense to assess Lu Shui, he was taken aback, his voice trembling with astonishment. "A natural Dao seed?" Lu Shi chuckled. "Indeed." Mingguishing, in a hurry, urged, "Then why are we dawdling? Come inside quickly." Lu Shi led Jing Jiu and Lu Shi's way through the stone gate. Ming Guoxing gently patted his chest, exchanged a relieved smile with Lu Shi, finally at ease. Once they had entered the mountain gate, they were among the disciples of the Qin Shan sect. None would dare to take them away, not to mention the various sects of cultivators. Even those from Chaoga City would be of no consequence. And even the ageless forest and the curtain roller would not dare to tread here. For countless years, who had the audacity to act recklessly within the Qin Shan sect? Ming Guoxing picked up the brush, dipped it into the inkstone, and opened the pages, inquiring of Lu Shi, "What is your name?" Lu Shi, feeling a tinge of nervousness, replied, "Lu Shi." Ming Guoxing paused momentarily, then clarified, "I meant your name, not your age." Lu Shi widened his eyes and retorted, "That is my name. Is it not permissible?" Initially, he too had harbored dissatisfaction with this name, yet he had long since grown accustomed to it, even developing a fondness for it. "Be it 10 years, or even 10,000 years, it matters not," Ming Guoxing replied with a smile. After completing the registration for Lu Shi, he turned to Jing Jiu and asked, "And you?" Despite being mentally prepared, he could not help but squint at the extraordinarily beautiful face before him, internally expressing his astonishment. "Jing Jiu, from Chaoga," the youth answered casually, gazing at a distant solitary peak. Ming Guoxing, caught up in his excitement, overlooked the youth's rudeness and offered a few encouraging words before turning back to Lu Shi, eager to engage in dialogue with this naturally gifted individual. However, Lu Shi seemed oblivious to his presence, striding towards the mountain gate, for Jing Jiu had already made his move. On the mountain path, the young man clad in white led the way, with the young boy following closely behind, carrying his belongings. Observing this scene, Ming Guoxing expressed his surprise. "What is the meaning of this?" "They are master and servant," Lu Shi mused, recalling the words Lu's father had spoken to him that night, furrowing his brow. The naturally gifted individual serving as a subordinate? Ming Guoxing was profoundly astonished, addressing Lu Shi, regardless of their previous relationship, once they enter the mountain gate. Worldly matters become irrelevant. "Surely you have conveyed this to them?" Lu Shi sighed, stating that he had made this very clear on the first day. While Jing Jiu remained silent, Lu Shi was resolute in his refusal to listen. As the mist dispersed, the wind carried a palpable moisture, and the mountain path was pleasantly gentle, making their journey quite enjoyable. Lu Shi surveyed the surrounding cliffs with a curious expression, his emotions a blend of apprehension and excitement. Perhaps influenced by Lu Shi, or perhaps stirred by more distant memories, Jing Jiu's gaze lingered longer on the scenery around them. With these sentiments in mind, they soon traversed over 10 miles of mountainous terrain, arriving at a cliffside clearing. Towering trees surrounded them, interspersed with dozens of thatched cottages. The mist re-emerged, shrouding the cottages. But upon closer inspection, one could discern that each cottage was separated by its own courtyard. Upon reaching the clearing, the paths diverged, and Lu Shi was uncertain of which direction to take, glancing toward Jing Jiu. Behind the cliffs, the sound of water could be heard, a clear and melodious echo, likely from a spring, complemented by a harmonious sound that intertwined with the water, enhancing the ethereal atmosphere. Jing Jiu stepped toward that direction, and Lu Shi hurried to keep pace. Following the sound, they passed through verdant trees, catching a glimpse of a structure faintly visible through the mist. Suddenly, sunlight broke through, dispelling the fog and revealing the true form of the building, a structure with black eaves and azure walls, exuding an air of solemnity. This was the Sword Hall of the Qin Shan Sect South Pine Pavilion, where new disciples would reside and study for an extended period. Dozens of young men and women stood in the open ground before the Sword Hall, all clad in identical azure garments. Master L stood upon the stone steps and remarked, "We have been awaiting your arrival, so please join the ranks promptly." Lu Shi was taken aback and inquired of Jing Jiu, "How did the immortal master arrive? I did not see him surpass us on the way." Upon entering the mountain gate, free from the worry of leaving traces that might attract other sects to seize disciples, Master L merely needed to summon his flying sword to arrive here in a fleeting moment. Jing Jiu comprehended this principle, while Lu Shi could not fathom it at all. Hearing Master L's words, dozens of disciples turned their gazes towards Jing Jiu and Lu Shi, their faces brimming with curiosity. An atmosphere of anticipation enveloped the Sword Hall, as these disciples hailed from all corners of the continent. They had been at Nansong Pavilion for some time, yet had not received instruction in immortal arts and swordsmanship, leading to a growing sense of impatience. They learned that the reason for the delay was that the teaching immortal awaited the arrival of a particular disciple. The fact that so many were kept waiting for one disciple, a waste of time, naturally indicated the significance the immortal master placed upon him. These disciples had been personally selected by the immortal master of Qingshan's sect, confident in their potential to embark upon the path to transcendence. Faced with this situation, their curiosity about the new disciple was palpable, tinged with a hint of resistance. As they were all newly admitted outer disciples of Qingshan, they could not discern Lu Shizhou's innate talent through sword perception, and thus their gaze fell upon Jing Jiu ahead. A chorus of unrestrained whispers erupted among the crowd, soon transforming into animated discussions, buzzing like a swarm of bees. How can someone be so handsome? What a striking visage! The air of distinction he exuded suggested he might even be a noble scion from Chaogu, particularly among the female disciples, gazing at his handsome face. An inexplicable warmth flushed their cheeks as they turned away, fanning their faces gently with their hands. Suddenly, a male disciple interjected, "Do you not find his ears rather peculiar?" The crowd turned their attention to the young man in white, only to discover that he possessed a pair of charmingly prominent ears, which elicited a collective, "How adorable!" from a young girl who gazed at Jing Jiu with infatuation. Master L cleared his throat twice. The young aspirants, eager to embark on their path of cultivation, heeded their master's reminder, quieting their thoughts and refraining from further scrutiny of Jing Jiu. The sword hall fell into a profound silence, under Master L's guiding gaze. Jing Jiu and Lu Shizhou positioned themselves at the rear of the line. "This is the entry mantra. You must study it diligently," Master L said, lightly waving his sleeve. Dozens of thin volumes soared from the sword hall, scattering like fallen leaves, landing precisely in each disciple's hands. This scene was truly enchanting, leaving both Lu Shizhou and the young disciples in awe. In the world of cultivators, with myriad sects and diverse methods, distinctions in realms may vary, yet their essence remains unchanged. What you are to learn now is the foundational technique. Master L gestured for the disciples to open their thin volumes and stated, "Our Qingshan sect's path is exceedingly simple. The initial stage is divided into two phases, the first being the presence." Upon finally hearing the true methods of cultivation, the young disciples' expressions turned profoundly serious. Their eyes fixed upon the text within the thin volumes, they were determined not to miss a single word spoken by their master. What is the presence? The Taoist canon of Nanhua states, to preserve the spirit through the physical form, each has its own rights, referred to as nature. What you must do is to master the foundational techniques, strengthen your body, forge your will, and maintain a proper posture. Only then can you achieve a harmonious connection between the two, ensuring a continuous journey from beginning to end. By returning inward from the external, when you have attained a perfect state of composure, the seeds of the Tao within you will become sufficiently stable, enabling you to withstand the turmoil of the heart and thrive, entering the second realm of embracing the divine. Upon hearing this, some disciples raised their heads, their faces illuminated with hope and longing. What does it mean to embrace the divine? As the ancient texts state, to embrace the divine is to be tranquil, and one's form will naturally align. This stage can be seen as an extension of the state of composure, or the first leap for a practitioner, for at this juncture, the disciples will become unyieldingly resolute, naturally attuning to the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. The seeds of the Tao begin to flourish, meridians start to form, allowing one to draw upon the spiritual essence of the cosmos, transforming it into true vitality. This is akin to nurturing the spirit of humanity with the spirit of the heavens. Once the sea of consciousness is enriched, one can claim to have attained a nascent state of enlightenment, while the measure of perfection depends on your courage and determination. Though Master L's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of every disciple. The sun had risen to its zenith, the mist had long dissipated, and the light was intense, bordering on hot. Yet, not a single disciple complained of the heat. They were wholly absorbed in their master's teachings, seemingly impervious to the discomfort. A young disciple from Yelong County, captivated by the realms described by the master, suddenly heard a disturbance nearby. Turning his head, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Lu Shizhou was pouring tea for Jing Jiu. The tea poured from the pot had long cooled, emitting no steam. Nevertheless, the sound of the liquid entering the cup was as clear as a mountain spring. Jing Jiu accepted the teacup, drank it all, and returned it. Lu Shizhou carefully stowed the teapot and cup, then retrieved a round fan from her bag, beginning to fan Jing Jiu. The sound of the fan cutting through the air was distinctly audible in the tranquil sword hall, with the sounds of tea and wind merging harmoniously. More disciples turned their attention to the commotion behind them, their expressions turning to astonishment. Master L observed the disturbance with slightly raised eyebrows, a hint of displeasure evident, as he flicked his right finger lightly behind his back. With a resounding clang, a chilling sound of the sword reverberated across the hall. The disciples' hearts quivered. jolting them back to focus as they swiftly turned around. The cliffside was enveloped in profound silence. Even the distant chirping of birds had ceased. Master L's gaze swept across the disciples, lingering a moment longer on Jing Jiu and Lu Shijiu, before finally resting on the distant mountain peaks. Concentrate. Regardless of your innate talent or comprehension, strive to break through to the state of composure within 3 months. Only then can you aspire to fully embrace the divine within 3 years and have a chance to be admitted into the inner sect, becoming a true disciple of Qishan. Our sect practices the righteous path of the heavenly sword, emphasizing directness and clarity. The initial stages of cultivation are not arduous, even the most obtuse individual, if willing to invest time and effort, will eventually succeed in breaking through. However, the road to transcendence stretches infinitely, becoming increasingly arduous as one progresses. The peaks are steep and perilous, and the final ascent may seem insurmountable. Therefore, if you cannot enter the inner sect within 3 years, it would be better not to embark on this path to the heavens at all. His tone carried a sense of introspection. This passage is addressed to the disciples, reflecting his genuine experiences. Having attained a state of complete understanding, he can effortlessly wield his sword and soar through the skies, effortlessly slaying foes from a distance without a trace of blood upon his garments. To the common folk, he appears as a celestial swordsman. And within the grand courts of the Chaoga dynasty, he would undoubtedly be revered as a deity. However, within the Qingshan sect, he is barred from the realm of Wuzhong, his lifespan limited, with little hope of advancing to subsequent higher realms, thus rendering him unable to be a primary focus of the sect's cultivation efforts. As it stands, he can only instruct these Na'vi outer disciples at Nansong Pavilion. While this task holds significance for the sect, it nonetheless feels. A somewhat youthful voice abruptly pulled El Shirchong from his contemplations. Master, if our cultivation proceeds smoothly, will we have the opportunity to participate in the sword acceptance tournament in 3 years? The young disciple, having gleaned some information about the Qingshan sect, knew that the tournament represented the most critical test for aspiring disciples. El Shir was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, choosing not to respond. To him, the inquiry posed by the young disciple seemed rather Na'vi. Whispers and quiet laughter began to circulate, and through the explanations of his peers, the young disciple soon realized that only those who have attained the full completion of the Shou-Yi realm are eligible to partake in the Sword Acceptance Conference. Following Shou-Yi is the Bao Shin stage, which represents the initial realm. Then comes Ji Tong, and only thereafter does one reach Shou-Yi. The newly admitted outer disciples are still 4 levels away from achieving the Shou-Yi realm. To expect to attain such completion in just 2 years? One disciple scoffed. Do you think you possess the genius of Sister Zhao? I hope you can catch up by the 12th month. A voice resonated through the gathering, shocking everyone present. Yet, none dared to mock one another, for the speaker was El Shir himself. However, his words were not directed at the disciple aspiring to join the sword acceptance tournament. Following El Shir's gaze, the disciples turned towards the rear of the group, landing upon a single individual. Lu Shui was momentarily stunned before coming to his senses. Pointing to himself and asking, "Are you speaking of me?" El Shir replied, "Indeed. I hope you can become another surprise from the 9 peaks of Qingshan." The young outer disciples dispersed, some fervently reciting the entry-level techniques they held, while others gazed dreamily at the sunlight filtering through the leaves, naturally forming clusters. This scene had occurred several times since their entry into the Qingshan sect, with the disciples initially segregating themselves according to their origins and social statuses, but eventually, their paths would be determined by their cultivation realms. Today, however, was somewhat different. Whether from affluent families or humble backgrounds, all eyes were drawn to a particular spot. Even those diligently studying or lost in thought would occasionally steal glances in that direction. Jing Jiu and Lu Shui stood there. Some gazed at Jing Jiu, while more focused on Lu Shui, none forgetting El Shir's parting words. Who could have anticipated that the disciple most favored by the master was not the extraordinarily handsome young man in white, but rather the seemingly subordinate young boy beside him? What remarkable qualities does that young boy possess? The earlier mocking peer was named Shui Yanga, a scion of the prominent family from Yuzhou County, whose uncle practiced within the realms of the 6th peak, Shiwei Peak, and he was inquiring about news. Soon, confirmed tidings reached him. This young boy was, astonishingly, a natural Dao seed. The disciples gazed at Lu Shijiu with eyes wide in disbelief. Unlike before, their expressions now reflected shock devoid of jealousy or even envy. The chasm between them was simply too vast, a disparity that transcended levels. What good would envy serve? Among the countless exceptionally gifted disciples of Qingshan sect, how many natural Dao seeds had emerged in recent years? Aside from Sister Zhao, only Brother Zhua, personally accepted by the sect leader as a closed-door disciple, stood as another exemplar. To discover such a person among them was utterly astonishing. Shui Yonga, being the first to receive the news, quickly emerged from his stupor, disregarding the still-dazed expressions of his peers, and approached Lu Shurjiu with a gentle smile. Lu Shidi, each of us shall have a small courtyard to rest in. Which one do you intend to choose? If you are not troubled by the sound of the night stream, the fourth courtyard is an excellent option, as it is close to the sword hall, allowing for frequent consultations with the immortals. Moreover, it boasts a grove of Xingyang flowers outside, their fragrance subtle yet invigorating, profoundly beneficial for our cultivation. Some disciples, taken aback, pondered why the usually haughty and aloof Shui Xixiang displayed such warmth today. Others couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that Shui Xixiang was remarkably quick-witted. No one knew whether the Xingyang flowers truly aided cultivation, but surely residing next to the natural Dao seed would be exceedingly advantageous for his own practice. Shui Yonga awaited Lu Shurjiu's reply, but Lu Shurjiu was aware that Jing Jiu would not choose the courtyard. He offered Shui Yonga a grateful smile, shouldered his belongings, and made his way to the sword hall to request the door plaque for 2 small courtyards on the back mountain. As they observed the white-clad youth and the natural Dao seed boy retreating into the depths of the mountain path, the disciples were left in stunned silence. Shui Yonga shook his head in confusion, remarking, "This is truly peculiar. A natural Dao seed serving as a bookkeeper. Who wouldn't he find that strange?" Conversations arose in front of the sword hall, inevitably laced with a few jibes directed at Jing Jiu. The young women paid them no mind, their gazes fixed on the mountain path. One maiden whispered, "That young master Jing Jiu is truly quite handsome." Another replied, "I've heard he hails from Chaoga. I wonder which noble family he belongs to." Deep within the mountain path, far from the babbling brook, lay 2 adjacent small courtyards. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a gentle light upon the surroundings. As the courtyard door swung open, Lu Shurjiu set down his belongings, surveyed the environment, wiped a stone bench clean, and prepared to tidy up. "How do you know I do not appreciate the fragrance of Xingyang flowers?" Jing Jiu inquired as he settled onto the stone bench, his curiosity piqued. Throughout the year, he and Lu Shurjiu had exchanged many words. Yet such overt displays of emotion were a rarity. Uncertain, yet that senior brother mentioned the courtyard beside the stream. Lu Shurjiu remarked, "The sound of the stream is so loud. How could a gentleman who enjoys sleeping wish to reside there?" Jing Jiu replied, "Indeed, I had nearly forgotten about that." The small courtyard was tranquil, appearing as a thatched cottage, yet within lay a cavernous abode, remarkably clean, one might even say pristine. It was reasonable to assume that if no disciples resided there, such cleanliness would be perpetually maintained. Lu Shurjiu had few tasks to undertake. He swiftly finished making the bed and folding the quilts. He then carried a plate of mountain fruits, previously distributed by the steward, to the stone table in front of Jing Jiu. Observing the boy's anxious expression, Jing Jiu remarked, "Return to your small courtyard. If you wish to read that book, do so attentively." Lu Shurjiu lifted his head, his cheeks slightly flushed, and replied, "I am not in haste to leave and read that manual." Jing Jiu understood that his unease stemmed from the mocking remarks of their fellow disciples. He smiled but said nothing further. The mountain breeze gently caressed, and white frost fell like delicate petals. Jing Jiu gazed at the cavern walls, a sense of nostalgia washing over him, and pondered how many years had passed. He settled by the window, opening the thin book in his hands, the entry manual of the Qingshan sect. It was simple yet familiar, containing merely 2-minute modifications compared to years past. These alterations, though intriguing, could only be contemplated briefly. Jing Jiu's eyes gradually closed, the manual resting on his lap. The wind entered the cave, softly stirring his garments and fluttering the pages of the book, turning them rapidly back and forth. The swift flipping rendered the text indecipherable. Yet a small figure illustrated within continued its animated movements. Sometimes it squatted in an odd stance, at other times stood tall like a pine. But mostly it practiced a series of punches, exuding vigor and diligence. However, Jing Jiu had already succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found the sun had set below the peaks, the sky adorned with remnants of rosy hues, while the nearby cliff plateau had grown dim, making visibility difficult. With a creak, Lu Shurjiu burst through the courtyard door, his face glistening with perspiration and brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Young master." Jing Jiu recalled memories from many years past and cautioned him, "Do not call out in such a manner when outside. It could lead to trouble." Lu Shurjiu wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, nodding earnestly, eager to articulate his thoughts, but unable to find the words. growing increasingly anxious. Jing Jiu inquired, "Do you understand?" Lu Shizhou knelt before him with a resounding thud, bowing deeply twice. Earlier, Lu Shizhou had returned to the small courtyard to study the entry manual with utmost seriousness and focus, quickly memorizing all its contents. While the sun still lingered, he began to practice the physical training as instructed in the book. Initially, he performed various postures, followed by arrow steps and back bridges, ultimately engaging in a set of punches. This set was not particularly difficult, yet it required sustained exertion if he maintained it for too long. His breathing would become exceedingly labored, rendering him unable to continue. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, a peculiar rhythm surged through his chest and abdomen, allowing his breath to synchronize effortlessly with the force of his punches. This unusual cadence fluctuated between languorous and brisk, lacking any apparent pattern. Yet, Lu Shizhou was intimately familiar with it, for he would not have been able to harness it otherwise. It was during his time in the small mountain village that Jing Jiu imparted this breathing technique to him. Even now, he remained unaware that this method was called human tushi, but despite his seemingly clumsy demeanor, he understood its profound significance. Jing Jiu merely cast a glance at him, and Lu Shizhou comprehended his intent, promptly rising to his feet. At that time, Jing Jiu had recognized him at a glance as a rare natural-born Dao seed. Otherwise, he would not have chosen him. Throughout that year, Jing Jiu did not teach him more, only imparting the fundamental human tushi. Though basic, it was of utmost importance. Lu Shizhui's Dao seed was well protected, and anyone from the Qingshan sect who was not blind would not overlook it. Yet, within merely half a day, he discerned its intricacies, much to his surprise, for the child's understanding exceeded his expectations. "You need not thank me," Jing Jiu remarked. "You have taught me as well. It is merely an exchange." Lu Shizhui thought to himself that chopping wood and cooking could hardly be compared to cultivation. Jing Jiu continued, "Cultivation requires focus and tranquility. The household chores will be handled by the attendants, so you need not concern yourself with them constantly." In a flurry, Lu Shizhui exclaimed, "Do you no longer want me, young master?" Jing Jiu, averse to noise, raised his hand to signal him to cease, glancing out at the courtyard, which was quite spacious and indeed troublesome to maintain. Preferring to keep such matters away from the hands of strangers. "Then it shall be as you wish." Green leaves danced with the wind, cascading down to follow the flowing stream. Time, like water, swiftly passed, and soon a dozen days had elapsed. The outer disciples of Nansong Pavilion diligently practiced day and night, showing remarkable dedication, with none daring to slacken their efforts. On the cliff terrace, young disciples could be seen refining their bodies, squatting, leaning against pines, and, more frequently, engaging in boxing. From dawn until dusk, the sounds of strikes and shouts echoed continuously. In early summer, the leaves rustled and fell, while the birds in the woods found no peace. In the areas where the boxing winds were most vigorous, faint wisps of white smoke began to emerge. Observing this scene, Master L felt a deep sense of satisfaction, contemplating that by the time the 3-month period arrived, a significant portion of the disciples should successfully enter the initial realm. At that moment, Lu Shizhui emerged from the sword hall. Master L regarded him with even greater approval, a smile gracing his face as he mused that, indeed, he was a natural-born Dao seed, living up to expectations. According to his estimation, in just a few more days, Lu Shizhui would likely enter the Baoxing realm. If this pace continued, within a year, the child might indeed attain the consummate state of Baoxing. The thought of a prodigious disciple entering the inner gate within a year filled him with fervent desire. Reflecting on the esteemed brother Ming atop the Shanda Peak, his yearning intensified. Had it not been for fortunate encounters with Zhao Liu, how could brother Ming have achieved such fortune? As Master L's gaze followed Lu Shizhui, he watched him enter the small courtyard, his smile abruptly fading, replaced by a furrowed brow. This courtyard belonged to Jing Jiu. Neither he nor the outer disciples had any inkling of what Jing Jiu had been up to over the past 10 days. After noon, one would often find Jing Jiu reclining on a bamboo chair, basking in the sunlight, the origin of which remained a mystery. Master L increasingly felt he had misjudged the situation. However, what truly displeased him was not Jing Jiu's shortcomings, but the fact that Lu Shizhui still considered himself nothing more than Jing Jiu's attendant or servant. Unaware of the sect's esteem for him and the respect of his peers, Lu Shizhui continued to tend to Jing Jiu's daily needs as if he were still in the small mountain village. Each day, amidst his arduous cultivation, he would undertake numerous chores in that small courtyard. Every time they witnessed this scene, both Master L and the disciples found it utterly absurd, naturally harboring much dissatisfaction towards Jing Jiu. According to the customs of Qinshan's sect, interference in the cultivation of outer disciples was rare. Yet the thought in Master L's mind grew stronger, nearing the point of being uncontainable. He did not wish for that youth, adorned only with superficial beauty, to hinder the most promising genius of Qinshan's sect. He sought an opportune moment to separate the pair, even contemplating whether he should devise a reason to expel Jing Jiu from the mountain. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Lu Shisui returned to his courtyard, pushing open the door to find Master L standing in the courtyard. He was a clever child and quickly deduced the purpose of the Master's visit, his complexion paling slightly. Noticing the change in his expression, Master L remarked, "It seems there is no need for me to elaborate further." Lu Shisui pursed his lips in silence. Master L did not anticipate his stubbornness and spoke in a somber tone. A cultivator who disregards fate and looks down upon the masses cannot serve as a mere servant. Lu Shisui lowered his head and replied, "My lord has bestowed great kindness upon me. I must repay him." Master L frowned, stating, "I do not concern myself with your worldly entanglements. Here, all past ties must be severed with a single stroke of the sword. Our Qinshan sect cultivates the way of the sword, embracing the heart of the sword. Do you not possess the resolve for such a decision?" Lu Shisui continued to keep his head bowed, his voice trembling. "If the master wishes to expel my lord, then I shall cease my cultivation." Hearing this, Master L was momentarily enraged, for one must understand that cultivation is the dream of countless mortals. Yet he would forsake it all for another? Yet, in the next moment, his anger transformed into a subtle admiration. Lu Shisui's resolute choice resonated with the essence of the way of the sword in Qinshan's sect. Master L gazed into Lu Shisui's eyes and said, "I shall respect your wishes and will not forcibly expel him. However, you must understand that you are the true prodigy of cultivation, far surpassing your lord. Whether you can adapt to this change or not, the transformation has already occurred. One day, he will be unable to keep pace with you, and you shall part ways amidst the clouds and mist, never to reunite. I only hope that before that day arrives, you will not be unduly burdened by him." With these words, he departed from the small courtyard. Lu Shisui lifted his head, his expression one of confusion. In the next moment, he gazed towards the courtyard shrouded in the embrace of night, hesitating slightly. The following dawn, Lu Shijiu returned, tidying the courtyard, gathering the morning meal, and neatly heaping the fallen leaves. Jing Jiu observed him quietly. He had overheard the conversation between Master Lu and Lu Shijiu the previous night. Even if he hadn't tea, Master Lu would have intentionally let him hear it. Master Lu hoped he would possess self-awareness, or perhaps, feeling a sense of humiliation, would take the initiative to send Lu Shijiu away. Jing Jiu understood Master Lu well. He would have acted in the same manner. How could a cultivator squander time on such trivialities? If Lu Shijiu had heeded Master Lu's counsel, Jing Jiu would have understood. He would have done the same. Before the vastness of the Tao, what significance did a mere young master hold? However, he did not anticipate that Lu Shijiu, tossing and turning throughout the night, would return today, engaging in his tasks with even greater fervor than before. Jing Jiu suddenly felt a curiosity about the thoughts of this young boy. Yet, since Lu Shijiu had chosen not to follow Master Lu's advice, he would not dismiss him out of a sense of misplaced dignity. Having someone familiar with his daily habits assist in managing the mundane was not an easy feat, something he had not experienced in the long years past. After completing his morning chores, Lu Shijiu brewed a pot of tea and placed it on the table, then brought out a bamboo reclining chair from the chamber. Jing Jiu reclined on the chair, basking in the nascent sunlight, squinting slightly, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, devoid of rhythm. Lu Shijiu, instead of going to the sword hall today, remained in the small courtyard, standing poised, his arms appearing casual, yet quick as lightning. In the past, he would have had no reaction to Jing Jiu's tapping on the bamboo chair, but through recent experiences, he began to listen intently. A lack of rhythm is, in itself, a form of rhythm, still signifying the length and intervals of breath. As the sun ascended beyond the peaks, Lu Shijiu finally concluded his physical training. His small face glistening with sweat, his body faintly aching. He did not find it burdensome. Rather, he felt exhilarated. He turned to glance at Jing Jiu, who lay with eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber, and couldn't he help but smile broadly. After a year of companionship, he knew that often Jing Jiu appeared to be sleeping, yet was not truly so. "Young master," Lu Shijiu hesitated, for he had never done such a thing before. However, recalling Master Lu's stern visage from the previous night, he finally gathered his courage and softly uttered, "Could you perhaps refrain from being so lazy?" Lu Shijiu was aware of the young master's laziness. The bamboo chair beneath him was testament to that, and he wondered how it had been transported from home. He also recognized that the young master possessed great intelligence and capability. Yet now that he had the opportunity to engage with the celestial arts and swordsmanship at Jing Jiu's sect, how could he continue in such lethargy? If the young master remained so indolent, how would he pass the inner sect assessments? What if he were truly expelled by the celestial masters? Even a naturally gifted child could not conceal his genuine emotions. Observing the worry etched on Lu Shizhou's small face, Jing Jiu was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile. That night, Jing Jiu stood in the small courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, gazing silently at the peaks under the starry sky. He did not heed Lu Shizhou's advice to practice archery and refine his body for a solid foundation in future cultivation. He saw no necessity for it. In terms of ordinary practitioners, he had long surpassed the realm of Yi, entering the state of Baoshan. To be more precise, the moment he stepped into that small stream in the cave, he had already attained the Baoshan realm. Looking back at the verdant mountains over thousands of years, he should be the fastest to reach such a state. He felt no pride in this achievement, as it was solely due to the uniqueness of his current physique. The intricacies of this phenomenon were beyond the comprehension of practitioners like Lu Shizhou. In this world, every gain comes with a loss. He took out a pale blue pill, tossed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. After sipping some cool tea, he shook his head, finding the taste rather mediocre. If this scene were to fall under the gaze of Lu Shizhou or other celestial masters of the Jing Jiu sect, it would likely shatter their composure. This pale blue pill, known as the Zixuan pill, is the finest elixir available to those in the initial stages of cultivation. For disciples at the Baoshan realm, one Zixuan pill is equivalent to a year of arduous practice. One can only imagine the rarity of such a pill. Only the most promising disciples are afforded this privilege. Among the Jianshan disciples of the Jing Jiu Nine Peaks, very few had the opportunity to consume such a pill during their initial training. Yet, Jing Jiu treated this precious elixir as if it were mere roasted beans. Given the quantity and frequency with which he consumed the Zixuan pills, an ordinary outer sect disciple would have achieved full Baoshan within merely an hour. However, it is far more likely that half an hour prior, that outer sect disciple would have perished due to a violent surge of true essence. Jing Jiu, however, remained unharmed, displaying no adverse effects. This was again due to the peculiarity of his body, which could effortlessly absorb the essence of heaven and earth while also enduring greater amounts of it. The issue lay in the excess. His spiritual sea resembled a vast, unfathomable ocean. Filling it with the essence of heaven and earth would take an indeterminate amount of time. Even with continuous consumption of Zixuan pills, progress remained painfully slow, and the potency of the medicine would eventually wane. With an unfulfilled spiritual sea and a solitary seed of the Tao, he could not transform it into the fruit of the sword and enter the next stage of cultivation. What could he do? If the rumors were true about a treasure in the Zen realm that could alter time, perhaps he could save some duration. But he knew such treasures did not exist, so he was left with no choice but to wait. He had calculated that in 3 days, the Zixuan pill would hold no further benefit for him, let alone the ordinary pills, even if he continuously absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. It would take at least another year to fill his spiritual sea. The prospect of such an extended wait was indeed troublesome. If he wished to avoid drawing attention and inciting trouble, he could, like the other outer sect disciples, diligently cultivate each day to endure this lengthy period. Yet, he would not choose this path. Aside from the most clandestine reason, he simply found it too bothersome. Indeed, he merely fears the inconvenience and is not truly indolent. In the tranquil mountain village, he often finds himself in slumber, as it is essential for him to comprehend and familiarize himself with this corporeal form. During the initial 9 days, he merely accomplished a rudimentary fusion. Mastering the most intricate details within his being would require an extensive duration. He has not deceived himself for a decade. Within those dreams, apart from further merging, he has engaged in profound contemplation, deduction, and calculation. He must ponder the reason for his presence here, speculate upon the past and the future, and assess gains and losses alongside circumstances. Only upon completing these 2 steps did he return to the Jing Jiu sect, only to realize that beyond waiting, there was little else for him to engage in. This was truly an experience he had never encountered before. Is this what boredom feels like? Jing Jiu sensed this unfamiliar emotion and pondered. Somewhat uncertainly, a person like me can indeed feel bored? Surrounding Nansong Pavilion were numerous outer disciples diligently practicing their techniques. When they thrust their fists, it appeared as though they exerted tremendous strength and exuded grandeur, yet in truth, they were exceedingly cautious, demanding extreme precision as required by the foundational techniques. Initially, a fellow disciple had inadvertently broken a branch of an ancient tree, resulting in the steward's displeasure. Those stewards had once been outer disciples themselves. Having failed to enter the inner sect for training, they remained at Nansong Pavilion as stewards, thus they felt no fear towards the current disciples. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a rather thick branch fell. A disciple withdrew his slightly numb fist, staring blankly at a certain point, completely oblivious to the presence of the stewards. With a muffled thud, an ancient tree was struck, creating a shallow cavity, and tree bark flew as that disciple retracted his bleeding hand, seemingly oblivious to the pain. A disciple, who was leaning against a pine tree in a stance, promptly sat down on the ground. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in various locations, creating chaos within the woods. Soon after, murmurs arose. What is happening? What are you looking at? He has emerged. The figure has appeared. As the winds of the mountain gently swept through, the martial fervor dissipated, and the white mist gradually cleared. An unusual silence enveloped the area. Several stewards, their faces marked with confusion, stepped out of the sword hall. Following the gazes of the disciples toward a certain direction, their expressions subtly shifting. The mountain breeze caressed the grass, causing it to sway gently. And a figure clad in white unexpectedly stepped out from the small courtyard. Having entered Nanshan Gate for over 10 days, Jing Jiu had never appeared before anyone. To the disciples gathered at the cliff platform, this white-clad youth was enigmatic and peculiar. Today marked his first venture beyond the small courtyard, naturally drawing countless astonished and curious gazes. Despite being the focus of so many stares, Jing Jiu remained indifferent, hands clasped behind his back. Traversing the woods toward the sword hall, a young maiden, possessing delicate features, mustered her courage to speak. Greetings, junior brother Jing. Jing Jiu glanced at her, confirming he did not recognize her, and continued onward without pausing. Observing this scene, someone, irked, exclaimed, "Is he unwilling even to nod?" The maiden hastily replied, "Junior brother did not." Indeed, this assertion holds true. Many nearby disciples observed with clarity that Jing Jiu had indeed nodded. However, the extent of his nod was so minuscule that it resembled a stone momentarily swayed by the breeze, almost imperceptible upon casual observation. Was it truly a nod? Or merely an act of condescension? One disciple scoffed, remarking that one could be proud and lofty simply by being handsome and wealthy. He failed to consider that our Qingshan sect is a place dedicated to the pursuit of the Tao. What relevance do worldly matters hold here? At this moment, he has no grounds for pride. It is the 10-year-old junior brother who stands as the most remarkable figure. A former servant who has suddenly risen to a status beyond his reach, which must surely fill him with humiliation, thus his reluctance to emerge these past few days. There are various interpretations regarding Jing Jiu's unwillingness to leave his small courtyard. Some claim he is lazy, yet the prevailing sentiment among disciples leans towards this belief. A young girl who had greeted Jing Jiu wished to defend him, but found herself at a loss for words, for the situation appeared as such from any angle. Who would not feel awkward or even humiliated in Jing Jiu's position? Within the sword hall, over a dozen disciples sat upon the floor, their books neglected as they engaged in conversation. Shui Yonga, from an esteemed background, occupied a conspicuous spot, yet he was not the focal point. Rather, the disciples encircled Lu Shui. It was evident that they were discussing their cultivation challenges, and this scene was clearly not a novel occurrence. As Lu Shui exhibited little tension upon his youthful countenance, listening to his innocent voice articulate preparations for breaking through realms, the disciples' faces lit up with genuine smiles. Devoid of any insincerity and overflowing with respect, two young female disciples gazed at Lu Shui with a hint of admiration. Although neither Lu Shi nor Lu Shui had spoken of it, some disciples surmised that Lu Shui had successfully entered the realm of Baoxing. Achieving such a state in such a short span at such a tender age was nothing short of astonishing. Who could fathom the heights this naturally gifted individual might reach in the future? Come here for a moment. A calm voice, devoid of emotional fluctuation, pierced the serene and focused atmosphere of the sword hall. The disciples turned to the entrance, where the sunlight cascaded, creating a beautiful halo around a figure clad in white. The two young women were taken aback, nearly gasping, and quickly covered their mouths. The male disciples were slower to react. Taking a moment before realizing that the newcomer was Jing Jiu, the gazes directed towards him were rife with complexity. Alongside surprise, there lingered sympathy, pity, derision, and a touch of disdain. As one disciple in the woods had remarked, The disciples of Nansong Pavilion believed Jing Jiu's refusal to leave his small courtyard stemmed from Lu Shisui's exceptional performance. Yet, what prompted his appearance today? Shui Yonga regarded Jing Jiu with a cold sneer, saying, "Do you not see that we are engaged in a discussion about our cultivation? And who do you think you are to summon us? Come here? Who do you think you are, still acting like a young master?" No one paid heed to Shui Yonga's words. Even his own voice diminished to a whisper, ultimately fading into silence. He yearned to witness the scene of Lu Shisui, blushing and moved by his remarks, refusing to acknowledge Jing Jiu. Yet that moment did not unfold. At the time he spoke, Lu Shisui had already dashed to Jing Jiu's side, exclaiming, "Young master, you finally decided to come out." It was evident to all that he was genuinely elated, his cherubic face radiant with smiles, akin to a blooming flower. Upon returning to Jing Jiu's courtyard, Lu Shisui remained in a state of exhilaration, incessantly inquiring why he had ventured out today, if he would be doing so more frequently in the future, and if he had finally come to terms with his thoughts. Preparing for cultivation. For the first time, Jing Jiu found the child somewhat noisy and raised his right hand. Lu Shisui promptly ceased his chatter. "After you left this morning, I remembered I had forgotten something, so I came to call you," Jing Jiu explained, unusually taking the time to elaborate. "It is not that I am unwilling to leave the courtyard. Rather, I am simply too lazy to go out." Lu Shisui nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding, and curiously asked, "Young master, do you need me for something?" Jing Jiu inquired, "Have you broken through your limits?" Lu Shisui, unable to meet his gaze, lowered his head and replied, "The Immortal Master forbade me from saying the Immortal Master's restrictions were meant to prevent any influence on the cultivation of other disciples. A talent such as Lu Shisui could either inspire his peers or inadvertently undermine their confidence." Lu Shisui refrained from sharing with Jing Jiu that he had other thoughts on the matter. In recent days, he had inadvertently overheard numerous discussions. The praise from his fellow disciples filled him with joy, while the mocking remarks aimed at Jing Jiu left him feeling uncomfortable. He found himself unable to discern the truth behind those comments. If they held any validity, would Jing Jiu be affected by his success in breaking through? He recognized the naivety of his thoughts. Jing Jiu was profoundly knowledgeable and aware, merely exhibiting a degree of laziness. Surely he would not be perturbed by such trivialities. Yet, what if? "Drink this cup of tea," Jing Jiu said, dismissive of the child's musings, focused solely on completing this task before indulging in the distractions he had discovered over the past few days. Lu Shisui took the tea and asked, "What is in the tea?" Given that this was the first time Jing Jiu had called him back to the small courtyard, it was clear that this tea was no ordinary brew. "I have infused it with a pill, which will aid in stabilizing your divine realm," Jing Jiu stated. Choosing not to disclose that the tea contained an extremely rare purple Xian pill, nor did he caution the child not to share this information, Lu Shisui hesitated to drink. Looking up at him with a distressed expression, "The Immortal Master has also bestowed upon me several pills. Will their effects conflict?" Jing Jiu replied, "Those are of inferior quality. It is best to forego them." Lu Shisui responded with a soft "oh," and did not press further, downing the tea in one swift motion. Despite the fact that he was assisting the child, Jing Jiu felt an inexplicable sense of joy as he watched him drink without hesitation. Since awakening in that cave, the boy in white had not experienced joy for quite some time. "Given that I am in a relatively good mood today, well, it's actually quite ordinary. But more so boring." "Yes, boring," Jing Jiu remarked. "If there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to ask me." The Qing Shan sect's approach to cultivating its outer disciples is quite peculiar. They merely cast the foundational techniques and then neglect further guidance. Although Lu, at the tender age of 10, possesses an innate aptitude for the Tao, he is still a novice in the realm of cultivation and faces numerous perplexities. He has long desired to consult Jing Jiu, reminiscent of their earlier discussions in the village, yet hesitates due to a lack of confidence. At this moment, he perceives that Jing Jiu's mood is genuinely buoyant, or perhaps he is simply exceedingly bored and unwilling to miss this opportunity. Thus, the exchange unfolds. One poses questions, the other provides answers, and this cycle continues unabated. As the sun begins to dip lower in the sky, casting elongated shadows, dusk approaches. Lu, at last, resolves all his cultivation dilemmas. Jing Jiu's elucidations are akin to the sharpest blade in the universe, effortlessly severing the most intricate of ties, revealing the essence of cultivation in its simplicity and clarity. Gazing at Jing Jiu, Lu's eyes brim with admiration. He recognizes the extraordinary nature of his companion, yet remains oblivious to the full extent of that brilliance. In retrospect, his earlier anxieties seem woefully naive and juvenile. In accordance with his usual practice, Lu retrieves the yellow essence cakes and dried fruits distributed by the steward, sharing them with Jing Jiu as he prepares to depart. However, Jing Jiu requests that he linger a while longer. Looking into Lu's eyes, he calmly states, "Actually, I have something I wish to inquire of you." Lu is taken aback and asks, "What is it?" Jing Jiu responds, "Why do you act in this manner?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu grasps the essence of the inquiry and replies, "It is because Jing Jiu raises a hand to silence him. His question pertains not to the gossip, but rather to a deeper matter. You are intelligent, kind-hearted, and possess a fortitude that belies your years, along with a steadfast yet innocent sense of right and wrong." Jing Jiu gazes into his eyes and inquires, "Then why do you choose to remain by my side?" This statement is perplexing, lacking logical coherence and appearing disjointed. It is uncertain whether Lu comprehends this query. He certainly does not respond. Lowering his head and pursing his lips, he resembles a stubborn child who refuses to acknowledge his errors. And the irony lies in the fact that such behavior only reinforces the awareness of his parents regarding his missteps. It is evident that he has understood Jing Jiu's words. Jing Jiu refrains from pressing further. The following day, as spring slumber yields to wakefulness, Lu fetches water for Jing Jiu to wash his face, subsequently attending to his hair. The wooden comb glides through the dark strands. Lu hesitates, grappling with his words, before mustering the courage to say, "My lord, the senior brothers also have numerous dilemmas they wish for you to address." Jing Jiu glances back at him. Lu, still looking down, continues, "Yesterday, we were discussing certain challenges. After your teachings last night, I returned and shared them with them. They still have some questions. Some I can answer, others I do not comprehend." So Jing Jiu is not surprised. Lu has always been a warm-hearted child. Given that he had not objected to sharing the knowledge imparted the previous night, this development seems inevitable. The rules of the Qingshan sect dictate that external disciples find it arduous to receive substantial guidance and assistance from their mentors, relying solely on their own insight and diligence to forge ahead. Consequently, they cherish any opportunity that may aid them in resolving their uncertainties. What a conundrum, sighed Jing Jiu. 10 years recognized that he was not truly angry and, seizing the opportunity, quickly interjected, "In the village, when we struggled with our studies, weren't you also willing to teach us?" "Indeed," Jing Jiu conceded, "considering your diligent service, and it is rather dull. Moreover, if I do not exhibit some semblance of progress, I fear I may truly be dismissed." Jing Jiu appeared to be conversing with himself, yet his gaze remained fixed on 10 years, who realized that Jing Jiu had already discerned his intentions and shyly lowered his head. Jing Jiu affectionately ruffled his hair and remarked, "You are still but a child. Focus on your cultivation henceforth, and do not overthink other matters." 10 years mused that Jing Jiu was hardly much older than he, yet often spoke with the tone of an elder. Upon entering the sword hall, Jing Jiu encountered several young disciples. These disciples had also been present in the sword hall the previous day. Engaging in discussions regarding the realm of the divine embodiment with Lu, 10 years marked them as some of the more gifted external disciples of this generation. Their expressions were somewhat awkward as they regarded Jing Jiu, aware of the ridicule he had faced from the Tian Pine Pavilion. Their share of that mockery had not escaped them. "You are a cultivation fool, while your attendant is a genius. How can you still have the audacity to remain here?" In retrospect, such remarks felt akin to stinging slaps upon their faces. Not everyone present awaited Jing Jiu's enlightenment. For instance, Shui Yongge, whose great-uncle was an elder of the Sixth Peak, had been exposed to cultivation from a young age, rendering the foundational techniques relatively easy for him. He looked at Jing Jiu with derision, saying, "Relying on your family's wealth and influence, you think that having read a few books qualifies you to offer guidance? Who is truly the innate Dao seed here?" Jing Jiu paid him no heed and turned his attention to the young disciples, saying, "Speak." Shui Yongge, incensed by Jing Jiu's indifference, prepared to launch another taunt, but suddenly caught sight of Lu Tenyer's eyes. Those eyes, clear and youthful, now bore an unusual intensity, reminiscent of a young tiger fixated on its prey. For reasons unknown, Shui Yongge felt a chill run through him. He understood that Lu Tenyer's was a key focus of the sect's cultivation efforts. Should he provoke a scene, he would undoubtedly gain no advantage. With a cold scoff, he turned and exited the sword hall. Jing Jiu was entirely unfazed by Shui Yongge's words and remained oblivious to the shift in Lu Tenyer's demeanor. Noticing that the young disciples were still in a daze, he prompted again, questions? It was only then that the young disciples roused from their stupor. Had it not been for Lu Tenyer's personal acknowledgement the previous night that Jing Jiu had addressed their quandaries, they would not have sought his counsel. Nonetheless, as devoted cultivators, they quickly resolved their hesitation and respectfully presented the prepared papers to him. Jing Jiu took the papers and perused them swiftly, then lifted his gaze to the crowd, inquiring, "Do none of you comprehend this?" His tone was remarkably calm, placing no emphasis on the word none, devoid of any hint of mockery. The word none he used signified totality rather than incredulity. Yet, this tranquility, coupled with the bewilderment in his eyes, evoked an inexplicable and profound sentiment. It seemed incomprehensible to him that individuals could be so perplexed by the questions inscribed on the paper, genuinely struggling to grasp them. In other words, he found it difficult to fathom the existence of such ignorance among so many. The disciples felt increasingly uncomfortable. Jing Jiu produced a sheet of paper and looked up at the assembly. A young woman hesitantly stepped forward, timidly stating, "Brother Jing, I wrote this." Jing Jiu did not meet her gaze. Instead, he stated directly, "Your reasoning here is flawed. The relationship between the spirit sea and the sword fruit is not something you need to ponder deeply at your current level, as it might distort your understanding of the operation of true essence in its preliminary stages. As for the perspective you should adopt, I will provide that to you shortly." He then unveiled a second sheet of paper. A male disciple nervously raised his right hand. Jing Jiu still did not look up, focusing on the difficulties inscribed on the paper, saying, "The method of drawing upon the celestial spring for enlightenment does not pertain to drawing the vital energies of heaven and earth, but rather to the communion of body and intent, which enables one to perceive the vital energies of the cosmos. If you have not mastered this initial step, seeking to separate your consciousness from the body is, of course, erroneous. I shall illustrate the precise method for you later." He proceeded to reveal a third sheet. "You have misinterpreted this statement. It is impossible. You are utterly mistaken. The Tao seed will wither. The meridian diagram you have drawn is flawed. It will lead to paralysis. If your earlier work is correct, the latter must be incorrect. If your earlier work is incorrect, then naturally the latter is also flawed. From beginning to end, you have not been accurate." The tranquil sword hall echoed with Jing Jiu's voice. The content of these remarks sounded rather direct, even somewhat harsh, yet his voice remained calm, or rather indifferent, devoid of significant fluctuations, making it difficult to discern any emotion. Yet, the more composed he was, the clearer and more persuasive his words became, wielding an undeniable impact. The young disciples lowered their heads further, their faces flushing with embarrassment. They could not fathom how the other party could elucidate matters they struggled with through the simplest of words, prompting them to recognize their errors. Jing Jiu approached the table, took the pen handed to him by Lu Shui, and began to write on the paper, fulfilling his promise to the disciples. They gathered around, attentively observing. With not a word spoken, even their breaths deliberately softened. The sword hall grew increasingly silent. As the morning light intensified and the sun rose above the peaks, a voice broke the stillness. "What are you all doing?" Lu Shi entered the sword hall, observing the scene with a slight frown, then turned to Jing Jiu, surrounded by the crowd, and asked, "What are you up to?" The disciples promptly saluted Lu Shi, eager to explain that it was Jing Jiu who was assisting them in resolving their difficulties. El Shi's expression changed slightly as he observed Jing Jiu, who was still fervently writing at the table. He pondered the youth's audacity to claim he could resolve doubts, fearing he might mislead the disciples. His thoughts then drifted to the relationship between Jing Jiu and Lu Shui, which made him even more anxious. He spoke in a low voice, "Let me see." Just then, Jing Jiu finished writing the last character. Noticing that Jing Jiu showed no signs of dissent, Lu Shui presented the papers to El Shi with both hands. As El Shi took the papers, he prepared to reprimand Jing Jiu. However, upon reading the phrases inscribed on the pages, he let out a soft gasp. The disciples, unaware of the situation, stood nervously by. El Shi narrowed his eyes, ceasing his words and beginning to examine the papers intently. The sword hall fell into a deeper silence. What was happening? The more he read, the more astonished he became. The Qing Shan sect's introductory methods were not difficult. They were direct and simple compared to other sections. Those who had encountered relevant knowledge prior to initiation should find it easy to pass through. Lu Shui and most outer disciples had no prior exposure to cultivation and thus faced numerous perplexing problems. Even Jing Jiu, though a scion of the Chaga aristocracy with some knowledge in this area, revealed insights and abilities through his writing that were remarkably exceptional. Could it be that his talent and comprehension were truly this profound? El Shi cast a glance at Jing Jiu, his demeanor softening considerably. When he reached the last page and saw the annotations, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, tempted to scold Jing Jiu, but suppressing the urge out of admiration. He returned the papers to Lu Shui and addressed the disciples in a solemn tone. "Do you know why our Qing Shan sect only provides the methods to outer disciples without explanations? It is because the sect wishes to observe your individual comprehension and disposition, so that we may teach according to your aptitude. Today, since you approached your fellow disciples for guidance without understanding the reason, I shall not impose punishment. But let this be a warning. The disciples, enlightened, promised not to err again, yet secretly thought that Jing Jiu's explanations were indeed correct. In this atmosphere, Jing Jiu's voice rang out once more. This method is too foolish. It should be revised. The sword hall fell silent, the disciples agape in astonishment. Realizing that Jing Jiu was not only knowledgeable but also possessed extraordinary boldness, he dared to challenge the sect's rules before the master. El Shur was momentarily taken aback by the remark, then found himself laughing in exasperation. Thinking how endearingly naive this youth was to suggest that the Qing Shan sect's rules were flawed and needed alteration. Did he think himself the sect leader? Jing Jiu, rarely inclined to speak, was oblivious to El Shur's and the others' expressions as he continued, for instance, regarding the Qingrong Peak. Lu Shui, observing El Shur's countenance, swiftly tugged at his sleeve. The young disciple's greatest fears did not materialize. Jing Jiu's subsequent comments were abruptly interrupted by a resounding boom from outside the sword hall. The sound originated from afar, reverberating between the peaks and lingering for an extended period. The young disciples rushed outside to gaze at the sky, only to find it adorned with wisps of thin clouds, devoid of any signs of thunder or lightning. Even if a storm were brewing, it could not penetrate the protective barrier of the Qingshan formation. What then? Was that thunderous sound? El Shur and Jing Jiu eventually exited the sword hall, both acutely aware of the source of that resounding voice. There! Exclaimed an eager disciple. A thin veil of clouds parted, revealing a stunning azure sky, akin to exquisite porcelain. A beam of sword light soared from the cloud's aperture, darting gracefully across the heavens. As they beheld this spectacle, recalling the tales they had heard, the disciples realized that someone was soaring through the air on a sword. The earlier thunderous sound must have been the sonic boom generated during the flight. Yet, the identity of the sword wielder from the inner sect remained a mystery. To break through the clouds and summon thunder upon their first flight, it is indeed a testament to their innate talent for the Tao, El Shur remarked, his eyes fixed on the sword light above in admiration. Upon hearing this, the disciples discerned who the sword rider was, and their excitement surged, sparking animated discussions. The face of a young female disciple radiated adoration, and in her exuberance, she shouted aloud. Cheers echoed around the sword hall and across the surrounding peaks. Observing the sword light's erratic ascent and descent in the sky, Jing Jiu shook his head. The sword wielder clearly lacked experience, yet was overly eager for speed. In his view, this was rather unfortunate. However, the sword light soon stabilized, appearing as a straight white line against the cerulean sky. This unexpected steadiness prompted Jing Jiu to comment, impressive. The sword light then vanished among the peaks, leaving behind a faint sound of celebration. The tension that had enveloped the sword hall dissipated entirely, replaced by the joyful countenances of the young disciples. Jing Jiu was perplexed by the commotion, wondering why the successful sword flight had incited such jubilation within and beyond the Qingshan sect. Lu Shui, noticing his curiosity, explained, "It is our senior sister." Jing Jiu inquired, "Who?" Lu Shui widened his eyes and replied, "Sister Zhao." Jing Jiu pondered for a moment before asking, "And who might that be?" Lu Shui then recalled that the gentleman had only just departed the courtyard the previous day, thus unfamiliar with the affairs of the sect. He hastily elaborated. Jing Jiu remembered that on his first day at the mountain gate, a disciple had mentioned a genius girl with the surname Zhao, known as Zhao Lanhua. This Zhao Lanhua had entered the Qingshan sect at the tender age of 12 and had attained the pinnacle of the divine realm within a year, becoming an inner disciple. It was rumored that within 3 months of joining the inner sect, she had bonded with an ancient sword atop Yunqing Peak. Lu Shui added, Yunqing Peak, the fourth peak, is perpetually shrouded in mist, concealing countless renowned swords amidst its rugged cliffs, hence its alternate title, Sword Peak. Jing Jiu confirmed. I am aware of this. Please continue. Lu Shui continued, now merely 14 years old, Sister Zhao is already capable of flight on her sword, which surely indicates she has mastered the knowledge and communication realm, and may even have entered the Guardian One realm. Jing Jiu glanced at him and asked, and then? Lu Shui thought to himself that the gentleman was not particularly suited to be an audience for tales of wonder. Should he not display greater astonishment at such astonishing feats? A disciple remarked, in recent years, the realm of cultivation has witnessed numerous young prodigies, such as Luo Huainan, Tong Yin, and Bai Zhao, who have all gained considerable renown, achieving the fourth realm at such a tender age. However, since our esteemed granduncle ascended, our Qishan sect has been devoid of such extraordinary talents. While the brothers on Mount Liaowang are formidable, there seems to be something lacking. Another disciple scoffed, saying that is merely a reflection of the world's ignorance. They fail to comprehend that the brothers of Liangwang seek the Tao through sword combat, indifferent to the superficial accolades of realms. The first disciple continued, "We are well aware of this, yet the disciples of other sects would not concede to such a notion. Let us not forget that Brother Zhua is currently in seclusion on Mount Tianguang. When he emerges, his reputation will undoubtedly resonate throughout the continent. Yet Brother Zhua is but a single individual. A lone tree cannot form a forest. Sister Zhao has shattered all of our sect's cultivation records from the past century. After the Jian conference in 2 years, she will surely emerge as a true master of the sword, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those young prodigies from beyond. Even that monk from Guocheng Temple may not be beyond her reach." The disciple added, "I have heard that the various peaks are already vying for Sister Zhao's favor. Is that not true, Master L?" Master L smiled gently and replied, "That is only natural. Ultimately, it will depend on which swordsmanship she wishes to pursue." When the disciple mentioned the monk from Guocheng Temple, Jing Jiu thought of the name he had finally heard. The female disciple named Zhao Liyue was indeed expected by Qinshan's sect to compete with that little monk, which seemed quite promising. As the night deepened, Jing Jiu's modest courtyard welcomed its first visitor aside from Lu Shizhou. He had anticipated the arrival, standing in the courtyard awaiting her. This was not out of respect, but rather due to his discomfort with others entering his dwelling, even though his current abode hardly qualified as a cave residence. Unaware of this, Master L felt a sense of satisfaction with Jing Jiu's wisdom and decorum. "Your interpretations for your fellow disciples this morning were quite accurate," Master L remarked, pulling a piece of paper from his sleeve. "However, you have erred on this final question." Jing Jiu, puzzled, wondered how he could have been mistaken. Upon receiving the paper and examining it, he began to grasp the situation. "In your understanding, you failed to comprehend this passage within the incantation. It presents a new interpretation of this text." Master L observed him with a gentle expression. "Of course, this is not entirely your fault. In truth, for many years, our sect's understanding of this text has been misguided." Jing Jiu countered, "No, the previous understanding of the sect was not incorrect. Rather, it is the interpretation that is erroneous." Master L smiled. "This new interpretation was personally crafted by our granduncle. How could it possibly be wrong? The current foundational incantations of Qinshan's sect have undergone 2 modifications since then, both authored by Jing Yang." Jing Jiu was well aware of this, recognizing that one of the modifications was indeed flawed. "Anyone can make mistakes, whether they are outer disciples or granduncles," he stated. Master L's expression shifted slightly, contemplating the absurdity of such a claim. He recalled that in the morning, Jing Jiu had remarked that the sect's methods of educating outer disciples were flawed, suggesting that the rules ought to be revised. "Your comprehension and talent are indeed remarkable, and your thoughts are exceedingly meticulous. However, this does not grant you the liberty to act with arrogance," Master L stated gravely as he regarded him. "One must understand that disciples of the Qinshan sword sect should possess pride, yet never succumb to arrogance." Arrogance? Reflecting on the 2 modifications in the entry-level techniques, Jing Jiu felt a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, in his time, Jing Yang was the most arrogant individual in the world, which led him to commit various errors. Observing Jing Jiu's silence, Master L assumed he had absorbed the lesson and spoke earnestly. "A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. A sword that emerges from the 9 peaks will inevitably encounter fierce gales. To traverse the path of cultivation further, one must learn to temper their pride, even if one wishes to assist fellow disciples. Alternative methods exist that do not disrupt the established rules. Yet, these rules are indeed quite foolish," Jing Jiu countered. The disciple from Qingrong Peak, hailing from the southern village and unfamiliar with the imperial script, could not comprehend the entry-level techniques during her time as an outer disciple. If no one had taught her to read, would Qinshan's sect have missed out on this prodigious talent? Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Master L felt a surge of anger and was prepared to reprimand him. However, upon hearing the latter, he was taken aback. "How did you come to know that?" This tale concerned the current leader of Qingrong Peak, not classified as a secret, but rather a trivial matter. Yet Jing Jiu, merely an outer disciple. How could he have heard of it? Jing Jiu pondered whether he needed to reveal that he had witnessed the girl practicing her calligraphy diligently every night. Master L wondered if this boy was akin to Zhuo Riyue and those young disciples from the 2 forgotten peaks, all being pieces placed by the sect in advance. Which elder from which peak had orchestrated this move? Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. It was once more the season of burgeoning spring. Lu Shizhou emerged from the sword hall, traversing the stone path toward the depths of the forest. The dozens of outer disciples assembled on the cliff had grown accustomed to this scene, aware of his destination, and greeted him without surprise. Lu Shizhou nodded and smiled in return. At 12 years of age, he could be considered a youth in a certain sense. His appearance remained simple and endearing. Yet his gaze was now more tranquil, and the transformation in his demeanor was most pronounced. He walked with a serene smile, exuding composure. As the disciples watched Lu Shizhou enter the small courtyard, they gathered to discuss once more. As a key focus of cultivation within Qingshan's sect, every action of Lu Shizhou was closely observed. Within a single night, news spread that he had applied for the inner sect examination. Only those who had attained the completion of the divine embodiment realm could resonate with the sword embryo and qualify for entry into the inner sect. The issue lay in the fact that Lu Shizhou had only been at Qingshan's sect for a year. For countless years. Only the legendary elder who had already ascended was said to have entered the inner sect in half a year. Zhuo Riyue, the sect master's most favored disciple, was currently in seclusion at the Tianguang Peak, having taken a year and a half to enter the inner sect from the northern Crane Pavilion. Even the genius Zhao Liu had needed a full year. No one believed that Lu Shizhou could pass the inner sect assessment this time. Although he was indeed a rare prodigy, in the eyes of his peers, he could never measure up to his senior sister. There was a prevailing opinion that if Lu Shizhou were not so distracted by other matters, his chances of success would be significantly higher. These other matters naturally referred to the incidents surrounding Jing Jiu. Many harbored dissatisfaction towards Jing Jiu, feeling he had impeded Lu Shizhou's cultivation. Completely unaware of the weight of the situation, and some even suspected he was envious of Lu Shizhou and acted out of malice. Conversely, there were those who held a different perspective and expressed gratitude towards Jing Jiu, as he had chosen not to heed Master L's advice and occasionally assisted the disciples in overcoming their difficulties. Master L had gradually ceased to monitor Jing Jiu, no longer viewing him as a chosen disciple of a prominent figure. This was largely due to Jing Jiu's remarkable laziness. He had never participated in the routine patrols of the outer disciples around Qingshan's periphery, even lacking the motivation to concoct excuses for his absence, instead relying on Lu Shizhou to plead on his behalf. No one had ever witnessed him engage in physical training. Such a person, regardless of how vast his knowledge or exceptional his understanding, would ultimately amount to nothing. Upon entering the small courtyard and observing Jing Jiu reclining on the bamboo chair, Lu Shizhou's composed smile transformed into a helpless grimace. Throughout the year, he had implored Jing Jiu numerous times, yet Jing Jiu remained indifferent, continuing to bask in the sun on the bamboo chair, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, a porcelain plate had appeared beside the chair, filled with clean grains of sand. Lu Shizhou had meticulously observed the plate. The grains had multiplied, now covering a third of its surface. The purpose of the plate and its contents remained a mystery, for Jing Jiu had never offered an explanation, yet it was evident he held it in high regard, even forbidding Lu Shizhou from touching it. "Young master, I spoke with Master L last night. I am preparing to participate in the inner sect assessment," Lu Shizhou said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "I genuinely believe I am ready." Jing Jiu glanced at him and replied, "If after more than a year you still don't feel ready, then that is the real problem." Lu Shizhou suddenly came to his senses. After all, young master had taught him the art of breathing and meditation back in the village, effectively initiating his cultivation before he even joined the Qingshan sect. He felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that even if he were to pass the inner sect assessment, it would not be the quickest of accomplishments. However, this was soon overshadowed by a surge of joy as he felt his confidence bolster significantly. Jing Jiu remarked, "We are all born with the Tao seed. You cannot fall short of whom?" Lu Shizhou sighed. "Senior sister Zhao Liu." Jing Jiu simply responded, "Oh." The air in the small courtyard suddenly fell into silence. This was not due to an inability to continue the conversation, but rather because Lu Shizhou was lost in thought, reflecting on numerous other matters. Having spent a year in the Qingshan sect, he had encountered people and experiences unimaginable in his mountain village, and he was growing at an astonishing pace. However, the more he learned, the more unsettled he felt, whether it was the breathing techniques from the village or the subsequent events that unfolded. They all hinted at the numerous secrets Jing Jiu harbored. Would those secrets pose a problem? Is it merely their issue? Or is it a predicament of the Qingshan sect? After an indeterminate period of silence, Lu Shizhou finally inquired in a hushed tone, "Young master, Are you an infiltrator from another sect? Jing Jiu felt somewhat bewildered and inquired. What? Lu Shijue, visibly anxious, replied, if you are a spy from another sect, you should leave immediately. I won't tell anyone. At that moment, Jing Jiu comprehended his intent, chuckling as he shook his head and let the grain of sand slip from his fingers. A year prior, he had asked Lu Shijue why he continued to remain by his side. Lu Shijue had refused to answer, seemingly unable to grasp the question. Yet Jing Jiu was aware that he could understand. At that time, Lu Shijue had already begun to harbor suspicions towards him, even deliberately orchestrating that questioning session, hoping to earn some merit for their sect to plan for the future. Such thoughts and arrangements were indeed naive, yet what more could one expect from a young boy? Since that day, Lu Shijue had never broached the subject again, until the day when he finally voiced his concerns. This was due to his imminent entry into the inner sect, where he would become a true disciple of Qing Shan's sect, no longer merely a boy under Jing Jiu's tutelage. Jing Jiu felt neither disappointment nor anger. Instead, he found the situation rather endearing. This was not a matter of betrayal, but rather one of growth. Thus, he smiled. His smile was captivating, akin to the eternal ice melting under the embrace of spring, giving rise to an exquisitely beautiful lotus flower. Lu Shijue, momentarily dazzled by his smile, exclaimed, "You still look so splendid, my lord." Jing Jiu gazed at his reflection in the porcelain plate and remarked, "Indeed, it has been 2 years, and I am still somewhat unaccustomed to it." Lu Shijue, regaining his composure, anxiously asked, "Who exactly are you, my lord?" Jing Jiu replied, "I prefer not to disclose that." Lu Shijue appeared somewhat dejected, uttering a soft "oh." Observing his demeanor, Jing Jiu comforted him, saying, "In any case, I am not a spy." Lu Shijue pondered earnestly and, realizing this to be true, felt reassured. How could someone as beautiful as Jing Jiu possibly be a spy? Moreover, he was so lazy. What kind of spy would be so indolent, spending all day in a small courtyard? All external disciples of Nansong Pavilion gathered before the sword hall, accompanied by the stewards. Lu Shijue stood on the stone steps, glancing back with a sense of nervousness, not due to the envious or expectant gazes, but because Jing Jiu had indeed not arrived. Master Lu patted his shoulder and said, "No need to worry." He understood that he was not the first to recognize Lu Shijue as a natural-born Dao seed. Yet Lu Shijue was the child he had personally brought back from that small mountain village. Over the past year, he had given Lu Shijue the utmost attention and protection, believing he knew him well. This child not only possessed remarkable talent and exceptional spiritual roots, but also exhibited earnestness in character and diligence in cultivation, establishing a solid foundation. Thus, the likelihood of passing the inner sect assessment today was quite high. He also recalled another individual he had high hopes for, Jing Jiu. In his eyes, Jing Jiu's talent was mediocre and his spiritual roots ordinary, yet his comprehension and intellect were extraordinarily superior, far exceeding that of an ordinary disciple, even surpassing his own. However, the boy truly lacked ambition. 6 months prior, he had used his sword sense to observe Jing Jiu and discovered that he had yet to cultivate a Dao seed, an outcome that had deeply disappointed him. Elsher no longer pondered over the matter and addressed Lu Shijue. "Remember, the most crucial aspect is to maintain a mind free of distractions." Lu Shijue nodded earnestly, and under the gaze of his mentor and fellow disciples, he ventured into what appeared to be an ordinary room deep within the sword hall. The assessment was overseen by a celestial master from the 6th peak, Shilai Peak, along with Ming Guoxing, the recruiter he had encountered outside the gates of Nansong. Having met Uncle Ming and this other master, Lu Shijue had yet to set foot in the 9 peaks. However, he had already garnered considerable fame among them. As a natural vessel of the Tao, he was undoubtedly a key focus of cultivation for the Qing Shan sect. Who would dare to underestimate him? The master from Shilai Peak regarded him with a gentle nod, while Ming Guoxing beamed with joy, patting him on the shoulder. It was noteworthy that Lu Shijue's name had been inscribed by Ming Guoxing himself in the roster. Should this child achieve great renown in the future, it would also reflect his own honor. Ming Guoxing recalled the exceptionally handsome youth clad in white from that day and inquired, "How's your young master faring these days?" Lu Shijue was at a loss for words. The master from Shilai Peak cast a glance at Ming Guoxing, silently questioning. Ming Guoxing gestured with his right hand across his face, and the master instantly understood whom he referred to, chuckling softly without further comment. Regardless of whether you pass the assessment or not, the specifics of the evaluation, particularly the insights gained, must not be disclosed to anyone. The master from Shilai Peak's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Lu Shijue. Ming Guoxing added gravely, "This includes your young master." After a moment of silence, Lu Shisui responded affirmatively. Ming Guoxing and the master exited the small chamber, closing the door behind them. Lu Shisui approached the table, feeling a twinge of nervousness as he inhaled deeply. Upon the table lay a shelf with an elongated object that appeared dark yet incredibly smooth, emanating a faintly chilling aura. This was the sword embryo. Lu Shisui steadied his emotions, placing his palm upon the sword embryo and closing his eyes, initiating the flow of true essence within his meridians. The sword embryo could sense the quantity of a cultivator's true essence and could reflect the minutiae of the cultivator's spiritual sea. Only when the spiritual sea was filled could it provide sufficient nourishment for the Tao seed to mature into a sword fruit. Those without hope of bearing a sword fruit naturally lack the qualification to enter the inner sanctum of the Qingshan sect. A resonant hum echoed, sounding dull yet crystal clear, as if countless swords were clashing simultaneously. Outside the door, Ming Guoxing and the master from Shilai Peak exchanged astonished and delighted glances. Indeed, the legendary natural Tao seed had induced such a powerful resonance from the sword embryo. It was remarkable to consider that this child had been cultivating for merely a year and was still only 12 years of age. Half an hour later, Lu Shisui emerged from the sword hall. Outside, El Shur and the disciples, along with the attendants, had already heard the sound of the sword's cry. Yet they remained anxiously focused on him. Lu Shisui nodded and then broke into a joyful smile. El Shur felt immense satisfaction, while the outer disciples erupted in excitement, their cheers echoing far and wide. The cheers echoed deep into the small courtyard nestled within the woods, and Jing Jiu smiled softly. He had never contemplated that at the age of 10, one could fail to pass the inner door assessment, thus he had little inclination to observe the process. A naturally gifted cultivator, who had established his foundation 6 months ahead of time and consumed a purple Xian pill, if such a person could still falter, then it would require someone with an equally unfathomable spiritual sea. But where in the world could one find a second him? As the courtyard door swung open, Lu Shisui rushed in, unable to articulate his emotions. He was at a loss for words. It was a rare moment that Jing Jiu rose from his bamboo chair. With his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded Lu Shisui with a calm yet earnest demeanor, saying, "The path to enlightenment is perilous and protracted, with few companions who journey to the end. You have already embarked on your journey. Thus, you must concentrate diligently. In the years to come, forgetting will be natural. Do not force yourself to remember, for such an endeavor is ungraceful." Lu Shisui paused, momentarily perplexed, before responding with indignation, "I would never forget." Afterwards, Lu Shisui departed from the cliff's edge, venturing between the peaks, and he never returned. The last image he left behind was of his slightly flushed face, tinged with anger, and his eyes brimming with tears of reluctance. The sole witness to this moment was Jing Jiu, yet he soon forgot it. Much like he had advised Lu Shisui on the vast path of existence, one cannot possibly remember all past events, nor is it necessary to do so. From this perspective, he truly was a natural-born cultivator. Following Lu Shizhuo's departure, Jing Jiu continued his daily routine, though now he had to make his own bed and tidy up the courtyard, which felt somewhat desolate, taking him several days to adjust. The external disciples at the cliff's edge resumed their mocking jests during this time. Lu Shishui had entered the inner door, while he remained here, a situation that appeared rather awkward to any observer. However, Jing Jiu felt little discomfort, continuing to linger in the small courtyard, silently placing sand into a porcelain dish, only 2 or 3 grains each day. He was not particularly skilled in endurance, rather, he simply did not care. Yet, Master L could not contain himself and returned to the small courtyard one night. He meticulously examined Jing Jiu's condition with his sword's consciousness, only to discover that Jing Jiu still bore no Tao seed, which filled him with disappointment. Without a Tao seed, how could the meridians flourish and absorb the essence of heaven and earth? Lacking true essence, how could the Tao seed transform into a towering tree, bearing fruit? By now, he had confirmed that Jing Jiu was not an early acquired disciple from any peak. Jing Jiu's ability to guide his fellow disciples in their cultivation stemmed solely from his exceptional intellect and comprehension. His deductions were astoundingly accurate, as if his lineage was indeed extraordinary. Master L gazed at him and remarked, "I believe your family in Chaoga City is not an ordinary one." Jing Jiu replied, "We possess a considerable collection of books. Talent cannot be relied upon alone. Idle discussions on the Tao are of no benefit. Unless you wish to use it merely for academic pursuits and refuse to diligently cultivate your body, do not expect to reach the realm of divine embrace, or else it will all be in vain." El Shur sighed and said, after much contemplation, if you persist in this manner, I can recommend you to a position as a steward in a place dedicated to the meticulous organization of texts and profound scholarly study. It should be quite suitable for you. Jing Jiu understood that he was referring to Shirwei Peak, the mountain renowned for housing the true methods of the Qingshan sect's sword techniques, where one could unearth the essence of the Tao from the dust of ancient manuscripts. Elshir continued, there, you could still contribute to the sect and even receive rewards such as celestial elixirs that prolong life, though you would no longer be eligible to receive the true sword. However, that hardly matters, as your aspirations lie elsewhere. Jing Jiu felt somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other party would genuinely concern himself with his well-being and arrange what appeared to be a fitting alternative for him. However, he certainly would not acquiesce. He held no fondness for Shirwei Peak, and in a year's time, he intended to leave this place. Yet another spring arrived, with willow catkins swirling through the air. More than half of the 3-year term had elapsed, and the outer disciples of Nansong Pavilion were increasingly anxious, diligently practicing every moment, with wisps of white smoke visible all around the cliff's edge. The vast majority of disciples had already entered the embracing spirit realm. Individuals like Shui Yonga had even glimpsed the possibility of reaching the completion of the spiritual sea. Only a few, either excessively dull-witted or indolent, remained devoid of hope. Of course, there was one individual who, despite the opportunity to cultivate within the Qingshan sect, remained steadfastly lazy from beginning to end. What do you seek from me? Elshir inquired, gazing at Jing Jiu, who stood before him. He had grown numb to Jing Jiu's lack of ambition. Even though it was rare for him to leave his courtyard and come to the sword hall, Elshir felt no interest. I am preparing to leave, Jing Jiu stated. As Elshir lifted his teacup, ready to sip, he suddenly froze mid-motion upon hearing these words. He had long since given up on Jing Jiu, yet there remained a sense of regret and unwillingness within him, which was why he had not expelled Jing Jiu from the mountain. But now, was the other party truly choosing to abandon everything? Did he even wish to forego the mere act of passing the time? Elshir found this rather disheartening. And with a bitter smile, he asked, where do you plan to go? Jing Jiu thought for a moment and replied, as for which peak, I have yet to decide. Then it is your own choice, whether it be that village or Chaoga. Ultimately, it is your own affair. Wait. Elshir suddenly came to his senses and asked, what did you just say? Repeat that. Jing Jiu said, I mentioned that I have not yet determined which peak to go to. Elshir, somewhat uncertain, inquired, are you referring to the 9 peaks? Jing Jiu affirmed, indeed. I intend to enter the inner sect. Elshir was momentarily at a loss, exclaiming, do you even comprehend what you are saying? My spiritual sea is nearly full, and I should be considered complete in the embracing spirit realm. Reflecting on the past 2 years of unceasing meditation and the continuous absorption of the world's vital energies, even Jing Jiu felt a twinge of emotion. Elshir could hardly believe such a claim. With a mere thought, he enveloped Jing Jiu's form in sword consciousness, prepared to expose any deceit and punish him severely according to the sect's regulations. At this moment, he was genuinely incensed. With a resounding crash, the teacup fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The tea spilled onto the ground, continuously releasing steam, reminiscent of the white smoke emanating from the diligent disciples practicing in the woods. Master L gazed at Jing Jiu, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. The sword hall was enveloped in silence. What was transpiring? Master L, somewhat disoriented, stammered, I did not misinterpret? Jing Jiu replied, you did not misinterpret. A prolonged silence ensued. The tea on the ground gradually cooled, ceasing to produce any more steam. Master L finally regained his composure, yet his gaze towards Jing Jiu remained one of reverence. His words tinged with evident regret and remorse, so it turns out. I was indeed mistaken. Jing Jiu patted his shoulder and said, this is not your fault. A brilliant sword light illuminated the cliffside, and the mild spring breeze turned somewhat brisk. The celestial master from Shilai Peak arrived on his sword. Witnessing this scene, the disciples halted their practice and gathered in front of the sword hall. They surmised that another disciple was about to partake in the inner sect assessment, a notion that stirred excitement and anticipation among them. Who would emerge as the second inner sect disciple from Nansong Pavilion after Lu Shi's way? Some believed it should be senior brother Yuan from Yelong Prefecture, while others speculated it might be the exceptionally talented junior sister Yushan. However, many disciples firmly believed that it would undoubtedly be Shui Yonga. Yet, to their surprise, the 3 individuals they discussed were right beside them, not within the sword hall. Shui Yonga's countenance darkened. He was on the verge of achieving the completion of the Divine Sea and had assumed he would be the second disciple from Nansong Pavilion after Lu Shui. Who could have imagined that someone else would seize the opportunity first? He fixated on the entrance to the sword hall, inwardly seething, pondering who had concealed their prowess so effectively, leaving not a whisper of rumor. The wind rustled through the white garments, and under Master L's guidance, Jing Jiu stepped into the sword hall. Witnessing the spectacle, the crowd was rendered speechless in shock. They acknowledged Jing Jiu's intelligence and high comprehension, but were acutely aware of his lack of ambition and extraordinary laziness. Who had ever seen him practice? How could such a person attain the fullness of the Divine Sea? How could he qualify for the inner sect assessment? Shui Yongge's expression turned particularly grim. If it were any other outer sect disciple who experienced a sudden stroke of fortune and advanced ahead, he could begrudgingly accept the reality, despite his anger. But the individual in question was none other than Jing Jiu, whom he had always looked down upon. How could this be? In a fit of rage, he exclaimed. How could he possibly have a full Divine Sea? Did Master L truly investigate? It was utterly absurd. Could the inner sect assessment be so haphazard? As Shui Yongge began to voice his frustrations, some disciples joined in his outcry. Junior Sister Yushan, initially disheartened to see someone preempt her in the inner sect assessment, found her disappointment transformed into astonishment upon realizing it was Jing Jiu. How could this be impossible? Who in Nansong Pavilion was unaware of Jing Shidi's capabilities? I believe your sentiments stem from nothing more than jealousy. She regarded Shui Yongge and the other disciples with a cold smile, remarking, Do you feel a twinge of shame for having mocked Shidi so often? During his 2 years at Nansong Pavilion, Jing Jiu occasionally assisted his fellow disciples in resolving their doubts. Though infrequent, his guidance proved to be invaluable for these young individuals, unacquainted with the path of cultivation. Some disciples chose to disregard this assistance, treating Jing Jiu as a stranger, while others, having received his kindness, responded with mockery. Nevertheless, a greater number harbored a sense of gratitude in their hearts. They stood by Junior Sister Yushan, left speechless by Shui Yongge's remarks, and cheered for Jing Jiu, who had already entered the sword hall. I had initially presumed that he lacked social grace. Listening to the clamor outside the sword hall, Ming Xingguo was somewhat taken aback. The immortal master from Shilai Peak smiled and remarked, After all, he is a notable figure. Upon uttering this, both turned their gazes toward the closed door, intrigued by whether Jing Jiu would succeed in the inner door assessment, a concern that surpassed even the interest shown a year prior during Lu Shui's assessment. The current batch of outer disciples at Nansong Pavilion had gained considerable renown within the Nine Peaks. The most famous among them was naturally the prodigious Lu Shui, followed closely by Jing Jiu. Everyone was aware that a strikingly handsome youth in white had arrived at Qingshan's sect, prompting several female disciples from Qingrong Peak to visit Nansong Pavilion, eager to glimpse his countenance. Yet, Jing Jiu remained reclusive in his courtyard, leaving those curious disciples disappointed. If mere beauty were the sole reason for Jing Jiu's fame, it would not have attained such proportions. The crux lay in his extraordinary laziness. This stark contrast became a topic of much discussion. As Ming Xingguo noted, many believed Jing Jiu's social relations must be dire due to these two factors: his indifference toward ambition, which seemed disdainful, and his extraordinary beauty, which inevitably incited jealousy. Who could have anticipated that Jing Jiu had not only achieved perfection in the divine realm, but also garnered the support of numerous fellow disciples? Suddenly, a crisp sword cry resonated from behind the closed door, echoing around the cliffside. Ming Xingguo exchanged glances with the immortal master from Shilai Peak, both smiling at the sound. Although this sword cry paled in comparison to the one elicited by Lu Shui, it still conveyed a sense of clarity. At the main entrance of the sword hall, Master L also heard this sound, his body relaxing as he expressed a sense of wonder. In the quiet room, Jing Jiu withdrew his gaze from the black sword embryo and turned to exit. Unbeknownst to anyone but himself, he had not placed his hand on the sword embryo, nor had he mobilized his entire true essence. Had he engaged in the inner door assessment like an ordinary disciple, he could have easily melted the sword embryo into a lump of iron. Throughout the process, he had merely cast a glance at the sword embryo. As the doors of the sword hall swung open, Master L emerged with Jing Jiu, smiling at the array of disciples, each displaying a mix of emotions. Cheers erupted, interspersed with a few derisive remarks and hisses. Observing the disciples who approached to offer their congratulations, Jing Jiu maintained a calm demeanor, yet felt somewhat perplexed. He could scarcely recall having engaged with many of them, nor did he sense any camaraderie. He could recall the names of only 2 or 3 individuals. The young girl with the coiled hair is either Yushan or Jinshan. Upon returning to the small courtyard and surveying the surroundings, he fell into a moment of silence before departing, with little attachment. The bamboo chair and the sand table had also vanished. The emerald peaks, shrouded in mist throughout the year, reveal their true form only amidst the legendary 9 peaks, where the fog begins to lift. However, the clouds atop the Tianguang Peak remain perpetually dense, albeit thinner than the rolling clouds at Yunxing Peak. The ground at the cliff's edge flows with white mist, resembling a sea of clouds, while ancient stone gates and pavilions appear faintly in the distance, almost ethereal. A swift sound pierces the air, as the glint of swords illuminates the cliff top, causing ripples in the cloud sea that gradually settle. 5 flying swords hover silently above the ocean of clouds, each exhibiting either an ancient, chilling design or a sharp, radiant brilliance, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. The 3-foot sword, the void sword, the brocade zither sword, the returning sun sword, the year sword. These are the swords of the peak masters of the Qinshan sect, with 9 in total, 5 of which are present. The Qing Tian sword of Tianguang Peak, wielded by the sect leader, seldom makes an appearance. The Fu Si sword of Shun Mo Peak has ascended to another realm with Elder Jingyang. As for the Bu Air sword of the 2 Forgetting Peak, it has been absent for many years, and that mountain serves as a place for young disciples to cultivate their sword hearts, generally not participating in the sect's discussions. Yet, why has the Chao Lai sword of Baihu Peak not appeared? Has something happened to this 7th-ranked peak? The cliff top remains tranquil, and no one questions the absence of the Chao Lai sword. An ancient voice resonates from the 3-foot sword, perhaps due to its inherently square shape. The voice sounds equally unyielding. The speaker is Yuan Qihai, the peak master of Shangde Peak, known for his stern and cold demeanor. The decree of rewards and penalties has recently been transmitted among the peaks via flying swords, and if there are no objections, a decision shall be made today. In the absence of the sect leader, Yuan Qihai holds the highest authority in the Qinshan sect, and given his substantial power and solitary nature, few dare to oppose him. Today is no exception, as several voices echo from the swords. No objections. A gentle and melodious voice arises from the brocade zither sword, presumably belonging to the peak master of Qingrong Peak. Seeing that several disciples have entered the inner sect, including talents like Lu Shisui, Lu Shizhi has indeed made great contributions and deserves further rewards. The 3-foot sword remains silent, and Yuan Qihai tacitly agrees with the proposal of the Qingrong Peak master. This does not surprise the other peaks, as it is well known that Nan Songting's disciple, Lu, is his direct apprentice. The voice of the Yunxing Peak master emerges from the void sword. Since my junior uncle's ascension, our sect's reputation has grown immensely over the years, and it is likely that for the next decade, no one will dare to disturb us. However, we must always look to the future. And whenever I think of the talented individuals at the Meihui gathering and the confrontations with the Yin department, along with the iceborne creatures, I cannot help but feel anxious. Thankfully, after Zhuo Shizhi, there is Layu, and now with Lu Shisui, I find great comfort. The Qingrong Peak master interjects. Zhuo Shizhi is currently in seclusion, and Layu is diligently cultivating at your peak. However, Lu Shisui is still quite young. Should we summon him to the peak ahead of time? The voice of Yuan Qijing resonated once more. Imbued with an enduring indifference, my concern lies in whether Lu Shiji is truly a natural-born Dao seed. When Zhao Lei was born in Chaoga, I had someone attending to her closely, fully aware of her circumstances. But what of this Lu Shiji? The voice of the leader of Qingrong Peak grew slightly colder as he spoke. There is no need for doubt. Senior brother, I have personally examined Lu Shiji's situation, and there is no issue. It was then that Yuan Qijing realized she had indeed gone to see Lu Shiji. After a moment of silence, he inquired, when did this occur? The leader of Qingrong Peak replied, a year ago. Logically speaking, having personally verified the matter and with such evident intent to protect, Yuan Qijing should have relented. However, he persisted, I have also investigated this child. He had practiced a rare breathing technique prior to joining the sect, and I suspect he is a spy who should be scrutinized closely. The voice of the leader of Qingrong Peak remained unperturbed, calmly asserting, since you have investigated, you should know he is certainly not a spy. The other 3 swordsmen maintained their silence, yet the 3 peak masters, hidden in the shadows perhaps miles away, listened intently to this exchange. Upon hearing the implications in Qingrong Peak's words, they understood the situation for what it was. Indeed, after this remark from the leader of Qingrong Peak, Yuan Qijing ceased to speak. Nonetheless, the leader did not insist on summoning Lu Shiji to the 9 peaks prematurely. After a brief moment, 5 flying swords scattered in their respective directions, and the summit of Shangde Peak returned to tranquility as if nothing had transpired. The peak of Shangde was frigid, particularly after the beam of sword light receded into the stone chamber. causing the temperature to plummet sharply and frost to instantly form upon the stone walls. This peak, responsible for overseeing the entirety of Qingshan's sect, was named Sanqi, not derived from the notion that deities reside 3 feet above, but rather from the saying that ice does not form in a day. Deep within the cave, an elderly man gazed silently at the frost on the wall. The master of Shanda Peak, Yuan Qijing, presiding over the laws of the sword, held a position subordinate only to the sect leader, his demeanor cold and forbidding, instilling fear in the junior disciples. It appeared that the disciple named Lu Shiji was indeed the chosen candidate of a certain peak. The middle-aged swordsman speaking was known as Qi Yin, a junior brother of Yuan Qijing, who seemed to have been a silent observer throughout this council. A glint of cold severity flashed in Yuan Qijing's penetrating gaze. In recent years, such occurrences within Qingshan's sect had become increasingly frequent. To ensure the continuity of their lineage and its flourishing, the various peaks had long since accustomed themselves to making early arrangements, scouring the world for gifted disciples to bestow favor upon, and even secretly imparting teachings. With such a foundation, they would be better positioned to compete for talents at the Sword Conference. The genius disciple, Zhuo Shiji, currently secluded at Tianguang Peak, had received a jade pendant from the sect leader at the tender age of 6. The youthful aspirants atop the 2 forgotten peaks had similarly been contacted by various peaks even before they entered the sect. Zhao Lei had been under the protective watch of the Qing sect even before her birth, and was formally inducted into the mountain sect at the age of 12. Yet, the enigma remained. No one knew which peak had originally discovered her. This mystery would likely only unravel during the sword inheritance ceremony a year later. Of course, given the Qing sect's stringent rules, even with prior preparations, the various peaks might not secure their desired disciples. Still, preparation was better than none at all. Qi Yan's earlier remark had stemmed from this reasoning, though he remained curious. Why had the peak master of Qingrong ceased speaking after her statement? Had his senior brother already discerned the breathing technique young Lu Shui practiced? The Jade Gate breathing technique. Yuan Qijing's voice was frigid, as if laced with frost and snow. Qi Yan was momentarily startled. So, Lu Shui had been chosen by the sect leader himself. No wonder the Qingrong peak master had remained vague. And his senior brother had dropped the matter. The realization left him with a tinge of regret and a simmering frustration. It seemed that neither his senior brother nor he would have any chance of claiming Lu Shui during the upcoming sword inheritance ceremony. No matter how distinguished Shanda Peak's status within the Qing sect, it could never rival the prestige of Tianguang Peak, where the sect leader resided, which was Shiji already there. And half of Lianwang Peak's disciples under his influence, now even Lu Shui. Qi Yin sighed. In that case, we absolutely cannot miss the other natural-born Taoist prodigy. Yet, even as he spoke, his confidence wavered. Who among the peaks of Qing's sect wouldn't vie for Zhao Lei's allegiance? A thought struck him. Over the past 2 years, Disciple L has performed admirably at Nansong Pavilion. I heard another has passed the inter-sect examination. Should I observe him? Yuan Qijing's expression remained impassive. Name? Jing Jiu. Yuan Qijing scoffed. That idler? Qi Yin smiled wryly. He knew all too well the type of person his senior brother despised most. Even mentioning their late junior uncle would have drawn no leniency. Quickly shifting the topic, he remarked, I had expected the peaks to inquire about Bihu Peak's affairs today. Yuan Qijing sneered. If the sect leader forbids questioning, who would dare? Even so, an explanation must be given, Qi Yin pressed uneasily. Simply say that Peak Master Lei was ambushed in Chaoga City by the forces of the Deathless Forest and the underworld, sustaining injuries that require recuperation. Qi Yin nodded silently. He knew the truth was far darker. Peak Master Lei Poin of Bihu Peak had gone mad. By the time he was transferred from Tianguang Peak to Shanda Peak, insanity had already claimed him. Yuan Qijing strode to the deepest part of the cave abode, stopping before a well. Shanda Peak towered thousands of feet above the ground, its rocky walls devoid of water sources. Yet, inexplicably, a well stood here, an anomaly in itself. The mouth of the well was pitch black, its depth unfathomable. Only the most eminent figures within the Qing sect knew the truth. This well led directly to the sword prison beneath the earth. Within that prison languished demons and traitors, entities none wished to confront. A hauntingly desolate voice resonated from the depths of the dark well, though the origin of the sound seemed distant and somewhat muffled. The underlying malice and madness within it were strikingly clear. Even if there is no one, what of the second? The lamentation echoed like a ghostly wail, instilling a sense of dread in the listener. Qi and Jin, having traversed the realms of the wild for many years and revered as a sword immortal, felt his complexion pale upon hearing that cry. Perhaps it was because the deranged individual at the core of the sword prison was, not long ago, the esteemed leader of the Bihu Peak of the Qingshan sect. He pondered, how should one proceed? It could not be that Brother Lei remains confined indefinitely. He incessantly utters that phrase, the meaning of which remains elusive. Why is it impossible to keep him incarcerated forever? Regardless of the reasons behind his madness or whether he truly was insane when he acted, disrespecting the sect leader warranted confinement. Yuan Qiqing gazed into the well's abyss. Listening to the anguished cries, his expression grim. Even if there is no one, what of the second? Qi Yin could not comprehend the words. Few within the Qingshan sect grasped their meaning. Yet he understood. He even surmised that it was likely this very phrase that drove Lei Poi into madness. However, if the sect leader was the catalyst for his insanity, why not simply allow him to perish? The dead would never speak again, whether truthfully or in madness. Why then? Would the sect leader send him to the Shangda Peak? Was it truly an embodiment of celestial benevolence? Or was there a deeper purpose in using this madman to test me? Jing Jiu touched the slightly warm bracelet and entered the tranquil little building. This quaint structure, located behind the Nansong Pavilion, appeared suddenly after traversing 7 miles along the mountain path, as if it were a barrier separating two worlds. He comprehended the warmth emanating from the bracelet, for it housed the portraits of its previous owners, now residing within this very building. This little edifice honored the portraits of the Qingshan sect's past leaders and significant figures. The 2 forgetting peaks, representing the sect's battles, were the most blood-soaked of all peaks, thus the leaders were rightly deemed important figures. However, given the long lifespans of cultivators, despite most of the 2 forgetting peak leaders meeting their end in battle, only 7 portraits adorned the walls of this building. Following the bracelet's silent urging, Jing Jiu perused all 7 portraits, yet refrained from gazing at the more prominent images of the past ancestors. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he paused before one particular portrait, which appeared relatively new, suggesting it had been hung not long ago. It depicted the visage of the esteemed Jing Jiu. Jing Jiu regarded the almost ethereal face within the portrait for an extended period and finally remarked, "I have nearly forgotten what you look like." Exiting the little building, he transcended the mundane world and arrived at the inner sanctum of the Qingshan sect. He looked up to see the peaks of Qingshan shrouded in mist. With only 9 mountains standing beneath the heavens, the clouds hung still between the peaks, suspended like an umbrella or a canopy, their thinnest layers resembling delicate parchment, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Outside the building, Master El awaited him, and upon witnessing his contemplative demeanor, couldn't help but smile, thinking that he finally observed some reaction from the youth. He then recalled his own astonishment upon first entering the inner sanctum and beholding the 9 peaks, which stirred a deep sense of reflection within him. Over the years, he had been unable to transcend into the realm of wandering spirits, with his lifespan limited and his future uncertain. Consequently, he departed from the 9 peaks to teach as a celestial mentor in the outer sect. Had it not been for a fortuitous turn of events that led him to overhear a certain conversation, and had he not patiently searched around Yunji town, ultimately encountering Lu Shizhou and Jing Jiu in that humble village, his life might have been spent languishing in the Nansong Pavilion. How could it be as it is now, where he was granted superior elixirs for his meritorious deeds, allowing him to return to Shangda Peak to continue his cultivation, perhaps even leading to a breakthrough into the realm of wandering spirits one day? Junior brother Jing, what are you pondering? El Shur inquired with a smile. Once admitted into the inner sect, they would address each other as brothers, being both third-generation disciples. The specifics of their mentorship would be determined after the Sword Acceptance Conference. Of course, contingent upon being favored by a master from one of the peaks. El Shur, hailing from Shangda Peak, naturally hoped that Jing Jiu would one day pursue his cultivation there. Jing Jiu replied, "Why is it that the portrait of the esteemed Jing Jiu hangs in the hall? If he ascended and did not perish?" El Shur was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated such a question. He mused that junior brother Jing was indeed unlike the ordinary disciples. Countless students had reverently gazed upon the portraits of their ancestors in that small building. Who would have thought to question such matters? Unable to provide an answer, he could only respond with a wry smile and then, with a serious demeanor, said, "I shall return to the peak for secluded cultivation. When we part this time, I know not when we shall meet again. Take care, junior brother." Jing Jiu looked at him and said, "I believe you will be just fine." El Shur smiled bitterly once more, reflecting on what a remarkable person junior brother Jing was. Between the 9 peaks flowed a stream, its banks adorned with various structures, small courtyards and tall buildings, while numerous caves were nestled within the cliffs. In the lead-up to the triannual Sword Acceptance Conference, young disciples admitted to the inner sect would study the sword arts here. It was uncertain whether it was due to the disciples frequently washing their swords by the stream or for some other reason. But this stream acquired a name, the sword-washing stream. The stage of cultivation for the Jing Jiu disciples at this time was referred to as sword-washing. Here, disciples were required to consecutively break through the realms of knowing and guarding one, until they reached the third level of great enlightenment, thus qualifying to participate in the Sword Acceptance Conference. Should a disciple be selected by a master from one of the peaks during the conference, they would become a direct disciple, gaining access to the true sword techniques of Jing Jiu sect. Naturally, that disciple also had the option to enlist at the Two Forgetting Peak, if those lofty seniors there deemed them worthy. The Two Forgetting Peak held a unique position within the Jing Jiu sect. It had no lineage and no masters. Yet the disciples atop the peak received the most patient and rigorous training from the masters of all 9 peaks. This was because the Two Forgetting Peak represented the very essence of the Jing Jiu sect as swordsmanship, beyond cultivation. The paramount duty of the disciples from the Two Forgetting Peak was to represent the Jing Jiu sect in battles against the external world, clashing with fearsome demons and formidable beings from the nether realms. Becoming a disciple of the Two Forgetting Peak was undoubtedly perilous. Yet the growth achieved through incessant combat was immense. More importantly, this path was an immense honor in itself. If one were to toil endlessly by the banks of the Shijian stream, and yet remain unable to transcend those two realms, thus barred from participating in the Sword Acceptance Conference and from being chosen as a direct disciple by the various peaks, what then? Such a scenario is rare. Yet it is not entirely unheard of. When Jing Jiu arrived at the stream's edge, facing the elder from Shilai Peak, the first question posed to him was precisely this. He pondered earnestly for a moment before responding, "I have never considered this question." He truly had not. But to the ears of others, his words bore an air of arrogance. The elder from Shilai Peak did not take offense, rather. He chuckled and patted Jing Jiu on the shoulder, saying, "Indeed, Jing Jiu, that is the most perfect answer." Yes. The elder from Shilai Peak was well aware of Jing Jiu. Over 100 inner disciples at the banks of the Shijian stream knew of him. Although he had spent the past 2 years at Nansong Pavilion and had only just entered the inner sect, he had already become something of a celebrity. This notoriety was not due to his flawless answer, but rather the legendary perfection of his visage, which was almost unimaginable, coupled with his astonishing laziness. As Jing Jiu stepped into the Shijian Pavilion, the lively chatter ceased abruptly, and countless gazes were directed toward him. The Shijian Pavilion was divided into several classrooms based on the disciples' ranks and their performances in the outer sect. This particular class comprised a dozen or so young disciples. Like Jing Jiu, who had recently entered the inner sect, Jing Jiu had grown accustomed to being the center of attention. He strode forward and chose an inconspicuous spot by the window to sit. However unremarkable his seat may have been, his striking visage captured attention, even drawing a glance from the instructor who entered the pavilion. This instructor, Lin Wuji, was an ethereal figure of profound depth, a third-generation disciple from Tianguang Peak. Unlike his fellow disciples who had immersed themselves in the pursuits of the Two Forgetting Peak, or the impressive figure currently in seclusion, Zhuo Rusi, Lin Wuji, as a direct disciple of the sect leader, was personally imparting the foundational knowledge of swordsmanship, underscoring the significance that Jing Jiu sect placed on the study of the sword. It could also be attributed to Lin Wuji's engaging manner of speech, which was likely to pique the interest of these novice sword practitioners. What is the nature of our Jing Jiu sect? Lin Wuji did not seek answers from his disciples. Instead, he chuckled to himself, "Of course, we cannot be Zen Buddhists. Nor are we practitioners of the demonic or fire sects. We are a sword sect." Jing Jiu gazed out the window, observing the willows by the stream, pondering how, after all these years, such seemingly intriguing yet fundamentally mundane discourse persisted. He wondered where Lu Shi was now and how he was faring. He thought that there should be laughter here. Indeed, the pavilion resonated with the joyous laughter of the young disciples. Lin Wuji continued with a smile, "Naturally. Our sword sect practices the art of the sword, and our first task is to understand the sword. There are numerous sects in the world that practice swordsmanship. The Wuyin sect wields swords, the never-aging forest employs swords, and that fellow from Shijiang uses swords as well. But why is it that only our esteemed Jing Jiu is regarded as the true orthodox of swordsmanship? Because Jing Jiu has 9 peaks, and each peak bears its sword. With 9 swords, one can govern the world." Jing Jiu mused that applause might soon follow. Indeed, within the sword pavilion, the fervent cheers and applause of the young disciples resounded. The sword of Tianguang Peak is named Chitian, signifying the great responsibility bestowed by heaven. Its swordsmanship is also known as Chitian. The master of Shanga Peak wields a sword known as Sanchang, employing the Shuelio sword technique. The master of Yunqing Peak bears the sword called Jiekong, utilizing the Kangnyo sword technique. The master of Qingrong Peak possesses the sword named Jinshi, practicing the Wuduan sword technique. The master of Shuriwe Peak wields the sword called Huiri, applying the Lulong sword technique. The master of Shilai Peak carries a sword known as Rui, practicing the Chime sword technique. The master of Bihu Peak possesses a sword called Chaolai, employing the Bafang sword technique. As the disciples noticed Lin Wuji pause at this juncture, a sense of perplexity arose among them, prompting a bold individual to raise their hand and inquire, "What of the ninth peak?" Lin Wuji responded, "The master of Shinma Peak wields the sword named Fuzi, utilizing the Juicy sword technique, but that sword was taken when Master Jingyang ascended." The disciples observed that 9 swords still lacked one, and they asked, "What about the Liangwang Peak?" Lin Wuji sighed, saying that 2 was taken during Master Jingyang's ascension. Jing Jiu continued to gaze out of the window, the bracelet upon his wrist glinting faintly in the light. Discussions arose within the sword-washing pavilion. While Master Jingyang's ascension was undoubtedly a moment of great honor, the question lingered as to why he felt compelled to take away these 2 extraordinary swords. If he had merely taken the Fuzi sword from the 9th peak, it would have sufficed. Why also remove the Wubai sword from Liangwang Peak? The loss of 2 swords from the 9, regardless of perspective, significantly diminished the strength of the Qingshan sect. Observing the disciples' murmurs, Lin Wuji raised his brows slightly, feeling a twinge of discontent. The ascension of our Master Jingyang is the greatest glory of the Qingshan sect, as well as that of those 2 swords. He regarded the disciples and spoke solemnly. "Is your strength diminished merely because you lack 2 swords? You must understand, swords follow the wielder. As long as the person is formidable, the sword they wield shall also be powerful. Should you cultivate to the celestial realm one day, your sword shall be worthy to take the place of the master's swords, replacing the Wubai and Fuzi." The disciples, upon hearing these words, displayed a variety of expressions, each harboring different thoughts. Some were ignited by ambition, while others felt the weight of responsibility upon their shoulders. Many felt utterly disconnected from such matters. Having just entered the inner sect, with only the completion of their divine realm, the distance to the legendary celestial realm felt insurmountable. Even true geniuses lacked the confidence to tread that arduous path. Across the continent, only a handful of great beings had reached the celestial realm, with the Qingshan sect possessing only its master. Observing the disciples' expressions, Lin Wuji comprehended their sentiments and stated, "Regardless of how far you may ultimately travel, if you lack the determination to reach the end, why embark upon this arduous journey? One must consume rice grain by grain and traverse the path step by step. Without taking a single step, how can one cover 1,000 miles?" The disciples' expressions shifted slightly at his words. Lin Wuji continued, "Upon acquiring the sword manual today, you must diligently study and practice. Do you understand?" Whether or not they truly absorbed his words, the disciples responded in unison, "Understood." Lin Wuji nodded and resumed his lecture. "The content of the Sword Classic is vast, sufficient for your cultivation before the Sword Acceptance Conference. During the conference, having a mentor is essential to select the aforementioned supreme sword techniques. However, prior to delving into the sword path, your foremost task is to establish a solid foundation and elevate your realm as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, a sword would be no different from scrap metal to you. In the sword cleansing stage, you must transcend the barriers of the secondary realm. My sect's secondary realm is divided into 2 stages, knowing and unifying. What does it mean to know? It is to establish oneself in the essence and become attuned to the spirit. In this realm, you should infuse the seeds of the Tao into your spiritual ocean to aid their maturation until they grow into towering trees bearing sword fruits. Once the sword fruits are ripe, the sword intent emerges, establishing a stable connection with the flying swords, thus enabling you to wield them against adversaries. This realm may also be referred to as the fruition stage. I have often pondered whether the great being who founded the Temple of Fruition had secretly studied our sword classic. Jing Jiu withdrew his gaze from the window, took the sword classic distributed by the attendant, and opened the first page, where he encountered those familiar ink characters. Amidst the laughter and joy in the sword cleansing pavilion, he remained silent and contemplative. What then is unifying? To maintain the singularity in order to attain harmony. This phrase signifies adhering to the great Tao and finding contentment within it. In this realm, true essence flows within you like quicksilver, transforming into sword essence, gradually forming into gold-like sword fruits, indicating the emergence of sword pills. Once the sword pills are formed, the sword intent becomes tangible. Flying swords can slice through stone and gold, and within a distance of 10 zhang, they can be manipulated with precision, capable of taking lives with but a gaze. For you, the most intriguing aspect may be the art of sword mastery. Indeed, congratulations are in order. Once you achieve the sword pill, you will be able to ride the sword, and if your sword essence is adequate, you may even soar directly to the summit of the radiant peak. Furthermore, there is an additional benefit. At this juncture, you will be eligible to participate in the Sword Acceptance Conference and become a direct disciple of a certain sword peak. The laughter and merriment in the sword cleansing pavilion continued unabated. Jing Jiu merely gazed at the familiar 4 ink characters on the first page of the Sword Classic, lost in thought. Just moments ago, someone inquired about the distinction between the secondary and initial realms, noting that it is impossible to introspect the spiritual ocean to gauge one's progress. What, then, is the criterion for judgment? This question is quite simple. Particularly within my great Qing mountain, the underworld observes the soul fire, the temple of fruition examines the Zen heart, and we assess the sword fruits. If all are born sword fruits, how do we differentiate? We then evaluate your sword mastery. If your sword can cleave an opponent 100 zhang away, that indicates the acceptance of intent. If your sword can fly over 10 li to slay an adversary, that exemplifies roaming in the wild. Should you wield a sword 1,000 li away, you naturally connect with the heavens. If you can send your sword through the void to vanquish extraterrestrial demons, then you are the strongest in my heavenly continent. Such criteria for judgment may seem not only simplistic but also crude, even bordering on absurdity. As the disciples in the sword cleansing pavilion engaged in lively discussion, yet, gazing at Lin Wuxi's expression, which appeared earnest, they found themselves compelled to believe. Regardless of the external clamor, Jing Jiu remained fixated on the 4 ink characters at the front of the Sword Classic, all things one sword. After a considerable duration, Jing Jiu finally withdrew his gaze and lifted his head. At that moment, he happened to catch the final words of Lin Wuxi in that class. To achieve these goals, you must first discover a sword that belongs to you. Lin Wuxi departed from the sword-washing pavilion with over a dozen disciples, traversing upstream along the Shijian stream until they soon arrived at the base of a mountain peak. In contrast to other peaks, this particular one exhibited sparse vegetation and lacked a dense forest. Instead, it revealed rugged cliffs that conveyed a desolate ambience. Numerous small openings marred the cliff face below, each entrance diminutive and with exceedingly smooth edges, as if they had been carved by some unknown force. The upper half of the mountain was shrouded in thick mist, rendering it nearly impossible to discern. This was the 4th peak of Qingshan, known as Yunqing Peak. The disciples of the Qingshan sect preferred to refer to this mountain as the Sword Peak, for it concealed countless swords, awaiting discovery by their rightful owners. Yunqing Peak was remarkably unique, perpetually enveloped in clouds and mist, with a damp atmosphere permeating its slopes. Furthermore, the myriad sword intents concealed within the cliffs made life arduous for those residing there. Thus, the disciples and their master conducted their training and daily activities at the base, while the peak master convened at Tianguang Peak. When the lifespan of a formidable Qingshan sect elder approached its end, they would often come to this peak to bestow their flying swords upon it. Of course, should the elder wish to take their sword for burial, no one would dare to impose. However, since the establishment of the Qingshan sect, the number of swords returned to the peak by the elders could never surpass the quantity acquired by the junior disciples. Why does the Sword Peak harbor such a multitude of swords? From whence did the original swords originate? These questions remain unanswered. Some speculate that the peak serves as a natural sword furnace formed by the heavens and the earth, while others believe it to be a grand tomb resulting from a cataclysmic battle between ancient civilization as titans. Yet, despite countless thorough investigations over the years, the Qingshan sect has unearthed no corroborative evidence. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the disciples gazed at the mist-enshrouded peak, absorbing Lin Wuxi's explanations, their eyes growing weary, with several even succumbing to tears. Their sorrow was not born of nostalgia or admiration for their esteemed predecessors, but rather from the piercing sword intent that stung their eyes. Within this mountain lay an unfathomable number of swords, and the collective sword intent, even from a distance, proved unbearable for these newly initiated disciples. How could they ascend this sword peak? Or perhaps seek out swords hidden among the cliffs below? Some disciples pondered silently. Lin Wuxi, aware of their thoughts, was not angered. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Rest assured, the challenges you contemplate have surely crossed the minds of past disciples. Allow me to inform you that the small openings along the cliffs at the base are known as sword holes, and many have searched for years. Should you manage to uncover a sword, consider it a testament to your skill. After all, Luck is a form of skill, is it not? The disciples were left speechless, contemplating the arduousness of merely standing at the mountain's base, let alone the prospect of ascending to the peak or even its summit. Lin Wuji further advised, do not forget. The higher you ascend the peak, the finer the quality of the flying swords becomes. A renowned disciple suddenly recalled something and inquired. I have heard that Sister Zhao has been diligently practicing her swordsmanship atop Sword Peak. Lin Wuji nodded in affirmation. Indeed, she should currently be enveloped in the clouds. The disciples were taken aback, engaging in fervent discussions. Standing at the base of the mountain, they could already perceive the chilling aura emanating from the clouds above Sword Peak. What terrifying sensations would await should they step into that mist? It is worth noting that even the elders of the Yunqing lineage seldom lingered amidst the peaks. Yet Zhao Liyue remained at the summit. Retrieving the sword from Sword Peak is a test of both your resolve and wisdom. The wisdom embedded within this statement was profoundly significant, yet Lin Wuji refrained from elaborating further. Zhao Liyue's indomitable spirit serves as a paragon for the third-generation disciples. You must learn from her. After delivering this message, he discreetly cast a glance at Jing Jiu. Understanding his intent, Jing Jiu neither turned away nor responded. Instead, gazing at the clouds above the peak, contemplating, the sword intent forging the body? This method is arduous and perilous, typically employed only by those sword cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan, for the risks are considerable. Zhao Liyue, as a key disciple nurtured by the Qingshan sect, possesses boundless potential and, being merely in her teens, has ample time for cultivation. Yet, she resolutely chose this most treacherous path. This engendered a sense of admiration within Jing Jiu. While Lin Wuji spoke, several stewards from the Yunqing lineage emerged from the building at the foot of the mountain, beginning to register the names of Jing Jiu and the others while distributing sword tokens. They patiently instructed the newly admitted disciples on how to utilize the sword tokens, how to discern their limits, and what to do in the face of danger. Some disciples were taken aback, their expressions growing grave, and one could not help but exclaim, "Are we truly to ascend the peak and retrieve the sword today?" Today marked the inaugural day for many disciples, including Jing Jiu, entering the inner sect. Yet they were to confront such a daunting challenge? Lin Wuji smiled at them. Did you truly believe that ascending the peak to retrieve the sword is not the very first lesson of our esteemed Qingshan? Suddenly, the stewards engaged in registration halted their actions, directing their gazes toward a certain direction. Upon seeing the approaching figure toward Sword Peak, their expressions turned solemn, and they hurriedly stepped aside, bowing deeply in utmost respect. The disciples were astonished, pondering what eminent figure had arrived, and turned to look as well. It was a venerable elder clad in black, with a head of white hair and a gaunt visage, his age indiscernible, seemingly unremarkable. Lin Wuji's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, hands clasped before him, slightly bowing as he spoke softly, "We humbly welcome Master Mo." The elder in black halted, recognizing him, clasped his hands in return, and glanced at Jing Jiu and the others, asking, "Are these the inner disciples for this session? There will be more arriving shortly." Lin Wuji replied. The elder scrutinized the young disciples, a smile breaking across his face as he remarked, Indeed, splendid, far superior to our time." With merely a glance, the elderly man in black discerned the disciples' realms with clarity. He exchanged a few words with them, inquiring about their origins and their experiences in external cultivation, his demeanor gentle and his words encouraging. The disciples were unaware of the elder's identity, but, observing Lin Wuji's respectful attitude towards him and the stewards of Yunqing Peak, they surmised he must be a figure of considerable importance, and thus, they responded cautiously, not daring to show impatience. Lin Wuji stood quietly beside them, listening without interjecting or urging them on. Jing Jiu found the situation somewhat peculiar. Among the 9 peaks of Qingshan, there was no sword master who donned black attire. Although he could not discern the elder's realm, he sensed a frailty in him, suggesting he was likely inferior to Lin Wuji. Why, then, did Lin Wuji treat this man with such reverence? An idea struck him. At that moment, the elder in black happened to glance his way, pausing briefly before commenting, "This child is truly handsome." Lin Wuji smiled and replied, "Everyone knows he is handsome. It's just that you, Master Uncle, spend your days transcribing books at Sherway Peak, oblivious to such matters." The elder chuckled lightly and turned to Jing Jiu with a serious expression, saying, "Work hard in the future." Jing Jiu remained silent, simply observing him. The elder found this response rather odd, as did the atmosphere around them. Several disciples desperately signaled to Jing Jiu, but he appeared oblivious, continuing to gaze at the elder. Lin Wuji narrowed his eyes, poised to reprimand Jing Jiu, when the elder raised a hand to halt him, offering a self-deprecating smile as he turned towards the sword peak. "Has he left?" Lin Wuji inquired. "He has," replied the elder. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "How is your sword now?" Jing Jiu called after the retreating figure. The elder paused, turning back to face him with a look of surprise. "I haven't used it in a long time, so I'm uncertain," Jing Jiu suggested. "Shall I give it a try?" At this remark, Lin Wuji's expression shifted, and the stewards of Yunqing Peak turned their gazes toward him as well. The elder regarded Jing Jiu, falling into a long silence before responding. "Very well, let us see your abilities." He then resumed his path towards the sword peak. Lin Wuji cast a glance at Jing Jiu, and the disciples felt a sense of strangeness in the air. "When that esteemed uncle asked you a question earlier, you did not respond. Now that he is departing, you choose to speak. What does this signify?" The elder raised his eyes towards the sword peak shrouded in mist. A sound of a sword resonated, illuminating the cliffside beneath the peak. The elder soared upward on his sword, his form no longer stooped but straight and proud, reminiscent of the youthful figure who had first entered the Qingshan sect. Moments later, his silhouette vanished into the clouds, never to be seen again. Countless sounds of swords echoed between the peaks, leaving the disciples in stunned silence, rendered speechless. The stewards of Yunqing Peak sang, "Master Uncle Mo's sword returns to Qingshan." The other peaks responded, and the voices of Qingshan disciples rang out in unison. "Congratulations, Elder Mo, on the return of your sword to Qingshan." At the summit of Tianguang Peak, the sound of a sword resonated like a long, lingering melody. The ancient bell of Shangde Peak reverberated softly. The pristine clouds veiled Qingrong Peak. Imo Shirshu had dedicated over a century to organizing ancient texts atop Shiryu Peak, and today, gazing at Jian Peak, Lin Wuji left his words unspoken, his eyes slightly glistening with moisture. It is often said that those who cultivate the Tao must sever their emotions and desires, yet how many can truly achieve this? Moreover, the essence of Qingshan sect is not the Tao, but the sword. To behold the sword, and to realize that they may never meet again. How can one not feel sorrow? Only then did the disciples comprehend the gravity of the situation. The gentle elder, Imo Shirbua, had indeed passed away. He had come to Jian Peak solely to return his sword to Qingshan. He hoped that among the future disciples, there would be someone to inherit his blade. As they gazed at Jian Peak, the disciples felt an inexplicable weight of emotions and realizations settle in their hearts, a heaviness that was difficult to articulate. Perhaps this was the first lesson of the Qingshan. They turned their gaze towards Jing Jiu. What did Jing Jiu mean when he told Imo Shirbua that he would wield his sword? Was it truly that implication? Lin Wuji looked at Jing Jiu and said, "I do not know how you deduced that Imo Shirshu intended to return his sword to Qingshan. Nor do I understand whether your words were meant to comfort him or to flatter him into placing the sword at a lower elevation. I merely wish to convey that you have stirred Imo Shixiang's final pride. That sword is positioned perilously close to the peak." Jing Jiu replied, "So?" Lin Wuji fixed his gaze upon Jing Jiu's eyes and stated, "If you have made a promise, you must fulfill it. Otherwise, regardless of which peak you were chosen as a disciple, I will not permit you to participate in the sword acceptance ceremony." The disciples were taken aback by this declaration. Their gazes towards Jing Jiu filled with sympathy. The Jian Peak was imbued with an ominous sword intent. The higher one ascended, the denser the sword intent became, and the peak lay far beyond the shrouded clouds. How could they, at their current level, hope to reach such heights? To speak too much, to feel too deeply, and to meddle excessively are all ill-advised. After uttering this, Lin Wuji took to the skies on his sword. This statement was also directed at Jing Jiu, concerning his actions before Imo Shirbua's passing. At this moment, the disciples realized that Lin Wuji did not genuinely despise Jing Jiu. Rather, he placed considerable importance on him. A steward from Yunqing Peak distributed sword tokens to over a dozen disciples, instructing, "The Jian Peak houses swords left by predecessors, so when you search for them, maintain decorum, avoid noise and haste." Naturally, there are also many unsupervised swords here. Regardless of which sword you find, as long as it responds to your call, you shall have succeeded. Should you lose your way, sustain an injury, or encounter any mishap, simply crush this sword token, and assistance will be rendered. One disciple gazed at the cliff walls and inquired, "Is it truly that simple?" After rigorous training in the outer sect, these inner sect disciples possessed physiques far superior to those of ordinary people, easily leaping several yards with remarkable endurance. He mused that although Jian Peak was steep, climbing was always feasible. Although the sword intent was potent, strong willpower could sustain him, as long as he did not enter the cloud-covered confines. He felt confident in his ability to navigate freely. The steward from Yunqing Peak remained silent, observing the disciple with a slight, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. The disciples permitted to enter the inner sanctum for cultivation are exceptionally astute young individuals, and upon witnessing the smile, they could discern its meaning. One disciple, his complexion slightly pale, bowed and said, "I humbly request your guidance, senior brother." The outer sect stewards of the Qingshan sect are disciples who have yet to transcend the Baoxing realm, while the inner sect stewards among the 9 peaks are those who were not selected during the Sword Acceptance Conference. Thus, addressing him as senior brother is entirely fitting. You are still in the Baoxing realm, and it is unlikely you will find the sword. First, you must attain Zito, remarked the steward of Xingyun Peak. Even if you were to locate the sword, would it follow you willingly? There are countless infatuated souls in the mortal realm. What is the reason for that? A disciple inquired, how long might it take for us to successfully acquire a sword? The average disciple requires 3 years to possess their own flying sword, though those with exceptional talent and fortune may achieve it sooner. The steward of Xingyun Peak gestured towards the Cloud Sword Peak and said, Zhao Shimi achieved it in 3 months. Consider how long it may take you. With that, he retreated to the small building at the foot of the peak. Leaving the group of young disciples in contemplation, the disciples stood in silence, pondering their next course of action. Zhao Liyue is regarded as the most talented among the third-generation disciples and serves as a role model for these newly initiated learners. If she took 3 months, their prospects seemed dim. Moreover, the steward had clearly indicated that, given their current Baoxing realm, entering the Sword Peak held no significance. Recognizing that this was the first lesson bestowed upon them by the sect, they could not neglect it. A disciple named Zhu, displaying a resolute expression, addressed the group. Even if we cannot sense the sword's location, we can familiarize ourselves with the environment of the Sword Peak as preparation for the future. Indeed, the steward of Xingyun Peak provided us with sword tokens, which must indicate this intention. Another female disciple concurred. Lin Shi has mentioned that the Sword Peak can sharpen one's will. Perhaps he or another mentor is observing us in secret. How could we refrain from going? Persuaded by these words, the disciples eagerly expressed their desire to join, their spirits alight with excitement. Jing Jiu remained silent, standing quietly and drawing attention. Many gazes fell upon him. The disciples were aware of his infamous laziness but wondered if his admission into the inner sect signified a change. The words spoken by Lin Shi were the most stringent of demands, yet they were also imbued with profound hope. Jing Jiu nodded to the group and turned to leave the peak. Only then did the disciples realize he intended to depart. The disciple Zhu, astonished, exclaimed, "Did you not say you would go to retrieve Master Mo's sword?" The other disciples were equally taken aback, pondering whether he truly embodied the rumors surrounding him. At that moment, a group emerged from the woods on the western side of the Sword Peak. At the forefront was a young man clad in a simple sword robe. Strikingly handsome, with eyebrows arched like swords, his demeanor as cold as ice and snow, exuding an extraordinary aura. Even more astonishing was the absence of a sword at his back. Was it possible that at such a tender age he had already attained the pinnacle of sword mastery and entered the Wuzhong realm? The stewards of Yunqing Peak approached him, exchanging a few words. And it soon became clear that this individual was Gu Han, one of the esteemed instructors of the sword-washing pavilion. Gu Han possesses an even more significant identity. He is the 3rd senior brother on the 2 forgetting peaks. This mountain is renowned for gathering the most talented young disciples of the Green Mountain sect. And Gu Han's position as 3rd reflects the formidable prowess of his swordsmanship. Observing Gu Han, the faces of the disciples reveal admiration and reverence. Jing Jiu, however, does not cast a glance at Gu Han, but instead gazes quietly at the youth standing beside him. This young boy, whom he encountered at the village entrance 3 years ago, has transformed from a 10-year-old into a 13-year-old. He is now a young lad, with straight brows, earnest eyes, and a still dark complexion. After a year of cultivation on the 9 peaks, Lu Shui has matured further, exuding a calm demeanor and serene expression. He gazes into the distance. His eyes momentarily clouded with confusion, which swiftly morphs into surprise. "Ah!" Lu Shui exclaims, dashing toward Jing Jiu. In his haste, his hands trail behind him, resembling a little duck, a sight both comical and endearing. Jing Jiu patiently awaits him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As Lu Shui halts before Jing Jiu, his rapid pace causes him to skid slightly on the grass, leaving shallow marks, his body swaying back and forth until he finally steadies himself. This amusing scene elicits laughter from some of the younger disciples accompanying Jing Jiu. Yet, the laughter quickly fades as they deduce that this small boy is none other than the legendary innate Dao Seed. Standing before Jing Jiu, Lu Shui is visibly excited. Reaching out as if to grasp Jing Jiu's hand, only to retract it awkwardly and clench it into a fist. The group emerging from the woods observes this interaction with a hint of astonishment. It is known that Lu Shisui typically dedicates himself solely to training, leading a rather monotonous life, and rarely displays such fervor. Who is this person? Gu Han inquires. A disciple responds, Master Gu, this must be Jing Jiu, whom Shisui frequently mentions. Upon hearing this, the group understands Lu Shisui's excitement. Gu Han scrutinizes Jing Jiu's face, raising an eyebrow slightly, his expression tinged with displeasure. It is unclear whether it is due to Jing Jiu's extraordinary beauty or the serene tranquility of his demeanor that starkly contrasts with Lu Shisui's exuberance. Just as Jing Jiu is about to speak, a cold voice interrupts. What are you doing? Jing Jiu turns to find the speaker is Gu Han, the disciple of two forgetting peaks. Lu Shisui is momentarily taken aback and hastily explains, Master Gu, this is my. Gu Han does not allow him to finish, saying coolly, I have told you before, at such crucial moments, you must not let anything distract you. The implication of his words is unmistakable. He does not care who Jing Jiu is. Come here to receive punishment, Gu Han commands. Jing Jiu casts a glance at him, while Lu Shisui quickly gestures for him to stay put, returning to Gu Han's side. A stout figure, adorned with a bun, emerged from behind Gu Han, cradling an object swathed in cloth in his hands. With his plump yet dexterous fingers, he untied the bindings, revealing a sturdy stick within. The crowd murmured in surprise at the spectacle, sympathy mingled with envy in the glances cast upon Lu Shisui. The disciples emerging from the woods bore similar sentiments in their eyes. The stick was not an implement of the Qingshan sect, but rather a symbol of the Two Forgetting Peaks regulations. By imposing the rules of the Two Forgetting Peaks upon Lu Shisui, Gu Han effectively treated him as a direct disciple of that esteemed sect. For the inner disciples, who eagerly aspired to be selected by the Two Forgetting Peaks during the Sword Conference, such authoritative treatment was indeed a cause for envy. The solid wooden stick struck Lu Shisui's back, producing a dull, heavy thud. In this moment of punishment, he could not summon his true essence to shield his body and had to endure the blows. The stick descended repeatedly, each impact echoing ominously. Lu Shisui felt a sharp pain, his eyes brimming with tears, yet he resolutely stood his ground, immobile. Observing this scene, Jing Jiu remained silent. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. A glance revealed Gu Han's indifferent gaze fixed upon him. He regarded the other quietly. Lu Shisui, noticing his expression, shook his head vigorously, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Jiu turned and walked away from the peak. Among the throng, only Gu Han noticed and shook his head as well at Jing Jiu's departure. Enough, Gu Han signaled the cessation of punishment. His brow slightly furrowed as he watched Jing Jiu's retreating figure. The stout man retracted the stick, meticulously wrapping it in azure cloth. Following Gu Han's gaze, he squinted and smiled, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. What do you think? This disciple is quite famous, having seen him today. It is evident he lives up to his reputation, indeed admirable and enviable. As disciples of the Two Forgetting Peaks, we hardly concern ourselves with trivial matters of beauty. Our inquiry naturally pertains to Jing Jiu's cultivation talent and potential. Gu Han replied, his roots are ordinary, his aptitude unremarkable. If he truly is as indifferent to progress as the rumors suggest, then he must have consumed considerable elixirs to break through within 2 years. The stout man remarked. He might be some young lord from the Chaoga dynasty. Possessing rare elixirs would be quite normal for him. Moreover, it is said he possesses a sharp intellect. Should we engage him in conversation? Gu Han retorted, the sword of the Two Forgetting Peaks is wielded for slaying, no matter how clever one may be. Such intelligence is futile. If one could attain the great way through elixirs, what need would there be for cultivation? During their discourse, they did not shield their words from Lu Shisui, who felt a surge of urgency to defend Jing Jiu. In his mind, it would be ideal for any young lord to seek apprenticeship at the Two Forgetting Peaks. Remember this. Disciples of the Two Forgetting Peaks cannot be mere servants. Gu Han declared, his tone imbued with an unassailable authority as he regarded Lu Shisui. Do not engage further with him. Lu Shisui stood in stunned silence. Gu Han paid him no heed, leading a group of disciples toward the Sword Peak. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lu Shisui ultimately chose to follow. As I observed the group of individuals making their way toward the cliff of Sword Peak, a disciple familiar with the circumstances of the sword-washing pavilion expressed confusion. Isn't Master Gu a celestial instructor of the first class? Have they not yet retrieved their swords? The steward of Cloudy Peak replied, Junior brother Lu retrieved his sword 6 months ago. The disciples grew even more perplexed, pondering why they would venture to Sword Peak if that were the case. The procession led by Gu Han had already ascended the peak, gradually becoming distant, almost resembling a string of black dots against the cliff face. Without a mentor to guide them, the disciples hesitated to follow, remaining at the foot of the peak to observe. As time elapsed, more stewards and students from Cloudy Peak arrived, and soon, over a dozen beams of sword light sliced through the sky, indicating the presence of individuals from various peaks, including 2 second-generation uncles who appeared in person. All of this seemed to foreshadow that something significant was about to transpire. The ascent grew steeper, the air thinner, and each step became increasingly arduous. The younger disciples paused, remaining in place to absorb the surrounding sword intent, honing their wills and enhancing their cultivation. Gu Han, along with the stout fellow and Lu Shijio, continued onward. It was difficult to ascertain how much time had passed. The scenery around them gradually blurred, the mist thickening, signaling their arrival at the edge of the cloud layer. Here, the sword energy emanating from the peak was even more formidable. Lu Shijio's face flushed, his breath quickening. After all, he was still young, with limited time in cultivation. However, his ability to reach this point surpassed that of many peers who remained below. The stout fellow also exhibited signs of exertion, leaning on his waist as he remarked, "I wonder if Lai Yu is present today." Gu Han maintained his usual demeanor. The sword intent of Sword Peak and the altitude posed no challenge for him. Listening to the stout fellow's words, he gazed toward the deeper recesses of the misty peak, remaining silent for a moment before waving his hand, seemingly wishing to dispel any unpleasant images. With the motion of his hand, a gust of wind arose, sweeping away the fog and rendering the surroundings clear. Before them lay a sheer precipice. A single step forward would result in a perilous fall. The cliff's stone face was smooth and devoid of any footholds. Approaching the edge, Lu Shijio peered down. The ground was over 1,000 zhang below, and even with his eagle-like vision post-cultivation, he could not discern the situation on the ground, only perceiving many small black dots. Each dot represented a person, and the realization that so many were observing him intensified the youth's anxiety, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. He recited the sword scripture quietly, striving to calm his mind. Once his breathing steadied, he slowly raised his right hand. With a soft hiss, a flying sword, approximately 2 feet in length and as smooth as a mirror, emerged from his sleeve. The sword traced several arcs in the air before coming to a gentle halt in the space just outside the cliff, poised before him in accordance with his intent. With a single step forward, he could stand upon the flying sword. The dilemma lay in how many individuals in this world possessed the courage to take that step. One step forward leads to boundless skies, yet a step back plunges into the tumultuous world below. One must not dwell on any matter for too long. The longer one contemplates, the more likely complications arise. Lu Shijio, 10 years of age, gazed at the mist beyond the peak, his complexion slightly pale, unable to take that crucial step forward. Gu Han, emotionless behind him, remarked, "I shall grant you 10 more breaths. Should you fail to proceed on your own, I will compel you to do so." "No need." Lu Shijio suddenly turned to him and said, "I still wish to meet the young master." With that declaration, he stepped forward. Gu Han felt a surge of anger and raised an eyebrow, poised to act, when he witnessed an astonishing scene. Lu Shijio had reached the precipice. Stepping into the vast sky, his right foot landed precisely upon the flying sword, which sank half a foot before coming to a halt. Subsequently, his left foot joined it. The cold wind howled, battering against the cliff of the sword peak and lifting the fabric of his garments. Lu Shijio spread his arms wide, his legs slightly bent, swaying side to side as he sought equilibrium. No trace of fear marred his countenance. Instead, he radiated focus. Gu Han recalled the moment when Lu Shijio abruptly halted before Jing Jiu. The wind whipped back from the cliff, causing Lu Shijio to lean forward. A rotund figure atop the cliff trembled in fright. Lu Shijio shouted something, harnessing the wind's force, and soared into the sky. This marked his inaugural attempt at sword flight. Unable to condense into a beam of light, he merely left behind a fleeting shadow. The silhouette darted through the mist, intermittently halting or veering, appearing chaotic and perilous. Distant cries and exclamations echoed from below the cliff. The plump man's face turned pale as he muttered to himself, "If Shijio falls to his death, will the master expel us from Qingshan?" Gu Han remained silent, his gaze fixed on the receding shadow of the sword. Regardless of how perilous Lu Shijio's flight appeared, twice nearly plummeting to the earth, he displayed no sign of concern, his eyes narrowing ever more. Given Lu Shijio's realm, age, and experience, embarking on sword flight at this juncture was indeed a tremendous challenge. and such a challenge naturally carried risks. Thus, he had not disclosed this to his peers from the two forgetting peaks, nor had he informed his mentors. However, he was acutely aware that when he led Lu Shui to the Sword Peak, the elders within the 9 peaks would have surmised the truth. Several of the roaming masters must be watching from the clouds, ready to intervene should the need arise. Time passed, and at last, the sword shadow stabilized, revealing Lu Shui's figure clearly. The flying sword accelerated, transforming into a streak of light as it ascended toward the sword peak, breaking through the clouds, its destination unknown. Gu Han understood where Lu Shui had ventured. After his initial success in sword flight on the peak, he too had ascended to the heights of the clouds. Sword flight is the most exquisite aspiration of practitioners. Once achieved, it offers an unparalleled experience. Who does not wish to behold the true extent of the heavens? Below, cheers began to swell, and Gu Han looked toward the summit, reflecting that Qinshan's sect was not solely the domain of Lu Shui's innate talents. Observing his gaze, the portly figure discerned his thoughts and advised, "Junior sister is reluctant to enter the two forgetting peaks. She must have her own plans. Please do not be angry. Senior brother." Gu Han remained silent and replied, "At the age of 10, he is at a critical stage of cultivation. We must prevent him from encountering that worthless individual, lest he be adversely influenced." The portly figure paused, momentarily taken aback as he realized Gu Han was referring to Jing Jiu. Jing Jiu returned to his cave dwelling. Unlike the layout of the front and rear stone chambers at Nansong Pavilion, this cave was genuine. Perched upon the cliffs flanking Shijin Creek, the dwelling was serene and undisturbed, surrounded by stunning scenery. Each morning, a platter of exquisite fruits and a pot of clear water would appear at the entrance of the cave, the quality far surpassing that of the outer sect, with the distribution overseen not by a steward but by the sword box. As the foremost sword sect in the continent, the profound heritage and accumulation of Qinshan's sect were truly beyond imagination. Having witnessed such extravagance countless times, Jing Jiu felt no particular sentiment. He selected a pleasing fruit to enjoy, tossing the remainder to the monkeys in the woods behind the cave before reclining on a bamboo chair. He retrieved the sword cannon from his pocket, glanced at it briefly, and set it aside. Similar to his time at Nansong Pavilion, his spiritual sea was vast and deep, and the transformation into the essence of the Tao, culminating in the formation of sword fruit, required not only effort but also time. Fortunately, this time the duration would be considerably shorter, and should he wish to retrieve a sword from the peaks, it was unnecessary to form a sword pellet. He picked up a grain of white sand, intending to place it on a porcelain plate, yet found his mind unusually restless today. Such a state was rare for him, prompting him to put away both the plate and the grain, closing his eyes to engage in quiet contemplation. Time passed, though he was unaware of its passage, until he finally reopened his eyes. The sun had set, and the stars shone brightly. Lu Shui stood before the bamboo chair, reminiscent of 3 years prior by the pond. "Young master," Lu Shui greeted him cheerfully. Recalling the events of the day, he explained, "Please do not hold it against Gu senior brother. He is a good person, albeit a bit strict." Upon hearing this, Jing Jiu recognized a particular detail. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Senior brother?" Lu Shui, slightly bashful, smiled and clarified, "I should call him Gu Shi. He believes I have potential and said he would take me at the Chengjian conference, allowing me to refer to him as senior brother in private. He exhibited no arrogance or pride, merely a sense of joy." Jing Jiu smiled faintly, opting not to comment. Lu Shui assumed he was laughing at himself, causing his cheeks to flush as he pondered what to do next. He stood and began to prepare Jing Jiu's bed, arranging the items on the couch. It was remarkable for a naturally gifted disciple, so highly coveted by the two forgetting peaks, to be making a bed for a newly admitted disciple with such ease. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would surely be rendered speechless in astonishment. Even more surprising was Jing Jiu's lack of objection. After making the bed and tidying up the space in front of the cave, Lu Shui began to recount the events of the past year, sharing the people he had encountered. Jing Jiu listened quietly, occasionally smiling or offering a brief response. He exhibited no impatience, did not close his eyes, nor succumb to slumber, which contrasted sharply with his previous demeanor in the mountain village. Lu Shui felt somewhat disheartened, as he found himself doing all the talking. His curiosity about how Jing Jiu spent the past year at Nansong Pavilion stirred within him. How had he suddenly become so diligent? How had he managed to attain the pinnacle of divine realm and gain entry into the inner sect? Jing Jiu, however, seemed disinterested in discussing these matters. Was it the year apart that rendered their relationship somewhat unfamiliar? An exhilarating thought struck Lu Shizhou, prompting him to rise excitedly and suggest to Jing Jiu, "My lord, allow me to introduce you to Senior Brother Gu. With your innate talent and understanding, he would surely appreciate you, even if he does not promise to summon you to join his peak during the sword conference. He would undoubtedly be willing to teach you swordsmanship, and then we could cultivate together." Without a moment's hesitation, Jing Jiu shook his head, replying, "No need." Lu Shizhou was taken aback and said, "You may not realize, my lord, that Liangwang Peak is the most remarkable place in our Dakingshan. It is inhabited solely by young disciples of the third generation, devoid of elders or peak masters. Yet, instructors from each peak periodically visit Liangwang Peak to impart their teachings. This means that any disciple of Liangwang Peak can learn the sword techniques of the 9 peaks." His voice dwindled to silence as Jing Jiu continued to display an utter lack of interest. Lu Shizhou felt disheartened, observing the expression on Lu Shizhou's youthful face. Jing Jiu offered a brief explanation. "I am indeed uninterested, for I do not favor Liangwang Peak, nor your senior brother Gu." Lu Shizhou was astonished. He had never contemplated the possibility that someone could harbor disdain for Liangwang Peak. Liangwang Peak represented the sword of Qingshan. The disciples there were tasked with patrolling and guarding against the infiltration of the ageless forest and the demons of the underworld, while also representing Dakingshan at the decade-long May conference. Their cultivation was akin to unending combat, with bloodshed and sacrifice each year. Yet not a single disciple had ever shown hesitation. How could a disciple of Qingshan possibly dislike this place? He looked earnestly at Jing Jiu and insisted, "And Senior Brother Gu is truly a good person. How can one not like him? That notion is simply erroneous." Jing Jiu remarked, "As for your Senior Brother Gu, whether he is a good person is of no concern to me. Even if he were a saint, I could still choose not to like him." Lu Shizhou was momentarily stunned. Although the statement seemed illogical, he found no fault in it. "Regardless, I cannot argue with you." Lu Shizhou felt a sense of grievance, genuinely perplexed as to why someone as admirable as Senior Brother Gu could be unappealing to Jing Jiu. Was it due to the punishment he inflicted upon himself according to the peak's regulations during the day? What about Liangwang Peak? The more he pondered, the more he believed there was only one possibility, leading him into silence. After departing the cliffside cave and walking half a mile down the mountain path, Lu Shizhou finally mounted his sword. He was reluctant for Jing Jiu to witness this, fearing it might provoke him. The flying sword ascended along the cliff face, swiftly breaking through several clusters of scattered clouds, reaching the lofty night sky. The biting wind rushed towards him. Lu Shizhou did not employ sword energy to shield his body. Yet he felt no chill, but rather a sense of warmth. For him, soaring through the air on his sword was undeniably the most exhilarating experience. Gazing at the clouds beneath the starry sky, observing the shimmering Shijian Creek below and the distant peaks ahead, he could not help but exclaim, only to come to his senses and quickly cover his mouth, casting a glance around. Jing Jiu lifted his gaze towards the night sky. The shout emanated from the lofty heavens, and it was unlikely that any of the inner disciples by the creek could hear it. Yet for him, whose hearing far surpassed that of his peers, it resonated clearly as if whispered right beside him. He recognized it as the voice of a 10-year-old, and he could discern the excitement woven into that sound. Lu Shizhou's rapid advancement was hardly surprising. Within just a year, he had mastered the art of sword flight. The innate advantage of his Dao seed truly flourished upon entering the inner sect. The 2 forgotten peaks had begun their maneuvers early, seeking to claim Lu Shizhou for the sword ceremony, which indicated their discerning vision. However, the current demeanor of the 2 forgotten peaks left him somewhat discontented. He touched the bracelet on his left wrist, reflecting that, from the very beginning, he had never held a fondness for the 2 forgotten peaks. This was merely a testament to that sentiment. Senior brother? A good person? What nonsense. On the following night, Lu Shizhou once again visited Jing Jiu's cave residence, lingering only briefly to exchange a few words before departing. As a prodigy endowed with the innate Dao seed, Lu Shizhou bore immense pressure. Within the inner sect, many disciples possessed equally remarkable talents, and even those slightly inferior to him were more diligent in their cultivation. Not to mention, as he now trained under Gu Han, he frequently encountered those unparalleled practitioners from the 2 forgotten peaks, leaving him no room to relax. On the 3rd night, Lu Shizhou returned, making Jing Jiu's bed, pouring tea, and serving water. Jing Jiu noticed that Lu Shizhou limped slightly on his left leg and soon discovered a wound on the back of his neck. Injured again? Lu Shizhou quickly clarified, "It has nothing to do with Senior Brother Gu. I was hurt during a spar." Jing Jiu remained silent. Perhaps it was due to his own deception or the need to defend Gu Han in front of Jing Jiu, But Lu Shui sensed a palpable awkwardness in the atmosphere. I should take my leave now? Jing Jiu paid him no mind. A gust of wind swept outside the cave, and a flash of sword light illuminated a corner of the night before vanishing in an instant. Jing Jiu looked up at that spot, remaining silent. He was acutely aware of the operational style of the two forgotten peaks. Any disciple they favored would undoubtedly be subject to stringent control, and the pressure Lu Shui faced must be tremendous. On the fourth night, the small courtyard was once more pushed open, but this time, it was not Lu Shui who entered, but rather a rotund fellow whom he had encountered on the Sword Peak. I am Ma Hua, he introduced himself. His name quite unremarkable, ranking 37th at the two forgotten peaks, also rather inconspicuous, yet certainly more significant than yours, despite your greater fame. You are no doubt aware of my purpose tonight. Indeed, I come bearing a message from senior brother Gu-san. You are to cease meeting with Shui from now on. There's no need to rush your response. I understand your disdain for such tactics, and as long as you do not join the two forgotten peaks, we have no reason to interfere with you. However, do not forget, Shui is currently learning swordsmanship with us. Ma Hua regarded Jing Jiu with a smile. Shui faces daily penalties enforced by the peak's regulations. The injuries are not severe, yet the pain is constant. What purpose does this serve, I wonder? Jing Jiu cast a glance at him. Ma Hua continued, in Nansong Pavilion, a 10-year-old can choose not to cultivate the Tao, but must still follow you. However, you are well aware that he cannot make such a choice at present. Jing Jiu recognized the truth in his words. As a natural progeny of the Tao, arriving amidst the peaks of the Nine, who could possibly forsake the alluring sword techniques of the great Tao? Of course, we shall not compel him to choose. Ma Hua said with a smile, in fact, if he cannot come to see you, you could certainly go to see him. This statement bore profound implications. Yet to Jing Jiu, it was as clear as the stones in a shallow stream. Jing Jiu was somewhat taken aback. You wish for me to enter the two forget peaks? Ma Hua, gazing at him with a smile, replied. My thoughts differ from Gu-san's. I care not whether you consume elixirs or how you enter the inner gate. I only know that despite your laziness, you have managed to reach this stage, which can only indicate that you are indeed a true genius, and the two forget peaks revel in geniuses. The crux of the matter was that Jing Jiu held no fondness for the two forget peaks. He gestured towards the cave entrance, indicating it was time to bid farewell. Ma Hua's smile did not wane. Instead, it grew broader as he remarked, How intriguing, how intriguing. On the fifth night, Lu Shui arrived. Jing Jiu observed that he bore no visible injuries, yet weariness was etched on his face, and uncertainty flickered in his eyes. The cave was tranquil as Shui finished his tasks, standing before Jing Jiu with his head bowed, murmuring, Practicing the sword is too arduous, and the workload is overwhelming. I cannot manage it daily. Jing Jiu raised a hand, and Shui understood his intent, ceasing further speech. Cultivating the Tao inherently demands focus. Lu Shui lifted his gaze, regarding Jing Jiu's profile. Jing Jiu was engrossed in studying the sword scripture, appearing deeply focused. Shui realized that he simply did not wish to meet his eyes. The young master was quite indolent, never one to peruse books. On the sixth night, Lu Shui did not come. He returned on the seventh night, but on the eighth night, he was absent again. On the ninth night, Jing Jiu glanced out the window, confirming that night had fallen. He likely would not arrive. Thereafter, he refrained from looking outside again. The ensuing days unfolded monotonously, with little of note to recount. The disciples of the sword-washing pavilion diligently pursued their training, and the more than 10 disciples who had entered the inner gate alongside him tirelessly ascended the sword peaks, with some reportedly glimpsing the hope of success. Yet Jing Jiu remained, as he had at Nansong Pavilion, basking in the sun each day, meticulously placing pebbles into a basin, awaiting the passage of time to transform the vast spiritual sea into the nourishment required for sword fruits. Thus, he once more became an anomaly. However, unlike at Nansong Pavilion, the immortal master Lin Wuji from Tianguang Peak was solely responsible for addressing the disciples' queries and paid no heed to his absence from classes. Initially, the other disciples regarded him with curiosity, but after a period of observation, they found him to be as rumored and thus ceased to pay him any mind. Even their discussions on the matter dwindling. After all, the path of the sword is fraught with peril, demanding diligence and perseverance. Where is the time to concern oneself with others? Days passed, and a new batch of disciples who had successfully passed their assessments arrived from places like Beihou Pavilion. Several disciples, including Shui Yongge, the junior sister from Yushan, and the young man from Yuelang County with the surname Yuan, also came from Nansong Pavilion. It appeared that Master L's departure had not significantly impacted them. At the Shijin Pavilion, Shui Yonga fervently spoke of Jing Jiu's indolence and bad habits, regrettably. Her words did not elicit much response. Junior sister Yushan and the young man from Yuelang County defended Jing Jiu a few times and even made a special visit to see him. Jing Jiu remained somewhat perplexed, yet he displayed a much warmer demeanor than he had at Nansong Pavilion. He remembered junior sister Yushan's name and invited her and the young man from Yuelang County to share 2 mountain fruits. That night, 2 monkeys trekked over the mountains, only to find there were no fruits to eat, which left them feeling somewhat forlorn. Time flowed slowly and serenely. Lu Shisui visited secretly twice, making his bed, folding blankets, and tidying the courtyard, exchanging a few words. It was uncertain whether it was the mounting pressure or the arduousness of cultivation that rendered his speech increasingly sparse. After a few days, Jing Jiu learned from junior sister Yushan that the date for the Chengjian conference had been set for the early spring of next year. Upon careful calculation, there were merely 6 months remaining until the conference. The most anticipated participant this time was undoubtedly Zhao Leu, who could be described as the center of public attention. It was said that even other sects were speculating about which peak had preordained her as the sword bearer, and which peak she would ultimately choose. Aside from Zhao Leu, Lu Shisui garnered considerable attention. Everyone was curious about the speed at which this naturally gifted cultivator was progressing. Now that Lu Shisui had successfully formed his sword pill, if he could achieve perfection in the first realm, he would qualify to participate in the Chengjian conference, undoubtedly becoming the focal point of contention among the various peaks. Should that happen, he would become the second youngest sword bearer in history. The following morning, Jing Jiu departed from his cave abode. He intended to find Lu Shisui. Lu Shisui had been learning swordsmanship under Gu Han, yet he lacked the qualification to enter the 2 Forget Peaks and was still practicing by the Shijin stream. Jing Jiu was aware of that location, but having never left his cave, he had not been there. Following the Shijin stream upstream, the water widened until it culminated in a smooth stone wall towering several hundred feet high. Clear water cascaded down the wall, creating ripples as it flowed past the myriad sword holes, presenting a beautiful sight. A few feet away from the stream's surface, a row of round stones emerged from the water, smooth and slick, making it difficult to maintain one's footing. More than a dozen disciples stood on the stones practicing their swordsmanship. The air was filled with a formidable sword intent, and occasionally the sound of wind slicing through the air could be heard, with white flashes of light appearing and disappearing in an instant as swords flew forth. Some swords penetrated the stone wall before returning, while the disciples remained calm and confident. Others, however, caused their swords to land in the water just a few feet from the wall, prompting them to leap into the stream to retrieve them, looking somewhat awkward and embarrassed. A few disciples stood at a distance on the shore, watching enviously as their peers could already shatter walls with their swords from over 10 feet away. Despite not yet having retrieved their swords from the sword peak, Jing Jiu observed Lu Shisui standing on a stone in the stream and approached him. The disciples were astonished by his presence, engaging in hushed discussions, reminiscent of the first time he stepped out of the courtyard at Nansong Pavilion. Lu Shisui retracted his flying sword, gazing at the distinct sword hole in the stone wall, feeling somewhat pleased with his progress, when he noticed Jing Jiu. His surprise quickly morphed into palpable unease. Unable to speak, he shook his head at Jing Jiu, signaling him to return, promising to seek him out shortly. However, time was of the essence. Gu Han had already sensed the commotion behind him, turning to face Jing Jiu with an indifferent expression and inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Dozens of eyes turned towards Jing Jiu. He met Gu Han's gaze momentarily, but remained silent. Not everyone could interpret Jing Jiu's expression, yet all were acutely aware of his implication. If there were no pressing matters, then what was his purpose for being there? Given this, Gu Han's question was rendered superfluous. The atmosphere by the stream became increasingly tense. Surprisingly, Gu Han did not erupt in anger but instead asked, "What is it?" Jing Jiu replied, "It is none of your concern." A wave of astonishment rippled through the streamside. Both disciples and instructors were taken aback. How could an ordinary disciple dare to speak to Gu Han of 2 Forgetting Peaks in such a manner? Jing Jiu had no intention of insulting Gu Han. He simply did not grasp why the onlookers were so shocked. His response was merely a reflection of the truth. His affairs were indeed unrelated to Gu Han. Yet, he was oblivious to the implications his words carried for the audience. Lu Shisui, anxious, hurried back from the stream, eager to offer an explanation for Jing Jiu. But Gu Han restrained him. "It has been 6 months, yet your cultivation remains stagnant. Not even a trace of the sword fruit is in sight." Gu Han, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze upon Jing Jiu and remarked, I've heard you intend to wield Master MOS sword. Do you believe you are worthy of such a privilege? Jing Jiu replied simply, I am. The stream fell into silence. Suddenly, someone could no longer contain their laughter. While many had speculated on how Jing Jiu might respond to Gu Han's reprimand, none anticipated that a single word would conclude the exchange. He uttered his affirmation without a moment's hesitation. Gu Han's countenance darkened, and he coldly stated, with mere elixirs, you shall never tread the true path to the heavens. Abandon such hopes. This time, the reply came not from Jing Jiu, but from a gentle yet authoritative voice. On the path to greatness, who can decree which method is correct? The crowd began to disperse, and Gu Han slightly bowed. The newcomer was Master Mei Li from Qingrong Peak, her beauty reminiscent of a cold plum blossom in winter, lovely yet unassuming, exuding an air of icy elegance. She addressed Gu Han, saying, regardless of who opens the door, cultivation is a personal endeavor. How Jing Jiu chooses to cultivate is indeed irrelevant to you. And you should not meddle. Gu Han maintained his impassive demeanor, retorting, I care not for his life or death. I only wish to address his insolence. The crowd dispersed. And Yu Shan's junior sister, accompanied by the young man from Lulang County with the surname Yuan, hurried over with Lin Wuji. Lin Wuji gazed at Gu Han with a smile and said, Junior brother Gu, Jing Jiu is in my class. Even if you wish to intervene, it is not your place. Gu Han took a deep breath, casting a lingering glance at Jing Jiu before turning to leave. You must decide for yourself how to proceed from now on. This statement was not directed at Jing Jiu, but rather at Lu Shui, its meaning unmistakable. If Lu Shui did not choose to follow him but instead remained with Jing Jiu, then there would be no further attempts to reach the two forgetting peaks in the future. Lu Shui glanced at Jing Jiu, then turned to the distant figure of Gu Han, her small face a portrait of hesitation and struggle. Jing Jiu turned and walked in another direction, observing his retreating silhouette. Mei Li, the master from Qingrong Peak, displayed an expression of admiration. Jing Jiu, you must exert yourself further and obtain your sword at the earliest opportunity. She called out to the departing figure. Jing Jiu did not look back or halt his pace. Oh, very well. Watching Jing Jiu vanish around the bend of the stream, Mei Li slightly squinted, lost in thought. Lin Wuji approached her with a smile and said, Master, is Qingrong Peak also interested in Jing Jiu? Mei Li cast him a glance and replied, if this is the intention of the sect leader, then naturally we shall not contend. Lin Wuji clarified, it is Master Mo's intention. He wishes to see if Jing Jiu holds any potential. Mei Li scoffed and remarked, then you need not dwell on it. As long as Jing Jiu can bear the sword, he will undoubtedly join us at Qingrong Peak. Just look at that boy. Where else could he go? The two exchanged glances before parting ways. For the Qingshan sect, the sword-bearing conference holds tremendous significance for the heritage and depth of the peaks. Securing a truly outstanding disciple could mean the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse in the Breaking Sea realm after several decades, or even centuries. Missing out on such a prodigy would effectively hand over that extraordinary individual to another sword peak. Jing Jiu is evidently an extraordinary disciple who would not pay heed. If he ultimately proves to be worthless, so be it. However, with half a year until the sword-bearing conference, and even if that fails, there will be another opportunity in the future who would prematurely abandon all hope. It is only in places like the two forgetting peaks, which do not require inheritance and are not lacking in talent, that a person like Gu Han would emerge. Jing Jiu was acutely aware of why Mei Li from Qingrong Peak and Lin Wuji had come to his aid, but he did not mind. To this day, he remained uncertain about which peak he desired to join. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he opened his palm, gazing at the pale blue elixir resting within. After a moment of silence, he reflected on the Xian Ji Dan, a rare pill that significantly aids in stabilizing the sword core for disciples at the First Realm. The previous day, Yushan's junior sister had informed him about the sword-bearing conference, and considering that Shui might need it, he had embarked on today's journey, leading to the events that unfolded. Reflecting on Gu Hanlin's gaze before his departure, Jing Jiu raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his exquisite visage as he murmured to himself, how intriguing. For Jing Jiu, boredom was an exceedingly rare sentiment, and the same could be said for intrigue. Gu Hanlin had cast a profound glance at him before leaving, utilizing his sword perception to scrutinize his body both internally and externally. It was domineering and piercing, devoid of reason and high-handed. Jing Jiu had not encountered such a phenomenon for many years, leaving him somewhat disconcerted and displeased. He pondered quietly. If he had experienced such a thing back then and felt displeasure, how would he have reacted? Naturally, he would have dispatched the offender with a single stroke of his sword. However, that was not an option now. Gu Hanlin was not deserving of death. He was not a man easily slain. More importantly, to slay the other party with a sword, one must first possess a sword. At present, he was without one. Without a sword, participation in the sword acceptance conference was impossible. It seemed he genuinely required a sword. A slight tremor resonated from the bracelet on his wrist. I cannot rely on you, Jing Jiu remarked, and besides, I have made a promise to Xiao Mo. He needed a sword. The sword awaited him atop the sword peak. Thus, Jing Jiu ascended the peak. The night was deep and quiet, with no one at the base, and the stewards of Cloud Walking Peak remained oblivious to his arrival. On the formation diagram within the small building that displayed the sword token's positions, only Zhao Liu's token was visible, shrouded in the distant mists. Jing Jiu's token lay silently in a corner of the cave. A few monkeys frolicked incessantly among the cliffs outside the cave. Upon reaching the sword peak, Jing Jiu found no trees. The rocky walls were imbued with a chilling sword tint. Aside from wild grass, few other plants could thrive in such an environment. And not a single beast was in sight. The landscape was one of desolation and lifelessness. For ordinary inner disciples, traversing the sword peak was an arduous endeavor. Even those who had successfully claimed their swords would recall the experience with trepidation. Yet for Jing Jiu, the sword peak was no different from any other place. It held no unique challenges. He navigated the heights with ease, not quite moving with the swiftness of a gallop, yet his pace was remarkably brisk. Regardless of how steep the cliffs became, he did not resort to climbing with his hands, nor did he exert any noticeable effort. He ascended effortlessly. Soon, he reached the midpoint of the sword peak, arriving at the edge of the clouds. If someone were to gaze upward from the base of the peak at that moment, they would perceive him merely as a dark speck among the scattered rocks. Those who could ascend to the cloud's edge on their first attempt at the sword peak were exceptional inner disciples, while those who could step directly into the clouds were exceedingly rare. Jing Jiu stepped into the clouds. Cloud Walking Peak, where the clouds eternally drift. The thick, moisture-laden clouds rolled incessantly, obscuring all light, enveloping the area in darkness. Here, the sword intent was even more abundant and foreboding. Ordinary disciples would succumb to its onslaught within mere breaths. The sword intent and darkness bore no influence on Jing Jiu. Rather, upon reaching the clouds, he no longer felt the need to conceal his presence. His ascent quickened to the point of becoming a wisp of smoke, covering dozens of zhang with each step. His ears, attuned to the winds, captured the sounds of the world around him, ensuring he would encounter no obstacles. Time passed unmeasured until Jing Jiu halted his progress. He must be nearing the summit. Lin Wuji's assessment was indeed accurate. Before his departure, Master Mo of the Sherway Peak had been inspired by Jing Jiu's words, igniting a final surge of pride that propelled him to transcend his limits, returning his sword to such lofty heights. Jing Jiu quietly sensed the diminishing presence of the hundreds of sword intents around him, now more lethal, indicating they lingered at even greater altitudes. He soared upward silently, his feet making no sound upon landing. The dense fog began to dissipate, and there, he beheld a pair of mesmerizing eyes. They were striking, with pupils like polished ebony and irises akin to liquid mercury. Had an ordinary person suddenly encountered such eyes atop the sword peak, they would surely have been startled. Correspondingly, the owner of those eyes would likely have experienced a similar shock. Yet, both Jing Jiu and the girl were far from ordinary, and thus, there was no gasp, only a profound silence. Their proximity allowed them to see only each other's eyes. "I'm sorry, I don't know anyone," Jing Jiu spoke, his breath stirring a gentle breeze that lifted a strand of her hair, floating past her gaze like a willow branch brushing over the surface of water. He took a step back, revealing her face. It was indeed beautiful, though not as striking as his. Her features were still artistically pleasing. However, her brows were somewhat short and remarkably dark, and her hair was exceptionally short and unkempt, dust clinging to her face and locks, giving the impression of neglect. Before them lay a cliff with a hollow about half a person's height. The girl sat cross-legged within, resembling a stone statue. Suddenly, Jing Jiu recalled who she must be. Having spent years atop the sword peak, honing her sword intent, there was only one person in the entire Qingshan sect, Zhao Liu. "Who are you?" Zhao Liu inquired, her voice melodious and clear, akin to the sound of a sword's song, its final note rising like a blade curved by autumn waters, only to spring back. "Jing Jiu," he replied. Zhao Liu pondered for a moment before stating, "I believe I have heard of you." "I have heard of you as well," Jing Jiu responded. Tilting her head to examine his face, Zhao Liu suddenly remarked, You are not as handsome as the rumors suggest. Perhaps the tales are exaggerated. Jing Jiu nodded in acknowledgement, departing from the cliff face, ascending to higher altitudes. Zhao Liyue paid him no mind, closing her eyes to continue feeling the surrounding sword intent. The natural flow of intent allowed her to embrace it, enabling all things to realize their true selves. Her breath rose and fell in harmony with the sword intent, gradually settling into a profound tranquility, extending into a rhythm that seemed to lack any intervals. Her heartbeat slowed in the midst of the howling winds and chaotic sword intents, becoming nearly imperceptible. Jing Jiu circled around to a cliff face on the western slope of the sword peak, still pondering Zhao Liyue. Uncertain whether it was merely the frequent mention of the name that had rendered it familiar, he felt an odd sense of recognition, as if he had encountered it long before. Moreover, those striking black and white eyes seemed to evoke a sense of déjà vu. To all, Zhao Liyue appeared to be a favored disciple, cherished by her mentors, poised to shine brilliantly once the sword tournament concluded. Her gaze, sharp and spirited, belied a complexity that caught Jing Jiu's attention, hinting at hidden depths and a tinge of melancholy. Yet, that was of no concern to him. Surveying his surroundings, he confirmed that the sword he sought lay within reach. With a subtle shift of thought, he extended his sword consciousness outward, within the vast expanse enveloped by his perception. Even in the more distant recesses, the swords concealed among the cliffs responded. The rock stirred slightly, as if caressed by a gentle breeze, and pebbles tumbled down the incline. Countless sword intents surged forth eagerly, yet upon encountering his sword consciousness, they retreated back into the crags, unwilling to emerge, akin to rabbits sensing danger. Had there been anyone capable of witnessing this spectacle, they would surely find it fascinating. However, no one could discern the scenes within the cloud-covered peaks unless they stood among them. On the eastern slope of the peak, Zhao Liyue opened her eyes, attuned to the subtle shifts in sword intent around her, pondering the unfolding events. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, perceiving the retreat and stillness of the sword intents, Jing Jiu remarked, "Do not think yourselves unworthy of me." After a brief pause, he added, "Indeed, you are unworthy." Ultimately, he concluded, "Yet, I remain indifferent." The multitude of swords in the peaks continued their silence. "I will not linger in the mountains as before." Jing Jiu comprehended their sentiments and reflected, "This time, I am prepared to venture forth." The sword intent surged once more, clamoring to respond. In the distance, Zhao Liyue sensed a change in the sword intent again. Narrowing her eyes, contemplating whether it was related to the young disciple from earlier. After a moment, she shook her head. Having coexisted with these sword intents for long, she understood that they possessed no sentience, only significance. If the previous sword intents signified affection and protection, then the current one suggested submission. Sword intents yield only to swords, never to humans. Could it be that a new renowned sword was about to be born among the peaks? Amidst the vast sea of sword intent, Jing Jiu finally located the one he desired. Hundreds of sword intents sensed his will and gradually calmed, returning to the heights. Approaching the cliff face, a sword slowly emerged from the stone, presenting a rather uncanny sight. The sword was entirely black, with a dull sheen, appearing rather ordinary. In terms of the purity of sword intent, it was not particularly remarkable, even somewhat lacking compared to others. This was the sword of the late Master Mo, who had passed 6 months prior. It was the sword Jing Jiu required. He reached out to touch the blade, noting its impressive heft, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he prepared to claim the sword, he suddenly became aware of something, looking up toward the east. The sword intent at the peak is exceedingly potent, with clouds so thick that not a single star's light can penetrate, rendering visibility nearly impossible and preventing one from discerning through sword perception. This environment can truly be described as an abyss of darkness. To perceive objects 100 feet away, one must at least possess the realm of Wuzhong. To see further still necessitates a higher level of mastery. For Jing Jiu, this poses no challenge, although his realm remains relatively low. The pervasive sword intent across the mountains does not hinder him. Instead, it aids him in discerning all that surrounds him. He observes an iron eagle perched before the cliff face. The iron eagle is the sole creature capable of surviving within the sword peak's confines. Its feathers are tougher than steel, its bones akin to spirit stones, and every part of its being is composed of the most precious materials for arrows. Were it not for its scarcity, rendering it unsuitable for military formations, and its status as a guardian beast of the Qinshan sect, this rare avian would likely have been exterminated by the imperial dynasty long ago. Before him lies a fledgling eagle, gravely wounded, struggling between the cliffs, unable to rise, with blood continuously seeping from its abdomen. Jing Jiu ponders whether this fledgling has been injured by an enemy's flying sword in the outside world, or if it has simply been unfortunate enough to be harmed by the innate sword essence of the peak. The myriad of life and death in the universe follows its own path. He has no intention of interfering, merely wishing to observe what transpires next. Zhao Liu sits against the cliff. At this moment, her sword intent cultivation has reached a critical juncture, rendering her unable to rise at will. She quietly watches the struggling Iron Eagle, her gaze devoid of compassion or any other sentiment. Jing Jiu watches her in silence. Zhao Liu makes a move. She raises her hand, and a beam of azure sword light bursts forth from her sleeve, arriving before the fledgling eagle. Jing Jiu raises an eyebrow. From the perspective of sword mastery, she has evidently entered the realm of Qingyi. Truly, she is a natural-born Dao seed. However, he wonders why she has concealed this fact, remaining unknown even to the Qingshan sect until now. Zhao Liu does not deliver a swift death to the fledgling eagle. The azure sword light returns, bringing the fledgling back with it. She tears a piece from her garment and gently bandages its wounds. Observing this scene, Jing Jiu shakes his head and then gazes into the distance. A middle-aged man in gray has appeared on the cliffs 100 feet away, though it is unclear when he arrived. In this realm filled with sword intent and genuine darkness, Zhao Liu, given her level, should not have been able to see him. She lowers her head to continue tending to the fledgling eagle, only raising it once her task is complete, directing her gaze towards the man. Evidently, she had already detected his presence. Truly, as a natural-born Dao seed and a prodigy of the sword path, she possesses the ability to perceive me from such a distance. The gray-clad man regards Zhao Liu with an impassive expression and states, "No wonder those fellows from Two Forget Peak are so desperate to have you." Zhao Liu looks towards his position in the night and inquires, "Who are you?" The gray-clad man replies, "My surname is Zhua." Zhao Liu remains silent for a moment before responding, "So you are Master Zhua from Bihu Peak." This Master Zhua carries no sword upon his back, indicating that he is likely ascended to the realm of Wuzhong in the sword path. Master Zhua gazed at the fledgling eagle in Zhao Liu's hand and remarked, "This little creature has not interrupted your cultivation, but has rather revealed the depths of your abilities. I am astonished that you have concealed your true realm. At such a tender age, you have already broken through into the realm of intent. This is indeed remarkable." Zhao Liu placed the injured fledgling behind her. Choosing not to respond, Master Zhua continued, "I am eager to discover two matters. First, which mountain peak has chosen you as its disciple? Could it be the esteemed leader of our sect? Secondly, had you not perished quietly tonight, what chapters would have been inscribed in the annals of cultivation history?" Reflecting on this, I find it hard to bear. He had indeed come to eliminate Zhao Liu. The Qingshan sect regarded her as a treasure. How could there be someone who sought her demise? Jing Jiu stood in the night, observing the figure in the distance and listening to their exchange, filled with confusion. Was this person a spy from another sect? Or a hidden assassin lurking within the city of Chaoga? The notion of a spy existing where Yuan Qijing focused was truly unfathomable. Master Zhua of Baihu Peak was merely expressing his sentiments, not awaiting Zhao Liu's reply. With his words, a faint yet chilling intent to kill descended upon Zhao Liu from over 100 paces away. He was a formidable figure of the Wuzhong realm, cautious even when facing a junior of lesser strength, for he intended to slay Zhao Liu. Having discerned that her true realm was that of intent, he would not approach within 100 paces of her, even if she had perfected her intent realm. The lethal range of her flying sword would not extend beyond that distance. No matter how gifted Zhao Liu might be, she could not launch an attack from such a span. At this range, he could effortlessly strike her down with a mere wave of his hand. This would be a confrontation devoid of suspense. Jing Jiu glanced at the night sky, realizing that summoning the flying sword for communication would be too late. "I do not comprehend your intentions, Master." Zhao Liu remained seated in the cave, uncertain if it was due to the critical moment of her sword intent or resignation. One arrives in chaos, but one must ultimately discern the reason for departure. Masters was stated, "The reason I seek to end your life is that you are investigating certain matters." Zhao Liu replied, "I do not understand what you are referring to." Masters was asserted, "You should not delve into those affairs. They are beyond your qualification." Zhao Liu regarded him quietly and replied, "So there truly is something." "Indeed, there is," he confirmed. "Otherwise, why would the Peak Master have gone mad? Why would I take the risk to eliminate you?" Masters will looked at her with a sense of regret, saying, "I genuinely do not understand why, with such a promising future ahead, you have chosen to investigate this matter over the past 3 years. How did you come to know? And what outcome do you seek? If I were not acquainted with the curtain-drawing figure, I would never have guessed it was you." His tone was filled with regret and sorrow, clearly reluctant to take action against Zhao Lei. Jing Jiu listened silently, refraining from speech or revealing his presence. If you intend to kill me, have you considered the consequences? Zhao Lei gazed into the night and spoke. She was the cherished future of the Qingshan sect, intimately connected to a certain peak. The man in gray, despite being her master's uncle, would face dire consequences should he dare to strike at her. Left Master sighed and remarked, "Some outcomes are 1,000 times more severe than your death, yet we remain unchanged." He continued, "Moreover, I must express my gratitude for your diligent cultivation. I trust that come dawn, no one shall know that I was the one who ended your life." With a smile, Left Master added, "Here at the summit of the Sword Peak, even those at the Breaking Sea realm would remain oblivious to what transpires unless they specifically employ sword sense to investigate. If you wish to keep tonight's events concealed, you must first ensure my demise." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei waved her hand, and a stream of azure sword light burst forth from her sleeve, racing swiftly towards the cliff face. The azure sword was remarkably agile, weaving into a delicate curtain of pale blue light, seemingly impenetrable. Observing this spectacle, Left Master commended. "You are nearing the perfection of your intent, truly astonishing." In the depths of the night, Jing Jiu also nodded in agreement, appreciating not only Zhao Lei's displayed realm but also her technique. Since there was no opportunity for a surprise attack, it was wiser to summon the sword in advance and prepare for defense. Regrettably, Zhao Lei's realm was far inferior to her opponent's, rendering her defense futile. Jing Jiu swiftly concluded that Zhao Lei was undoubtedly doomed tonight unless an unforeseen twist occurred. The chaotic sword intent at Yunqing Peak mingled with the profound night, breath fluctuating. But the sole variable was himself. How could he possibly contend? Jing Jiu lamented inwardly. His current realm was too low to assist her, unless the man in gray chose to remain inactive. Yet, who would stand still, awaiting your approach? He glanced at his bracelet, pondering what other methods could be employed. At that moment, the battle commenced. The outcome of this conflict was indeed devoid of suspense, verging on a one-sided assault. The night wind howled violently, the rolling clouds in disarray, as a simple gray flying sword instantaneously traversed over 100 feet, arriving before the cliff face. A cacophony of rapid, subtle collisions of flying swords erupted. Simultaneously, dozens of sparks flared upon the azure curtain woven by Zhao Lei's small sword. Jing Jiu discerned that those seemingly insignificant sparks concealed the might of thunder, possessing a terrifying force of impact. The 8 directions sword technique of the Baihu Peak remained as domineering as ever. Moments later, the azure curtain was effortlessly torn apart by the hidden thunder sword. The azure small sword fell to the ground, resembling mere scrap metal. Zhao Lei sat cross-legged within the crevice, utterly unable to evade. Several muffled thuds echoed as the unadorned gray flying sword repeatedly pierced her body before returning, leaving 7 bloody holes. These wounds penetrated her form, blood gushing forth, painting a gruesome tableau. Zhao Lei's complexion turned pale as she leaned against the cliff, blood trickling from the corner of her lips, her gaze dimming. The contest of swordsmanship has always been thus, decisive and simple, capable of determining victor or vanquished, life or death, in but an instant. The principle of the strong prevailing is starkly, even brutally, illustrated in the battle of flying swords. In the presence of an opponent of superior realm, your sword will forever be out of reach. How then can you hope to conquer them? What do you wish to convey? Asked Master Zhua, taking measured steps toward the cliff, gazing at Zhao Lei with an expression devoid of emotion. This was not merely the mockery and humiliation of a victor over a vanquished foe. Had he wished it, Zhao Lei could have perished at that moment. Yet the forces behind him desired to ascertain what Zhao Lei sought to uncover and how much she had already unveiled. Most crucially, they were eager to discover who had instigated her inquiries. Was it Qingrong Peak or Tianguang Peak? As one approaches death, their words bear weight. He hoped to extract some valuable information. Zhao Lei lifted her gaze and replied, "What I wish to say is that you should not stand so close to me." Just as she began to speak, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The bracelet on her wrist transformed into a silver flash, soaring like a serpent, elongating instantaneously and morphing into a sword-like binding that ensnared Master Zhua's body. With a shattering sound, several rips appeared in Master Zhua's gray robe. "You think this trinket can save you?" he remarked coldly, observing her. The unadorned gray flying sword reappeared, slicing towards the binding. With a resonant crack, where the gray sword met the binding, a burst of thunderous flame erupted, yet the binding did not sever as he had anticipated. Master Zhua's expression shifted subtly, pondering the reason behind this anomaly. The binding constricted, embedding itself within him, and in an instant, blood began to seep forth. With a pained grunt, he was consumed by fury. Disciples of the Qing mountain sect typically carry binding devices while patrolling the wilderness, employing them to hunt beasts and subdue adversaries. These bindings are merely the most mundane of magical artifacts, far inferior to even the most basic flying swords. Why then could his celestial sword not sever this binding? What manner of object was this? What material was it forged from? In a fleeting moment, Masters would contemplated numerous possibilities, suspecting that the binding was far from ordinary. Perhaps it was a treasured talisman bestowed upon Zhao Liu by a significant figure among the Nine Peaks, possibly even the sect leader himself. Reflecting on this, Masters regretted his lack of caution. However, he felt neither fear nor concern. Even if the binding were a precious artifact, Zhao Liu's low realm and grievous injuries could not alter the inevitable outcome. Do you believe this can slay me? He glared into Zhao Liu's eyes. His anger and murderous intent laid bare. The unadorned gray flying sword returned before him, which he then swallowed whole. The sword essence surged, and countless strands of sword intent shot forth from his body, resembling real swords, effectively blocking the constricting binding. A small gap in the clouds allowed starlight to cascade upon Zhao Liu. Her disheveled short hair and bloodied visage did not appear grotesque. Rather, her eyes remained eerily calm, reminiscent of a young beast poised for a final struggle. With her sword rendered ineffective and the binding momentarily halted, what course of action lay ahead? Zhao Liu clenched her fist. She employed a rudimentary martial art, akin to the techniques practiced daily by the outer disciples of Nan Songting in their arduous training among the pines. This style was rather commonplace, intended merely to assist the outer disciples in achieving a certain level of proficiency. Never had anyone contemplated that such a martial art would manifest in a confrontation between two sword masters. Her technique lacked any extraordinary attributes. It was simply executed with precision, mirroring the illustrations found in books. Its very standardization rendered it accurate. A flurry of punches descended upon the left elder like a torrential downpour. Zhao Liu's fists, though petite, were remarkably sturdy. Even a formidable body tempered by sword qi could not completely withstand their force. With a series of muffled thuds, the elder's gray robe bore the marks of more than a dozen indentations. Blood spurted from his mouth. Zhao Liu flicked her wrist, causing the sword cord to loop around his neck, pulling him towards the cliffside. Her legs, coiled like a striking serpent, shot out with the swiftness of lightning, landing squarely on his back. The left elder coughed up blood once more. Zhao Liu pressed against his back, leaning back as she maintained a taut grip on the sword cord. She aimed to utilize her physical strength to sever his head. The sword cord trembled violently, slowly gliding across the elder's body while producing a jarring screech of friction. Truly, Zhao Liu was formidable, yet such efforts could not bring about my demise. The elder wheezed. A gray flying sword intercepted the sword cord at his neck. To be driven to such a desperate state by a junior of a lower realm incited his fury. However, as he had stated, this alone was insufficient for Zhao Liu to vanquish him. The disparity between their realms often could not be bridged by mere courage, cunning, or other attributes. Blood continued to flow incessantly from Zhao Liu, the force of her exertion causing it to surge even more rapidly than before. Her complexion grew paler, and her gaze increasingly vacant. She recognized that the moment she could no longer maintain her grip on the sword cord would herald her impending death. At that moment, the clouds atop the peak dispersed slightly, allowing starlight to descend. The left elder, gazing at the scene before him, was suddenly struck dumb. Even with the sword cord at his neck, his attention was inexplicably captivated. A figure had materialized before him, a youth clad in white. In that life and death struggle, his gaze was drawn not because of the youth's striking beauty, but rather due to the bewilderment of how he had appeared. The elder was astonished, disoriented, and even somewhat flustered. Prior to the encounter with the injured eagle, he had surveyed his surroundings and confirmed the absence of any presence. During the ensuing dialogue and skirmish, he had also ascertained that the peak was enveloped in silence, no sounds of breathing, no heartbeat, and certainly no footfalls. The white-clad youth seemed to have materialized from thin air, or perhaps had always stood there. The question lingered. If he had always been at the cliffside, why had the elder not noticed him? Not even a whisper of alertness had crossed his mind. To possess the ability to completely obscure one's presence in the world. Could the youth be a master of the wilderness realm? No. Even a master of the wilderness realm could not achieve such a feat. Was he, perhaps, a specter? In a fleeting moment, Masters pondered numerous thoughts and possibilities, yet he could not arrive at an answer. Jing Jiu, however, did not afford him any additional time for contemplation and raised his hand. Masters sensed an overwhelming danger. His pupils constricted sharply as he attempted to flee. Yet he found himself ensnared by the sword's grip and the legs behind him. Jing Jiu's hand fell upon Master's neck. A grating sound erupted, harsh and jarring, accompanied by dazzling sparks, a sight both grotesque and beautiful. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Master's anguished cries and the sound of friction abruptly ceased, followed by a soft pop. His head tumbled down like a ripe fruit. Zhao Liyue's face emerged, her eyes starkly black and white as ever. Blood gushed from the severed neck of the corpse, akin to celebratory fireworks, cascading like a waterfall into the sky. Through the shower of vivid crimson, the two locked gazes. A master from Baihuang, of the Wuzhong realm, has met his demise, reportedly at the hands of another. The site where his body was discovered, by a creek, was said to be a gruesome spectacle, his entire head severed from his body. Undoubtedly, this marks one of the most heinous incidents to transpire within the Qingshan Nine Peaks in recent years. The deceased was rumored to be a trusted confidant of the Peak Master of Baihuang, held in high regard. Currently, the Peak Master is recuperating, and the disciples' emotions are already somewhat unstable. Thus, this turn of events has naturally incited great fury, placing immense pressure on Shanda Peak. Should it be the case that a rogue from another sect infiltrated the Nine Peaks, it would undoubtedly be a dereliction of duty on Shanda Peak's part. However, such a possibility seems remote, for anyone capable of slaying a master of the Wuzhong realm would surely provoke the alarm of the Qingshan Great Array. A more plausible scenario suggests that this master from Baihuang fell victim to a fellow sect member. If this were indeed the case, Shanda Peak, tasked with overseeing the various peaks, would find themselves at the forefront of accountability. Shanda Peak dispatched numerous stewards and disciples to investigate, yet no clues emerged. Neither the masters from rival peaks who bore a grudge against the deceased, nor the few hot-tempered elders with checkered pasts lacked alibis on the night in question. This affair seemed shrouded in layers of fog. The disciples by the Shijian Creek, being of lower cultivation, were naturally not implicated in this matter, and Shangda Peak would not seek them for inquiries. Yet they too could sense an unsettling atmosphere brewing recently, as the celestial masters responsible for their instruction appeared preoccupied. Once they learned of the events that transpired, a collective dread enveloped them, plunging them into a profound silence. Lu Shisui, a reticent individual by nature, was even more subdued than usual, rendering him less noticeable. However, the rotund Mahua sensed something amiss, for in addition to his silence, Lu Shisui had been frequently distracted during sword practice, nearly injuring himself on several occasions over the past few days, an occurrence most uncommon. Mahua contemplated probing further. Yet considering Lu Shisui's youth, it was only natural for him to be unsettled upon hearing such news. Only a peculiar girl like Zhao Liyue would remain unaffected, he mused, gazing at the sword peak enveloped in mist. That night, Lu Shisui visited Jing Jiu's abode, a place he had not frequented in quite some time. Jing Jiu was somewhat taken aback. Lu Shijiu's face appeared somewhat pallid, and his eyes were slightly red, clearly indicative of a restless night. Jing Jiu presumed he was anxious about the Chungjin conference, so he reached out to touzle the boy's hair and said, "You are well suited for the two forgetting peaks. They would not dismiss you." Lu Shijiu lifted his head and suddenly inquired, "Young master, was it you?" Jing Jiu acknowledged with a sound, though he was unsure whether the intonation rose or fell. Lu Shijiu gazed at him, his eyes somewhat vacant, and said, "That night, I came, but you were not here." It was then Jing Jiu realized that Lu Shijiu had sought him that night, presumably not finding him but merely the sword plaque. He chuckled and asked, "Do you believe I could have killed that person? A disciple of the sword cleansing without even a sword? How could he possibly slay a formidable master of the Wuzhong realm?" The inquiry from Shang Dufeng's investigation, far removed from the sword cleansing stream, underscored this very point. Not only Jing Jiu, but even the more accomplished disciples in the sword cleansing pavilion had not received a single suspicious glance. Upon hearing Jing Jiu's words, a look of confusion crossed Lu Shijiu's face. Yesterday, senior brother Gu and the others mentioned that the neck of that deceased master was remarkably smooth. The murderer must be an expert of the Yui realm or wield a legendary sword. I distinctly remember you saying that your greatest skill is severing. Where did you go the night before last, young master? I truly feel a bit frightened. Jing Jiu looked at Lu Shijiu's small face, realizing for the first time how pale it could be. He certainly could have deceived Lu Shijiu, easily fabricating numerous excuses to explain why he, who never left his cave, ventured out that night. Perhaps he encountered something extraordinary on the sword peak, or went to observe monkeys at play. He understood that Jing Jiu merely needed a rationale to feel reassured. Yet, for reasons unknown, he refrained from doing so. Yes. Huh? I was the one who killed that person. The cave fell into an eerie silence, the sound of the sword cleansing stream flowing beneath the cliff distinctly audible. Then came Lu Shizhou's increasingly erratic breaths, and his complexion grew ever paler. Young master, who exactly are you? 3 years ago at Nansong Pavilion. Lu Shizhou had posed this question to Jing Jiu more than once. Today, he asked it anew. He understood that Jing Jiu harbored secrets and that Jing Jiu was reluctant to engage with the two forgetting peaks, suggesting these secrets might be troubling. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Jing Jiu would kill a master within their sect. Who I am is inconsequential. You may report this matter to your master or your senior brother. In truth, you should have done so long ago, Jing Jiu replied. Also at Nansong Pavilion. He had asked Lu Shizhou this very question, not once but multiple times. Lu Shizhou lowered his head and replied, I know your secret, young master. Because you never intended to hide it from me, often, it is your desire to assist me. For instance, the breath in the small mountain village. And the elixir dissolved in the tea, these are Jing Jiu's secrets, yet they have been my boon. You think too much. Jing Jiu smiled and said, It's primarily due to the inconvenience. It would be too troublesome to hide it from you since we were together every day back then. Was it merely a matter of inconvenience? Lu Shizhou rose and walked towards the cave's entrance, appearing somewhat pitiable. Nearly 3 years had passed since leaving the mountain village, transforming the boy into a young man, undeniably different in essence. At the cave's mouth, Lu Shizhou halted, not turning back, his voice trembling as he inquired, Is that master uncle a bad person? Jing Jiu lowered his gaze to the sword manual, refraining from answering the question. Lu Shizhou lingered at the entrance, unwilling to depart. After an indeterminate period, Jing Jiu's voice finally resonated. From my perspective, he is indeed a bad person. Lu Shizhou remained silent and walked away just like that. Jing Jiu had never contemplated whether Lu Shizhou might betray him. To return to the Qingshan sect. He had spent an entire year devising plans in that small mountain village. While he was aware that unforeseen circumstances might arise, he still possessed ample means to confront them. Of course, it could also be that he simply chose not to dwell on such matters. His thoughts were occupied with something else. In the early morning, the sun still lingered beyond the peaks, and the sound of the creek was soothing. He gazed at the water, pondering, as the red sun leapt over the mountain top. He reflected once more. By midday, when the sunlight blazed fiercely, he turned to glance at the distant mountain peak, perpetually shrouded in mist, and contemplated again. I might as well go see, he murmured to himself. With determination, he departed the cave, following the creek towards that mountain peak. Each time he ventured out, he attracted numerous gazes and incited much discussion, and this occasion was no exception. To be precise, it had been half a year since he entered the inner sect, marking his third appearance before the public eye. His laziness, or perhaps his reclusiveness, reached such extremes that it was exceedingly rare, even in the solitary realm of cultivation. As he passed the stone wall at the creek's end and continued towards the peaks, the number of eyes upon him multiplied, and the murmurs grew louder. That direction must lead to the sword peak. Was he, perhaps, going to retrieve a sword? The disciples practicing their flying swords on the creek instinctively halted their movements. Mahua observed Jing Jiu from a distance, murmuring to himself. He then noticed that Lu Shizhou remained undistracted, diligently honing his swordsmanship. Many were aware that on his first day in the inner sect, Jing Jiu had declared his intention to acquire Master Mo's sword from the Shizhou Peak. Initially, many speculated whether he would surprise the world as he had at the Nansong Pavilion's outer sect. However, as time elapsed, fewer and fewer believed he could accomplish this feat. Not even the Yushan junior sister from Nansong Pavilion or the disciple from the Yuansheng Lulang County. Half a year had passed, and Jing Jiu had not only failed to retrieve the sword but had not even visited the sword peak once. This had long since become the most talked about topic at the Shijian Creek, and for those who harbored disdain for Jing Jiu, such as Shui Yonga and the outstanding disciples of the Jiaku, this was, naturally, a source of ridicule. Yet today, it seemed Jing Jiu was indeed going to retrieve a sword. He is going for the sword. Jing Jiu is going to retrieve the sword. The echoes of excitement reverberated throughout the Shijian Pavilion. Dozens of inner disciples rushed outward. Lin Wuji was somewhat taken aback, only to discover that Master Mei had concluded the third lesson early, soaring away on his sword towards the sword peak. Unbeknownst to him, as Jing Jiu ascended the sword peak, he was unaware that both Mei and Lin Wuji had arrived here ahead of him. He also did not realize that many disciples, drawn by the news, had gathered to witness the spectacle. Little did he anticipate that his ascent would be misconstrued as a quest for a sword. Fortunately, He was aware that it was broad daylight, and instead of rushing like he had that fateful night, he walked steadily. He soon reached the cliff's edge, his pace unhurried yet unwavering. The area beneath the sword peak was eerily silent. The stewards of Yunqing Peak shook their heads in disbelief, rendered speechless. The disciples gaped, unable to articulate their astonishment for quite some time. Initially, the atmosphere had been rife with mockery and derision aimed at Jing Jiu. Yet, as they beheld him traversing the peak, those jeers were replaced by collective gasps of astonishment. After an indeterminate period, the disciples finally regained their composure and engaged in fervent discussion. Was this not his first venture to the sword peak? How could he walk with such steadiness? How was this possible? Having already passed the Eagle Beak Rock, had he not ascended 600 zhang? How much further could he go? Another 100 zhang? Surely he could not enter the clouds on his first attempt. Truly remarkable. He was indeed a concealed talent. Yet it was said that Master Mo's sword resided at the peak, a difficult prize to seize. Look, he is about to enter the clouds. He has truly entered the clouds. Jing Jiu remained oblivious to the multitude of spectators witnessing his ascent. Even if he were aware, he would not have cared, simply adhering to his own rhythm. Before long, he stepped into the clouds, becoming invisible, leaving behind a crowd of awestruck onlookers, along with murmurs of discontent. How splendid it would have been had he paused to wave before entering the clouds. Lin Wuji turned to return to the sword-washing stream, his gaze meeting that of Master Mei. Master Mo's discernment was indeed commendable. He addressed Master Mei, saying, "My apologies, it seems we must contend for this child." A chill descended upon Mei's enchanting visage as she replied, "I shall reiterate, look at how that child is born. He must join our Qingrong Peak." How could Master Mo, with such an unseemly appearance, dare to accept this child as his disciple? Upon reaching a high point on the eastern slope of the sword peak, Jing Jiu found a rocky ledge and halted. The daylight allowed for clearer visibility. The cave within was merely 3 feet deep, just enough to accommodate a person seated cross-legged inside. Zhao Liue remained within, just as she had 2 days prior. Her bleeding had ceased, but her pallor suggested severe injuries. Jing Jiu set down a large basket of mountain fruits he had gathered before leaving the cave, saying, "Eat this." The fruits, gathered by the cliff-dwelling monkeys, possessed a slightly sour and bitter taste, but were immensely beneficial for replenishing vitality. He then retrieved a pill from his sleeve and placed it before her. Zhao Liu raised her head and inquired, "Why was the corpse discovered?" Jing Jiu was somewhat taken aback. How did she know what transpired beneath the peaks? If she had an accomplice among the 9 peaks, why had that person not aided her in her injuries? Zhao Liu seemed to perceive his thoughts and replied, "I have my methods." Jing Jiu refrained from pressing further, for he was indifferent to the matter. Yet, Zhao Liu fixated on his eyes, seeking an answer. "It has been a long time since I last took a life, and I have somewhat forgotten the subsequent procedures," Jing Jiu admitted. "Moreover, dealing with a corpse is quite troublesome." Zhao Liu retorted, "So you simply discarded it by the stream?" Jing Jiu asked, "What else should I do?" Zhao Liu found this youth to be an enigma, even more peculiar than herself. "Who exactly are you?" She was, of course, aware he was Jing Jiu, the unparalleled Jing Jiu. But who was Jing Jiu truly? A spy sent by the dynasty? Jing Jiu gazed at her with a smile and queried, "And you? Who are you?" He certainly knew she was Zhao Liu, the one and only Zhao Liu. But who was Zhao Liu? A savior sent by the monkeys? Jing Jiu harbored no concerns that Zhao Liu would expose him, should it be revealed that she had slain the master from Bihu Peak. Even with her identity as Zhao Liu, she would encounter trouble. If she claimed that the master had attempted to kill her, who would believe such a tale? Thus, this matter would remain a secret. Jing Jiu assessed her injuries and deemed them not severe, turning to prepare his descent. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he remarked, "I remember now. I also left bodies unburied in the past." Zhao Liu questioned, "Are you not afraid of being discovered?" "Why should I be?" He replied, "Afraid of vengeance? Afraid of complications? Vengeance." In the beginning, there were a few instances, but eventually no one dared, so it was not particularly troublesome. After uttering this, Jing Jiu departed from the sword peak. Upon reaching the foot of the peak, he noticed the regretful gazes of his fellow disciples and recalled that he seemed to have forgotten something. Jing Jiu's journey to the sword peak had ignited a considerable stir along the banks of the Shijian stream. Although he had failed to return with Master Mo's celestial sword, he encountered no derision or humiliation within the Shijian pavilion. At most, there were sighs of regret. Even those senior brothers who had been washing swords for many years and possessed profound realms now spoke of Jing Jiu with ample respect. For many had witnessed him ascend the sword peak and vanish into the clouds. regarding the case of the murdered master from Bihu Peak. The investigation on Shanda Peak remained tense, yet few mentioned it by the Shijun stream. No one had seen that master, so there were no feelings to discuss, and the matter felt exceedingly distant to them. No one would believe that a disciple of sword washing could slay a sword immortal of the Wuzhong realm. Save for that fool Lu Shui. Jing Jiu chuckled to himself. No one approached Jing Jiu. Nor did any formidable figures from Shanda Peak suddenly appear to escort him to the Cold Sword prison. Clearly, Lu Shui had not revealed to anyone that he had not been present in the cave that night. He learned from his junior sister Yushan that recently, Lu Shui has been practicing with even greater diligence than in the past 3 years, becoming increasingly taciturn. It remains a mystery what occupies his thoughts daily. Yet it is evident that his cultivation is advancing at an unimaginable pace. Jing Jiu could surmise the source of Lu Shui's relentless training and silence, and thus, he too remained silent. Other disciples of the sword-washing sect were also diligently honing their skills. Numerous figures could be seen daily atop the sword peak, some even managing to tread the fringes of the clouds. In the following days, disciples gradually succeeded in retrieving their swords from the peak, and joyous laughter, strange cries, and sounds of weeping occasionally echoed by the banks of the sword-washing stream. The disciples cherished the celestial swords they had labored so hard to obtain. Their affection for them beyond mere words, whether in class or at mealtime, they kept their swords close, carefully imitating the older disciples, securing them with the softest silk ribbons and carrying them on their backs. Discussions about which type of ribbon to use, the most aesthetically pleasing knot, and the least pressure on the sword blade naturally became the primary topics of idle chatter in the sword-washing pavilion. Some disciples even cradled their swords while attending to nature's call or during slumber. This fervor only slightly abated after Master Meili from Qingrong Peak expressed his displeasure. Jing Jiu had not left his cave dwelling. He learned of these events from junior sister Yushan and the young man from Yuan in Lilang County. To him, these were mere interludes that required little concern. The incident on the peak that night, when he encountered Zhao Liyue and vanquished the expert from Bihu Peak, seemed to him just another episode. He believed that Zhao Liyue, being sufficiently astute, would understand the necessity for distance between two individuals with secrets, and thus the matter should have ended there. He did not anticipate a slight deviation in his reasoning. Consequently, he became renowned once more, even more so than before. The news spread across the banks of the sword-washing stream, leaving those who heard it in utter shock. The sword-washing pavilion was abuzz with commotion as people discussed the matter fervently. Shui Yonga exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be possible?" Then he felt a peculiar sense of DJVU, recalling his identical reaction back at Nansong Pavilion. This news even stirred the instructors within the sword-washing pavilion, including Master Meili, who held deep expectations for Jing Jiu but had not anticipated his swift rise to fame. At the stone wall by the stream's end, the plump Ma Hua handed a cotton towel to the drenched Lu Shujiu, observing him with a smirk. "Do you know? Your young master has gained notoriety again." Lu Shujiu's hand froze momentarily as he wiped his face. After a brief silence, he looked up, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "What happened?" Zhao Liyue had concluded her training on the sword peak and returned to the sword-washing stream. Ma Hua remarked, "It seems she has indeed achieved the sword intent and body tempering." Lu Shujiu was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Liyue was the idol of all ordinary disciples. And his idol, too, he had never encountered this legendary senior sister. The conclusion of senior sister's cultivation at the sword peak is indeed a significant event. However, one might wonder what relevance it holds for the young master. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that after Zhao Liyue descended from the peak, she did not visit her mentors at the sword-washing pavilion nor return to her own cave abode, but rather proceeded to the cave of Jing Jiu. Ma Hua gazed contemplatively at a section of the river downstream and sighed. She is currently engaged in conversation with Jing Jiu. Lu Shui exhaled in relief, silently reflecting that the young master is undoubtedly extraordinary. It is only a talent like Liyue that would entice him to converse more freely. Recalling the usual brevity of Jing Jiu's words when they were together, he suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy. Ma Hua withdrew his gaze, glanced at him, and inquired, "Do you not wish to take a look?" Lu Shui shook his head, spreading his cotton cloth on a stone to dry in the sunlight before returning to the stream to focus intently on his sword practice. Observing the somewhat slender figure reflected on the water's surface, Ma Hua narrowed his eyes slightly. He was perplexed by the changes in this young lad. Recently, Lu Shui had become increasingly taciturn and diligent, as if he had finally discovered some goal or perhaps was enduring some unseen pressure. The swordsmanship of the two forgotten peaks revolves around persistence and resilience. Lu Shisui's demeanor should be a commendable sign, yet Ma Hua sensed something amiss. Returning to the shade of several verdant trees that formed a natural pavilion, he turned to Gu Han and asked, "Do you still maintain that Jing Jiu is a waste?" Gu Han, with an impassive expression, replied, "Those who cannot wield a sword are indeed waste, regardless of whether they are perceived as geniuses by the world." Ma Hua understood his implication and chose not to elaborate further. As the lessons by the banks of the sword-washing stream concluded, dozens of disciples poured out from the sword-washing pavilion and gathered by the stream. Some were washing swords, others were rinsing fruits to consume, while a few feigned casualness as they engaged in conversation. In truth, they were all observing the cliff opposite the stream. There, upon a stone terrace nestled between the cliffs, stood a cave that appeared no different from the others lining the rock face. At that moment, two figures were faintly discernible in front of the cave. Is it truly Senior Sister Zhao? Could it be a misjudgment? Yu Kuan, who had entered the inner gate alongside the Senior Sister and had spent several days within the sword-washing pavilion, found it implausible to be mistaken. Had Senior Sister really descended the mountain? If so, why was she there? Look, she is indeed conversing with Jing Jiu. The disciples by the creek whispered among themselves, a mix of excitement and anxiety coursing through them. To them, Zhao Liyue was the most esteemed Senior Sister, simultaneously an unreachable celestial being. Everyone was aware of her aloof and taciturn nature, treating all with the same distant demeanor. Even the two forgotten peaks, which sought to draw her closer, found her indifferent. Why, then, would she visit Jing Jiu immediately after completing her arduous cultivation at the Sword Peak? Most importantly, she was genuinely engaged in conversation with Jing Jiu. Could it be that Jing Jiu possessed some remarkable quality? Just days prior, his direct descent into the clouds at the Sword Peak had astonished many. Yet he ultimately failed to draw the sword, which could not be deemed significant. In the past 2 years, Brother Jing has rarely made his presence felt. Yet at crucial moments, he consistently surprises everyone with remarkable feats, truly a hidden talent. A youth from Yuelang County, bearing the surname Yuan, gazed enviously at the scene across the river and remarked, "At this very moment, who would not envy Jing Jiu? Could it be that the Senior Sister is an ordinary person as well?" A bewildered disciple inquired. The crowd pressed for clarification. The disciple gestured with his hand across his face, and understanding dawned upon the others, prompting a chorus of laughter and playful rebukes. "I see it now." Shui Yonga suddenly interjected, waving his arms in indignation. Jing Jiu must be secretly cultivating every night, pretending to be carefree during the day. Otherwise, how could he have ventured into the Sword Peak and even met the Senior Sister? I've encountered many like him in the academy. Such hypocrisy. To the fellow disciples on the opposite bank, Jing Jiu was the most enviable figure, yet he remained as taciturn as ever. He reclined on a bamboo chair. And if it weren't for the monkeys behind the cliff bringing over 2 large stones, one might have wondered where Zhao Liyue should sit. Have your injuries healed? Yes. Has the sword intent refinement concluded? Yes. Jing Jiu spoke little, and so did Zhao Liyue. He found comfort in the silence. Lu Shisui was also agreeable, albeit somewhat chatty at times. Lacking experience in idle chatter, he presumed their conversation had reached its end and turned his gaze back to the porcelain plate, absent-mindedly toying with a grain of sand, contemplating where it ought to be placed. Zhao Liyue remained silent, her eyes closed, as she began to meditate under the sun, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. The injuries from that night had nearly healed, thanks to the effectiveness of the pill Jing Jiu had given her. However, after more than a year at the Sword Peak, her body had sustained considerable damage due to the intense sword intent refinement, with numerous minute punctures in her meridians. The spirit of the sword pellet had also been somewhat affected. These required time to mend gradually. Uncertain how long had passed, she opened her eyes and noticed the sun had begun its descent. Jing Jiu still held the grain of sand, gazing at the porcelain plate, his posture unchanged as if time had merely fluttered by in an instant. Zhao Liyue observed him, sensing an unfathomable depth to this young man. This depth transcended mere skill or power. It was something more profound. Such extraordinary patience hinted at an exceptional nature. Jing Jiu appeared to be engaged in a game of chess, hesitating momentarily over his moves. Zhao Liyue's gaze fell upon the fine sand he studied in the plate, and after a long silence, she remarked, "There is something intriguing about it." Jing Jiu lifted his head, glancing at her, and replied, "Indeed, intriguing." He had not anticipated that this young girl would discern any significance. Zhao Liyue stated, "Too difficult. I must take my leave." Clearly, while she found it interesting, she did not deem it worthy of her precious time. "All right, Jing Jiu acknowledged. Days later, Zhao Liyue returned. Observing the beam of sword light that fell before Jing Jiu's dwelling, the disciples across the river were still astonished. She has come again? Jing Jiu observed that her hair remained short and disheveled, cloaked in a layer of dust, reminiscent of a patch of wild grass in a desolate expanse. Perhaps this imagery was too vivid in his mind, for he suddenly felt a pang of thirst. Without Lu Shui to brew tea. His teapot contained the mountain spring water fetched daily by the monkeys. The teapot rested on the stone table while he sat in the bamboo chair. As he was about to reach for it, he remembered the presence of another, prompting him to glance naturally at Zhao Liyue. Zhao Liyue inquired, "What do you mean?" Jing Jiu replied, "Pour me a cup of water." Zhao Liyue responded, "No?" Oh. It dawned on Jing Jiu that she was not Lu Shui. The crisp flavor of the mountain spring water was not inferior to that of tea. As he sipped from the cup, thoughts swirled in his mind. I do not know how you killed him that night, but I am aware that your sword essence is abundant, perhaps even rivaling my own. Zhao Liyue gazed at him and remarked, I cannot comprehend how someone as lazy as you manages to achieve this. From the moment she became aware of her surroundings, indeed. Since her birth, she had been under the watchful eye of the Qinshan sect, preparing for her cultivation. Each morning upon awakening, she commenced her physical training and meditation, continuing until she arrived at the sect to practice swordsmanship, never allowing a moment of idleness. One could say that every breath she took was a part of her cultivation. She had heard of Jing Jiu and was aware of his notorious laziness, but after the events atop the night peak, she had assumed it was mere rumor. It was not until witnessing him twice in person that she realized he was genuinely indolent. She had never encountered someone so lethargic, so neglectful of their own talents. What perplexed her further was how such a lazy individual could cultivate such a rich sword essence. She yearned to uncover the answer to this mystery even more than she desired to know Jing Jiu's true identity. Do you know why I am willing to come to the Qinshan sect to learn swordplay? Jing Jiu looked at her and said, because here. It does not matter how disciples cultivate. You may pursue your path in any manner you choose. He added silently in his heart, of course. It was also because he was more familiar with this place. Zhao Liyue remarked, I do not understand what you wish to cultivate or conceal, but by behaving this way, you are only likely to attract more attention. Jing Jiu replied, I find it bothersome to deliberately hide. Zhao Liyue said, even if it risks exposing your secrets? There are no secrets that can be kept indefinitely. Even the sharpest of needles cannot remain concealed forever. Jing Jiu stated, I have had similar experiences. The sun rises every day, yet the sky cannot be perpetually shrouded in clouds. If you constantly attempt to prevent those on the ground from witnessing your brilliance, it becomes a rather arduous and, one might say, foolish endeavor. Zhao Liyue slowly turned her head to face him, uncertainly asking, are you comparing yourself to the sun? Jing Jiu responded, it is merely a metaphor. Many of the senior sisters on Qingrong Peak privately discuss me, claiming I am quite narcissistic. Zhao Liyue remained silent for a moment before saying, I feel I am not as good as you. Jing Jiu replied, I believe you should grasp my meaning. Zhao Liyue chose not to speak. She understood what Jing Jiu was attempting to convey. She is a natural-born prodigy of the sword, a remarkable talent in the way of the blade, and the cherished disciple of the Qinshan sect. From the moment of her birth, she has endured the weight of countless gazes. Upon entering the inner sanctum, she chose the perilous path of refining her body through sword intent. Perhaps as a means to conceal herself amidst the clouds of Sword Peak, away from prying eyes. She remains silent, exuding an air of stubbornness. Jing Jiu raises his hand and gently ruffles her hair. Zhao Liyue raises an eyebrow and glares at him, her eyes filled with lethal intent. Jing Jiu retracts his hand, maintaining a calm demeanor as he remarks, you ought to wash your hair. It is merely cultivation. No need to present yourself in such disarray. Zhao Liyue vigorously shakes her head, dust cascading down, resembling a little dog that has just returned home after a day of frolicking outdoors. I forgot, she replies. And with that, she commands her sword and soars towards her cave dwelling atop the cliff. Jing Jiu feels as though he too has forgotten something. Before long, Zhao Liyue returns, donned in fresh attire, her raven locks still dripping with water. Her cave residence is far superior in conditions compared to those of ordinary disciples. Situated at the pinnacle of the cliff, with a hot spring summoned by past masters of the peak, Jing Jiu glances at her hair. Zhao Liyue states, sword essence is meant for slaying. How can it be wasted on such trivial matters? Just as Jing Jiu is about to respond, he suddenly turns his gaze towards the eastern sky. A series of piercing cries resonate through the air. The clouds are torn asunder, revealing several straight lines that resemble arrows. With a thunderous roar, the middle of the cloud mass quivers restlessly, and moments later, a beam of sword light bursts forth, hovering above the washing sword stream. This sword light is pure and brilliant, emanating an aura of formidable sword intent, indicating that its wielder is a powerful individual of profound mastery. Yet, for reasons unknown, the flying sword appears unstable, wobbling like a drunken villager or a startled wild crane fleeing in panic. The sword light weaves through the cliffs by the washing sword stream, sometimes soaring high, at other times dipping low. An agonizing voice emanates from the sword, dispersing into the surroundings. Even if there is no one, what of the second? The cry of the sword wielder reverberates through the canyon. Terrifying sword intent descends intermittently, causing the stream to churn violently, while clear marks are etched upon the cliffside, and fragments of stone tumble down. From the distant peaks, sword lights flicker into view, likely disciples in direct transmission hastening to the scene. The disciples by the stream, summoned by their elders, take refuge in the washing sword pavilion, listening to the chilling cries emanating from above and witnessing the towering trees and stones. Viciously severed by the sword intent, the disciples' faces turn pale with fear. What is happening? Who is that person? Why are they so frenzied, so terrifying? Zhao Liue approaches the cliff's edge, eyeing the frenzied sword light above with a mixture of vigilance and hostility. Jing Jiu observes her quietly, pondering the origins of these two emotions. The sword light from the peaks halts a mere 10 miles from the washing sword stream, presumably having received a command. The frenzied sword light was exceedingly swift, and the sword wielder was overwhelmingly powerful. The ordinary direct disciples within the various peaks were utterly incapable of contending, only serving to exacerbate the casualties. Thus, over 100 sword lights merely safeguarded the periphery, forming several sword arrays for self-preservation, while simultaneously guarding against the potential escape of that mad sword wielder. Once the sword arrays of the disciples were established, the heavens and earth abruptly shifted in hue. Clouds scattered in all directions, and a square iron sword descended from the firmament. The square iron sword swayed in the wind, elongating into a vast canopy over 10 zhang wide, directly suppressing the frenzied flying sword, forcing it down to a mountainous region several miles away. A tremendous roar erupted, akin to genuine thunder, reverberating incessantly beneath the iron sword's canopy. The rubble on the mountainside was jolted into the air, rolling about as if animated. A terrifying tremor traveled from afar to the Shijian stream, causing the water to boil and shatter against the cliffs, with countless fish brutally perishing in the chaos. After half an hour, the battle finally ceased. The iron sword fell silent, resembling a genuine little iron house. It was uncertain whether the individual beneath the iron sword had perished or met another fate. Countless dead fish floated to the stream's surface, resembling the wealthiest merchants of Chaoga City, casting forth numerous baskets of silver coins. The cliffs, severed by that mad sword, gradually slid into the river, creating tumultuous waves that evoked endless sighs. Is this the might of the breaking sea realm? Zhao Lanwei mused, gazing at the distant scene. Jing Jiu approached her and remarked, Yuan Qijing has not personally intervened for many years. I suspect he may have long since attained perfection in the breaking sea realm and entered the celestial realm. Zhao Lanwei glanced at him. If this statement held truth, Qing Shan's sect would gain another formidable figure in the celestial realm, undoubtedly sending shockwaves across the continent. How did Jing Jiu come to this knowledge? And why disclose it to her? The disciples by the Shijian stream refrained from discussing the momentous event that transpired that day. Yet privately, exchanges were inevitable. Soon, news spread, and they learned that the terrifying flying sword was, in fact, the Tide Sword, and that the deranged powerhouse was none other than the master of Bihu Peak, Lei Poyan. It was said that Master Lei had been ambushed and gravely injured by the demonic beings of the underworld and the assassins of the Eternal Forest in Chaoga City, currently recuperating in an undisclosed location. Who could have anticipated that he would appear before the disciples of the various peaks in such a frenzied state? Akin to a man possessed? What on earth had transpired? No one provided answers, and the event gradually subsided. The cliffs severed by Lei Poyan's sword light were restored to their original state by the array masters of Shilai Peak. To the naked eye, no trace remained. And after a night, it seemed as though the incident had never occurred. Yet, the piercing and frenzied words continued to echo among the peaks. Even if there is no one, what of the two? No one, what of the two? This phrase, devoid of context, left its meaning shrouded in ambiguity. No one could elucidate it. When recalling the bizarre death of that senior disciple from Bihu Peak a few days prior, the entire affair grew increasingly enigmatic. Jing Jiu understood the implications of that statement and recognized why Lei Poyan clung to it in his final moments. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back at the cliff's edge, He gazed at the profound night sky, feeling as though he stood beside an ancient well, a faint hint of weariness blooming between his brows. Upon reaching the summit of Shangda Peak, the chill penetrated to the bone. In such an atmosphere, regardless of one's state of being, one must maintain an absolute clarity of mind. Yuan Qiqing ventured deep into the cave, gazing down into the well for an extended duration without uttering a word. The frost and snow painted the cave walls white, and a streak of gray had appeared in his hair, though it bore no relation to the biting cold. The previous night, to subdue Lei Poyan, he had employed the swordsmanship learned in his youth from the outside world, yielding remarkable results. Yet the cost of expending his sword essence was immense. It would take at least 100 days to recuperate. Over 30 disciples and stewards of Shangda Peak knelt behind him, awaiting his decree. As the second most prominent figure in the Qingshan sect, he possessed the authority to determine the fates of many, even their lives or deaths. Yet he refrained from doing so, raising his hand to signal the dispersal of the assembly. To release Lei Poyan from the heavily guarded sword prison was no trivial matter, and these disciples and stewards had no means to intervene. The crux of the matter lay in why the other party chose to release Lei Poyan. Yuan Qiqing cast his gaze towards the direction of Tianguang Peak, pondering whether this was a case of using a knife to slay an enemy or yet another test of his own abilities. The events of that day required further investigation. One must not draw hasty conclusions. He spoke slowly in a somewhat hoarse voice. The stewards and disciples had already exited the cave, leaving only his most trusted junior brother, Qi Yin, by his side. Qi Yin remarked, "There is a piece of news from Liangwang Peak. Though it is difficult to ascertain, and I am somewhat skeptical. Given that there was news, it was only prudent to delve deeper into the matter. Yet." Yuan Qiqing paused before saying, "The day of the sword-holding competition approaches. Let us not escalate matters unnecessarily." Upon hearing about the sword-holding competition, Qi Yin recalled something and inquired, "What of that Jing Jiu? Is it not worth another look? Regardless of who it may be, anyone who could capture Zhao Lei's attention certainly deserved greater scrutiny." Observing his senior brother's silence, Qi Yin sighed with a wry smile. Over the years, the number of disciples willing to come to Shangda Peak has dwindled significantly. The sword-holding competition serves as an occasion for the 9 peaks of Qingshan to select disciples for the sword. Yet, for those exceptional and promising disciples, it is equally an opportunity to be chosen by the Sword Peak. For countless years, Tianguang Peak, where the sect leader resides, has been the most desirable destination for aspiring disciples. Shangda Peak wields considerable authority and boasts exceptional swordsmanship, with Yuan Qiqing as the senior brother of the sect leader. However, the number of applicants for the sword-holding competition has been steadily declining in recent years. Liangwang Peak can select talents from among the disciples of the various peaks, rarely pre-selecting candidates for sword-holding, while Shiwei Peak leans towards academic pursuits, and Shilai Peak manages Qingshan affairs, resulting in fewer enrolled disciples. Yet, the current number of disciples willing to undertake the sword at Shangda Peak now pales even in comparison to Bihu Peak and Yunqing Peak, let alone Qingrong Peak. What could be the reason? Is it the oppressive atmosphere of Shangda Peak, the eerie nature of the sword prison? Or is it simply that all the young disciples are filled with trepidation? That lazy fellow. Yuan Qiqing snorted disdainfully. How could those youngsters from Liangwang Peak possibly let him off the hook? Qi Yin, puzzled by his senior brother's comment on letting go, did not grasp its meaning. Yuan Qiqing instructed, "Do not concern yourself with other matters. First see if there is a possibility of seizing Bihu Peak." Time moved slowly yet steadily, and before long, early winter arrived. It was said that at the behest of Qingrong Peak, the esteemed leader consented to open a passage in the Qingshan Great Formation, allowing the cold winds and snowflakes from the outside world to pour into the 9 peaks. Gazing at the swirling snowflakes, Jing Jiu felt an inexplicable sense that he had forgotten something. He began to contemplate, yet found no answers, and the sensation grew increasingly peculiar. Since returning from that small mountain village to Qishan, he had experienced many feelings previously unknown to him, such as boredom, intrigue, and forgetfulness. He could not deem it possible to forget, thus this feeling could only indicate that he was subconsciously evading something. Why? Perhaps it was because he had grown accustomed to his current languid existence. On the day the first snow fell, Zhao Leiu returned once more. She had been in seclusion within the cave for several days, perfectly assimilating the insights gained on the Sword Peak, and her most minute injuries had been restored to their original state. The white snow settled upon the cliffs, the courtyard walls, and upon her being. In this whitewashed world, her dark brows stood out vividly, mirroring the brilliance of her eyes. As the sword light descended before Jing Jiu's cave, A chorus of lament arose from across the stream at the foot of the mountain. Sister had come again. Why had she returned? For the 7th time. The disciples clutched their hearts in disappointment and sorrow at their idol's choices. I was born in the 12th month, hence my name, Zhao Lei remarked, glancing at her bracelet. In the midst of a heavy snowfall, Jing Jiu pondered whether this was a prelude to casual conversation. He had engaged in light banter with Lu Shizhou before, and had shared several exchanges with Zhao Lei as well, although he remained unaccustomed to the notion of people spending their leisure time in idle chatter. He had at least come to accept its existence and understood that such conversations required a topic to initiate. He was not adept at broaching conversational subjects. And regarding Zhao Lei, he was aware of but one matter. During the Sword Acceptance Championship, which peak would she choose? The 9 peaks would select their favored disciples during the Sword Acceptance Convention, yet should a disciple become overly popular, the situation would reverse. A prodigious talent like Zhao Lei naturally possessed ample options. The question of which peak she would ultimately choose during the Sword Acceptance Championship piqued the curiosity of both Qingshan's sect and the broader cultivation world. However, for various reasons, no one had ever dared to pose this question before her, until Jing Jiu felt the moment was ripe to initiate a light-hearted exchange. Zhao Lei did not respond to his inquiry, instead surveying the mountains cloaked in wind and snow, remaining silent. Among her peers and elders, she appeared somewhat aloof, taciturn, and indifferent, yet in Jing Jiu's eyes, she resembled a stubborn little girl, evoking a sense of tenderness. He raised his hand, intending to ruffle her short hair, but hesitated and simply said, "Do not overthink it." Zhao Lei diverted her gaze back to him and stated, "I am going to the Sword Peak to make my final preparations." The so-called preparations were, of course, in anticipation of the Sword Acceptance Championship. She had braved the wind and snow to convey this message to him, merely to bid farewell. Farewells are often melancholic, yet this sentiment did not pertain to Jing Jiu. "We shall meet again," he replied. "The journey of road construction is long, filled with numerous encounters, reunions, and, most prevalently, farewells, often leading to partings that may never be mended. He has witnessed an abundance of joys and sorrows, separations and deaths, thus he now displays an air of nonchalance. In the face of time, what else can one do but remain indifferent?" Zhao Lei departed from the banks of Shijian Creek, making her way towards the Sword Peak. She did not ride her sword, not due to the severe damage of the azure blade, but for reasons of her own. At the end of Shijian Creek, she was halted by Gu Han. Zhao Lei understood the questions that Gu Han yearned to ask, yet she was unprepared to respond, resolutely continuing her advance. "Stop," Gu Han said in a deep voice. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he gazed at her retreating figure and declared, "The myriad peaks have aged. The future of the Green Mountains lies solely with us." Zhao Lei did not allow him to finish. "You are mistaken. The future of the Green Mountains lies with me, not with you." With that proclamation, she pressed onward towards the Sword Peak, swiftly vanishing into the swirling snow. Gu Han watched the diminishing black dot in the tempest, silently pondering, what of Jing Jiu? What is it that compels your interest in him? The snowstorm intensified, and a flying sword pierced the air. He stepped onto his sword, defying the wind, transforming into a wisp of white smoke. Ascending gracefully, Gu Han soon arrived at the picturesque peaks of the southwest. The mountains were resplendent. Yet between the cliffs, the air shimmered with sharp sword light and a palpable aura of lethal intent. So intense that even the snowflakes descending from the sky were transformed into azure smoke. This was the second peak of the Green Mountains, the Two Forgetfulness Peak. Here gathered the most exceptional disciples from various peaks, most having reached the realm of formlessness, with a select few having entered the realm of wandering wilds. Gu Han relished this ambience. Like many of the younger disciples residing in Two Forgetfulness Peak, he held disdain for the antics of the other peaks, including the Sword Conference. To them, these were mere trivial pursuits for the preservation of their legacies and the competition for talent, ultimately leading only to intense internal strife and devoid of any true significance. The sword light vanished into the caverns atop Two Forgetfulness Peak. It was no longer permissible to remain a passive observer. Lei appeared to harbor some resistance towards us, Gu Han remarked as he gazed at her silhouette. "I will speak to Junior Sister. You must ensure that Qing Er and the 10-year-old remain unharmed." The individual did not turn but inquired, additionally, "I wish to know your current perspective on Jing Jiu." Gu Han paused for a moment before responding, "I do not like him." The person turned to face him, possessing a refined visage and a gentle demeanor. He was Gu Nanshan, the chief disciple of Green Mountain, also holding the title of the foremost disciple of Two Forgetfulness Peak. Ma Hua had already validated his viewpoint. Gu Nanshan smiled, "Yet I still support your actions." If one cannot withstand trials, even the greatest talent holds no value. That child, subjected to your repeated humiliations, dares not even draw his sword. How will he vanquish demons and uphold justice, contributing to our green mountain? Gu Han, with an expression of indifference, replied, "That fellow does not even possess a sword. How can we speak of drawing one?" The snowstorms continued to rage, and then gradually subsided, the withered grass regaining its verdancy, heralding the arrival of another early spring. The Sword Acceptance Conference is about to commence. It is said that Zhao Liyue has concluded her arduous cultivation at the Sword Peak and has returned, yet no one has caught sight of her. Not even within the abode of Jing Jiu. For the Qishan sect, the Sword Acceptance Conference holds immense significance, naturally prompting meticulous preparations from all quarters. At the end of the sword washing stream, seats have been arranged in advance in several enormous stones, transported by the celestial masters of the former peak using their supernatural abilities, adorn the towering stone walls. These colossal stones are exceedingly spacious, capable of accommodating thousands, complemented by the gentle flow of white clouds and shallow waters that enhance the ethereal ambience. The ordinary disciples by the stream silently and anxiously practice their techniques, occasionally stealing glances at the sky. The disciples of the two forget peaks who vanquish demons and monsters in the world, along with the masters from various peaks returning from places like Chaoga City, have gradually made their way back. Particularly noteworthy are the representatives from various sects who have come to witness the event. Over a dozen monks from Gucheng Temple have arrived, as have several officials from the Imperial Court of Chaoga City. The Shuiwei Monastery and Xianjing sect, known for their close ties with the Qishan sect, have dispatched important figures such as elders, and even the distant Fengdao sect from the north has sent representatives. Among the inner disciples who have washed swords by the stream for many years, those with confidence have signed up for this conference. The naturally gifted Zhao Liyue and Lu Shui are undoubtedly the focal points of everyone's attention. It is rumored that even an elder from the Xianjing sect has inquired about Lu Shui, while Zhao Liyue has become the center of public admiration. If circumstances permitted, Shuiwei Monastery would likely have sought her out already. Everyone is eager to discover which peak Zhao Liyue will choose at the Sword Acceptance Conference. The revelation of this mystery will simultaneously unravel another enigma that has perplexed the Qingshan sect for years. Long before Zhao Liyue's birth, the Qingshan sect had predicted her innate talent for the Tao and has been covertly safeguarding her ever since. Whose hand could this be? Aside from Zhao Liyue and Lu Shui, there are over a dozen other disciples who are also receiving considerable attention. These disciples have exhibited exceptional performance during the sword washing process, with three of them, like Lu Shui, having been recognized by the two forget peaks ahead of time. Since the previous year, they have been personally instructed by Gu Han in advanced classes, among whom a disciple named Gu Qing stands out for his remarkable prowess, earning the respect of the sect. If all goes as expected, this disciple, Gu Qing, will undoubtedly succeed in the sword acceptance. Gu Qing is not widely known, as he has maintained a low profile, studying swordsmanship in the two forget peaks as a sword boy and rarely appearing by the sword washing stream, which adds an air of mystery. To those privy to the details, Gu Qing's abilities may even subtly surpass those of Zhao Liyue, marking him as the strongest among this generation of sword-washing disciples. He is the sword boy of the sect's foremost disciple, Gu Nanshan, and he is also Gu Han's younger brother. Before the commencement of the Sword Acceptance Conference, the Qishan sect has a matter of utmost importance to address: the succession of the position of the Peak Master of Baihuang. The circumstances surrounding the death of the former Peak Master, Lei Poyan, are shrouded in secrecy, and as this is an internal affair of the Qishan sect, it is being conducted with great discretion. Besides the sect master and the various peak leaders, no one witnessed that fateful battle, let alone the representatives from other sects who came to observe. That night, a sword light chilled the 9 peaks. The essence of the sword traverses between heaven and earth. As the grand formation of the Green Mountain awakens, the North Guardian opens his eyes, consuming several strands of starlight, ultimately revealing the victor. An elder who has long secluded himself on Emerald Lake Peak has triumphed over the late banquet of Shanda Peak, successfully assuming the mantle of Peak Master. As dawn breaks, the 9 peaks of Green Mountain have already roused from their slumber, and from the river's end, a multitude of voices faintly echoes. Jing Jiu glances in that direction, crossing to the opposite bank and arriving at the sword-washing pavilion, where he gently knocks on the door. Everyone has gathered at the stone cliff at the river's end, leaving the sword-washing pavilion unusually silent, as it ought to be completely empty. Yet, Lin Wuji remains, as if he has been waiting for him all along. "I thought you wouldn't come," he remarks with a smile upon seeing Jing Jiu. I prefer to attend to today's matters today, Jing Jiu replies. Lin Wuji opens the registration book he has prepared in advance and hands over the pen. Jing Jiu accepts the pen and inscribes his name in the book. Uncle Mo truly admires you. Given that I have been waiting for you here, perhaps you should consider him a bit more. Lin Wuji pats his shoulder, adding though, he isn't particularly handsome. Jing Jiu ponders for a moment before responding, I genuinely do not concern myself with beauty or ugliness. Lin Wuji gazes at his face, sighing inwardly, realizing it is true. After all, no one surpasses his looks. Jing Jiu strides towards the exit of the sword washing pavilion, while Lin Wuji tidies the registration book to submit to Shuriwei Peak, suddenly struck by a thought as he lifts his gaze to Jing Jiu's retreating figure. What about your sword? Why haven't you retrieved it yet? Upon reaching the river's end at the sword washing creek, disciples awaiting the sword acceptance conference filled both banks. Along the towering cliffs of hundreds of zhang, numerous figures can be seen, presumably from the 9 peaks. Above the cliffs, a shroud of mist obscures the view, likely concealing the prominent figures of the Green Mountain sect and the emissaries from various sects attending the ceremony. I wonder which representative Shuiwei Monastery will dispatch this year? Given her status as senior sister Lian, she probably won't come in person. Will it be her disciple instead? Gazing at the misty cliffs, Jing Jiu unexpectedly recalls certain old acquaintances. The riverside is bustling with activity, thronged with people. Senior brother Jing, over here. Yushan, the junior sister, rises to wave at him, indicating that she has secured a spot for him in advance. Jing Jiu glances over and acknowledges that the location is indeed excellent for watching the battles, yet the crowd is overwhelming. He favors tranquility over commotion, preferring to avoid densely populated areas. His gaze naturally falls upon the quietest part of the riverside. There, not secluded but situated close to the cliff, lies a large green stone in the creek, the serenity of which is attributed to the solitary figure perched upon it, Zhao Liyue. No disciple dares to approach her closely. Jing Jiu walks over effortlessly and sits beside her with ease. Zhao Liyue glances at him and inquires, You've arrived? Jing Jiu responds with a soft hum, directing his gaze toward a conspicuous area across the creek. A dozen young disciples stand there, exuding calmness and confidence. They are all students of Guhan from the armor class. Jing Jiu recognizes only Lu Shisui among them, unaware that 2 unfamiliar faces are present as well. He steals a glance at Lu Shisui, who turns his face away. As the disciples surveyed their surroundings, they remained unaware that they themselves were the subjects of scrutiny. Amidst the cliff faces and the towering stone pillars, along with the mountain peaks shrouded in mist, numerous gazes lingered upon the stream side, and many individuals were diligently jotting down notes. These observers and their notepads belonged to significant figures within the 9 peaks, who would ultimately determine which disciple would inherit the sword today and which would be left behind. The Qingshan sect appears to manage its inner disciples with leniency, allowing them to study the sword's scriptures freely, similar to the outer disciples. In truth, the various peaks have been covertly monitoring the disciples' performances during the sword cleansing process, meticulously assessing each disciple's temperament, inclinations, cultivation level, and strength. Gu Qing was no longer a consideration. He would undoubtedly return directly to the 2 Forgetting Peak. Lu Shijiu's situation was different. While it was certain he would also be summoned to the 2 Forgetting Peak, he might be inclined to first study under another peak. Qi Yuanliang's cultivation was somewhat unstable, yet he displayed considerable talent in sword mastery, warranting an upward shift in his position. As for Sikong, I have already spoken with his mother, who has assured me, through connections with the Suspended Bell sect, that he will come to us if we choose him. Shui Yonga is expected to participate in the next Sword Inheritance Assembly. His granduncle mentioned that if we are willing to select him next time, he could persuade Qi Feiying for us this time. Qi Feiying has been studying swordsmanship under senior brother Guhan for the past 2 years, and it may not be easy to convince him. The same sentiment persists, while we will not obstruct his future journey to the 2 Forgetting Peak. It must be under the name of our peak. His position could be adjusted to follow behind Sikong Amin. Such discussions unfolded incessantly amidst the cliffs. The mentors and direct disciples of the 9 peaks observed the young individuals by the stream, continuously contemplating various possibilities as ink flowed across the pages, inscribing numerous names. Some would be crossed out, while others would be repositioned towards the front, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. This is the Sword Inheritance Assembly of the Qingshan sect. It is not merely a matter of which peak desires to select a disciple. Competition with other peaks is highly likely. The status of the Tianguang Peak within the Nine Peaks is particularly unique. Their chosen disciples rarely decline. Conversely, the Shangda Peak finds itself in an awkward position, with fewer and fewer young disciples willing to proactively choose them. The Two Forgetting Peak can select individuals from any peak at their discretion, and it is not necessary to voice their choices during the Sword Inheritance Assembly. However, this year presents a different scenario, as the disciple named Gu Qing intends to enroll directly at the Two Forgetting Peak. Consequently, Guananshan, a figure of significance, would not allow Zhao Liu and Lu Shizhou to leave so easily. As a result, the selection options for peaks such as Yunxing Peak and Baihu Peak have become increasingly limited, necessitating cautious choices and the preparation of various contingency plans. Guananshan, the head disciple of the sect leader and the chief disciple of the Two Forgetting Peak, has spent recent years leading his young companions in vanquishing demons and battling the malevolent beings of the underworld and the monstrous entities from the north. Yet, he exudes a gentle demeanor rather than a cold, iron-willed presence. With grand ambitions and a far-reaching vision, he harbors no particular likes or dislikes regarding the affairs of the world. Observing the two figures, one standing and the other seated upon the blue stone, he remarked with a sense of regret, "It seems truly impossible." This statement carries dual meanings. A few days prior, after Zhao Liyue returned from Jianfeng, he engaged her in a serious and lengthy conversation. However, by the end, Zhao Liyue did not commit to joining the Two Forget Peaks. The second implication, of course, is that Jing Jiu has still been unable to successfully draw a sword, rendering him incapable of participating in the upcoming sword conference. Even if he could, "I believe it would still be impossible," Guhan said coldly. Ma Hua chuckled, fine lines appearing on his round, plump face, and remarked, "If it's impossible, then it is indeed impossible." Thus, the final conclusion is impossibility. Jing Jiu is incapable. Lin Wuji approached from the cliff's edge and nodded to Guananshan. Lin Wuji also nodded. Both were the direct disciples of the sect leader, yet for some reason, they seemed somewhat aloof. Suddenly, Lin Wuji halted and announced, "Jing Jiu has registered." Guananshan remained silent for a while before responding. "That is a good thing." Yuhan coldly interjected, "What scheme is this fellow concocting now?" Ma Hua squinted, still wearing his harmless smile, yet a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Uncle Emo has always coveted him, and it appears his vision indeed surpasses that of us younger generations, Lin Wuji remarked. Guananshan added, "I have also held high hopes for this young man." "Really? I have yet to perceive that," Lin Wuji retorted, casting a glance at Gu Han with a seemingly amused expression. "Junior brother Gu merely wishes to temper him." Guananshan explained, "He is excessively proud. Enduring appropriate pressure will aid his growth." Lin Wuji sighed, "After all these years, I still find it hard to adapt to your self-serving manner of discourse." Guananshan replied, "That is because you have never truly understood the student you are teaching." Lin Wuji raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Pray, enlighten me." Guananshan gazed at the blue stone in the stream and stated, "What is deemed laziness is, in fact, an attitude and indifference to all things worldly, a lofty pride that bears no significance for our Qishan sect or the common folk. If he cannot awaken to this truth, he is unworthy of coming to the Two Forget Peaks." Lin Wuji smirked slightly and said, "Have you never considered that he may simply not wish to go to the Two Forget Peaks? What purpose does your approach serve, aside from displeasing him? To walk the path of the Two Forget Peaks is the honor of every disciple of Qingshan. He will eventually come to understand this." Guananshan looked at him gently and remarked, "If you were not unwilling to be defeated by my sword, you two should be standing beside me now." Lin Wuji gazed quietly at him before suddenly stating, "I fear you may be disappointed today, and it will be twice." The blue stone stood prominently at the forefront of the stream, drawing many gazes. While all eyes were primarily on Zhao Liyue, considerable attention also shifted to her surroundings. The young man in white sat languidly upon the azure stone, exuding an allure that was difficult to resist, for his beauty was truly exceptional. Is this indeed Jing Jiu? He is, as rumored, extraordinarily handsome. Fourth senior sister, when you visited Nansong Pavilion 2 years ago, did you truly not catch a glimpse of him? What a pity that is. The female disciples of Qingrong Peak eagerly conversed by the stream, for this was their first encounter with Jing Jiu. Though they had heard countless tales, seeing him in person illuminated the truth behind the saying that meeting someone in reality is far more impactful than mere hearsay. Jing Jiu was simply breathtaking. Would he be participating in the sword acceptance competition today? The disciples of Qingrong Peak cast hopeful glances towards Uncle Mei Li. Mei Li shook her head and replied, "Perhaps next time." The disciples felt a twinge of disappointment. Mei Li herself shared in this sentiment. Jing Jiu's sleeves fluttered in the breeze, clearly devoid of a concealed sword, indicating that the anticipated miracle had not occurred. He had not acquired that sword. At this moment, Mei Li was more concerned about Zhao Liyue's forthcoming decision. Among the 9 peaks of Qing Mountain, Qingrong and Shilai peaks boasted the most female disciples, especially the former, which was predominantly composed of female sword cultivators. In her view, Zhao Liyue, a rare female born with innate Dao roots, ought to rightfully seek the sword at Qingrong Peak. Naturally, she believed that a youth as striking as Jing Jiu should also belong to Qingrong Peak. A gentle breeze stirred, dispersing the clouds and revealing a corner of the veil. A melodious voice emerged from behind the curtain. Has little Liyue still not consented? Mei Li replied respectfully, Indeed, master. However, I have heard she has not agreed elsewhere either. We may still have hope. Who is that young man in white beside her? That is Jing Jiu. So, he is indeed Jing Jiu. The sword acceptance conference commenced. The first to step forward was a disciple named Qinlin, a sword-washing acolyte. Qinlin had been within the inner sect for 7 years and had successfully acquired his sword 5 years prior. Yet, it was only this year that he attained the perfected realm of Shuyi, qualifying him for participation in the sword acceptance conference. Years of cultivation and waiting had bestowed upon him a maturity beyond his age. Unperturbed by the gazes around him or the pressure of being the first to perform, he focused intently on his display. A cold beam of sword light shot forth from his sleeve, leaving a clear mark upon the flowing stone wall, only to return in reverse. Before the flying sword could approach, he leaped lightly, landing upon the blade and commenced his aerial flight, weaving gracefully between the cliffs with evident finesse. The stream and cliffs were silent. Upon the high stone platform, enveloped in mist, sat the representatives of various sects. The envoy from the Hanging Bell sect, guests from the Great Marsh, representatives from Chaoga City, the chief of the Law Hall from Guoqing Temple, and those from the Water Moon Monastery, all maintaining a solemn silence. This year marked the first time the Mirror sect sent a representative to observe the Qing Mountain sect's sword acceptance conference. The envoy, lacking experience, failed to notice the silence among the cliffs. As he watched Qinlin's sharp swordplay and adept control, he couldn't help but express admiration. Offering a few claps of praise, Qinlin gracefully returned to the stone by the stream. Elder He Chong from Shuriwe Peak, responsible for presiding over the sword acceptance conference, regarded him with an impassive expression and inquired, To which peak do you wish to present your sword? Qinlin's expression finally shifted to one of tension as he spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. I am unworthy and lack the ability to choose. As he uttered these words, his gaze was directed towards the gathering of masters among the cliffs, filled with both hope and unease. During the sword acceptance conference, each master from the 9 peaks could select only one disciple, making the process exceedingly cautious. Qinlin was aware that his cultivation level was not particularly distinguished among his peers. He dared not indulge in the fantasy of being sought after by the various peaks, but merely wished to be chosen by one. Silence enveloped the cliffs, an oppressive stillness that gradually morphed into awkwardness. The disciples by the stream, who were unqualified to participate in the conference, looked at him with sympathetic expressions. Yushan, a fellow disciple, turned her face away, unable to bear the tension. Amidst the profound silence, Qinlin maintained an outward calm, his head held high with an unimaginable tenacity, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting his final verdict. He understood that if he were to lower his gaze or exhibit even a hint of dejection, the masters might perceive him as unstable in his resolve, which would condemn him to another 3 years of waiting. The envoy from the Mirror sect also felt the weight of the awkwardness. Glancing around at the guests whose applause had just echoed, unsure of where to place his hands, he found it perplexing that a disciple of such remarkable caliber, deserving of focused cultivation within the Mirror sect, seemed to be unwanted in the Qingshan sect. At last, a voice broke the silence of the cliffs. After some deliberation, the representatives from Yunqing Peak, perhaps realizing they could not compete for several of the key candidates, decided to accept Qinlin. Are you willing to learn the Kangnyo sword technique from Elder Qing? Overjoyed, Qinlin trembled as he replied, I am willing. With that exclamation, he swiftly mounted his sword and made his way to join his fellow disciples from Yunqing Peak. One by one, disciples emerged to demonstrate their realms and sword techniques. These inner disciples, having diligently practiced by the Shijin stream for many years, had achieved consummation in their foundational realm, with a few even having glimpsed the realm of intent acceptance. They wielded their swords with grace, soaring between the peaks like birds, their sword arts deft and refined, weaving luminous barriers that even the most cascading waterfalls could not breach within a 10-step radius. Names like Qi Yuanyang, Si Kong Yimin, and Qi Feiying, which had frequently graced the records of the various peaks, were selected after much deliberation. The cliffs remained tranquil, as the envoy from the Mirror sect, having learned from earlier missteps, refrained from voicing opinions, occasionally casting glances towards the stone platform shrouded in mist. Pondering whether the leader of Jing Jiu's sect had arrived in person or, as rumored, was engrossed in the profound techniques of cultivation like his master, Taiping Shinren. The head of the law hall from the Guecheng temple, with eyes closed and beads in hand, was lost in meditation. Female disciples from Shueiyue Temple and Qingrong Peak, already familiar with one another, whispered softly, their laughter ringing like silver bells. How tedious this all is, thought a young girl of about 13 or 14. Seated upon the stone platform at the western cliff, her gaze fixed upon the water trickling through the crevices below, feeling a slight strain in her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and stifled a yawn, the delicate little bells adorning her charming earlobes chiming with a crystalline sound. Those tiny bells, glistening like silver, led one to ponder whether this little girl was indeed a high-ranking envoy of the Silver Bells. What do you know? A doting matron gently tousled her hair and remarked. The Jing Jiu sect is a prestigious school of swordsmanship. Though the performance may seem mundane, it is, in truth, quite intricate. However, she found it rather tedious, one sword stroke after another. What was there to behold? The petite girl from the Suspended Bells sect pouted, saying, "Had I known it would be this dull, I wouldn't have come." Suddenly, a voice echoed from below the cliff. She stood up to take a glance and noticed a stir among the crowd, piquing her interest. She pointed at the frail young boy who had walked into the stream and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, look, isn't this the natural-born Dao seed you just pointed out to me?" Lu Shizhou had arrived at the stream. A gentle murmur arose from both banks. There was also a subtle commotion on the cliff, with countless gazes converging upon him. Atop the high precipice, the chief of the Guecheng temple opened his eyes, while the visitors from the Great Marsh rose to their feet, and the envoy from the Mirror sect had already made their way to the cliff's edge, peering down. The spectators expressed immense interest, or rather curiosity, towards Lu Shizhou. The cultivation community was well aware that he was a natural-born Dao seed and the third to emerge from the Jing Jiu sect in a decade. Such individuals are rare gems among a sea of aspirants, an extraordinary talent. It is quite a fortune for the Jing Jiu sect, indeed, to be envied by many. Zhuoruyue and Zhao Lei hailed from the West Sea and Chaoga City, respectively, both possessing distinguished lineages and ample connections within the cultivation realm, making them relatively easy to discover. Yet, it was said that Lu Shizhou had lived in a remote mountain village since childhood, devoid of any prior exposure to cultivation before joining the sect. How, then, was he found by the Jing Jiu sect? Observing the boy standing upon the stream, the sentiments of various sects were decidedly complex. Lu Shizhou remained undeterred, standing upon the streamstone, executing a simple sword strike. The flying sword soared through leaving no trace, not even a glimmer of light, as it instantaneously reached the stone wall 10 zhang away. Silent as a whisper, the flowing water did not ripple. Yet a perfectly rounded fine hole appeared in the stone wall. What seemed an unremarkable scene drew gasps of astonishment from the cliff. Lu Shizhou brought together 2 fingers of his left hand, performing the most common sword technique from the sword scripture, and the flying sword returned from the stone wall. He appeared to casually step forward into the stream, landing precisely upon the sword, rising with it as it trailed a faint shadow, accelerating into a streak of light. And within mere moments, it soared beyond the cliff's peak, accompanied by a somewhat piercing sword howl as it broke through the clouds. Onlookers gazed upward, witnessing him transform into a mere black dot high in the sky, having surpassed the heights of the 9 peaks. After a brief interval, Lu Shizhou returned on his sword, his complexion unflustered and his breath steady, silently performing a gesture of respect as though he had accomplished nothing at all. A hush fell upon the cliff, only to be suddenly shattered by a chorus of cheers. "Well done! Well done! Well done!" Lu Shizhou's flying sword appeared simple yet exuded an extraordinary sense of composure, devoid of any superfluous flourish, embodying the very essence of the Jing Jiu sect's swordsmanship. Although his realm is still quite lowly, the remarkable performance of a 14-year-old youth, who even exhibits a hint of a grand demeanor, is indeed commendable. "Is this the innate essence of a Taoist?" murmured the young girl from the Hanging Bell sect. At such a tender age, she has already become a Silver Bell messenger. Her background is undoubtedly extraordinary, and her talent and insight are equally impressive. She recognizes that Lu Shizhou's seemingly simple display is, in fact, far from ordinary. Yet, for someone who enjoys the spectacle, she finds it insufficiently exhilarating. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her spirit lifted. A composed young disciple stepped onto the stones by the stream, standing opposite Lu Shui. "Junior brother Lu, I seek your guidance," he declared. This disciple, named Lining Liang, was Lu Shui's classmate in the first course, also studying swordplay under Guhan, and was favored by the two forgotten peaks. It remains uncertain whether his challenge to Lu Shui was orchestrated by the peaks, or if he was merely resentful of the attention Lu Shui had garnered. "Brother Lin, please," Lu Shui replied, clasping his fist as his flying sword hovered gracefully before him, a gesture of respectful swordplay. Though surprised by Lining Liang's proactive challenge, he swiftly regained his composure, his expression devoid of any fluster. As Jiojin had once remarked about him, this youth is intelligent, kind-hearted, and possesses a tenacity and resolve beyond his years. Such a youth is seldom swayed by external fluctuations. He embodies the steadfastness of one who remains true to their heart. Lu Shui and Lining Liang stood a distance of over 10 paces apart. The stream flowed gently over the stones, producing a soft murmur. This distance was precisely the most effective range for a defensive stance. The young girl from the Hanging Bell sect stood at the cliff's edge, her eyes wide with anticipation as she pondered who would emerge victorious. The answer soon unfolded. The sword clashes of the Qingshan sect always commence with an abruptness and conclude with remarkable swiftness. Two lines of white light emerged across the surface of the stream. The two swords illuminated the cliff face before vanishing instantaneously. Lu Shui's flying sword halted just inches from Lining Liang's brow, while Lining Liang's flying sword hovered approximately a foot from Lu Shui. Although both swords appeared to cease simultaneously, to the eyes of the swordsmanship masters on the cliff, the distinction was glaringly evident. Lu Shui's sword was a fraction faster. In the realm of daily life, a fraction of a moment is but the blink of an eye. Tea remains warm, and fragrance lingers. Yet, in the contest of swordplay, that fraction is sufficient to determine victory or defeat, even life or death. Moreover, Lu Shui's sword was positioned closer than Lining Liang's. Is this truly the end? The young girl from the Hanging Bell sect gazed at the scene unfolding in the stream, her eyes wide with disbelief. Having frequently observed her senior brothers and sisters sparring within the sect, she noted that when both parties are of comparable realms, their duels often stretch on for considerable durations, sometimes from dawn until dusk without a clear victor. Who would have anticipated that the competition among the disciples of Qingshan sect would be so straightforward and swift? It seems rather dull, to say the least. The young woman remarked, the Qingshan sect has never been concerned with flamboyance. It solely values the speed and might of its flying swords. The sword techniques within the 9 peaks merely explore these two aspects through various methods, often resulting in lethal strikes during combat, rendering them exceedingly perilous. Hence, very few dare to provoke them. The young girl queried, "Isn't that prone to accidental injuries? How do they practice their swordsmanship?" The young woman replied, "Indeed, that is why the Qingshan sect rarely engages in sparring among its disciples. Even when contests occur, they must be conducted under the supervision of an elder. Moreover, during the sword acceptance competition and the sword testing competition, it is strictly forbidden to direct flying swords at one another's bodies. Targets may only be designated at a certain area to the right side of the opponent's body." The young girl, puzzled, asked, "If they cannot practice in real combat, how can they improve?" The young woman's expression turned slightly cold as she stated, "That is precisely why the Qingshan sect has a place called the Two Forgetting Peak." The young girl exclaimed, "Ah, I know of the Two Forgetting Peak. My senior sister mentioned that it is inhabited by a group of merciless individuals." The young woman smiled and deftly shifted the topic, saying, "Do not consider the sword path dull. Imagine if you were standing by the stream, could you evade Lu Shui's sword? Contemplating the silent flying sword." The young girl huffed and responded, "Even if I could not evade it, I would have already set up a soul bell array in advance. How could his sword penetrate?" The young woman replied, "If you were merely conversing or sitting across several tables while drinking, and he suddenly struck, would you have time to set up your formation?" The young girl envisioned the scenario described by her elder, and for some reason, she felt a sudden chill. She gritted her teeth and declared, "Then I shall keep my distance. That fellow's flying sword can only reach 10 zhang at most. I will set up my soul bell array 20 zhang away. By the time he directs his sword to attack, I will have already gathered ample spiritual energy from heaven and earth to subdue him." The young woman smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Yet, in her heart, she pondered how the young girl would fare against a disciple of the Qingshan sect who had entered the realm of intent, capable of striking at 100 zhang. Furthermore, what could she do against those formidable sea-breaking experts of the Qingshan sect who could kill from several dozen miles away? What if the opponent were from the heavenly realm? Would she then hide beneath the earth, take refuge in the shell of a spiritual turtle, or dwell within a lightless formation? Reflecting on the dismal fates of the three most infamous sword evaders in the cultivation world, she instinctively gazed towards the dense fog where the Qingshan sect's leader resided, a sense of dread emerging within her. Conversations akin to that of this pair of master and disciple were occurring in many places, although the disciples participating in the Sword Acceptance Conference possessed relatively low realms. Witnessing the display of the Qingshan sect's swordsmanship was undoubtedly beneficial to their cultivation. The guests from various sects who had come to observe would not miss such an opportunity. Quietly explaining the seemingly simple battle of flying swords that had just transpired, Lu Shijiu stood silently on the streamstone, enveloped by countless gazes and cheers. Feeling an unaccustomed stir within his heart as he instinctively glanced in a certain direction, Jing Jiu sat on a blue stone, watching him with a smile. Lu Shijiu, unsure of what thoughts crossed his mind, turned his face away, feeling a twinge of panic. Although Lin Liang was defeated in this sword duel, his performance was commendable, with his flying sword demonstrating both stability and ferocity. A mentor from Sherway Peak extended an invitation to him, which he chose to accept. Throughout this process, Liang Wang Peak remained silent, leaving the implications of this silence uncertain. The next matter at hand was determining the fate of Lu Shijiu. A sudden stillness enveloped the cliff, and for an extended period, no one spoke. A young girl from the Shinying sect found this rather peculiar and remarked, "Isn't he a natural sword seed? Why does no one want him? Though his complexion is somewhat dark and not pleasing to the eye, he has indeed one." Her uncle chuckled softly, replying, "Silly child. It's not that no one desires him. Rather, the number of those who wish for him is overwhelming." Ultimately, Lu Shijiu would undoubtedly go to Liang Wang Peak. But the manner of his arrival held great significance. In pursuit of this natural sword seed to inherit the sword, the 9 peaks had covertly conspired countless times, each employing their own strategies. A year prior, Qingrong Peak had proposed summoning Lu Shijiu to the 9 peaks. Even if this endeavor failed, it would still signify goodwill. In contrast, Shangda Peak adopted an unconventional approach, preparing to investigate him directly as a means of early strategic positioning. However, Lu Shijiu had already learned the Jade Gate breathing technique prior to his initiation, a secret transmission from the sect master. Indeed, from the depths of the mist, a clear and harmonious voice emerged. "Lu Shijiu, do you wish to study swordsmanship under Elder Bai?" Many ordinary disciples and attending guests pondered whether this voice belonged to the sect master. The sect master had taken Zhuorusi as a closed-door disciple and vowed not to take on any more students thereafter. Bai Rujing, an elder from the Tianguang Peak lineage, had already transcended the sea-opening realm, making it an exceptional opportunity to learn swordsmanship from such a formidable figure. A year ago, the various peaks had anticipated this development. But it was only upon hearing these words that they confirmed Lu Shijiu was indeed upon the sect master had strategically placed in advance. Whether out of disappointment or some other reason, the crowd lapsed into silence. Lu Shijiu gazed toward the cliff, and Guhan gave a slight nod. Lu Shijiu proclaimed, "I am willing, disciple." Upon uttering these words, he mounted his sword and ascended into the clouds, where he was welcomed by a direct disciple of Tianguang Peak. Studying swordsmanship under Elder Bai for a year will solidify his foundation, after which he can venture out for further training, Guhan remarked. Shijiu will undoubtedly live up to the expectations of his senior brother. As for whether Elder Bai would permit Lu Shijiu to go to Liangwang Peak, it was a concern they deemed unnecessary. Who among the young disciples of the Qingshan sect would not wish to journey to Liangwang Peak? No mentor would impede this, as it was simply tradition. The number of disciples remaining by the creek for selection dwindled. Shuiying Peak, Sherway Peak, Qingrong Peak, and Shilai Peak had all chosen several pre-selected disciples, and even Shangda Peak had picked 2 promising candidates. In contrast, the once popular Bihu Peak found itself somewhat neglected. Having lost several contests against other peaks and failing to secure any selections, an outcome everyone knew was linked to that particular incident. 3 disciples, having exhibited nothing but mediocrity, found themselves overlooked by every peak. They faced the prospect of awaiting the next Sword Acceptance Conference or surrendering to the notion of serving as attendants at a chosen peak. Jing Jiu observed that Lu Shui cast a glance at Guhan before agreeing to accept the sword, a moment that piqued his curiosity. "What transpired between you two?" inquired Zhao Liyue. "I did not anticipate your interest in such matters," replied Jing Jiu. "Like any guardian, curiosity is inherent in human nature," Zhao Liyue retorted. "I too am intrigued by your intended destination. Will it be Qingrong or Sherway?" Jing Jiu queried. "And you? Are you not making your exit?" Zhao Liyue countered. Jing Jiu smiled. Are you aware that I intend to accept the sword? Someone as indolent as you could hardly afford to squander time, Zhao Liyue remarked. Generally, to label someone as lazy implies a propensity to waste time. She deemed Jing Jiu lazy, yet believed it stemmed from his aversion to idling. This interpretation was indeed fascinating. I also dislike being scrutinized, Zhao Liyue added. They had broached this subject on the day of the first snowfall last year. But as you stated, it is improbable that clouds obscure the sun every day. It is there, after all, who would not gaze upon it. She turned to observe Jing Jiu's profile, continuing, thus, when the moment to stand forth arises, one must indeed step forward. You speak wisely, Jing Jiu acknowledged. Yet if one wishes to evade constant scrutiny, there exists another approach. What might that be? Zhao Liyue inquired. To become the true sun, Jing Jiu replied, for when one emits blinding light, few will dare to gaze directly upon us. With that, he rose and walked towards the stream, causing a stir among the disciples by the brook who were unaware of his intentions. The elder from Sherway Peak, presiding over the sword acceptance conference, questioned, Young man, what is your purpose? To accept the sword, of course, Jing Jiu answered, perplexed. The elder flipped to the end of the roster, and indeed, his name appeared. A wave of astonishment swept through the streamside. Shui Yonga sprang to his feet, pointing at Jing Jiu, struggling to contain his words. Disciple Yushan covered her mouth in disbelief. The young man from Yuelang County wore a puzzled expression, contemplating whether Jing Shixiang would make another appearance. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the instructors from the various cliffs, resonating to the high stone platform. A disciple from Shui Yuan, just returned from Qingrong Peak, cast a curious glance at the distance, commenting, Who is that person? He is quite striking. A young disciple from Fengdao sect frowned, observing, by the commotion, this individual must be quite renowned within Qingshan sect. Gu Han gazed at the stream, his expression darkening. Guan Nanshan patted his shoulder, offering a silent smile. Ma Hua, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding scene, jested, This fellow has no sword. What business does he have in accepting one? Indeed, without a sword, how could one accept the sword? Jing Jiu stood empty-handed, his sleeves fluttering in the breeze, devoid of any weapon. 6 months ago, when Jing Jiu first ascended the sword peak, he effortlessly soared into the clouds, and everyone presumed that he would soon succeed in acquiring the sword. However, no one has seen him return to the sword peak since then. Consequently, he naturally did not obtain the celestial sword left behind by Master Mo. Many of his mentors, including Master Meili, were somewhat frustrated by his lack of progress. Yet they had to accept the reality. Jing Jiu was ultimately not a genius like Lu Shui. He might have to wait until the next sword conference 3 years later to truly understand and reveal his own brilliance. Who would have anticipated that at this moment? Jing Jiu would step forward? Had he actually succeeded in obtaining the sword? When had he done so? Where was the sword? Listening to the murmurs around him, Jing Jiu suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. It was no wonder that he had felt all along that something was amiss over the past 6 months. Indeed, he had forgotten about the sword. On that fateful night half a year ago, he had joined forces with Zhao Liyue amidst the tumultuous clouds of the Sword Peak to slay the formidable master from the Baihu Peak. And then he had casually taken the sword. But where had he placed that sword? Jing Jiu began to recall earnestly. At that time, he had been holding the corpse in his left hand, wielding the sword in his right, and also needed to carry the severed head, which felt rather inconvenient. So he had impaled the head on the sword. Naturally, the sword had become stained with blood, and upon returning to his cave dwelling, the blood was quite conspicuous in the lamplight. He had thought cleaning the sword would be a hassle, so he had tossed it to the monkeys in the ravine to clean. After that, he had forgotten all about it, neglecting to retrieve the sword from the monkeys. Yes, that was precisely what had happened. The sword should still be in the possession of those monkeys. He pondered these matters, which did not take too long, but still consumed some time. The elder from the Shiryu Peak wore a grim expression and coldly inquired, Where is the sword? He looked at Jing Jiu's empty hands, thinking that unless you had completely mastered the sword and entered the realm of the formless, he was curious to see how you would conjure the sword. Wait a moment, Jing Jiu replied. Then he turned his gaze toward the mountainside downstream and asked, Where is the sword? The ravine was thick with wild forests, and as his voice echoed, the leaves rustled, and the sounds of monkeys filled the air. The verdant thicket stirred, and plumes of dust rose as countless monkeys screeched and scampered away, their cries dwindling into the distance. Before long, the sounds of monkeys returned, indicating they were coming back. The trees swayed, and the dust settled slightly as a dozen monkeys climbed to the treetops. One monkey stood at the highest point of the forest, ceaselessly waving its long arms and emitting urgent cries. In its grasp, it clutched a sword. The banks of the stream and the ravine were filled with practitioners, their vision far sharper than that of ordinary mortals. And they had already perceived the scene in the ravine clearly. Observing this spectacle, many faces turned pale, and Gu Han's expression darkened to the point where it seemed as if he could weep. For the disciples of Qing Shan's sect, the flying sword was their most reliable companion, their steadfast ally. They cherished their swords immensely, sleeping with them every night, polishing them daily, and nurturing them at all times. Who could have imagined that after Jing Jiu successfully acquired the sword, he would toss it to the monkeys for their amusement? Such disrespect towards the late Master Mo. The Shirwei Peak, in the very essence of the sword. The monkey hurled the sword carelessly. Regardless of its cunning, it remained merely a creature of instinct. Lacking control over its trajectory, the blade tumbled through the air, poised to plunge into the stream below. Observing this scene, the expressions of some grew increasingly grim. An elder from Shirwei Peak let out a cold snort, preparing to summon the sword with a flick of his wrist, yet he halted abruptly. For, at that moment, Jing Jiu had already raised his hand. The sword came to an abrupt standstill in midair, ceasing its rotation. With a swift motion, it plummeted, transforming into a radiant beam of light, vanishing at the water's edge. Countless gazes converged upon Jing Jiu's right hand, where he grasped a sword. Its sheen was dim, and it was somewhat broad. Indeed, it was the very celestial sword returned to the Qing Mountain by Master Mo of Shirwei Peak last year. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Moments ago, the sword had hovered a considerable distance above the surface of the stream. Jing Jiu extended his hand, and the sword fell effortlessly into his grasp. This was a retrieval, not a release. And the fact that he could summon it from such a distance signified his mastery of the first realm. Thus, he rightfully possessed the qualification to participate in the Sword Acceptance Conference. Shui Yonga excitedly exclaimed to those nearby, "I knew my instincts were correct. He must have been diligently honing his skills in seclusion every night. Truly, truly, a master of disguise." Initial shock gave way to a swell of dissatisfaction among the onlookers. Some felt discontent, fearing they might miss out on something significant, such as Master Mei from Qingrong Peak. Why was she unaware of Jing Jiu's successful retrieval of the sword? Her gaze shifted towards the distant, serene Lin Wuji, realizing he had anticipated this development. Her complexion darkening as she recognized she had been outmaneuvered. Others harbored grievances regarding Jing Jiu's demeanor. His casual handling of an elder's legacy sword seemed lacking in reverence. The usually jovial face of Ma Hua was uncharacteristically serious. Jing Jiu cast him a glance. Ordinarily, he would disregard such a figure, but on this occasion, with distinguished guests present for the conference, he felt compelled to display more decorum. "This is my sword," he stated succinctly, offering no further explanation. It was the sword he had retrieved from the Sword Peak, and thus it rightfully belonged to him. All past grievances were severed by a single stroke. The notion of an elder's legacy sword held no weight for him. He would act as he deemed fit. At this response, Gu Han and Ma Hua recalled a prior exchange that had transpired in the same locale. Back then, Gu Han had mockingly questioned Jing Jiu's right to wield Master Mo's sword. Jing Jiu's reply had been simple, encapsulated in a single word: yes. He was adept at concluding tedious conversations with a word or a phrase, delivering them with an unwavering confidence that conveyed an air of inevitability. "It truly is vexing," Ma Hua lamented. Gu Han's expression grew increasingly frigid. "If you possess the sword, does that grant you the right to draw it?" Yu Nanshan inquired, maintaining his gentle demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Ma Hua observed with a chill in his heart, comprehending the underlying meaning, and murmured a few words to the person beside him. Gu Han suddenly declared, "Let Gu Qing take the stage." Ma Hua was somewhat taken aback, pondering that this seemed to place excessive importance on that fellow. Although Jing Jiu's skillful swordplay had indeed been impressive, he was ultimately just a disciple of sword washing. It seemed rather exaggerated to accord him such significance. Yu Nanshan, after a moment of silence, remarked, "This is acceptable, since Jing Jiu is more arrogant than anticipated. He ought to endure a greater setback, for only through such trials can he mature swiftly." He believed this was his genuine sentiment. A gentle breeze stirred, causing ripples across the stream's surface. A young disciple from the opposite bank stepped into the water. The soft wind lifted his sword garment, making it flutter as if he were a celestial being. "Oh, this newcomer is quite handsome," remarked a young girl from the Xianin sect, "though he still pales in comparison to the one across the stream." Naturally, she referred to Jing Jiu. Jing Jiu gazed at the youth, feeling somewhat surprised. The disciples along the stream engaged in discussion, as many were unfamiliar with the newcomer. Those in the know elucidated the situation, revealing that this individual was the legendary Gu Qing. The disciples of the various peaks had long been aware of Gu Qing's identity, and a subtle stir rippled through the cliffs. Gu Qing was the younger brother of Gu Han and a sword boy of Gu Nanshan. Though not born with innate Dao seeds, his talent was nonetheless remarkable. Due to Gu Han's influence, he had been sent to the Two Forget Peaks shortly after birth, spending these years under Gu Nanshan's tutelage in swordsmanship. Among the new generation of sword-washing disciples, his prowess was unparalleled, and those acquainted with the Two Forget Peaks considered him potentially even stronger than Zhao Liyue. However, he had remained at the Two Forget Peaks for years, seldom appearing by the streams of sword-washing, so few were aware of his existence. Gu Qing halted on a stone in the stream, pausing his steps. The discussions from the cliffs and streamside did not abate. Rather, they grew increasingly fervent. Gu Qing did not advance further. Position was of utmost importance. The stone he stood upon was several dozen zhang away from Jing Jiu. What did this signify? Such distance had long surpassed the attack range of the first realm. Could it be that Gu Qing had already entered the realm of intent during the sword-washing phase, and not just a superficial understanding, but genuinely possessed the offensive capabilities of the intent realm? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they realized that the Two Forget Peaks harbored such a remarkable young genius. Gu Nanshan remained composed. Having served as Gu Qing's sword boy for many years, he understood Gu Qing's level of proficiency all too well. He had initially intended for Gu Qing to temper Zhao Liyue's sharpness, but unexpectedly, Jing Jiu had stepped forward, prompting Gu Han's request. Understanding Gu Han's feelings, he did not intervene. As for the outcome of this sword duel, it was bound to be predictable. Gu Han's gaze fixed upon Jing Jiu below, a cold smile gracing his lips. A year ago, at the foot of the sword peak, he had first laid eyes on Jing Jiu and had taken an immediate disliking to him, partly due to Lu Shizhiu and for reasons difficult to articulate. Mahua chuckled. Without proper refinement, jade cannot become a gem. I hope that junior brother Jing will, in due course, comprehend the earnest intentions of his senior brothers as he seeks the path to enlightenment. At the sword conference, disciples showcase their most proficient swordsmanship. Yet when faced with a challenge, it is advisable not to decline. The Qingshan sect, devoted to the path of the sword, holds a deep disdain for the act of evasion in combat. Thus, when Lin Yingyang stepped forth to challenge Lu Shizhiu, no mentor found fault, and Lu Shizhiu naturally accepted. However, it was well understood that Jing Jiu was no ordinary disciple. His indolent nature led many to speculate what his reaction might be. Even the seasoned disciples from Nansong Pavilion, including Shui Yonga and Yushan, pondered whether he might unexpectedly declare, "I refuse to fight." Their thoughts were influenced not only by Jing Jiu's temperament, but also by the absence of any hope for his victory. Even if Jing Jiu had attained perfection in the first realm, how could he possibly contend with a prodigious disciple who had already entered the realm of intent? With a distance of several dozen zhang between them, how could his sword even graze his opponent, let alone defeat him? Given the certainty of defeat, conceding became a plausible option, albeit one that would be somewhat embarrassing. Gu Qing clasped his hands, drawing his sword from his sleeve, holding it motionless before him, and performed a formal salute. Jing Jiu replied, "Good," without directly conceding. A subtle stir rippled through the cliffside. Some felt regret, others satisfaction, while many sighed, anticipating the forthcoming awkwardness. Yushan covered her face, and the youth from Yuan family in Lilang County whispered words of comfort to her. Was this truly a test of mettle, or merely an attempt to humiliate him? Zhao Liyue gazed up towards the cliffside, where the disciples of the Two Forgetting Peaks stood. She recalled the battle against the left elder of Baihu Peak that night amidst the clouds on Sword Peak. The disparity in realms could not be bridged by mere talent and means. Even if Jing Jiu concealed a protective treasure like she did, how could he possibly utilize it in front of an audience? Moreover, had it not been for Jing Jiu's assistance that day, she would have perished beneath the elder's sword. While she contemplated these matters, Gu Qing made his move. Like the preceding disciples, his swordplay was remarkably straightforward. As his sleeve billowed, the sword light flashed forth, then swiftly retracted. A gray line appeared across the stream's surface. The ancient-looking flying sword instantly traversed the distance of several dozen zhang, its speed and power unwavering, aimed directly at Jing Jiu's face. Zhao Liyue's dark eyes narrowed. Gu Qing had not only entered the realm of intent, but was nearing perfection, his prowess nearly on par with her own. As Gu Qing's flying sword approached Jing Jiu, he remained motionless, seemingly stunned. This was not a genuine reaction. It was evident to all that Gu Qing's sword was simply too swift for an ordinary disciple to respond. Soon, the flying sword would halt mere inches from Jing Jiu's brow. Gu Qing calmly uttered a concession, and the victor was thus determined. Everyone anticipated this scene. However, it did not unfold as expected. A sound emerged from the stream, radiating outward. The tone was clear and crisp. The wind swept across the water's surface. The gray line came to an abrupt stop. The flying sword descended at an angle, splashing into the stream and sending up a spray of water. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as countless astonished gazes fell upon Jing Jiu. What on earth had transpired? Standing upon the streamstone, he appeared as if he had not moved at all. He casually held the sword, resembling a hunter brandishing a stick, searching for wild fowl in the forest. When Gu Qing's sword flew towards him, he nonchalantly swung his sword downwards. The blade struck with precision, akin to a stick hitting a wild chicken, which fell silently into the stream. The tranquility was palpable. The sound of the water was distinct. Gu Qing even felt he could hear the rapid flow of his own blood. Initially, he was uncertain about what had transpired. It was not until he caught sight of the familiar sword in the water that a flush crept to his face, while his complexion turned increasingly pale, and a flicker of wild fire ignited in the depths of his eyes. He suddenly looked up at Jing Jiu, his eyes brimming with shock and fury, and shouted, "Ah!" With that exclamation, the sword that had fallen into the stream soared once more. This time, its speed was markedly faster, its power even more formidable. What was even more astonishing was that the water had not even had the chance to drip off the blade before it transformed into vapor, indicating just how scalding hot the sword had become. When the sword reached the center of the stream, it ignited in flames. A fiery line illuminated the cliffside, aimed directly at Jing Jiu, creating an overwhelmingly impressive spectacle. The sixth dragon's sword. How could he wield such swordplay? Gasps echoed through the cliffs. The pinnacle of the six dragons returning to the sun technique. It was evident that Gu Qing was utilizing the swordplay of Shiwei Peak. The crowd was filled with disbelief. The elder presiding over the sword conference from Shiwei Peak wore a grim expression. Disciples from Liaowang Peak were permitted to learn any sword technique from the Nine Peaks. And it was not surprising that Gu Qing, who had grown up in Liaowang Peak, had mastered the six dragons swordplay. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Gu Qing was merely a disciple of the sword cleansing ceremony. It was inappropriate for Liaowang Peak to privately teach him the sword techniques of the Nine Peaks. It was excessively unfair to those ordinary disciples without influential backgrounds. Upon witnessing Gu Qing employ the six dragons sword technique from Shiwei Peak, many on the cliffs felt a sense of discontent. Yet, they understood why Gu Qing would risk punishment and expose his true abilities. In that moment, he was engulfed in anger, desiring nothing more than to defeat Jing Jiu through the simplest, even most brutal means. In their previous encounter, his defeat had been somewhat humiliating, though he had underestimated his opponent. How could he accept that his cherished flying sword had been knocked down by a fellow disciple of a lower realm through such a crude and aesthetically displeasing method? The blazing sword surged toward Jing Jiu like a fearsome fire dragon. Observing this scene, Zhao later contemplated that if she did not wish to evade its fierce thrust, she could only rely on her sword heart to directly counterattack. She understood that Jing Jiu had not concealed his realm and could not attempt to counterstrike as she could. Yet, she felt no concern. Whether it was due to that night's encounter or something else, she held an unwavering trust in the young man in white, convinced he would have a way to respond. Jing Jiu's expression finally turned serious. His current state remains rather inadequate. Should he misjudge, it could lead to significant complications. He fixated on the fiery line and swung his sword down with fervor. A dull thud resonated as his blade struck the very forefront of the fire line once more. Sparks flew, and Gu Qing's sword was jolted away, landing at an angle in the stream, mirroring the earlier scene, accompanied by a hissing sound. The water surrounding the sword transformed into a white mist. Jing Jiu glanced at the sword in his hand, reflecting that it was indeed broad, thick, and remarkably sturdy. However, he did not intend to grant his opponent many more opportunities to strike. He stepped onto the stones scattered across the stream, advancing towards Gu Qing. The onlookers were rendered speechless in shock. If Gu Qing had initially underestimated his opponent and held back, what could be said of this instance? This time, Gu Qing employed not the ordinary techniques from the sword scripture, but rather the true sword of the Shiwei Peak, wielding the might of thunder and fire. How could he still meet such an outcome? How could this be possible? As Jing Jiu approached, Gu Qing's complexion paled, and he murmured to himself, "By the stream." Shui Yonga thought, finally, it was not her voice uttering this statement. The outcome remained undecided, and the duel must continue. Gu Qing summoned immense willpower to regain his composure. Forming a sword technique to recall his flying sword, and once again struck towards Jing Jiu. Once more, there was no unexpected turn, with a clear ringing sound. His flying sword was heavily struck down, splashing into the stream once again. Gu Qing let out a fierce shout, expending all his internal sword essence, invoking the flying sword, and launched into the most frenzied assault yet. Jing Jiu raised an eyebrow. Observing this scene, Zhao Liyue sensed his growing annoyance. Jing Jiu's left hand gripped the hilt, transitioning to a two-handed sword stance. A tremendous crash echoed, reminiscent of the famed broken bell behind Gu Qing Temple being struck anew. Gu Qing's sword soared into the sky, spiraling out of control, emitting a mournful wail akin to someone crying. Ultimately, the sword traced an arc, becoming a black as it plummeted into the forest hundreds of feet away. Countless astonished gazes followed its descent. Shadows moved chaotically within the woods, dust rose again, and the excited calls of monkeys echoed through the air. Jing Jiu approached Gu Qing, the distance between them now reduced from several dozen feet to less than 3. Jing Jiu held his sword, while Gu Qing's lay far above. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Could this be deemed a conclusive victory? Jing Jiu refrained from uttering the customary acknowledgement of defeat, and Gu Qing found himself unable to articulate the words of submission. Turning away, Jing Jiu addressed him. At that moment, Gu Qing's mind was somewhat scattered, and he instinctively turned as per Jing Jiu's directive. With a series of sharp taps, Jing Jiu struck the back of Gu Qing's shoulders thrice with his sword before retracting it. During this act, he did not glance towards a particular spot on the cliff. "That's enough," came the furious reprimand from Gu Han. "Do you wish to humiliate me at the 2 forgotten peaks?" Jing Jiu had already turned to leave, but upon hearing the rebuke, he lifted his gaze to the cliffs. He exchanged glances with Gu Han and then with Guan Shan. Subsequently, he turned back and struck Gu Qing once more on the back with his sword. Acknowledgement. Those acquainted with certain entanglements had already surmised that when Jing Jiu first struck Gu Qing, it was intended for the gaze of the 2 forgetting peaks. Though this was left unspoken, this time, Gu Han had openly voiced his thoughts, and he deliberately turned to deliver another blow to Gu Qing, thereby elucidating the entire matter. "Indeed, I am striking for your observation. What of it?" Gu Han's countenance turned a deep shade of ashen fury. Ma Hua squinted, feeling an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Only Guan Shan maintained his composure, lost in contemplation. "How did you accomplish this?" Jing Jiu glanced toward the voice, realizing it belonged to Gu Qing. In Gu Qing's eyes, there was no trace of resentment, only despondency and a greater sense of confusion. He could not comprehend why, despite having achieved a perfect understanding. And with Jing Jiu merely safeguarding a realm, it was he who ultimately suffered defeat. Regardless of his brilliance or diligence, Gu Qing remained but a youth. If he did not swiftly extricate himself from this emotional turmoil, his sword heart might suffer irreparable harm. Jing Jiu pondered how best to elucidate the matter. "Your sword lacks speed, hence I can perceive clearly," he continued, "while my sword possesses swiftness." Gu Qing remained bewildered. The essence of swordsmanship hinges on 2 pivotal elements, speed and strength. The rest is inconsequential. "Ah, and a fine sword, that too is essential," Jing Jiu remarked. "Your sword is commendable, superior to mine. Thus, I chose not to clash blades, but rather to strike with the body of the sword." Reflecting on their earlier duel, Gu Qing recognized this to be true. Whether in a sweeping or striking motion, Jing Jiu's technique, though seemingly coarse and unrefined, was in fact an exquisite manifestation of meticulous control over the sword. "Is there more?" "No, that is all." "Is it truly that simple?" Gu Qing's confusion had yet to fully dissipate. The sword is, at its core, the simplest of entities. It is nothing more than a sword. Jing Jiu gazed at him and said, "When it soars in the sky, it is a sword. When held in hand, it remains a sword. Do you comprehend?" Gu Qing, pensive, offered a solemn bow and retreated to the creek's edge. Jing Jiu turned his attention to the cliff, extending his right index finger and shaking it gently. He was signaling the monkeys not to act foolishly and to promptly return the young man's sword. Yet, to many observers, it appeared as though he was gesturing towards the individuals of 2 forgetting peaks. Numerous disciples were aware that Gu Han, the senior brother of 2 forgetting peaks, harbored a long-standing disdain for Jing Jiu, having previously attempted to humiliate him, only to be thwarted by Master Mei Li and immortal Lin Wuji. In their eyes, Jing Jiu's repeated actions today were undoubtedly a display of defiance towards 2 forgetting peaks, a deliberate affront to Gu Han's dignity. Amidst the mist, Lin Wuji glanced at the youth beside him, Lu Shui, and smiled. "Is he avenging you?" He understood Jing Jiu's disposition, knowing he despised unnecessary trouble. Having triumphed in their duel, Why would Jing Jiu engage in superfluous actions by striking Gu Qing's back thrice? This was not an act of humiliation, but rather a gesture of reciprocity. 1 year prior, when Jing Jiu first entered the inner sect and reunited with Lu Shui beneath the sword peak, Lu Shui had been overjoyed and rushed to greet him. Gu Han, displeased, had invoked the rules of 2 forgetting peaks to strike Lu Shui several times. Subsequently, Lu Shui had clandestinely visited Jing Jiu, only to be struck twice more. Such events had transpired long ago, and Jing Jiu had remained silent on the matter. It turns out he had never forgotten. Gazing at the figure by the stream, Lu Shui wore an expression devoid of emotion, appearing quite serious. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Then, he quickly composed himself, resuming his facade of indifference. Observing Jing Jiu standing on the creek stones, the onlookers were left speechless. Guests from various sects who had come to witness the event gathered at the cliff's edge, whispering among themselves about the scene below. Whether they were the young maiden from the Water Moon Monastery or the stoic envoy from the Windblade sect, all were profoundly shaken by the recent sword duel. Despite Jing Jiu's seemingly low level of mastery, how did he manage to defeat Gu Qing? What sword technique had he employed? No one had overheard the subsequent exchange between Jing Jiu and Gu Qing. Most were bewildered by the unfolding events, only aware of his remarkable prowess in surpassing his opponent across boundaries. The masters from Jiufeng, seasoned in swordsmanship for years, discerned something extraordinary from this duel. Jing Jiu, not yet entering the realm of inconspicuousness, relied solely on the naked eye to perceive the traces of the flying sword. What astonishing eyesight he possessed! It would be no exaggeration to call it a sword eye. Furthermore, his sword essence was remarkably abundant, enabling him to wield the sword with unimaginable speed, thus accurately striking Gu Qing's flying sword. However, being able to strike an opponent's sword does not equate to being able to knock it down. The Jiufeng masters observed clearly that each time Jing Jiu descended with his sword, he would slightly rotate his wrist, making contact between the thickest part of his sword and the weakest point of Gu Qing's flying sword. The question remained, how did he discern where Gu Qing's sword was most vulnerable? There was no explanation. It could only be said that Jing Jiu possessed an innate and profound sensitivity to swords. This sword technique was exceedingly intricate, yet in Jing Jiu's hands, it appeared remarkably simple, for his strikes flowed so effortlessly that it gave the impression of being naturally harmonious, inspiring admiration even from the adept practitioners of Yunqing Peak, renowned for their exquisite swordplay. What was most moving, however, was another fact. A year prior, when Jing Jiu declared his intent to wield the sword left by Master Mo of the suitable crossing peak, some believed he was being opportunistic, while others thought he was merely kind-hearted. It was only at this moment that they realized he had recognized the sword's sturdy and robust nature, capable of fully harnessing his abundant sword essence and divine perception. With such a calm heart, such acute sensitivity to the sword, combined with an innate understanding of it. What did this signify? It indicated that Jing Jiu's talent in the way of the sword was extraordinarily remarkable. If Zhu Ruyue, Zhao Li Yue, and Lu Shui were the most suitable natural cultivators, then he was born to wield a sword. Qingshan's sect, being the foremost sword sect under heaven, could not afford to overlook a disciple like him. After a prolonged silence amidst the mist, an elder emerged. The elder, somewhat unattractive with dark skin, was none other than Elder Mo of Tianguang Peak. Approaching the cliff's edge and observing Jing Jiu by the stream, Elder Mo nervously rubbed his hands and inquired, Jing Jiu, are you willing to learn the sword with me? The area, previously tranquil, erupted with a commotion following this question. Jing Jiu, are you willing to come to my Bihu Peak and inherit the sword? As the master of the former peak, I pledge to you that should you choose to come to our peak, we shall exert every effort. The Cloud-Walking Peak's Kangnyo sword technique aligns most harmoniously with this young man, so what is there to quarrel about? Listening to the cacophony of disputes, Qian, who had sustained minor injuries the previous night, felt his complexion grow even paler. He sighed, lamenting his lack of preparation. How could the upper de peak compete with others? Elder Mo's words were abruptly interrupted, his face flushed with anger, though the intensity was not overtly apparent. Silence. Elder Mo, known for his amiable temperament, became all the more fearsome when he occasionally lost his temper. The clear water cascading down the stone wall was stirred by the sword intent, transforming into a torrential downpour. The din of arguments among the cliffs gradually subsided. Did you not all once deem this little fellow a waste? What has changed now? Elder Mo regarded the assembly from various peaks with disdain, stating bluntly, you dare to vie with me? His words were straightforward, leaving the people from Bihu Peak, Cloud-Walking Peak, and former peak at a loss for words, rendered silent. Elder Mo turned his gaze to Jing Jiu, mustering the gentlest smile his unattractive face could convey, and remarked, "You know I differ from these fellows. I have always held you in high regard. Even though you have not set foot on the Sword Peak in the past 6 months, I firmly believe you would stand before me today." At that moment, Mei Li approached the cliff's edge, sneering, "I have no qualms. When I first took notice of this child, Elder Mo, you were yet unaware of his identity." Elder Mo was momentarily speechless. Mei Li glanced at Lin Wuji in the distance and declared, "I have long since stated that Jing Jiu can only belong to our Qingrong Peak. Should anyone wish to contest with me, they may find me unyielding." Just then, a resonant and warm voice interjected, "Sister Mei Li, your words are misguided. If anyone deserves to claim him based on early recognition, it would be I, the master of Shiwei Peak." The speaker was Guang Yuan, the master of Shiwei Peak. Mei Li's expression shifted slightly, and she bowed respectfully, yet remained steadfast, retorting, "I was unaware that the master had ever taken an interest in Jing Jiu." Guang Yuan sighed, reminiscing. "That was 2 years ago when I learned of an exceptionally astute and learned disciple emerging from the Nansong Pavilion. I instructed someone to convey a message to your Uncle L, inquiring whether that disciple would consider joining Shiwei Peak. Jing Jiu, do you recall this matter?" Jing Jiu nodded. Mei Li was taken aback to discover such a backstory, and with a hint of resignation, she remarked, "Master, at that time, you sought him merely to serve as an attendant at your peak. How could that have indicated his aptitude for the sword? Today, the Sword Acceptance Conference was at its most vibrant. Each peak sought to claim Jing Jiu, each with their own reasoning and connections, unwilling to yield. Even at the age of 10, Lu had not witnessed such fierce competition, for the peaks were aware that he was intended as the successor of the sect leader. Jing Jiu, devoid of any background, became the focal point of contention among the peaks. Observing the relentless disputes among their elders, even the master of Shiwei Peak personally intervening. The disciples by the creek were taken aback. In recent years, a dozen eager disciples have joined Nansong Pavilion, feeling a profound sense of pride. Yushan, gazing at Jing Jiu standing upon the blue stone, felt her cheeks flush with excitement as she playfully punched the youth from the Lu Lang clan beside her. The boy winced in pain but remained silent, wearing an innocent expression. The dispute could not persist indefinitely. The power of choice now rested solely with Jing Jiu. Jing Jiu, which peak will you choose? Elder Shi Yefeng, presiding over the Jianwei conference, inquired solemnly. He then leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice to a mere whisper, audible only to himself and Jing Jiu. Let us speak candidly. At Shi Yefeng, we may lack in many areas, but our supply of medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits is inexhaustible. The peak master possesses treasures that even the sect leader cannot acquire. All of these could be yours. Jing Jiu smiled faintly. Initially, during his calculations in the village, he had planned to enter Bihu Peak. However, with Lei Poyan now deceased, returning to Bihu Peak held little significance for him. Mei Li had shown him considerable favor and had expressed her desire for him to bear the sword long ago. Yet for certain reasons, he would never set foot on Qingrong Peak. Xinglai Peak's training revolved around interactions with others, a prospect he did not relish. Conversely, Yinqing Peak's focus on swordplay offered no necessity for him. Shi Yefeng provided a relatively relaxed training environment, with leisurely days, but the disciples there, in addition to organizing texts, were burdened with tending to delicate medicinal gardens, which proved quite troublesome. Most notably, the incessant noise from the monkeys on Shi Yefeng was a source of great annoyance to him. Given these considerations, Tianguang Peak emerged as the best option. Lin Wuji was a decent individual, and although Mo Chi still stuttered as he did in years past, his character remained steadfast and sincere. Moreover, should he choose Tianguang Peak, he could once again stand as a branch disciple alongside Lu Shui. The thought of what expression that little dark face would wear intrigued Jing Jiu greatly. Just as he was about to make his decision, he suddenly noticed the young girl on the blue stone, and a new idea took shape. I need more time to think, he told the elder of Shi Yefeng. The elder felt a pang of disappointment but adhered to protocol, stating, "That is acceptable, but you must reach a decision before the Jianwei conference concludes." His disappointment stemmed from Jing Jiu's reluctance to immediately commit to Shi Yefeng, a sentiment echoed by Mei Li of Qingrong Peak and Elder Mo of Tianguang Peak. Some felt disheartened, believing Jing Jiu was exhibiting undue arrogance. After all, with the elders holding him in high regard, how could he afford to be so choosy? As if he were truly exceptional? Jing Jiu returned to the blue stone, where Zhao Lei regarded him and remarked, "Remarkable. To be honest, I consider myself rather ordinary." Jing Jiu replied, "Your talent in swordsmanship ranks among the top 3 I have encountered," Zhao Lei stated. With earnestness, Jing Jiu asserted, I believe my swordsmanship surpasses all others in Qingshan. Zhao Liu fell silent, walking past him toward the stream. Countless gazes fell upon her. In the hearts of the onlookers, the shock Jing Jiu had brought was momentarily subdued. What peak would Zhao Liu ultimately choose for her sword? And what was her true role in the unfolding game among the peaks? The dilemma that has plagued the Qingshan sect, and indeed much of the cultivation world, for several years will finally reach a resolution today. A glimmer of sword light emerged from the sleeve, coming to rest before Zhao Liu, revealing the ancient azure sword. This sword, while venerable, possessed no extraordinary qualities. When Zhao Liu entered the inner sect 3 months prior, she had established her bond with this azure blade atop the sword peak, astonishing many, though some expressed regret. The sword's material was rather mundane, leading many to believe that had Zhao Liu exercised greater patience, she might have acquired a superior weapon. As she prepared to draw her sword, she was halted by the elder presiding over the assembly from Shuriwa Peak, who gazed at her with utmost kindness and said, "There is no need for you to look." In contrast to some exceptional disciples who might insist on equal treatment with their peers to ensure fairness within the sect, Zhao Liu, perhaps influenced by Jing Jiu or simply finding the display tedious and cumbersome, chose silence and withdrew her sword back into her sleeve. Naturally, no challenges were presented to her. The only one qualified to do so, Gu Qing, had already been vanquished by Jing Jiu. Thus, the most captivating segment of the Sword Acceptance Conference commenced, the selection and being selected. Unlike the fierce competition witnessed in the contest for Jing Jiu, the atmosphere between the cliffs was notably tranquil, which heightened the tension. It was evident that everyone understood the proceedings. The elder from Shuriwa Peak addressed the gathered assembly with a grave demeanor, stating, "Let us proceed in order." The implication of this statement was clear. Such occurrences had transpired before in the history of the Qingshan Sect's Sword Acceptance Conference. When all peaks vied for a single disciple, excessive competition could lead to complications, necessitating a pre-established protocol. The 9 peaks would communicate with the disciple in reverse order of their rankings, beginning with the lowest. The first to step forward was Bihu Peak. The newly appointed master from last night, a practitioner from the upper realm, spoke a few words. Following this, the master of Shilai Peak emerged to say a few remarks. It was evident that they held little confidence in securing Zhao Liu, merely offering a brief introduction to their peak's characteristics and some persuasion. The master of Qinyuan Peak was preparing to accept Jing Jiu as a disciple, hence it was another elder who stepped forward. The gentle voice of the master from Qingrong Peak resonated through the cliffs for an extended period, revealing her steadfast determination to claim Zhao Liu. Yunqing Peak. Considering Zhao Liu's 2 years of diligent practice on the Sword Peak, believed their prospects were promising and took considerable time to elaborate. Next was Shangda Peak. As in previous years, Shangda Peak remained less favored among disciples, and many deemed their chances negligible. No one anticipated that a cold, authoritative voice would suddenly break the silence, proclaiming, "You are the future of Qingshan. Encountering mediocre mentors will only hinder your cultivation. Allow me to take the lead." For many years, the esteemed Master Yuan Qihai of the Upper Virtue Peak had refrained from accepting disciples and seldom participated in the Sword Acceptance Conference. Yet, unexpectedly, he appeared and decided to personally impart the sword. Although Upper Virtue Peak was not particularly favored, who was Yuan Qihai? He was the embodiment of the Qingshan sword law. Among the 9 peaks, none possessed a greater seniority, higher authority, or deeper understanding, making him the most qualified to accept Zhao Liu as his disciple. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, soon giving way to an eerie silence. At that moment, an unforeseen development transpired. "Little Liu, do you wish to learn the sword with me?" The voice was gentle and distant, akin to a multitude of damp winds caressing the coastline, resonating within the hearts of all present. The assembly was taken aback, for it was the voice of the sect leader. No wonder Elder Bai from the Tianguang Peak had previously taken Lu Shui as a disciple. The sect leader had intended to reserve his quota for Zhao Liu. Had Zhao Liu always been the leader's chosen one? Was the enigma finally on the verge of revelation? However, the concern lay in the fact that the sect leader had already accepted Zhuo Rusi as his closed-door disciple years prior. Would he truly make an exception? If Zhuo Rusi, Lu Shui, and Zhao Liu, all of whom were born with exceptional talents, were to belong to Tianguang Peak, the atmosphere among the cliffs grew tense. Both Qingrong Peak and Yunxing Peak, which had always looked up to Tianguang Peak, found themselves in considerable dissent. Even Baihu Peak and Shuryu Peak, who typically held no strong opinions, felt a sense of unease. On what grounds? Yet, who would dare contest the sect leader's choice of disciples? It was best to let her decide. Yuan Qihai's tone was frigid. Only he had the authority to halt the leader's words, for he had once been the leader's senior brother. Indeed, spoke the master of Qingrong Peak, Liu, remain composed. Do not let certain matters disturb your peace of mind. Choose freely, without fear. Zhao Liu remained silent. Neither the sudden intervention of Upper Virtue Peak nor the leader's personal invitation altered her demeanor. It was only upon hearing the words of the master of Qingrong Peak that her brows arched like a sword, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Having journeyed from Chaoga City to Qingshan, from Nansong Pavilion to the Inner Gate, countless individuals were eager to learn which peak she would select at the Sword Acceptance Conference. She had never divulged her thoughts, nor had she revealed the slightest inclination. All in anticipation of this very moment. Any choice is permissible? She echoed the master of Qingrong Peak's words. Yuan Qihai coldly affirmed, indeed, no one can impede you. Zhao Liu's gaze transcended the towering cliffs, peering into the misty distance towards a certain peak among the 9 peaks. Some, including the master of Qingrong Peak, suddenly sensed impending trouble and wished to intervene, but it was too late. Shenemo Peak, Zhao Liu softly declared. What? What was she saying? Zhao Liu smiled faintly, her cheeks adorned with delicate dimples. I said, I wish to accept the sword at Shenemo Peak. Silence enveloped the cliffs, and the crowd was astounded. Many believing they had misheard. Countless gazes were fixed upon Zhao Liu. Who could have anticipated that she would reject the esteemed master and Yuan Qijing, opting instead for the Summit of Divine End? The Summit of Divine End is the 9th peak of Qingshan. The question remains, how could she choose this peak? The voice of the master of Qingrong Peak resonated once more, no longer imbued with her usual gentle timbre, but rather infused with a chilling gravity. Are you aware that for centuries, the Summit of Divine End has abstained from participating in the Sword Acceptance Conference? Zhao Liu replied calmly, yes. For Master Jingyang has never taken disciples. For hundreds of years, the 9th peak of Qishan has been solely inhabited by Jingyang. His singular devotion to the Great Path has left no room for considerations of legacy. The sect has long grown accustomed to the notion that the Sword Acceptance Conference bears no relation to the Summit of Divine End. Given your awareness, why then do you choose the 9th peak? The master of Qingrong Peak's voice held an edge. In a few years, the 9th peak shall establish a new legacy. But that is a matter for your junior disciples to contemplate. Before Jingyang ascended, even if he took no disciples, none dared to voice their objections. How could Qishan sect allow the Summit of Divine End to remain vacant? The sect's regulations state clearly that if no one accepts the sword for 3 consecutive conferences, the peak's legacy will be deemed severed and a new lineage will be established. The question arises, will the newly established lineage of the Summit of Divine End still be the one she yearns for? Zhao Liu gazed into the chasm, remaining silent for an extended period. Countless images from the past decade flickered across her mind like reflections on flowing water against the stone walls. She had exhibited extraordinary intelligence from a young age, having devoured 3,000 tomes by the time she was but a child. Subsequently, she embarked on the arduous journey of cultivation. Cultivation is an exceedingly grueling endeavor, monotonous and dreary, often accompanied by both mental and physical anguish. In Chaoga City, she was a noble young lady, yet she endured hardships surpassing even the frost giants of the Ice Kingdom. Upon arriving at Qishan, her diligence was beyond description. As Master Meng once remarked, her perseverance was hardly befitting of a genius. In the bloom of her youth, she spent 3 years seated upon the Sword Peak, disheveled and covered in dust, all for what? To obtain the qualification for sword acceptance and the privilege of free choice. Why? Because I do not wish to witness the emergence of yet another new peak. She declared, I intend to continue the legacy of the Summit of Divine End. The master of Qingrong Peak fell into a contemplative silence before inquiring, why do you wish to undertake this? Zhao Liu replied, because I am, in truth, the chosen disciple of Master Jingyang for sword acceptance. Jing Jiu sat upon the blue stone, gazing at the stream, pondering this revelation. The answer that countless souls yearned to uncover was finally unveiled. This answer, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, concealed profound implications upon deeper reflection. The cliff was enveloped in a prolonged silence, the onlookers rendered speechless by their astonishment. Ultimately, it was the master of Qingrong Peak who shattered the stillness. Continuing with a cold inquiry, he has already ascended. With whom do you study the sword? With Fu Zijian departing alongside him, what sword can you accept? Guests attending the ceremony observed that the master of Qingrong Peak did not address the esteemed Jingyang Zhenren with a respectful title, referring to him directly instead. Yet, curiously, neither the leader of the Qingshan sect nor Yuan Qijing uttered a word, as if this was a matter of course for them. Zhao Liyue remarked, "According to the old customs of Qingshan, as long as I can ascend to the Shinduo Peak and obtain the Fuzi sword, it shall be deemed a successful inheritance of the sword. Once the inheritance is secured, the legacy of the 9th peak of Qingshan shall continue unabated. How I learn the sword is of no concern to me at present." A chilling voice echoed from the cliff. "The Shinduo Peak is self-sealed. Unless the Qingshan Great Formation opens a new sword vein, the path shall remain closed. If you wish to continue the sword vein of Shinduo Peak, the Qingshan Great Formation will naturally not assist you. The road to the peak is fraught with peril. Do not think that as an ordinary disciple merely embodying the intent, you are safe. Even your masters from the wild realm would face a near-fatal outcome. Do you still wish to proceed?" Zhao Liyue replied resolutely, "If I am to inherit the sword of my esteemed master, how could I fear death? The sword of Shinduo Peak is named Fuzi, employing the 9 deaths sword technique. This embodies the essence of unwavering resolve." Yuan Qijing fell into silence for a moment before responding, "Very well, very well." The 3 words were devoid of emotion, leaving one to wonder if they expressed admiration for Zhao Liyue's courage or simply a lack of further comment. "Ah, you are the chosen disciple of the little master uncle. At such a young age, you possess such spirit. It is no wonder the little master uncle has chosen you. I grant you permission." The voice of the Qingshan sect leader resonated with nostalgia and a hint of gratitude. Yuan Qijing's tone remained cold. "Should you fail and by chance remain alive, you shall not inherit the sword for 3 years, and will still have to cultivate by the stream. Do you understand?" This punishment, seemingly ordinary, bore heavy implications. 3 years without contact with the true mysteries of the sword technique, with no wise mentor to guide her, would render Zhao Liyue's cultivation exceedingly difficult, especially in comparison to her peers who successfully inherited the sword. In the realm of cultivation, a single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. Who would wish to bear such a grave consequence? Many guests displayed expressions of sympathy, and even among the disciples of Qishan sect, numerous individuals wished to plead on Zhao Liyue's behalf. However, as the authoritative figure overseeing the sword laws of Qingshan, Yuan Qijing's words constituted the most authoritative interpretation of the sect's regulations, which even the leader could not easily refute. Upon reaching the cliffside after traversing Nanshan, one of the attendees bowed to the esteemed elders above, stating, "Might it be possible for junior sister Zhao to enter the 2 forgetting peaks?" The intent was clear, and the wisdom and ingenuity of the chief disciple of Qingshan was evident. The master of Qingrong Peak responded, "I find it acceptable." Yuan Qijing remained silent. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Within the 2 forgetting peaks, one could access all the sword techniques from various peaks. As for Yuan Qijing's assertion that Zhao Liyue could not inherit the sword, Gu Qing had already surreptitiously learned the 6 dragon sword technique from Jiu Peak during her sword washing phase, so there was little to be concerned about. In addition to the various sects such as Gucheng Temple, Shuiwei Monastery, and Xianwei sect, 2 noble figures from Chaoga City, who held significant status in the world, had also come to observe the proceedings at Qingshan. In the realm of cultivation, they were great personages, yet in the secluded domain of the Qingshan sect, they were compelled to maintain a low profile. From the beginning until now, the 2 individuals maintained a silence, their faces adorned with a restrained smile. Yet, for reasons unknown, they suddenly rose to extol the decision of the Qingshan sect and the courage of Zhao Liyue. No one understood why these nobles acted in such a manner. Logically, they should have found the Qingshan sect's actions hypocritical. Even if they did not voice their disapproval, compliments were unwarranted. Zhao Liyue returned from the stream and took her seat on the blue stone. Since the inception of the Qingjian event, she had remained standing, never once sitting down. Her expression revealed nothing unusual, yet Jing Jiu noticed a hint of moisture at her temples, suggesting her emotions were stirred. He inquired, "Is it truly your desire to ascend that mountain?" Zhao Liyue remained silent. Following this, the 2 forgotten peaks accepted Gu Qing, while the remaining disciples dispersed to various destinations. The elder of Shiyu Peak, presiding over the Chengjian, turned to Jing Jiu and asked, "Have you made your decision?" Many had just recalled that this astonishing young man in white had yet to make his choice. The shock of Zhao Liyue's decision had caused some to overlook this matter entirely. They could not have anticipated that another surprise was about to unfold. "I have made up my mind," Jing Jiu declared. "I too choose Shun Mo Peak." The chasm fell into a profound silence once more, soon followed by an uproar. Shui Yonga gaped, rendered speechless. Junior sister Yushan cupped her face in her hands, gazing at Jing Jiu as if entranced. Zhao Liyue was momentarily taken aback, studying his face. Increasingly perplexed by this individual, Jing Jiu had chosen Shun Mo Peak as well. The crowd was utterly astonished, pondering the extraordinary events of the day. As twilight deepened, Shun Mo Peak faced the setting sun, the mist nearly non-existent, revealing the woods and scenery with remarkable clarity. Numerous paths led to the summit. Although the cliffs appeared perilous, they posed no challenge to cultivators. However, this was merely an illusion. After the ascension of the esteemed Jing Yang, Shun Mo Peak was sealed. And unless the Qing Shan Grand Formation opened a new sword vein, entry was utterly impossible. Zhao Liyue's attempt to ascend Shun Mo Peak to inherit the sword was virtually devoid of any chance of success. The elder of Shiryu Peak remarked, "As long as you can reach the summit and locate the Fusey sword, you will be recognized as the inheritors of Jing Yang's legacy." Zhao Liyue nodded. Guananshan advised, "Junior sister, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to retreat." Gu Han looked at her and said, "There is no need to be so stubborn, just exercise caution." Zhao Liyue responded to Guananshan, "Thank you for your earlier words, brother. However, even in the event of failure, I doubt I would go to the two forgotten peaks." "I apologize." Guananshan's earlier remarks were intended to provide her with a fallback, receiving the acknowledgement of the sect leader. Regarding the dangers, with the sect leader and so many formidable experts from the Qing Shan sect watching over her, it was believed that even the formidable prohibitions left by Uncle Master Jing Yang would not lead to her demise. In truth, you might genuinely face peril. Jing Jiu looked up at the tranquil Qing Peak shrouded in twilight, his expression earnest and weighty. Shun Mo Peak was eerily quiet, the scenery too clear, devoid of any sounds from the strange cliffs or dense forests, as if everything were mere facades. Such silence often signifies genuine peril. "I find myself compelled to investigate." While you, Zhao Liyue cast him a glance and remarked, "Given the potential danger, you need not accompany me." Jing Jiu responded, "You overthink it. I am merely curious about what lies above. With someone clearing the path ahead, I can conserve my strength." Zhao Liyue, disinterested in discerning the truth of his words, replied, "Then you must stay close." "Jing Jiu, please. Exercise caution," Elder Mo Chi said, rubbing his hands together, visibly anxious. Jing Jiu nodded, and then turned his gaze to the side, where Lu Shisui stood, his small face etched with concern. Upon meeting Jing Jiu's eyes, he immediately adopted a serious expression, which appeared rather endearing. Jing Jiu then turned and walked alongside Zhao Liyue towards the summit. At the foot of the Divine End Peak, over 100 individuals gathered. Shui Yonga, along with other ordinary disciples from the Washing Sword sect, had returned to the creek, anxiously awaiting news. Fearing they would be unable to sleep through the night, the guests who had come to witness the event remained, unsure if it was out of courtesy or genuine curiosity. Two noblemen from Chaoga City observed the two figures at the base of the peak, their faces betraying unmistakable concern. A young girl from the Hanging Bell sect, her large eyes wide open, exclaimed, "Now this is interesting." The young women from Shuiwei Monastery and Qingrong Peak stood together, whispering among themselves while glancing towards the base of the peak. Qingrong Peak was closest to Divine End Peak, and amidst the swirling mist, a grand palanquin could be seen faintly, though the crowd before Divine End Peak was sparse. This long-awaited sword acceptance ceremony had drawn the attention of many across the 9 peaks. Observing the two figures at the forefront, Gu Han's expression darkened, even more so than when Gu Qing had been struck by Jing Jiu earlier. Zhao Liyue had previously disregarded his concern, not even casting him a glance. Yet now she walked alongside Jing Jiu, engaging in conversation from time to time. This sight deeply displeased him. It felt as if that boy was clinging to his junior sister like a pest. Why should she pay him any heed? Gunan Shan patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Upon reaching the base of Divine End Peak, the atmosphere grew increasingly silent, rendering the ambience even more eerie. A thin waterfall cascaded down the cliff face a few hundred feet away, yet it produced no sound. As night descended, the cool mountain breeze rustled the treetops, yet still, there was no sound to be heard. What could possibly be happening? Standing at the peak's forefront, Zhao Liyue gazed at the strange scene, gradually grasping the underlying reason. Within Divine End Peak lay a sword formation whose purpose was not to harm any intruders but to sever. This formation severed the connection between Divine End Peak and the world, transforming it into a true forbidden peak. Simultaneously, the countless strands of sword intent emanating from this formation acted like a veil, partitioning the space within the peak into innumerable regions. The sounds within the peak were confined to these isolated spaces, inaudible beyond them. One could liken the current divine end peak to a gem riddled with cracks. While it outwardly appeared whole, it had already been fragmented within. As Yuan Qijing remarked, even a master of swordplay in the wild can soar freely across the continent. Yet they find themselves unable to advance a single step within the confines of the present Shenma Peak. Zhao Liyue, now merely at the pinnacle of her comprehension. How could she possibly ascend to the peak? Observing her silhouette, Jing Jiu too yearned to discover the answer. He was acutely aware that this was an endeavor beyond her reach. The night breeze stirred a handful of green leaves along the mountain path, carrying them into the peak. Silently, those leaves were severed into numerous slender strands, gradually descending to the ground. It was no wonder that the forest floor on either side of the mountain path was adorned with a thick carpet of fragmented leaves. A beautiful blend of green and yellow hues. These fragments were likely remnants of leaves that had been cleaved by the sword array, accumulating over the course of 3 to 4 years. As for the trees, waterfalls, and peculiar stones originally present between the peaks, they remained untouched. Retaining their former positions and appearances, even a slight shift would not expose them to the sword array's onslaught. Witnessing this scene, those outside the peak felt a twinge of anxiety. Lu Shisui's youthful face paled, her fists clenched tightly, while Gu Han's gaze towards Zhao Liyue was fraught with concern. Zhao Liyue gazed at the mountain path for an extended period, as if attempting to unravel the secrets of Shenma Peak. Between the azure stones lay a fissure, delineating the boundary between the inner and outer realms of the peak. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and stepped over that line. A faint sound echoed as a tear appeared in her sleeve, resembling a wound inflicted by the sharpest of flying swords. After crossing the boundary, she turned left for 3 steps, then curiously retreated 2 steps, subtly adjusting her stance. A corner of her garment fluttered down, yet no sound was uttered. For she had already entered the peak. What is happening? Gasped the young girl from Xianin sect. Her master and many others understood. Since the sword intent could not be discerned through sight or sound, and the patterns of the sword array eluded her comprehension, Zhao Liu resolutely closed her eyes, relying solely on her sword perception to sense the sword intent. This, of course, was exceedingly perilous. Jing Jiu made his move as well. His actions were deliberate, appearing somewhat awkward, for he was mimicking Zhao Liyue's movements. He meticulously deconstructed her actions and then recomposed them with impeccable precision. He lifted his knee, crossing the line upon the azure stone, turning left, taking 1 step, 2 steps, 3, then retreating, 1 step, 2 steps. During these motions, he made 2 slight adjustments, navigating past the 2 points where Zhao Liyue's clothing had been rent by the sword intent without harm. Zhao Liyue and Jing Jiu vanished along the mountain path. It was not until a considerable time later that voices of discussion emerged from outside Shenma Peak. The young girl from Xianin sect sighed. So this is also a viable approach. It was uncertain whether she praised Zhao Liyue's wisdom and courage or lamented Jing Jiu's audacity. Lin Wuji smiled wryly, stating, taking advantage of an opportunity is also a skill. Junior brother Jing truly, is Guhan interjected gravely, shameless. Zhao Liyue, with her eyes closed, traversed the mountain path of Shenma Peak, occasionally turning, retreating, or leaping, her pace remarkably slow. She initially intended to venture off the mountain path, traversing the dense forests and cliffs, yet she found that the density of sword intent between the precipices was even greater, making the mountain trail more navigable. Jing Jiu followed closely behind her, mirroring her every move. When she moved, he moved, and when she halted, he too came to a standstill, their actions perfectly synchronized. He appeared as her shadow, though at times he would make slight adjustments to avoid being grazed by the sword intent as she occasionally was. Zhao Liyue's attire bore numerous small tears, relying solely on her sword sense to perceive the sword intent rendered perfection unattainable. During the most perilous moment, a strand of sword intent cascaded down with a branch, grazing her cheek and severing several strands of her dark hair. Fortunately, her short hair made the damage less conspicuous. However, the blood on her earlobe was quite apparent. Jing Jiu glanced ahead and remarked, I am weary. Zhao Liyu turned to him, said nothing, and sat down cross-legged, beginning to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, restoring her energy. The sword formation at the peak of Shenma severed space with sword intent, even refracting light. Yet the density of the world's essence remained normal. It was unclear how much time had passed when Zhao Liyu opened her eyes, gazing at the distant summit in silence. Even though she could restore her sword essence and stamina through the essence of heaven and earth, how long would it take to reach their destination? As they journeyed, Jing Jiu observed her walking with closed eyes amidst the pervasive sword intent and suddenly comprehended something. Since entering the intersect, Zhao Leia had been cultivating sword intent on the sword peak. Why would she pursue such a perilous practice? Was it simply because she disliked the scrutiny of others? No. The reason now appeared abundantly clear. You have been preparing for this day all along. Indeed. Why? Jing Jiu, a man of few words, lacking the intense curiosity of Qin Shan, found himself asking this question for the third time. Zhao Leia remained silent, rising to continue onward. The path within Shinma Peak was narrow and dilapidated, with uneven stone steps, and in some places, no steps at all. The revered master Jing Yang never descended the mountain. And there were no disciples. Every few years, the sect leader would visit Shinma Peak with the elders, traveling by sword, and with no one traversing the path. It had naturally fallen into disrepair over the years. The deeper they ventured into Shinma Peak, the more decrepit the path became, and the stronger the prohibitive sword formations grew. Regardless of how cautious she was, Zhao Lei's wounds multiplied, the blood gradually staining her garments. The sword intent refining her body was insufficient to evade all dangers within the sword formation, nor could it fully withstand the cuts of the sword intent. Jing Jiu trailed behind her with his hands clasped behind his back. I am weary, he stated. Zhao Leia paused, sat cross-legged, and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to revitalize her spirit. After an indeterminate time, she opened her eyes. Why do you follow me? She glanced at Jing Jiu, confirming that he bore no injuries. It appears now that you could easily refrain from following me. Jing Jiu replied, I mentioned before, it is merely curiosity. As he spoke, he did not look at her, but instead fixed his gaze upon the porcelain plate before him, absent-mindedly toying with a grain of sand, contemplating where it should be placed. Observing the grains of sand reassembled within the plate, Zhao Liyue pondered the space cleaved by sword intent in the Shinduo Peak. Rising to her feet, she surveyed the eerily tranquil mountain path, and after a moment of silence, she shook her wrist, seizing hold of the sword cord transformed from her bracelet. This seemingly ordinary sword cord had once ensnared the unremarkable left master of the Bai Lake Peak at the summit of the sword peak, marking it as an extraordinary item. Jing Jiu mused that it was no wonder the sword cord had appeared somewhat familiar that night. He was aware that Zhao Liyue intended to use the sword cord to scout ahead and shook his head. This choice, while clever, was not wise. Why? Zhao Liyue inquired. Do not utilize it until the final moment, for there are eyes upon us, Jing Jiu replied. The Shinduo Peak was ensconced within a sword formation barrier, rendering the interior invisible from the outside, more concealed than the clouds atop the sword peak. Zhao Liyue contemplated this matter, realizing the arduousness of their journey, which prompted her to prepare her most concealed and potent means. Yet, there are always exceptions to every rule. The formidable beings of the Tongtian realm could penetrate all mists. Across the continent, there are but a few such beings, but unfortunately, the Qingshan sect might possess two. Jing Jiu believed that neither of these individuals had physically descended to the Shijian stream, but communicated through sword sounds, likely observing from their respective peaks even now. Zhao Liyue recalled his prior assertion that the Yuanqi whale might have clandestinely entered the Tongtian realm. Who, then, was Jing Jiu so vigilant and wary of? The sect leader or the sword law elder? Withdrawing the sword cord, Zhao Liyue continued her advance along the mountain path. This time, her pace quickened slightly, and the instances of being cut by sword intent diminished significantly, though she wondered if it had any connection to the sand grains reassembled within the porcelain plate. As night deepened, Jing Jiu spoke for the third time. I am weary. Zhao Liyue halted, opening her eyes to gaze toward the peak. She had traversed for quite some time, and the summit of the Shinduo Peak seemed still far beyond reach. I have indeed overestimated myself, she mused after a brief silence. How could my revered ancestor master's lofty peak be easily scaled? This statement held dual meanings. You have done remarkably well, Jing Jiu replied, his tone understated yet sincere. Zhao Liyue consumed a medicinal pill and tended to her wounds. From the bombs and materials at her disposal, it was evident she had been well prepared. Jing Jiu did not assist her, merely standing by, observing. The tranquility often conveyed a sense of indifference, as he appeared merely as a bystander. Once Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue entered the Shinduo Peak, those outside could no longer perceive them. Such is the nature of a forbidden peak, whether sight or any other sense. All would be isolated beyond its confines. Observers gazed at the desolate mountain path, each harboring differing sentiments. A young girl from the Xianling sect leaned against her master, stifling yawns. Though she had dozed off twice from fatigue, she remained resolute in her refusal to depart. She felt this was the most intriguing occurrence she had encountered during their journey to Qingshan and did not wish to miss the story's conclusion. Regardless of whether it bore sorrow or joy, Two nobles from Chaoga City wore expressions laden with concern, their worry shrouded in mystery, unknown to whom or what they pertained. At the summit of Tianshangu, where the clouds billowed like an ocean, a tall figure stood at the precipice, gazing towards a distant peak. Elder Mo, who had just returned from Shinmo Feng, observed that figure with a visage marked by anxiety. Master Shi Xiao, when you save that young girl, do not forget Jing Jiu, he urged. At the pinnacle of Shand Peak, the cave was as frigid as an ice cellar. Yuan Shihai stood by the unfathomable depths of a well. Lost in silence for an extended period, his thoughts inscrutable. Shi Yin hastily entered, coughing as he relayed the circumstances from Shinmo Feng. Yuan Shihai stepped outside the cave, surveying the sea of clouds beneath the starlight, and then the solitary peak breaking through the cloud cover, sneering, truly ignorant of the peril. It was unclear whether his disdain was directed at Zhao Liu, Jing Jiu, or both. The summit was within sight, yet still separated by over 2,000 zhang. The night was as profound as ink, the tranquil clouds at the peak reflecting the starlight, resembling a stark white canvas. Zhao Liu, drenched in blood, bore numerous sword cuts on her garments, her bandages shredded once more, presenting a woeful sight. Do you wish to know why I must ascend this mountain? She leaned against a pine tree by the path, pausing for the first time. Her complexion was pallid, her gaze lacking its usual certainty, revealing signs of fatigue. Jing Jiu approached her, offering a large green leaf adorned with glistening dew. Unbeknownst to them, the night had reached its zenith, dawn impending. Zhao Liu accepted the leaf, bringing it to her lips. Jing Jiu inquired, why? Because I am indeed the chosen disciple of the sword-bearing ancestor, she declared, looking towards the peak. You may all believe I am fabricating excuses, but it is the truth. By the stream, she had claimed to be the selected disciple of the esteemed Jingong ancestor. And no one had questioned her, for none could summon the ascended Jingong ancestor for verification. Yet, as she acknowledged, few truly believed her assertion. The venerable Jingong had devoted centuries to the path, never accepting disciples. Why would she be the exception? The innate Dao seed was indeed remarkable in the realm of cultivation. Yet what significance did it hold for Jingong? I believe you, Jing Jiu stated, without hesitation or contemplation, the words flowing naturally. Thank you, she replied, her gratitude extending beyond his trust. Without you, I would not have journeyed this far. Along the way, Jing Jiu had expressed his fatigue numerous times. Though those moments were merely reflections of her own exhaustion, she was uncertain how Jing Jiu could assess her condition so accurately, yet she was grateful. It appeared that Jing Jiu had cleverly followed her lead, mirroring her steps to avoid injury. However, Zhao Liu understood that the truth lay deeper. He possessed an intimate familiarity with the sword formation of Shinmo Feng. If not for the need to accompany her, he might have already reached the summit. Without his presence and those seemingly casual, yet insightful, nudges, she would have never arrived at this juncture alone. Jing Jiu remarked, even if you are the chosen one, there is no need to rush. If Zhao Liu were merely concerned that the inheritance of Shinma Peak might be severed, she could certainly retreat to the Two Forget Peaks and dedicate herself to rigorous practice for another 3 years. After 3 years, Zhao Liu would undoubtedly be much stronger, and her chances of succeeding at the next sword acceptance conference would significantly increase. I am indeed quite anxious, Zhao Liu confessed, for I fear time may slip away. Jing Jiu pondered, should I hold you close? Zhao Liu thought to herself, I cannot reveal that true secret. I merely wish to ascend to the peak and see if that sword remains, if that person is still there. I wish to sleep for a while, she said. At this hour, it is difficult to awaken, Jing Jiu replied. She gazed towards the peak and remarked, I truly feel fatigued. I have forgotten whether it has been 3 or 4 years. After uttering those words, she closed her eyes and leaned against the pine tree, soon drifting into a gentle slumber, her breath becoming soft and rhythmic. Her eyelashes were long, not fluttering, and her short hair danced lightly in the breeze. It seemed she was genuinely exhausted. Jing Jiu lifted his gaze towards the desolate cliff, feeling a twinge of regret. He was not remorseful for choosing to scale the mountain alongside the young girl. The restrictions of Shinma Peak were exceedingly formidable, even he found it somewhat troublesome. An undeniably awkward situation. Of course, he still had a method to reach the summit, but as he had mentioned to Zhao Liu, it was highly probable that someone was watching from this direction. The sect leader and that Yuan Qijing fellow could see this place, should they choose to do so. At any other time, Jing Jiu would have certainly turned back instead of continuing upwards, but he glanced at Zhao Liu, contemplating how disappointed she would be. Well then, let us see. He softly spoke towards the peaks hidden within the sea of clouds. Extending his finger, he lightly tapped the bracelet on Zhao Liu's wrist. Silently, The bracelet detached from the young girl's arm, transforming into a sword tether that he grasped in his hand. For reasons unknown, this extraordinary sword tether willingly obeyed his command. With a subtle thought, the tether shot forth like a serpent, entwining around Zhao Lei's body. He unfastened his sword from his back, paused for a moment, then sheathed it again, lifting Zhao Lei as he ascended the mountain. His technique was deft. The tether maintained an even distribution of weight where it made contact with her body. Zhao Lei was cradled in his grasp, akin to resting in a hammock, sleeping soundly, unaware. As Jing Jiu ascended, his approach contrasted starkly with Zhao Lei's. He did not tread cautiously like her, taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, occasionally veering left or gliding lightly. He had no particular finesse, he simply advanced directly. After proceeding a few steps along the mountain path, he encountered a surge of sword intent. With a crisp and resonant sound, a tear appeared on his white garment. He pressed onward without a moment's hesitation, as if oblivious to the encounter. As he continued along the mountain path, his footsteps quickened, encountering an increasing number of sword intents, the crisp sounds growing ever more urgent. The cacophony echoed like a tempest, akin to countless bowstrings snapping simultaneously, or swords clashing with one another. The relentless sword sounds resonated, forcefully breaking through the barrier created by the sword formation, reverberating among the cliffs yet unable to escape the peaks, gradually intertwining into a deep, ominous rumble reminiscent of thunder, sweeping relentlessly along the mountain trail. If someone were to traverse this path at that moment, they would likely be rendered deaf by the thunderous amalgamation of myriad sword sounds. Zhao Lei remained undisturbed, her complexion rosy, sleeping soundly, evidently well protected by Jing Jiu. Time passed unmeasured, the night still profound, the dawn yet to arrive. The summit of Shenma Peak loomed ahead. Amidst the azure cliffs, several pavilions were faintly discernible. Jing Jiu paused, rubbing his face. Having surged through the peaks and shattered numerous sword intents, even he felt a slight numbness in his face. His distinctive white robe, impervious to water and fire, capable of withstanding flying swords, was now tattered and worn. Numerous strips of fabric hung from him, revealing his body like white jade, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Suddenly, a mournful wind swept through the cliffs, wailing incessantly, exuding a profound sorrow, as if lamenting a lost soul. Dozens of cold, ghostly flames emerged from the crevices of the precipice ahead, gradually coalescing into a grotesque and terrifying visage. No wonder Mochi had been nicknamed Mingling in those years. It was indeed a ghastly sight. Jing Jiu gazed at the ominous entity radiating a chilling aura and shook his head. Many years prior, Taiping Zhenren had entered a deathly meditation, while the human dynasty clashed with the ice and snow kingdom on the Lanling snowfield in a fierce battle among cultivators. The sect leader, accompanied by the sword masters of the 9 Peaks, rushed to their aid, leaving only ordinary disciples to guard the Green Mountain. At that critical juncture, they had lost several crucial pieces of information, which fell into the hands of the Ming masters. This formidable entity from the underworld, leading its subordinates, infiltrated the 9 Peaks through the documented vulnerabilities of the Green Mountain formation, seeking a particular object. They had not anticipated that this object was not located within the sword prison of the Upper Virtue Peak, but rather atop the Shenma Peak. The Ming master deduced that Jing Yang should be in seclusion, deeming this opportunity too precious to miss. Jing Yang spent the majority of his life in meditation. Thus the calculation was not flawed. However, the Ming masters did not foresee that as soon as they stepped into the 9 Peaks, the 4 guardians would awaken simultaneously, prompting Jing Yang to emerge from his retreat. Confronted with those from the underworld, Jing Yang vanquished them with a single strike of his sword. The Ming master sustained severe injuries and barely managed to escape. This incident, entangled with a significant secret of the Green Mountain sect and related to this, was shrouded in utmost secrecy. Naturally, the Ming faction would not publicize their devastating defeat, and thus, until now, very few were aware of the matter. Upon the return of the Green Mountain sect leader, it was deemed necessary to eliminate the remnants of the soul flames, at the very least addressing the corpses scattered around the summit of Shenma Peak. Jing Yang found it exceedingly tedious, with no disciples at Shenma Peak, nor any visitors. What was the necessity of such efforts? Thus, the corpses of those powerful beings from the underworld lay scattered among the craggy cliffs, destined to be eroded by wind and rain, eventually transforming into white bones, which in turn disintegrated into dust. As for the remnants of the soul fire, they lingered on, now resembling vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits, born of the collected soul fire, possessed no intellect, only a profound resentment and malevolent intent, which could pose a nuisance to ordinary disciples. However, in Jing Jiu's eyes, These remnants of soul fire were akin to the smoke produced by damp firewood that had not completely burned in the hearth. Insignificant. He proceeded towards the summit, carrying Zhao Liyue. As he passed the terrifying spirit, he did not pause for an instant. The spirit emitted a piercing, sorrowful wail, attempting to engulf Jing Jiu. Suddenly, the spirit dissipated, transforming back into dozens of chilling wisps of soul fire, which shrieked in terror and desperately fled towards the summit's periphery. Yet, they could not escape far. Soon collapsing upon the rocky cliff, dissipating into strands of blue smoke, vanishing from sight. It was indeed simpler to gather them together than to search haphazardly. With this thought, Jing Jiu entered the small building atop the peak. Like most structures in this mountainous region, a cave lay behind the building. This was once Jing Yang's dwelling. The building was constructed from the most precious giant tree timber, its floor laid with white jade, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, yet devoid of vulgarity. Every detail exuded perfection. However, it was evident that no one had visited for quite some time, as a thin layer of dust coated both the beams and the jade floor. Jing Jiu approached the wall and turned a luminous pearl embedded therein. With a series of soft clicks, the ground trembled slightly, and something began to move. A gentle breeze swept in, stirring the dust from the beams and floor, carrying it outside, and soon the cave became immaculate, utterly devoid of dust. Jing Jiu set Zhao Liyue down and walked around the interior, occasionally reaching out to touch the stone walls, the columns, and various vessels. Finally, he arrived at the center of the small building, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed around, feeling somewhat nostalgic. He had not anticipated seeing these familiar sights so soon. Zhao Liyue had altered his plans, yet now it seemed fortuitous. He ventured deeper into the cave, gently pressing against the stone wall at the far end, which silently opened to reveal a tranquil chamber. Within the chamber hung dozens of garments, predominantly in muted tones, exuding a sense of serenity. Jing Jiu's fingers glided slowly over the garments before halting. He selected a white robe, which was not particularly well-fitted but was adequate enough to wear. As Jing Jiu returned, Zhao Liyue had already regained consciousness. She surveyed her surroundings warily, a small azure sword hovering silently around her, poised for imminent attack. Although she vaguely suspected the nature of her location, disbelief gnawed at her, heightening her anxiety. It was only when Jing Jiu stepped into view that her expression softened slightly, prompting her to inquire, "What has transpired?" Jing Jiu replied, "As you can see, we have arrived at the summit." Zhao Liyue's voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Is this truly the dwelling of our master's granduncle?" "Indeed. It appears so," Jing Jiu responded. She sheathed the azure sword, fixed her gaze upon his eyes, and after a prolonged silence, asked, "How did you manage this?" Although she had long suspected Jing Jiu possessed the means to ascend, the reality of his success and the fact that he had brought her along left her astonished. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "While you were asleep, an elderly sage with a white beard suddenly appeared, transported us here, and then vanished." Zhao Liyue regarded him in silence. "Is my tale unsatisfactory?" Jing Jiu queried. "Indeed, it is," she replied. "Is there not a sliver of belief you might entertain?" He pressed. Zhao Liyue met his earnest gaze and stated, "I am not Lu Shui." With a sigh, Jing Jiu remarked, "It seems I must conjure another story. Who exactly are you?" Zhao Liyue asked. "I too am in search of that answer," he replied. Within the cave left behind by the esteemed Jing Jiu, there stood a stone chair adorned with a cushion. The cushion, embroidered with a simple pattern of flowers and birds in gold thread, had endured countless years. The color of the gold having faded, rendering the design somewhat indistinct, yet it remained intact and was remarkably thick, soft as a cloud. Jing Jiu sat upon it without hesitation, observing Zhao Liyue as she searched the cave for something. "Are you in pursuit of that sword?" he inquired. Zhao Liyue halted, looking at him in confusion. "Do you not wish to seek that sword?" Jing Jiu intended to say something further, but she had already moved on to another area. Zhao Liyue scoured both inside and outside the cave, but found no trace of the sword. Her sword sense yielded no response either. Approaching the cliff's edge, she gazed out over the mountains and fields, pondering whether the sword lay within the peak. Yet, with such vastness to the SHNM peak, how could she hope to find it? Morning sunlight filtered through the mountains, casting beams that illuminated the white clouds, while the valley below remained shrouded in gloom. Her complexion turned pale. "What troubles you?" Jing Jiu asked as he approached her side. Lowering her head like a child who has erred, Zhao Liyue confessed, "I could not find the sword." "It matters not if you cannot bear the sword. We can journey to the Two-Forgetting Peak," Jing Jiu reassured her. As he spoke, he seemed not to have considered that Two-Forgetting Peak would surely welcome Zhao Liyue. but would it extend the same courtesy to him? It was not merely about bearing the sword. Zhao Liue contemplated the implications. If Master Jingyang had failed in his ascension and the sword remained on SHNM Peak, it suggested he too might still be here, recuperating. If the sword were to be lost, then it would likely signify his absence as well. She faintly suspected that Jing Jiu had some connection with her master, but she was uncertain whether she should speak of it. She sat down at the cliff's edge, hugging her knees, her expression one of profound desolation. This was the first time Jing Jiu had witnessed such a vulnerable emotion on her face. During their initial encounter atop the sword peak, he had discerned that there was a deeply buried melancholy in the depths of this young lady's eyes. Many questions found their answers this night. Her master had passed away. Zhao Liu gazed at the silent, desolate mountains, contemplating the empty, cold cave, lost in thought. She murmured to herself, so he truly is gone. What significance did all her efforts over the past 4 years hold now? The pressure and the exhaustion, the sorrowful emotions that could not be shared with anyone, surged forth in that moment. With a sharp crack, the azure sword snapped in two, falling to the ground. Devoid of all spirit, a spurt of fresh blood escaped Zhao Liu's lips, and she fainted. Watching this scene, Jing Jiu felt a stir of emotion within him. He had never experienced such feelings before. Even if he had, they belonged to his childhood, long forgotten. Since stepping onto the verdant mountains, such emotions had arisen several times. Like the moment he sipped that cup of tea at the age of 10, and now this. He is not dead. Jing Jiu fell into silence for a moment before speaking. He merely came close to death. After uttering this, he raised his right hand. With a soft clap, his palm struck the crown of Zhao Liu's head. A gentle breeze blew, and a mysterious aura unfurled atop the peak. An endless stream of sword essence poured from Zhao Liu's head, enveloping her severely damaged sword heart, gradually nurturing and mending it. Time passed unmeasured until he confirmed she was out of danger, and Jing Jiu withdrew his hand. He returned to the cave, dampened a handkerchief in spring water, and came back to the cliff's edge, cradling her in his arms as he began to wipe her face. He was meticulous, quickly clearing away the blood and dirt from the young lady's countenance, glancing at her tousled, unruly short hair. He pondered briefly before retrieving a dark wood comb from the cave to groom her. The cold, ethereal comb was perfect for this task. The young lady's disheveled hair soon became smooth, the dust vanishing without a trace. As he combed her hair, he spoke to himself. So your family name is Zhao. Yet that day, it was clearly a light snow. Where was the heavy snowfall? Moreover, must one born in the 12th lunar month bear the name Liu? It truly is rather unremarkable. When Zhao Liu regained consciousness, she found herself still within her master's cave, but this time not on the cold ground. She lay upon a warm jade bed. The disparity in treatment did not provoke much reflection, for her emotions were still in turmoil. Unsure if she had uttered anything inappropriate before losing consciousness. Upon catching sight of herself in the bronze mirror, she felt something was amiss. Why did her face appear so clean? Moreover, she completely forgot her earlier worries and speculations about Jing Jiu's identity, rushing outside the cave and exclaiming, "What have you done to me?" Jing Jiu remarked, "I haven't done anything." "Haven't done anything? How do you explain this?" Zhao Liu pointed at her hair. Her short hair was styled into a small bun, standing defiantly against the sky. Jing Jiu asked, "What is wrong?" Zhao Liu, agitated, replied, "How could you give me an upright braid? I am not a child. With hair this short, it can hardly be called a braid. It's merely a bun." Jing Jiu looked at her earnestly and said, "Nevertheless, I find it quite adorable." Zhao Liu was genuinely annoyed. Jing Jiu hurriedly added, "I have conceived a new story. Or rather, the previous tale has progressed. Would you care to listen?" Zhao Liu raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Is it about that old immortal again?" Jing Jiu affirmed, "Indeed. When you were unconscious earlier, that old immortal appeared once more. He knew you were searching for a sword and informed me." Zhao Liu, contemplating the secrets surrounding this individual and the series of events that had unfolded, felt a twinge of apprehension. "Do you truly know where that sword is?" she inquired. Jing Jiu smiled at her and said, he mentioned, that the sword has always been in your grasp. Zhao Liu, perplexed, gazed at her hands and suddenly noticed the sword bracelet on her wrist. Could it be that he referred to this? Her heart fluttered as the bracelet silently lifted, transforming into a silver sword cord, dancing in the air. Jing Jiu extended his hand. Zhao Liu quietly observed him as she passed the sword cord into his grasp. Jing Jiu held the sword hilt in his left hand while firmly grasping the sword cord with his right, gradually sliding it downward. A series of crisp, crackling sounds erupted as sparks of silver flared between his palm and the sword cord. Silver shards fluttered down, and the metallic surface of the sword cord began to shed, akin to a snake shedding its skin, revealing its true form beneath. The sword glowed a vivid red, reminiscent of coral or fresh blood. Zhao Lei gazed at the sword, murmuring, "So beautiful. Is this the Fusey sword?" Jing Jiu confirmed, "Yes, this is the Fusey sword." He presented the sword before Zhao Lei, who remained silent for a prolonged moment, ultimately refraining from accepting it. "This sword was discovered by you, hence it rightfully belongs to you." The Fusey sword symbolized more than just a weapon. It represented the legacy of the Divine End Summit and Jing Yang's teachings. Zhao Lei felt a swell of pride. Reluctant to accept such a gift, she looked at Jing Jiu and asked, "Are you a descendant of my master's uncle? Or are you the true heir of my master's uncle?" Jing Jiu pondered for a moment and replied, "From a certain perspective, both statements hold merit." Zhao Lei stated, "Then this sword should rightly belong to you." Jing Jiu reminded her, "You mentioned that he chose you as the disciple to inherit the sword of the Divine End Summit. I have never met my grandmaster's granduncle. I only know that when he passed through the city of Chaoga, he encountered my mother. At that time, I was still in her womb, and he designated me as a disciple of the sword. The Qingshan sect promptly sent a guardian to protect me, and thus, even before my birth, I was destined to be anything but an ordinary noble lady. I need not engage in political marriages for the sake of my family's interests. Nor must I attend those tedious poetry gatherings. I am spared the anxiety of being selected for the imperial palace. My life is one blessed by fate." Zhao Liyue remarked, "All the beauty I possess, bestowed upon me by my grandmaster's granduncle, has been met with jealousy. Yet, I have never seen him. And I have failed to uncover the secret of this sword. Lacking the ability to ascend the summit of Divine End, how can I claim to be his true heir?" Jing Jiu replied, "Perhaps he does not share your perspective." Zhao Liyue looked up at him. Jing Jiu continued, "Your abilities and desires matter little. For his intentions are abundantly clear. From the moment of your birth, you bore this sword bracelet, signifying that he favored you as the successor of the summit of Divine End. Otherwise, why would he place the Fusey sword by your side?" Zhao Liyue remained silent for a long while, casting a few glances at Jing Jiu, before saying nothing further. She walked to the sword platform deep within the cave, her demeanor solemn as she plunged the Fusey sword into its place. The lengthy night had finally passed, and the soft morning light illuminated the peaks above, while the valley below remained shrouded in darkness. Many of the onlookers had dispersed. Among those who remained were the eminent monk from Guoqing Temple and 2 nobles from Chaoga, along with a young girl from the Xinying sect who was still holding on. As for disciples from the 9 peaks, such as Guananshan, Lin Wuji, and Guhan, they naturally would wait until the end. People had little faith in Zhao Liyue and Jing Jiu's ascent to the summit of Divine End after a night had passed. Even the last glimmer of hope had faded. They could not fathom why the sect leader had not intervened to rescue them. Were they safe? Had they encountered any peril? Suddenly, a fierce wind stirred within the summit of Divine End. The gale howled, causing the trees on the mountainside to sway incessantly, and the thick carpet of leaves below was swept up, dancing wildly in the air, a breathtaking and magnificent spectacle. Guananshan felt a chill. How could he hear the sounds from within the summit of Divine End? He had no time for deeper contemplation before another upheaval occurred. The wind, swirling with fallen leaves, ascended toward the summit, eventually meeting the cliff face illuminated by the morning light. It seemed as though the dawn ignited the powder of those leaves, and a great fire blazed silently between the cliffs, wild and untamed. This was not a true flame. It radiated boundless light, yet bore no warmth. The cliffs of the summit of Divine End and the surrounding woods were illuminated, as if daylight had suddenly descended. But it did not end there. The cliffs and trees began to emit light from within, radiating countless beams. The onlookers clearly discerned the barriers of the sword array. The summit of Divine End resembled a colossal piece of shattered yet unbroken glazed glass, reflecting light from innumerable facets, resplendent in its beauty. The light grew denser and brighter, the lines of division becoming increasingly blurred, until, at a certain moment, a gentle sound resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Like a flame, this sound is not of the tangible world, yet it resonates clearly within the hearts of all, whether through the sword's consciousness or the Zen mind and sea of awareness. This sound can be heard. It is the voice of the sword, akin to the shattering of a silver vial, the dropping of a jade orb upon a plate, exquisitely crisp. As the gentle breeze stirs and the morning light begins to disperse, the wildfires between the cliffs have vanished, and that sound of the sword has faded into ethereal silence. The sacred End Peak stands solemnly beneath the sky, as tranquil and dignified as ever, as if nothing has transpired. the mountain remains unchanged. Yet, all are aware that this mountain is no longer the same as before. With the dissolution of the sword formation, the sacred Ind Peak has re-emerged into the world. The ninth peak of the Green Mountain continues its legacy. Gazing at the solitary peak in the morning light, Guananshan remains silent. While Lin Wuji wears an expression of astonishment, and Gu Han is left in a state of bewilderment. A young girl from the Hanging Bell sect, rubbing her slightly weary eyes, inquires, "What has happened?" The elder from Shuriwe Peak, who presides over the sword ceremony, reflects with a sense of gratitude. Congratulations to the little master uncle for the undying legacy. From afar, a somewhat melancholic voice of the Qingrong Peak master can be heard, expressing surprise at the swift return of this mountain. The news of the Green Mountain sect's sword ceremony quickly spreads throughout the world. Ordinarily, such a ceremony would be an internal matter for the Green Mountain sect, involving only low-ranking disciples, and thus should not incite such a commotion. However, this time, two prodigious talents of innate Dao seeds participated, along with the sudden emergence of an extraordinary sword genius. More importantly, the two individuals chose to inherit the sword from the sacred Ind Peak and succeeded. The reappearance of the sacred Ind Peak sent ripples through the southern counties, soon reaching the city of Chaoga, and even the more northern regions such as Windblade County. The news swiftly reached the realms of the underworld and the Ice Kingdom. For the ninth peak of Green Mountain holds a uniquely significant position in the cultivation world, harboring the cave of the revered Jingyang Jinren. Once, Jingyang Jinren rarely traversed the mortal realm, remaining low-key and enigmatic. Yet who would dare to disregard his existence? The Green Mountain sect's current leadership status among righteous sects cannot be claimed without acknowledging the influence of Jingyang Jinren. With the reopening of the sacred Ind Peak, who knows whether the disciple who inherits the sword might become the second Jingyang Jinren? How could the various cultivation sects in the city of Chaoga not feel anxious? How could the underworld and the Ice Kingdom not be concerned? Consequently, Zhao Lei's reputation in the cultivation world has grown ever more resounding. Previously, while it was known that she was an innate Dao seed, her youth led many to speculate about her future. Now that she has successfully inherited the sword from the sacred Ind Peak, her status is undeniably elevated. At the same time, many have come to learn of the disciple who ascended the sacred Ind Peak alongside her, seemingly named Jing Jiu. The disciples of Green Mountain are eager to uncover what treasures Jingyang Jinren may have left behind, since he did not ascend with the Fuzijian. It is possible that other treasures remain atop the sacred Ind Peak, such as the 9 Death Sword technique. Each time they contemplate this, jealousy brews among the disciples towards Zhao Lei and Jing Jiu. Nevertheless, they cannot help but admire the courage and determination Zhao Lei displayed during this sword inheritance, leading to the realization that the one truly envied is Jing Jiu. Had it not been for his junior sister blazing the trail, how could he have ascended the sacred Ind Peak? Gu Han, with a face full of frost, remarked, "That night, we witnessed firsthand his despicable and shameless methods. In my opinion, his qualification for wielding the sword should be revoked." Guananshan understood his feelings, yet as long as Zhao Lei held no objections, who could justify the cancellation of Jing Jiu's qualifications based on such reasoning? Lin Wuji gazed at Gu Han with an enigmatic smile and said, "Have you still not realized that you have consistently misjudged Jing Jiu?" "Enough of this," Elder Bai Rujing interjected, addressing Lin Wuji. "Although you were the first to recognize Jing Jiu's talent, do not be overly protective. After all, you and Gu Han are of the same lineage in Tianguang Peak." Lin Wuji chose not to respond further. Elder Bai Rujing then turned to Lu Shui, who was trailing behind, and instructed, "You may proceed to the reception platform. After seeing our guests off, send someone to escort you home." The following day of the sword-wielding conference, the new disciples would gather to bid farewell to the esteemed guests from various sects who had come to witness the event. This was a customary practice of the Qinshan sect. Naturally, the sect would also dispatch elders of equal standing to accompany the guests, including disciples like Guananshan, Lin Wuji, and Gu Han. The reception platform at Shilai Peak was surrounded by countless pine trees, resembling a distant blue flame, creating a captivating sight. Over 20 new sword-wielding disciples stood on the platform, ready to send off the guests. Jing Jiu, Zhao Lei, and Lu Shui stood beneath the shadows of the pines, isolated from the crowd. This was not an intentional exclusion, nor was it due to any other reason. It was simply a naturally formed tableau. To the new disciples, these 3 individuals were inherently different. Especially in the gazes directed towards Zhao Lei, there was an even greater sense of reverence and admiration than before. No one knew the specific details of the events that transpired last night at Shenma Peak. Everyone assumed it was Zhao Lei's achievement. Even now, The remnants of wounds could still be seen on her face, hinting at the perils encountered on the ascent. As for Jing Jiu, he bore no visible injuries, appearing entirely unscathed, as if he had exerted not the slightest effort. Lu Shui contemplated inquiring about what had transpired the previous night, whether Jing Jiu had been harmed, but ultimately refrained. Standing beside Zhao Liu, Jing Jiu felt the weight of the gazes upon him, pondering whether the perception would shift had she not undone that little braid. Guests began to descend from Shilai Peak in succession. The chief of the Eltang at Huaqing Temple conversed with the master of Shilai Peak within the hall. Two nobles from Chaoga City engaged in nostalgic exchanges with Elder Bai Rujing of Tianguang Peak, with Guan Nashon accompanying them. Such gatherings were inherently designed for fostering connections, and the young disciples from various sects naturally engaged in conversation. Disciples like Lin Wuji and Gu Han, who had long been renowned, conversed easily with their counterparts from other sects, while newer disciples like Qi Yuan Yang and Si Kong Yimin felt a certain nervousness, stammering as they spoke. The female disciples of Shuiwei Monastery stood together with those from Qingrong Peak, maintaining their usual camaraderie. Jing Jiu recalled his junior sister, glancing towards them, only to elicit a burst of melodic laughter from the group of young women. A spirited girl from Xianling sect bounced over to Lu Shui and said, "Come play at my place in the future." Lu Shui, feeling somewhat anxious, nodded without knowing what else to say. The young girl approached Zhao Liu once more and remarked, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. Please come to visit me. I shall find you a fine pair of bells." Jing Jiu observed that the girl wore a pair of silver bells on her earlobes, reflecting on the fact that at such a tender age she was already a bell messenger. He pondered which prominent figure from the hanging bell sect she might be descended from. Hearing her words, he mused that if he were to wander the mortal realm in the future, he too should acquire a set of bells. The bells of the hanging bell sect were renowned throughout the cultivation world, incomparable to ordinary artifacts. Zhao Liu was well aware of this, and seeing the girl's sincerity, she responded, "Then I shall procure a fine sword for you." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "It is settled, then." She then turned her gaze toward Jing Jiu. He added, "I too desire a bell." The girl appeared somewhat taken aback and remarked, "They all say you are shameless. It seems they speak the truth." Jing Jiu replied, "I merely made a request. You are free to decline." After a moment of reflection, the girl countered, "That is a valid point. When I ask my mother for candy, she may refuse, but she cannot label me shameless for merely asking." Jing Jiu acknowledged. "That analogy is quite fitting." Zhao Liu and Lu Shui listened from the side, thinking to themselves how it was not entirely appropriate. She was merely a young girl, not his mother. The girl tilted her head and scrutinized Jing Jiu, stating, "I can send the bells to you, but please do not visit us." Jing Jiu inquired, "Why not?" She replied earnestly, "You are too handsome. I fear my mother may wish to marry you." Jing Jiu contemplated her reasoning and conceded, "That is a substantial justification." The girl from the hanging bell sect skipped away, mentioning that she and her master were preparing to return via the ethereal vessel across the Great Marsh. The head of the discipline hall at Huaqing Temple emerged, having seemingly overheard something from the former peak master, casting a distant glance at Jing Jiu. Two noble lords from Chaoga City approached Zhao Liu, regarding her with the affectionate gaze of elders, inquiring, "Is there any message you wish to send back?" Zhao Liu replied, "No, there is no need." As a disciple who successfully bore the sword, she had earned a brief respite to visit home, a promise initially made by Master L to Lu Shui. Zhao Liu did not write a letter, and naturally, she would not return to Chaoga City, as everyone knew her unwavering dedication to the path. The two noble lords were not surprised by this. Lu Shui intended to return to his village and hesitated for a long while before asking Jing Jiu, "Is there anything you wish to take with you?" Jing Jiu thought for a moment and said, "I would like to bring back some bamboo, but not from the pond's edge. It is too damp. I prefer those from the mountainside, and if I could transplant some, that would be even better." Zhao Liu cast him a glance, pondering what he was up to. Lu Shui inquired, "Has your chair leg broken again?" Jing Jiu nodded, responding, "The backrest has also developed a hole." The tranquil clouds began to stir, flowing toward the four corners of the sky, revealing a clear expanse of blue. There lay the opening to the great mountain array, accompanied by a beam of golden light. The lotus seat of Huaqing Temple vanished into the horizon, followed closely by the flying chariot of Chaoga City and the ethereal vessels of the Great Marsh as they departed the mountains. Then, a chilling blade of light illuminated the heavens, soaring toward the north. Observing this scene, a vigilant expression crept onto the faces of Guan Nanshan and the others. The Wind Knife sect, situated in the distant north, bears no enmity with the Green Mountain sect. Yet the juxtaposition of one sect specializing in blade forging and the other in swordsmanship inevitably fosters a subtle rivalry. An unarticulated sentiment that gradually morphs into an ambiguous, emotional undercurrent. This year marks the inaugural participation of the Wind Knife sect's envoy in the Green Mountain sect's Sword Acceptance Conference. The envoy, reticent and taciturn, scarcely uttered a word throughout the proceedings. Who could have anticipated such formidable prowess? It becomes evident that the Blade Sage, a figure of significant standing in the celestial realm, could summon such a plethora of formidable cultivators from the desolate northern territories. With the conclusion of the Sword Acceptance Conference, the focus shifts to the internal affairs of the Green Mountain sect. As for the repercussions of this event, none can ascertain what they might entail at this moment. On the guest platform, the pine trees swayed gently as Guan Nanshan emerged from the hall. Earlier, he had reached an agreement with the two nobles from Chaoga City regarding the specific number of disciples from the two Forgetting Peaks who would provide support to the northern borders next year, along with related arrangements. With a tranquil mind, he approached Zhao Liyue and Jing Jiu, accompanied by Gu Han. He smiled and addressed Zhao Liyue, junior sister, "Congratulations." "Thank you, senior brother," Zhao Liyue replied. Guan Nanshan continued, "To my knowledge, the Divine End Peak lacks the authentic manuscript of the Nine Death Sword technique." Zhao Liyue remained silent. Guan Nanshan observed her and suggested, "Why not visit the two Forgetting Peaks?" He had proposed this notion during the Sword Acceptance Conference the previous day, receiving tacit approval from the sect leader. Regardless of the circumstances, mastering the sword is essential, given that the Divine End Peak does not possess the Nine Deaths Sword technique. What could Zhao Liyue possibly learn? Should she choose to join the two Forgetting Peaks, she would readily gain access to the profound sword techniques of the other 8 peaks. Of course, she could still retain her identity as a disciple of the Divine End Peak. From any perspective, Guan Nanshan's proposal represented the most favorable option for Zhao Liyue. Yet, Zhao Liyue declined. "As I mentioned yesterday, even if I were to fail in the sword acceptance, I would not go to the two Forgetting Peaks." At this point, she refrained from elaborating further. Yet the disciples on the guest platform understood her unspoken implication. Having successfully accepted the sword, she was even less inclined to join the two Forgetting Peaks. Guan Nanshan fell silent for a moment before remarking, "Junior sister, do you harbor some misconceptions about the two Forgetting Peaks?" Suddenly, Gu Han interjected, "If my actions have caused you any displeasure, I acknowledge my missteps and am willing to apologize." This statement left the disciples on the guest platform astonished, pondering how this proud and aloof third senior brother of the two Forgetting Peaks could stoop to offer an apology. What could his remarks imply? Jing Jiu observed quietly, reflecting on the lengths to which the two Forgetting Peaks would go in their pursuit of talent. It appeared that the resolve of these young individuals had solidified more than ever. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Zhao Liyue was not the person they presumed her to be, and thus their efforts would likely yield no fruit. "I hold no misconceptions about the two Forgetting Peaks," Zhao Liyue stated firmly. Rather than articulate any discontent towards Gu Han, she directly declared, "I only wish to learn the swordsmanship of Master Jingyang." As Guan Nanshan gazed at her, he remarked, "However, Master Jingyang is no longer with us." Upon hearing these words, Jing Jiu felt a tinge of displeasure, reminiscent of the moment he first laid eyes on that portrait in the small loft. Zhao Lei interjected, "The absence of a sword technique does not equate to a lack of potential, just as Jing Jiu, despite never having learned the true sword of Jiu Peak, can still surpass Gu Qing." At the mention of Gu Qing's name, Guan Nanshan raised an eyebrow slightly, while Gu Han's expression darkened. Jing Jiu suddenly noticed that the new disciples of the Chengjian were gathered at the reception platform, yet Gu Qing was conspicuously absent. Indeed, junior brother Jing possesses remarkable talent in swordsmanship. His performance in the stream yesterday was nothing short of spectacular. But what if he were to encounter a true master? Guan Nanshan turned to Jing Jiu and said. Jing Jiu had not anticipated that the conversation would shift to his own circumstances. "Of course, I do not believe there is anything amiss with junior brother Jing's endeavors in swordsmanship," he replied. Guan Nanshan smiled at him and said, "On the contrary, I wholeheartedly agree. If you were to visit two Forgotten Peaks, you would understand that our disciples cultivate their swordsmanship with the intent to slay foes. Employing any means necessary, even without a sword in hand, they strive to kill. In this regard, junior brother Jing would indeed be a fitting candidate for two Forgotten Peaks." "I had thought you all disdained me," Jing Jiu stated. Guan Nanshan responded, "Your senior brother Gu simply wishes to temper your skills." We seek to ascertain whether you possess the courage to draw your sword under pressure, and you have proven yourself yesterday. The young disciples at the reception platform were taken aback, realizing that two forgotten peaks genuinely desired to recruit Jing Jiu. Jing Jiu remained silent. Guan Nanshan continued. To achieve greatness, one must first endure hardship, tempering both body and spirit, and honing one's will to forge ahead bravely. You should comprehend this principle. Jing Jiu shook his head, replying, Our paths differ. In my view, your way is misguided. The gentle breeze rustled the myriad pines, and the sound of waves echoed like the sea, rendering the reception platform enveloped in tranquility. Guan Nanshan maintained his smile, saying, I welcome your guidance. You believe that sufficient external pressure must be applied to solidify the disciples' resolve in their swordsmanship. Jing Jiu referred to the almost austere training regimen at two forgotten peaks, which also included the pressure exerted on Lu Shurjiu, aiming to suppress him intentionally. This approach is external to internal. I find it unappealing. I believe cultivation is an internal endeavor, a matter of self-awareness from within. Of course, I cannot ascertain which method proves more effective for ordinary disciples. I do not harbor any prejudice against you, and I shall strive to view you all with fairness in the future. Jing Jiu reached out and patted Guan Nanshan on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Guan Nanshan, the chief disciple of the Qingshan sect and the leading figure among the third-generation disciples, was known for his fair conduct and gentle nature. Standing in stark contrast to the aloof and haughty youths of two forgotten peaks, yet ordinary disciples felt trepidation in his presence. Who would dare speak to him as Jing Jiu had, let alone pat his shoulder? The reception platform grew even quieter. Strangely, aside from an initial moment of astonishment, Guan Nanshan found himself unable to feel anger, as if Jing Jiu's actions were entirely justified. He regarded Jing Jiu with the same reverence one might afford a teacher. The sensation was peculiar, unsettling, and he furrowed his brow. Guhan fixed his gaze on Jing Jiu and coldly remarked, To show disrespect to your elders and lack any sense of shame, do you believe that following your junior sister to the 9th peak will grant you perpetual freedom? Do not attempt to enter the two-forgetting peak again. If you are indifferent, then I am curious to know what sword art you intend to pursue henceforth. The end of the sword god lacked any sword techniques, which to the onlookers represented the gravest dilemma confronting Zhao Liyue and Jing Jiu at present. Zhao Liyue calmly replied, This is our own concern. We ourselves. Upon hearing these words, Guhan could no longer contain himself. The corners of his lips twitched as he looked at Zhao Liyue and said, Junior sister, how shameless of you. Zhao Liyue raised an eyebrow slightly. Jing Jiu interjected, You are mistaken. Guhan scoffed, Have I erred? Do you think that by obscuring the mountain path, I cannot deduce how you ascended to the peak? Who among the disciples of the 9 peaks is unaware of your disgrace? Jing Jiu clarified, I meant that your address is incorrect. You can no longer refer to her as junior sister, but should instead call her peak master or senior uncle. The gentle breeze rustled the green trees, creating a soft sound as if in response. On the silent guest platform, the disciples listened to this exchange, finding it utterly absurd, yet as they contemplated it further, they became flustered. Jing Jiu was not speaking nonsense. As the inheritor of the sword goddess in peak, Zhao Liyue ought to be considered a reincarnated disciple of the esteemed Jingong senior uncle, which meant she was now of the same generation as the sect leader, Yuan Qijing, and the other peak masters and elders, regardless of whether it was Guan Nanshan or Guhan. Even if they were the elite among the third-generation disciples of Qingshan, they would have to respectfully address her as peak master or senior uncle upon encountering her. Guan Nanshan appeared momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained his composure, shaking his head with a wry smile. Guhan, in a fit of anger, retorted with a laugh, Should I also address you as senior uncle? Jing Jiu replied, Indeed. Guhan was left speechless. The disciples on the guest platform were equally stunned. Just yesterday, Zhao Liyue and Jing Jiu were mere ordinary sword-washing disciples, and today they had become the elders of all. Oh, I recall that my master entrusted me with certain matters that remain unaddressed. A girl from Qingrong Peak, not glancing towards Jing Jiu's direction, spoke to her companion and then walked towards the stone platform. Soon, for various reasons, the disciples on the guest platform began to disperse, leaving without the customary greetings to Guan Nanshan and Guhan. What else could they do? Were they truly to address Jing Jiu as senior uncle? Guan Nanshan let out a bitter laugh and said, Senior uncle. Guhan's face turned ashen as he turned to leave. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the former peak, a dispute was also unfolding. Today, due to the necessity of discussing some rather significant matters, representatives from each peak were required to attend in person, rather than communicating through sword sound as usual. Present were not merely the peak masters, but key figures from each peak. For instance, Qi Yin represented Shangde Peak, Mei Li came from Qingrong Peak, Bai Ru Jing from Tianguang Peak, and several seasoned elders were dispatched from Baihu Peak, Yunxing Peak, and Shiyu Peak, with the meeting being presided over by the master of former peak himself. In recent years, the leaders of the sect and the enigmatic Yuan Qi Whale have seldom appeared in such gatherings. Yet, one might ponder why the ever-enthusiastic Qingrong Peak Master and the incessantly attention-seeking Yunxing Peak Master were also absent. The reason lies in the unexpected revelation that emerged this morning when Shinma Peak reappeared. These esteemed figures of Qingshan sect suddenly confronted an awkward predicament. Two third-generation disciples had suddenly transformed into their peers. If a meeting were to be convened by the Peak Masters, would they need to summon the young Zhao Liyue? Upon encountering her, would they truly be required to exchange formalities with swords? Such a notion felt exceedingly peculiar. Thus, they opted to refrain from attending. In this regard, the elders of Qingshan sect were undoubtedly far superior to disciples like Gu Han. The first agenda item commenced. Sitting on a mat, Qi Yin addressed the assembly. During yesterday's Qingjin conference, Gu Qing employed the sword techniques of Shiwei Peak, notably the esteemed 6 dragons returning to the sun. Did he learn this clandestinely, or was he instructed by someone? This matter, I shall investigate thoroughly. The hall fell into a profound silence, with no one willing to respond. Gu Qing, having grown up on Liaowang Peak, was Gu Han's younger brother and a sword attendant from Guanan Mountain. The notion of clandestine learning was met with incredulity. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that both Guanan Mountain and Gu Han hailed from Tianguang Peak, the former being the direct disciple of the sect leader. The inquiry from Shangde Peak was evidently a maneuver to assert authority, with the sword's edge aimed squarely at Tianguang Peak. Was senior brother Yuan preparing to engage in conflict with the sect leader once more? Aware of the clandestine matters surrounding the past, the silent elders dared not speak, as the contention between the two eminent figures of Qingshan prompted caution even amongst them. Qi Yan's gaze fell upon the elder from Shiwei Peak. The elder, with a wry smile, mused that such occurrences were commonplace, and typically, no one would pursue the matter further. It was merely unfortunate that the disciple named Gu Qing had opted to learn their specific techniques. An investigation would indeed ensue, yet, as they were all branches of the same sword sect, it was imperative to preserve harmony. The elder's words clearly aimed to diffuse tensions. Qi Yin remained unfazed. As long as Shiwei Peak spoke up, Shangde Peak would possess greater resolve to continue its inquiry. While it was essential to investigate the matter of the stolen sword techniques, what about issues pertaining to their own peak? Suddenly, Elder Chung from Bihu Peak spoke in a somber tone. Like most practitioners from Bihu Peak, he harbored a tempestuous temperament. The previous peak master, Lei Poyan, had succumbed to madness and subsequently perished, a situation fraught with hidden complexities. And the sect leader's decree made it clear that no one dared to dispute it. Nevertheless, the disciples of Bihu Peak were unwilling to acquiesce, especially in light of a recent tragic incident. Elder Cheng exclaimed, "Does junior brother Zhua also intend to rest uneasily?" Qi Yin noted the word also in Elder Cheng's statement and frowned slightly, responding, "There are some leads in this case, but nothing is yet conclusive." Elder Cheng locked his gaze onto him, insisting, "Not conclusive? When will it be?" Qi Yin replied, "Shangde Peak does not require justification to anyone regarding its investigation." As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a gentle voice interjected, "In light of Shinma Peak's absence today, let us seize the opportunity to discuss that matter." The speaker was the former peak master seated at the highest point. The master of Shilai Peak was a formidable swordsman who had broken through the realm of the sea. With 2 white brows gracefully cascading down, swaying gently in the breeze, embodying an ethereal presence, the hall fell into a hushed silence, lingering for an extended period without a single word spoken. Everyone was acutely aware of the matter the master of Shilai Peak referred to. To be precise, it pertained to the young disciple. Indeed, I too yearned to comprehend the enigma surrounding the youth known as Jing Jiu. Elder Yunxing Peak furrowed his brow and remarked, "The sword plate indicates clearly that he has ascended the sword peak only once and returned empty-handed. How then did he bring down Mo Shidi's sword?" Jing Jiu had been at Qingshan's sect for 3 years. He was notably indolent, yet equally renowned. The peculiarities surrounding him were not lost on these discerning masters of the sword. While they held expectations and admiration, it was only natural for skepticism to arise. Their gazes shifted toward Qi Yin. This was a matter that should be thoroughly investigated by Shangde Peak. Qi Yin stated, "The origins of this disciple Jing Jiu are quite transparent. He hails from Chaoga City, with no issues whatsoever." Elder Qing of Baihu Peak fixed his gaze upon him and queried, "Then why did he linger in that small mountain village for a year? A village that also produced a natural Dao seed? No matter the reasoning, be it wanderlust, seeking immortality, or inquiring about the Dao, such explanations fall short due to the improbability of the circumstances. Many, including Elder Cheng, were most eager to discern if Lu Shui was an early pawn set by the sect master, then what of Jing Jiu? Qi Yin turned his attention to the taciturn Bai Rujing. Following his gaze, Elder Cheng and the others also looked over. It now appeared that Jing Jiu was most likely affiliated with Tianguang Peak. He had been observing Lu Shui in that small village and had now ascended Shenduo Peak alongside Zhao Liyue. If these were indeed arrangements made by Tianguang Peak, it would suggest that the sect master's intentions were profoundly inscrutable. Bai Rujing, with an impassive expression, articulated, "Mutual suspicion is the most detrimental. This matter bears no connection to Tianguang Peak. While it is improbable that he could sway the collective belief of the assembly, now that the Jianjin conference has concluded, there seems to be no need for further concealment, unless Tianguang Peak's true objective is Shenduo Peak. We are all aware of the formidable restrictions left by our little master uncle. No matter Zhao Liyue's talent, ascending to the peak remains an impossibility," Qi Yin asserted. "In my view, the resurgence of Shenduo Peak last night is likely largely attributable to Jing Jiu's efforts." Upon hearing this, the master of Shilai Peak raised an eyebrow slightly, and the elders of various peaks appeared astonished. Suddenly, Mei Li interjected, "The events of yesterday between the peaks were known only to the sect master. How can you be so certain?" Qi Yin maintained a calm demeanor and refrained from responding. Witnessing this exchange, the elders were even more taken aback, pondering whether the rumors held truth. Had Brother Yuan truly entered the celestial realm? The hall was enveloped in a profound silence. If such were the case, the situation within Qinshan sect would inevitably undergo a transformation. This impending change was swiftly reflected in the statements of the elder from Yunqing Peak. Historically, the Yunqing Peak had always looked up to Tianguang Peak as a leader, and now it was the first to align with Qi Yan's perspective. Zhao Liyue was covered in wounds, yet there was not a single mark upon Jing Jiu's body. The disciples of Jiufeng whispered amongst themselves, alleging that he had shamelessly followed Zhao Liyue to reach the summit. However, upon closer reflection, such reasoning seemed flawed. Mei Li, visibly displeased, inquired, "What exactly are you questioning about Jing Jiu?" Elder Cheng of Baihu Peak replied with gravity, "This disciple harbors numerous suspicions. No one has witnessed his cultivation. How could he possibly break through 4 realms within 3 years? Just yesterday, he even triumphed over Gu Qing, his speed of advancement rivaling that of Lu Shui. A natural-born Dao seed. What grants him such capability?" Mei Li urged, "Speak plainly of your thoughts." With a cold laugh, Elder Cheng responded, "I merely know he is suspicious. As for the nature of that suspicion, it pertains to the matters of Shanda Peak." Qi Yin once more became the center of attention. After a moment's hesitation, he stated, "I suspect Jing Jiu hails from Guoqing Temple." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent again, though the atmosphere was less tense than before. Mei Li fixed her gaze upon him and asked, "What is your reasoning?" Jing Jiu's family in Chaoga City appears unconnected to the royal lineage. Yet there exists a clandestine association. His ancestors once served the former divine emperor, Qi Yin explained. "We are all aware of the historically amicable relationship between the royal family and the Zen sect. There are even rumors that the previous divine emperor feigned death, retreating into seclusion at Guocheng Temple." The peak master of Shilai urged, "Continue." Qi Yin proceeded, "During this sword acceptance competition, Guocheng Temple dispatched its chief of the law hall, which is another point of consideration. The chief holds a significant position within Guocheng Temple and is the most distinguished guest among those attending the event, necessitating the personal attendance of the peak master of Shilai to match this status. Logically, an event such as the sword acceptance competition should not warrant his involvement." Throughout the proceedings, the chief of the law hall maintained silence, yet was seen guarding beneath Shenma Peak last night. Why was this so? Naturally, a high-ranking Zen monk would not be drawn to the commotion. The 2 noblemen from Chaoga City were concerned for Zhao Liyue. What, then, was his interest? The assembly pondered this. Mei Li questioned, "Is it possible that Jing Jiu, being from Guocheng Temple, possesses knowledge of how to breach the forbidden formations of Shenma Peak?" "My junior uncle had a favorable relationship with Guocheng Temple in the past," Qi Yin remarked, addressing the crowd. "You should not have forgotten that Jiufeng had no outside guests." Yet, the Zen monk lingered among the peaks for a full 100 days. Mei Li reminisced, a smile gracing her delicate features. "That little monk was so endearing. Even I wished to stay longer." The peak master of Shilai admonished, "Sister, do not speak disrespectfully of the Zen monk." Mei Li chuckled shyly, signaling her intent to refrain from further comments. Qi Yin added, "There exists another method to ascend to the peak, the indestructible Vajra. If Jing Jiu indeed comes from Guocheng Temple, these matters would all make sense." An elder from Yunqing Peak interjected, "There are whispers among the younger disciples that Jing Jiu enjoys patting people's heads." Both Lu Shui and Zhao Liyue had experienced this gesture from Jing Jiu, and others had witnessed it. Mei Li asked, "And what of it?" The elder from Yunqing Peak replied, "Zen monks particularly favor this action. It is a form of bestowing enlightenment." Mei Li laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Senior brother is truly amusing." Qi Yin also chuckled, remarking, "It is merely a casual conjecture, without substantial evidence. Such discussions will naturally remain confidential to avoid disheartening the disciples." The master of Su Lai Peak sighed. "He is no longer a disciple, but a peer. Even I must address him as junior brother. Truly, it is a chaotic situation." Elder Chung of Bihu Peak, perplexed by the sentiments of the gathering, sternly stated, "If Jing Jiu indeed hails from Guocheng Temple, what then?" The master of Su Lai Peak cast him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "Then we shall nurture him. What else is there to do?" Elder Yunqing Peak remarked with admiration, "Indeed, let us strive to cultivate a second sword saint, leaving those monks to reap no rewards." The master of Su Lai Peak gently stroked his white brows, expressing his longing. If this matter is true and can come to fruition, it would be splendid indeed. On the summit of Shanda Peak, Qi Yin ventured into the depths of the cave, observing the figure by the well, saying, "All that needed to be said has been spoken, yet it seems they hardly believe. It is indeed somewhat far-fetched." Yuan Qijing turned, his expression impassive, and said, when the sword saint revealed his identity, "Who among the impoverished disciples of the Wind Blade sect dared to believe him?" He referred to a tale from the realm of cultivation. The sword saint was once a monk at Guocheng Temple. Through trials amidst the mundane world, he chose the northern lands, joining a very small sect dedicated to the blade. Amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, he fought alongside that sect, living and dying together. After 10 years, he realized he could no longer part from that place. Thus, Guocheng Temple lost a venerable monk, while the northern lands gained a sword saint. This tale from the cultivation world was no secret among the elders of the Qingshan Jiufeng. The light-hearted banter between the master of Su Lai Peak and Elder Yunqing Peak referenced this very story. In truth, Qi Yin did not fully grasp why his senior brother instructed him to act in such a manner. Nor did he understand why his brother no longer concealed his true realm. Was it an attempt to demonstrate superiority over Tianguang Peak? Yuan Qijing scoffed. "That Jing Jiu undoubtedly has issues," Qi Yin concurred, saying, "Yet he seems never to have considered hiding himself. It is quite peculiar." Yuan Qijing continued, "Let us disregard him. We cannot extract anything from Guocheng Temple. Since there are leads from the death of Zhou Yiji, we shall commence our inquiry there." Qi Yin nodded in agreement. Yuan Qijing added, "In the meantime, let us keep Two Forgetting Peak in check. Otherwise, those young ones may become overly complacent." Qi Yin replied, "Gu Qing has already acknowledged it himself." Yuan Qijing fell silent for a moment before asking, "Did no one mention the fusee sword?" Qi Yin recalled the scene in the hall of Su Lai Peak and shook his head, saying, "No one brought it up until the very end. Why did Jing Yangzhenren not take the fusee sword when he ascended? This is a crucial question." Yet those present refrained from even mentioning it. Why? Each person harbors their own demons, either fearing exposure of their inner turmoil or unwilling to confront the demons within others. Yuan Qijing sneered, "But does ignoring it render the demon non-existent?" At the summit of Shenma Peak, Zhao Lei gazed beyond the cliff, stating, "I find this somewhat excessive." Jing Jiu understood that she was referring to the time he had climbed Nanshan and the words exchanged. He chose not to explain that it had merely been an instinctive action. No matter how composed Nanshan appeared, in his eyes, he was merely a child. Zhao Liyue withdrew her gaze and remarked, "Others believe that you could only reach the peak with my assistance. Some even say you are shameless. Are you angry?" Jing Jiu gently ruffled her hair and replied, "Fewer troubles are preferable." Zhao Liyue fixed her gaze upon him, remaining silent. Jing Jiu withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back, and stated, "Be more cautious in the future." Zhao Liyue said, "I've noticed that when you see Gu Han, your words multiply." Indeed. Jing Jiu recalled a particular night. On that night, Lu Shijiu had stealthily visited his cave, speaking at length, with Gu Shixiang's name surfacing repeatedly. Jing Jiu found it quite amusing, for the young man named Gu Han made him somewhat uncomfortable. Naturally, the entire Two Forgetting Peak unsettled him. "Thus, you will remain here," He mused while contemplating the bracelet on his wrist. Zhao Liyue inquired, "What is this? Is it like my bracelet? A sword?" Jing Jiu replied, "A secret." Zhao Liyue remarked, "You possess too many secrets." Jing Jiu responded, "I once heard someone say that only those with secrets can coexist peacefully. I had believed it to be true." Zhao Liyue countered, "Do you not think so now?" Jing Jiu said, "Do you not feel that since we met, matters have become more complex?" Zhao Liyue gazed at him quietly and asked, "Is that not because we are engaged in the same endeavor?" Jing Jiu did not comprehend her words. Zhao Liyue turned and entered the cave. The cave remained unchanged, save for the teacup once used by Jing Yang, which she had presumably put away. Venturing deeper into the cave, she pushed against the wall and gazed at the row of plain garments, her eyes sparkling with delight. Before long, she returned to the cliff's edge, adorned in a simple robe. "How does it look?" She twirled before Jing Jiu, her garments fluttering gracefully. Even a naturally gifted cultivator, after all, is still a noble maiden with an appreciation for beauty, Jing Jiu mused, before stating, "It is too large." The plain robe, once left behind by Jing Yang, naturally appeared oversized on the young girl. A brilliant light illuminated the peak as the crimson fusee sword flew out from the cave, circling around Zhao Liyue at great speed. The sword's radiance flickered, and with a series of sharp sounds, several pieces of her garments fell away. Although the sleeves and hem of Zhao Liyue's robe were shortened, it still seemed loose, as one could not easily tailor the waist. Unable to endure the sight, Jing Jiu said, "In a few days, Shilai Peak should send some attendants over. You can have them adjust it then." Zhao Liyue appeared not to hear his words, opening her arms and admiring her attire with great satisfaction. Jing Jiu shook his head. Zhao Liyue glanced at him and inquired, "Do you think I am peculiar?" Jing Jiu replied, "You may do as you wish." Zhao Liyue approached him, gazing at the surrounding cliffs, and remarked, "Do you know? The person I admire most is Master Jing Yang, my granduncle." Jing Jiu responded, "Many people hold him in high esteem." Zhao Liyue continued, "Yet, I have never had the fortune to meet him." Jing Jiu noted, "Few have encountered him." Zhao Liyue shot him a glare. Jing Jiu raised his hand, encouraging her to proceed. Zhao Liyue composed herself and continued, "I have always felt a sense of regret, wishing I could practice alongside my granduncle in the same era." Jing Jiu found himself becoming somewhat like Lu Shui, eager to speak. At that moment, he felt compelled to offer his congratulations. Zhao Liyue said, however, "Now that I have finally arrived at his peak, it feels as if I am together with him. I am truly delighted." Reflecting on the concealed teacups and utensils within the cave, and observing her voluminous attire, Jing Jiu finally acknowledged a startling truth. This seemingly aloof and proud genius girl in the eyes of the world was, in fact, a fervent admirer of Jing Yang, simply put, a lovesick devotee. Standing beside her, Jing Jiu felt a peculiar sensation and asked, "Are you not concerned that he might fail in his ascension and perish?" Zhao Liyue replied, "Granduncle has long been prepared for this matter. If so, who in this world could harm him?" Jing Jiu countered, "I believe you are overthinking it." Zhao Liyue asserted, "The fusee sword has always been by my side. Clearly, I am the contingency that Granduncle prepared in advance, and so are you." Jing Jiu stated, "We are not the same." Zhao Liyue queried, "In what way are we different?" Jing Jiu replied, "Simply different." Zhao Liyue insisted, "I possess a sword bracelet. And so do you. I wish to come here, and you wish to as well. Now we both stand here." Jing Jiu glanced at his own bracelet, pondering that there was indeed some merit to her reasoning. However, he was acutely aware that the reality was not as she perceived, and he shook his head. Reclining on the bamboo chair, closing his eyes to rest, he could not recall when he had moved the bamboo chair from the banks of the Shijian Creek. Closing his eyes did not necessarily imply slumber. It could also signify silent contemplation. Resting did not equate to idleness. It afforded him the opportunity to empty his mind and engage in self-reflection. Jing Jiu's consciousness delved deep within his own being. This was not his first experience of introspection, yet he still found it somewhat unfamiliar, taking time to perceive the vast sea. This boundless, unfathomable silver ocean shimmered before him. A gentle breeze, conjured by his thoughts, stirred ripples across the silver surface, resembling molten metal. The sea towered above the land, and at its edge, countless rivers flowed towards the parched wilderness. These rivers represented the meridians. Ascending higher, the rivers narrowed, transforming into pathways within the trunks of trees, revealing a towering tree before him. This was the tree born from the Dao seed. Deep within the tree, a fruit hung suspended. This fruit bore a pale hue, leaving its ripeness indeterminate. In other schools of cultivation, this fruit would metamorphose into a golden elixir or a life bell. For the disciples of the Qing Shan sect, this fruit is known as the sword fruit. Presently, the true essence flowing through his meridians has transformed into a substance akin to mercury, signifying the purity of his sword essence. As time progresses, the sword fruit, nourished by the sword essence, will eventually become entirely transparent, resembling a crystal-like sword pill. The day he forms the sword pill will also mark his entry into the realm of Qingyi. However, what he eagerly anticipates is the moment he attains the state of Wuzhang, for at that time, his flying sword will merge with the sword pill, allowing him to retract the sword into his body. He is curious about the outcome of such an act. For other cultivators, this presents no issue. Yet, neither the Qingshan sect, nor the Chaotian continent, nor the world at large has ever witnessed a situation akin to his. Jing Jiu opened his eyes to find Zhao Liyue seated cross-legged at the cliff's edge, engaged in silent contemplation. The red Fuzigian sword hovered quietly above her head. A faint, almost imperceptible aura oscillated slowly between the Fuzigian and her body. After years of rigorous cultivation on the sword peak, Zhao Liyue had achieved perfection in the Chengyi realm. With the aid of the Fuzigian, it is likely she will attain Wuzhang within 2 years. When would Jing Jiu reach the Chengyi realm? The answer remained the same. Wait. Last night, he had braved the peak without injury, yet he had expended a considerable amount of sword essence, leaving him somewhat fatigued and lacking the spirit to indulge in play. The winds atop the cliff were gentle, and the evening sun radiated warmth, providing an opportune moment for a brief slumber. Just as he was about to drift off, a series of joyful howls from monkeys echoed from below the cliff. Zhao Liyue opened her eyes and inquired, "What is the matter?" Jing Jiu replied, "The monkeys are relocating." Prior to Jing Yang's ascension, all the fauna from the Divine End Peak had been driven away, scattering across the surrounding mountains. Years passed, and with the restrictions of the Divine End Peak lifted, the creatures, unaware of the change, returned with remarkable swiftness. These monkeys had lived on the peak for countless years, having grown weary of their nomadic existence. Now, with no tigers or leopards daring to contest their territory in the forest abundant with sweet fruits, the monkeys were undoubtedly elated. The only regret was the scarcity of insects in the mountains, making it difficult to feast. "Be quiet," Jing Jiu commanded towards the cliff below. Instantly, the monkeys' jubilant calls ceased. Though unseen, one could easily envision their trepidation and unease. The mountain returned to a profound silence. Zhao Liyue cast him a glance. Jing Jiu added, "Just lower the volume." The monkeys resumed their cheerful calls, seemingly in response, albeit at a significantly reduced volume. The Divine End Peak once again vibrated with life. However, it was too long before chaos erupted anew among the cliffs. The air was filled with the furious screeches of the monkeys, the sound of breaking branches, and the thud of heavy objects hitting the ground. "What is happening?" Zhao Liyue asked. "The monkeys from the Shuwei Peak have come to claim the territory. They may be small in stature, but they are numerous," Jing Jiu replied as he grasped his iron sword, preparing to descend the mountain. Zhao Liyue was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Assist the monkey in a fight," Jing Jiu replied with a tone so casual, as if it were the most natural course of action. Zhao Liyue, astonished, exclaimed, "Help the monkey in a fight? It is our monkey after all." In an instant, Jing Jiu transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and leaped directly into the forest below the cliff. Zhao Liyue stood in a daze for a considerable time before regaining her senses, her mind lingering on Jing Jiu's final words, filled with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. When Jing Jiu returned, Zhao Liyue had already regained her composure, her expression betraying no signs of disturbance. Jing Jiu, unaware of her contemplations, gazed at the dissipating smoke and dust in the dense forest below the cliff, remarking, "The monkeys on the outer peaks are bothersome enough. One can only imagine how troublesome humans must be. I believe it is best if we refrain from meddling." This referred to the customary regulations of Qishan, indicating that Shilai Peak would soon arrange for stewards and personnel from Shinma Peak. Casting a glance at Zhao Liyue's ample attire, Jing Jiu offered, "I can handle sewing. Leave it to me." Zhao Liyue widened her eyes in surprise, asking, "You can do that as well?" Jing Jiu replied, "I learned it in the village for a day." After a moment's thought, Zhao Liyue said, "That's good. It prevents any issues with the people sent from Shilai Peak." Recently, the atmosphere among the 9 peaks of Qingshan felt somewhat off, oppressive, intense, as if a storm was brewing. However, Shinma Peak was situated in a remote area, and with just the two of them, they were temporarily detached from the intricate power struggles. Furthermore, given the personalities of Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue, they would certainly not concern themselves with such matters, focusing solely on their cultivation. The question remained, what should they learn now? Zhao Liyue had scoured the cave inside and out but found no sword manual. Without a manual, how could one learn swordsmanship? Zhao Lei's gaze shifted from the fusee sword to Jing Jiu's face, lingering there for an extended period. Jing Jiu touched his face and pondered before suggesting, "Perhaps I should take charge after all? One must shoulder more responsibilities when one is capable, and since you handle the monkey's brawls, it is only natural for you to oversee this matter." Zhao Lei thought to herself before inquiring, "Did you win?" Jing Jiu, aware she referred to the brawl with the monkeys, raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course." He then walked into the cave. Zhao Lei watched his retreating figure, feeling somewhat speechless. From Nansong Pavilion to Shijian Stream, breaking through the four realms at will, ascending to the peak of Jianfeng, defeating Gu Qing, and eventually reaching Shenma Peak. Jing Jiu had consistently maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by anything. Yet today, after winning the fight with the monkeys, he could barely contain his pride. What kind of person was he? Inside the cave, Jing Jiu retrieved his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, concentrating intently as he began to write. Before long, he had filled an entire sheet of paper, which gradually increased until it could be compiled into a volume. He initially intended to stop writing, but reconsidered. Writing one volume was the same as writing two, and grinding ink again later would merely create new troubles. Thus, he continued to write with the remaining ink, the content remaining a mystery. As evening fell, the ink and paper dried completely. He cut them into several volumes, binding them with needle and thread, and took one outside the cave. Zhao Lei accepted the book and flipped through it, her expression turning serious. The characters on the paper were clearly freshly written, the ink barely dry, and the illustrations were not yet fully set. The text and images depicted sword techniques and secrets of sword mastery. This set of swordsmanship exuded a magnificent and resolute aura, embodying a spirit of unwavering determination. Zhao Lei raised her head to regard Jing Jiu, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "What is it?" Jing Jiu inquired. Zhao Lei replied, "Indeed, my granduncle trusts you even more. I find myself somewhat envious. Why did Jing Yang leave the fusee sword to her while bestowing the 9 Death Sword manual upon Jing Jiu? Yet, the true significance of the sword versus the manual remains an enigma to all." Jing Jiu reclined back in his armchair, adjusting his posture to ensure the worn legs would not disrupt his repose, closing his eyes to embrace a moment of tranquility. Gazing at his profile, Zhao Liyue suddenly conceived a startling thought. However, aside from directly questioning Jing Jiu, there existed no other means to validate that notion. Ultimately, Zhao Liyue refrained from asking. This distinction between her and Lu Shiji was palpable. Otherwise, Jing Jiu would surely have revealed the truth. In this twilight-laden mountain, she could have discerned the answer observing the 2 flying swords traverse the sea of clouds toward the valley below. Guhan remained silent for an extended period before remarking, "Clearly, the Shangda Peak is suppressing us." Guan Nanshan interjected, "Let us maintain our composure. Such words could resonate poorly if they were to circulate." Guhan turned to him, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Is it not outrageous for Shangda to act with such audacity? Do our elders not have a word to say? What were your father's final words?" As long as the Green Mountains endure, Guan Nanshan gazed at the now-vanished flying swords, pausing before asserting, "Any sacrifice is bearable." During the Sword Acceptance Conference, Gu Qing, driven by desperation, inadvertently breached protocol and employed the 6 Dragon sword technique learned at the 2 Forgetting Peak. While this was not an egregious matter, the insistence of Shangda Peak to investigate necessitated a response from the 2 Forgetting Peak. Was it a case of 2 Forgetting Peak unlawfully transmitting true swords to disciples? Or did Gu Qing pilfer the sword techniques? Everyone knew which choice to make. Gu Qing conceded to having learned the techniques illicitly, and at most, 2 Forgetting Peak would face a charge of lax discipline. Thus, Gu Qing became a scapegoat. Expelled from 2 Forgetting Peak, forced to return to the banks of the sword-washing stream, and wait 3 years for the next Sword Acceptance Conference. Unfamiliar with the arrangements within the cave, Gu Qing had spent his entire upbringing at 2 Forgetting Peak, never residing here even during the sword-washing phase. Stepping out of the cave, he approached the cliff's edge, gazing down at the crystalline waters of the sword-washing stream. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Did you notice the expressions of those sword-washing disciples just now?" Lu Shiji, who had been assisting him in organizing his belongings as he departed from 2 Forgetting Peak, replied, "The loudest among them is Shui Yongge. I've heard his uncle is an elder at Shirua Peak." With a sigh, Gu Qing mused that in times past, he would not have regarded someone like Shui Yongge with any significance, regardless of his connections to an elder at Shirua Peak. Yet now, subjected to the mockery of those individuals, he had no choice but to endure. Having remained at 2 Forgetting Peak without ever appearing by the stream, The sword-washing disciple's perceptions of him had always been unfavorable. Under the current circumstances, encountering a few taunts was only to be expected. Suddenly, he recalled the duel that might alter the course of his cultivation journey. The opponent, despite landing a few hits, did not seem to harbor disdain or a desire to belittle him. Rather, he had earnestly addressed Gu Qing's confusions. What manner of individual is Jing Jiu? He inquired of Lu Shui. Lu Shui, somewhat wary, remained silent as he regarded him. Gu Qing interjected, I have heard that you were once a master and servant. Lu Shui paused, reflecting, before responding, Senior Brother L and Senior Brother Gu have both mentioned that upon entering the sect, one must sever all ties with the mortal realm. Hence I have no recollection of those matters. Sensing Lu Shui's reluctance to discuss the subject further, Gu Qing refrained from pressing him. Lu Shui then asked, should we prepare the bedding? No need, Gu Qing replied, his gaze drifting to the fellow disciples by the stream. After a moment of silence, he continued, I shall be departing soon. Lu Shui expressed surprise. What did you say? Gu Qing clarified, the path of cultivation demands unwavering resolve, particularly in our Qingshan sect's swordsmanship. If I were to remain here for another 3 years, I seriously doubt I could reach the unmarked realm before turning 20. And you are aware. If I cannot achieve that, then cultivation holds little significance for me. His voice was calm, his demeanor serene, yet Lu Shui detected an undercurrent of sadness. The expectations from Senior Brother Gu and Senior Brother Gu are exceedingly high. Lu Shui's attempt at consolation faltered. The two forgetting peaks were known for their stringent demands on disciples, exhibiting a coldness that bordered on cruelty. Moreover, Gu Qing's unique status meant that if he could not surpass his peers, Gu Han would hardly invest resources in him. Observing the forlorn expression on Gu Qing's face, Lu Shui suddenly considered an option and, after a moment's hesitation, suggested, would you like to try over there? Gu Qing turned to him, puzzled, over there? Lu Shui glanced around, lowering his voice, Shun Mo Peak. Gu Qing was taken aback. I am not a disciple of the sword-bearing. I lack the qualifications. Lu Shui countered, you were not a sword-bearing disciple before, yet you were allowed to stay at the two forgetting peaks. Gu Qing replied, at that time, I was a sword boy, belonging to the service and menial tasks category. Then you could also serve at Shun Mo Peak, Lu Shui argued. Working for that fellow is quite simple. It merely involves boiling water, brewing tea, making beds, and tidying the courtyard, and that's about it. Gu Qing remarked. It does sound like there is little to do. Lu Shui, feeling a surge of irritation, retorted, that fellow is extraordinarily lazy. Spending all day with his eyes closed in meditation, what could he possibly have to do? Gu Qing inquired, I have heard certain rumors about Jing Jiu. Is he truly that indolent? Lu Shui looked at him earnestly and said, no matter your perspective, he is even lazier than you can imagine. Gu Qing felt a mix of confusion and frustration, pondering how such a lethargic person could so effortlessly best him. Yet, he felt a flicker of desire. His current level surpassed that of Jing Jiu, but the events of the sword-bearing conference had demonstrated that Jing Jiu possessed ample qualifications to guide him. Presently, at Shinmo Peak, there were only Zhao Liyue and Jing Jiu. If he were to join as a servant, there might indeed be a chance of receiving certain assistance. But the question lingered, would Jing Jiu be willing? He shook his head helplessly and said, even if he holds no grudge against Han, there is no reason for him to assist me. Lu Shui pondered the relationship between Jing Jiu and Gu Han, letting out a sigh. Regardless, I still believe you should not leave. Although you have yet to bear the sword, you could transfer to another sect, but... He paused for a moment before continuing, some matters will soon come to my attention. The disciples of Two Forgetting Peak must always be prepared to sacrifice for Qingshan. Mustn't they? Gu Qing, having spent a sleepless night, finally resolved to heed Lu Shui's counsel and temporarily refrain from departing from Qingshan's sect, while also wishing to test whether that path might prove feasible. The next morning, as the sounds of life began to stir by the stream, he left the cave and made his way to Shinma Peak. Standing at the foot of the peak, listening to the occasional calls of the monkeys in the dense forest, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Fearing he might be perceived as disrespectful, he chose not to ascend on his sword, but rather walked up the path. Fortunately, the monkeys merely observed him curiously, as he was the first guest since the peak had opened, and they did not obstruct his passage or attempt to extract anything from him. Upon reaching the summit, the morning sun had already risen above the mountains, casting a warm, red glow over the cliffs. The dew on the bamboo chair had vanished, and as Jing Jiu opened his eyes and recognized him, a look of surprise crossed his face. He reached down, picked up a small stone from the ground, and flicked it behind him. The stone flew through the air with precision, as if guided by unseen eyes, and struck the bronze mirror in the front hall with a clear, ringing sound. Zhao Lei emerged and inquired, "What is the matter?" Jing Jiu gestured towards Gu Qing, who stood a short distance away, and said, "It seems we have a visitor." Gu Qing bowed respectfully to Zhao Lei, saying, "Greetings, senior sister." "No, senior uncle." The words Jing Jiu had spoken at the reception desk had already spread among the younger disciples of the Nine Peaks. Although Gu Qing was a year older than Zhao Lei, he felt a tinge of awkwardness in addressing her as senior uncle. Zhao Lei was also unaccustomed to being called senior uncle. She paused momentarily before regaining her composure and asked, "What is it?" Gu Qing hesitated, unsure how to respond. Sensing his demeanor, Zhao Lei surmised, "You are not a disciple who bears the sword, so we cannot accept you." Gu Qing replied, "Does Shenma Peak currently need a steward?" "This is not Too Forgetting Peak. We do not intend to employ a steward," Zhao Lei said earnestly, regarding him. "You should not be engaged in menial tasks such as serving tea and water. Having one more steward at Qingshan sect holds no significance." Gu Qing understood her implication and felt no disappointment, as he merely wished to try his hand at this endeavor. Zhao Lei's words, imbued with a sense of value, calmed his heart considerably. After all, what did it matter to wait another 3 years? Gu Qing bowed once more and turned to descend the peak. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the vast mountain. Gu Qing halted, gazing into the distance, perplexed. Jing Jiu lay on the bamboo chair, not turning around, and spoke to himself. "With those monkeys residing here, it feels overly empty." At that moment, Gu Qing suddenly grasped the meaning behind his words. Even if he cannot wield the sword, he could still reside in a house upon this mountain peak. The rules of the Qingshan sect do not explicitly prohibit such an action. This marks the first occasion for Lu Shisui to visit Shanda Peak, as well as his inaugural experience of being interrogated there. His complexion appeared slightly pale, and the 2 hands by his side trembled ever so slightly. Perhaps it was due to anxiety, perhaps from fear, or maybe it stemmed from the cold. The arrangement within the cave was rather mundane, lacking any semblance to a prison cell, yet, inexplicably, Lu Shisui felt an incessant chill emanating from the stone walls and floor, which even his sword essence could not alleviate. Of course, it was also plausible that the source of the cold was the stern figure of the immortal master before him. This master, named Duan Liantian, was reputed for his unforgiving methods. Observing Lu Shisui's youthful visage, he revealed an oddly enigmatic smile and inquired, "That night, when you were not in your room, where did you go?" Upon hearing this question, Lu Shisui fell into silence for an extended period. That night, the left elder of Bihu Peak had been murdered, his body left beside a mountain stream. On that same night, Lu Shisui had stealthily departed the cave in search of Jing Jiu, only to discover him absent. The following day, he learned that the one who had slain the left elder was indeed Jing Jiu, as the latter had confessed. "I was feeling disheartened due to my lack of progress in sword practice, so I went for a stroll," Lu Shisui replied, his gaze fixed upon the frost between the bluestone bricks. Duan Liantian scrutinized him and asked, "Is there anyone who can vouch for you?" Lu Shisui raised his head and said, "I am not certain. There should be someone who saw me." Duan Liantian narrowed his eyes and pressed, "Where did you go?" Lu Shisui responded, "I wandered aimlessly, without a destination." Duan Liantian cautioned, "Do you understand that this does not absolve you of suspicion?" Lu Shisui retorted defiantly, "It has nothing to do with me. Why should I seek to clear my name? Do not presume that because you are a direct disciple of Tianguang Peak, I would hesitate to employ coercive measures against you." Duan Liantian sneered. "Although your cultivation is meager and you could not have slain the left elder, informing on others requires no such prowess." Lu Shisui chose not to respond further. "In a few days, I shall inquire again." Duan Liantian signaled his dismissal, adding, "I hope by then you will have a more satisfactory answer." Upon exiting the cave, Lu Shisui looked up to see the blazing sun overhead, feeling a slight warmth return. Mahua awaited him. During their stay at Shijian Creek, Lu Shisui and his classmates from the Jia class resided under Mahua's supervision. It was he who had likely noticed Lu Shisui's clandestine departure that night. As Lu Shisui passed by him, he did not pause or speak. Mahua's hand, poised to pat Lu Shisui's shoulder, hesitated in midair, revealing a hint of awkwardness on his plump face. Guhan was also waiting for him at the base of the peak. "For the time being, Shanda Peak will likely refrain from questioning you again. Otherwise, Uncle Bai would be displeased. I shall not inquire about your whereabouts that night," he said to Lu Shizhou, "because we know this matter has nothing to do with you." Lu Shizhou had never spoken to anyone about Jing Jiu's act of murder, nor had he mentioned that he had sought out Jing Jiu that night. However, Guhan and Ma Hua could naturally surmise that he had indeed gone to find Jing Jiu, but they misinterpreted his silence. Guhan remarked, in due course, "There will be more events, and you will face some hardships, so prepare yourself mentally." Lu Shijiu understood, though he was uncertain how long that period would last. 1 year, 2 years, or 3. The masters and fellow disciples in the 9 Peaks could disregard worldly affairs, sever emotional ties, and devote all their time and energy to their own cultivation. Yet, they must not forget that the tranquility of their practice was ensured by our 2 forgotten peaks, which had been engaged in a protracted struggle against the enemies outside the Qingshan, employing every means necessary. Guhan looked at him and said, "Those fellow disciples who were severely injured have halted their path of cultivation. Some even tragically perished. Compared to them, what do our grievances amount to?" He was proud, treating his disciples with great strictness, verging on harshness, yet he was genuinely kind to Lu Shijiu, for both he and Gwen Nashan held exceedingly high hopes for him. Lu Shijiu replied, "I understand. I am willing to do anything for Qingshan." Guhan patted his shoulder and said, "Study diligently under Master Bai at Tianguang Peak. We shall meet again at 2 forgotten peaks in due time." This statement bore profound implications, leaving one to wonder how long in due time truly meant. At Shangda Peak, inquiries were being made about Lu Shijiu. It was reported that he had left his cave dwelling that night, yet no one knew where he had gone. Zhao Lei gazed at Jing Jiu, failing to discern any emotion such as worry on his face. Jing Jiu mused that this young girl indeed had allies among the 9 peaks, though he remained unaware of which peak they hailed from. He stated, "He came to find me that night." Zhao Lei asked, "Aren't you worried?" Jing Jiu replied, "I told him that it was I who killed that person." Zhao Lei scrutinized his face, seemingly searching for something within it. "Aren't you worried?" The identical phrasing of her 2 questions belied a different underlying intent. Jing Jiu refrained from directly answering her inquiry, saying, "Bai Rujing is protective, and 2 forgotten peaks are even more so. He, like you, is a natural-born Dao seed. And the sect leader would not allow Shangda Peak to act recklessly." Zhao Lei responded, "The goal of Shangda Peak is precisely 2 forgotten peaks, even the sect leader. Even if they cannot uncover anything, it would still be advantageous to save face." Jing Jiu did not engage further, clearly showing no interest in discussing the matter. Zhao Lei inquired, "Are you truly uninterested in these affairs, or do you possess insights that remain unspoken?" Jing Jiu, somewhat exasperated, replied, "What I am more curious about now is why, after arriving at Shinma Peak, your words have increased so significantly, because I have too many questions in my heart." Zhao Lei did not shy away from this topic, adding, "For instance, I always thought you would ask me that question, yet you never did. Yuan Qijing once said that everyone harbors their own ghost within." Jing Jiu was uncertain whether Zhao Liyue harbored any secrets. Yet he was acutely aware that she was beset by numerous issues. For instance, why did someone from Bihu Peak seek to take her life? It was because she was investigating a particular matter. Why was she so determined to ascend Shinma Peak? Again, it was due to her inquiry into the same issue. With a serious expression, Jing Jiu inquired, "Why do you believe that Master Jingyang did not achieve ascension?" The mist hung thickly in the air, creating an ambiguity between fog and cloud. A white torrent surged forth from the peaks, cascading down the terrain to converge upon the town. The townsfolk and visitors alike experienced this picturesque scene with differing sentiments, while the bustling hot pot restaurant remained filled with lively chatter. Unbeknownst to them, high above in the mist, a streak of sword light sliced through the air at remarkable speed. In Yunji Town, there existed a patch of wild forest, where the trees, though not densely packed, thrived splendidly. In the early spring, the vibrant green leaves resembled strings of copper coins, swaying gently and captivating the eye. A soft breeze rustled the verdant trees, stirring up a slight haze, while the crimson light swiftly dimmed. Zhao Liyue sheathed the fusee sword into her sleeve, releasing her grip, and addressed Jing Jiu, "It is here." At that moment, they stood before a grand tree, its base blanketed with fallen leaves from previous years, appearing rather ordinary and unremarkable. The lowly realm of that Mingbu disciple lingering in Yunji Town was indeed peculiar. Zhao Liyue gazed at the ground and remarked, "Although a ban was imposed for 3,000 miles, Master Meng executed him without inquiry. This incident is rather strange. However, I did not pay much attention at the time. I merely carried his corpse here. Then, at the moment of my master's ascension, an unexpected event transpired." "What event?" Jing Jiu queried. Zhao Liyue raised her gaze towards the peak shrouded in mist and replied, "I heard a sigh." Jing Jiu raised an eyebrow. "A sigh?" "Indeed," she confirmed. That sigh was imbued with a sense of melancholy, as if it held an endless attachment to the world, perhaps even a tinge of regret. Yet it also conveyed an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. I am certain that the Mingbu disciple has perished, Zhao Liyue continued, with no one else around. From whence did that sigh emanate? Are you certain you heard it? Jing Jiu pressed. That sigh resonated directly within my mind, she asserted. Jing Jiu fell silent. At that moment, I was looking in that direction, Zhao Liyue stated, gazing into the distance. The mist was so dense that the peaks were obscured. But Jing Jiu understood she referred to Shenma Peak. With his hands clasped behind his back, he quietly observed the scene. Sometimes, I ponder whether that sigh was released by my master, Zhao Liyue mused. Initially, I found it hard to believe, yet I am increasingly convinced. Since I am the chosen disciple to inherit the sword, and since my master has kept the fusy sword by my side, might he not have imparted some information to me as he departed this world, akin to leaving behind the sword manual for you? I believe you are overthinking. Jing Jiu replied. I wish to see that Mingbu disciple. With a sword light as crimson as blood, the fusy sword illuminated the dense forest, its razor-sharp edge swiftly carving into the earth, unveiling the corpse of the Mingbu disciple. Years have passed, yet for reasons unknown, this corpse remains uncorrupted, retaining its original visage, albeit slightly withered, resembling a desiccated leaf. Jing Jiu unsheathed his iron sword and prodded the body, inquiring why it had not been incinerated by sword fire. Once a disciple enters the realm of understanding, they can ignite the fire of the sword. Zhao Liyue, despite being an outer sect disciple, possessed the talent to accomplish this. Master Meng had entrusted her with the task of handling this body. Considering this capability, my instinct at the time suggested something was amiss, prompting me to preserve the corpse and even place some soul-stabilizing stones within. Jing Jiu used his iron sword to shift aside the obsidian-like stones beside the corpse, gazing at the distorted visage that resembled a waxen face, and remained silent for an extended period. This face was unfamiliar to him. He meticulously examined the corpse of this underworld disciple with his sword's sense, leaving no detail overlooked. Then he uncovered a peculiar detail. Deep within the disciple's brow lay a small hollow. This cavity was not the repository for soul fire, typically found among the denizens of the underworld. Thus, what purpose did it serve? Jing Jiu observed that the hollow was remarkably smooth and, judging by its shape, resembled a ginseng fruit. It appeared that someone had resided within it for a considerable duration. Jing Jiu refrained from mentioning his discovery to Zhao Liyue, stating, "A mere sigh is insufficient to warrant such actions from you." Zhao later responded, "Initially, I believed it to be an illusion. However, upon reflection, I sensed something amiss. My mind was unsettled, and after half a year, I could no longer resist investigating this disciple of the underworld through familial connections, thinking that if nothing were amiss, I could then let it go. Since the temporary ceasefire between the human race and the underworld, there had been considerable clandestine communication between the two factions. The Zhao family held considerable influence in Chaoga City and within the military, thus possessing the necessary channels for inquiry. Did you uncover any issues? Jing Jiu inquired. It was not that I found a problem. Rather, I could not locate this individual, Zhao Lei remarked, gazing at the corpse in the pit. It appears that the underworld may not have this person at all. What is his name? Jing Jiu asked. At the tavern, he introduced himself as Yin San. Zhao Lei replied. The underworld places great emphasis on the return of soul flames. Any deceased soul wandering outside would be meticulously recorded in the Book of the Dead. If Yin San's name is absent from this tome, it implies either a false identity or the presence of deeper secrets. Mengshi, Jing Jiu suddenly interjected. Zhao Liyue fell silent for a moment before agreeing. Yes, I subsequently began covert inquiries into Mengshi. Mengshi was her instructor during her time in the outer sect, who had shown her great care and affection, akin to how Master L treated Lu Shisui and Jing Jiu. Currently, Mengshi was in seclusion on the peak, receiving medicinal aid from his master as he endeavored to break through to the Wanderer realm. Given his contributions to your well-being, his rewards seem rather excessive, Jing Jiu noted. Indeed, I can only suspect the peak, she replied. Jing Jiu cast a glance at her and asked, aside from his origins at the peak, do you have other reasons? Zhao Lei continued, everyone in Qinshan knows that Sword Master L does not favor Uncle Jing Yang. Their relationship has always been strained. Jing Jiu chose to remain silent on this matter. Zhao Liyue pressed on, from the leads involving Mengshi and Yin San. The curtain roller discovered that 2 Thunder Soulwoods were missing from the Forbidden Front at Baihu Peak, despite the presence of guards. It is impossible for these 2 Thunder Soulwoods to have been transported beyond the 9 peaks. Thus, where could they be now? Just as I was preparing to investigate further, I stirred up trouble at Baihu Peak, and you are aware of the ensuing events. The Thunder Soul Wood is a treasured artifact of Baihu Peak, possessing unparalleled efficacy for both cultivating the supreme sword path and comprehending the might of heaven and earth. It is said that should a practitioner transcend the heavenly realm, they could even transfer souls and spirits using the Thunder Soul Wood, essentially granting them a second life. Such a miraculous treasure would naturally warrant stringent oversight from Qingshan's sect. Its inexplicable disappearance raises numerous concerns. The former master of Baihu Peak, Lei Poyan, suddenly succumbed to madness and was subsequently slain by Yuan Qijing with a single sword strike in the wilderness, a matter that could not be dismissed lightly. Yet, Jing Jiu seemed indifferent to these affairs, merely observing Zhao Liu. Zhao Liu did not divulge what clues she had unearthed from Meng Shi and Yin San. Yet she was acutely aware of the immense cost required to summon the curtain roller to investigate the internal matters of the Qingshan sect, the foremost sword sect in the realm. Reflecting on the arduous years the young girl had spent honing her skills on the sword peak. All in pursuit of a glimpse at the divine Mo peak, he suddenly reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. Zhao Liu widened her eyes, staring intently at him. Jing Jiu calmly and earnestly advised her, "Do not pursue this matter any further." "Why?" Zhao Liu inquired. Jing Jiu silently thought to himself, "Because I fear I may not be able to protect you." He channeled his sword essence, causing the iron sword to tremble at an imperceptible speed, emitting a buzzing akin to a swarm of bees. Zhao Liu's expression shifted slightly as she prepared to intervene, but it was already too late. Several bursts of sword fire cascaded down onto the corpse of the Mingbu disciple, igniting it fiercely. In an instant, it was reduced to a pile of ashes. Zhao Liu fixed her gaze upon him, seeking an explanation. Jing Jiu offered no words. Zhao Liu soared into the sky, transforming into a radiant light that vanished into the heavens. Jing Jiu gazed at the empty sky, pondering how genuinely upset the young girl must be to have him return alone. Logically, having reached a consummate state of the first realm, he should have been able to fly with ease, yet for reasons unknown, he had never taken to the skies on a sword before. He glanced at the iron sword and shook his head. Then, his gaze followed the iron sword down to the ashes at the bottom of the pit. Insan, a name of merit. In Yunjizan, at a tavern, a pot of hot pot was bubbling vigorously at the railing. Jing Jiu sat at a table, observing the ingredients bobbing in the broth, showing no inclination to pick up his chopsticks. As a cultivator, he harbored few mundane desires and felt no attraction to this culinary delight, which originated from Izhou and was popular in the underworld. Many years prior, someone had once told him that cultivators seeking longevity should appreciate the beauty of life to acquire a profound inner motivation. He had not fully grasped this sentiment, akin to not understanding the adage about not stepping into the same river twice. Now, he finally comprehended what that person meant and began to grasp the entirety of the situation. The duck intestines had sunk to the bottom of the pot, lifeless. The Sichuan peppercorns were still bobbing, desperately calling for aid. The beef tripe and yellow throat flickered in and out of view, their fate uncertain. The name truly held confidence. The act of feigning death was rather crude, yet one could hardly have anticipated my return. Jing Jiu addressed the empty seat across the table, saying, "I hope to see you again soon." Having uttered these words, he rose and departed from the tavern. The hot pot continued to bubble, emanating an enticing aroma, leaving one to wonder when it would finally be consumed. In the evening, Jing Jiu returned to the divine Mo peak. Following the narrow mountain path, he ascended towards the summit. The shadows of the trees danced, and the monkeys eagerly trailed behind him, occasionally offering various mountain fruits, keen to see if he would partake. Their intentions unmistakably flattering. "I shall not partake," Jing Jiu declared. The divine Mo peak lay deep within the Qingshan, the most remote of the 9 peaks. Even though Yunji town lies at the edge of the verdant mountains, the journey back spans several hundred miles. Jing Jiu took half a day to return, feeling somewhat fatigued. For walking was the most tedious of actions for him, thus his mood was slightly dampened. Of course, no one could ascertain whether his discontent was connected to the corpse outside Yunji town. The monkeys, sensing his temperament, dared not chatter excessively. They followed him quietly, occasionally emitting soft calls. As Jing Jiu paused, he noticed 2 injured monkeys, likely the aftermath of the recent skirmish with the monkeys of Shirwei Peak. He tossed a medicinal pill into the thicket, saying, "Share it among yourselves." This pill, known as the Heart of One Pill, was a treasured remedy from Shirwei Peak, offering little aid in cultivation but possessing remarkable efficacy in healing and replenishing vitality. If the elders of Shirwei Peak were to discover that he had fed such a precious pill to monkeys, it would surely infuriate them. Continuing his ascent, Jing Jiu reached the mountainside, where he encountered a precipice strewn with several fallen tree trunks. Gu Qing was busily engaged among them, genuinely constructing a dwelling. Jing Jiu did not pause nor exchange words with him. He simply swept past the cliff and soon arrived at the summit. Zhao Leia stood at the edge of the precipice, her garments fluttering like a celestial being, if one were to overlook her tousled short hair. She turned to gaze at Jing Jiu, stating, "I will continue to investigate." Jing Jiu replied, "Did you not already confirm that he was prepared in advance and that nothing would go awry?" Zhao Leia met his gaze and said, "Yet. He has not made an appearance." Jing Jiu remarked, "If Jing Yang were still alive, what would he say to you?" Zhao Liyue, of course, understood that her master had chosen to bear the sword himself, with the hope that she would ultimately ascend to that celestial path. Yet, if her master truly encountered misfortune, how could she, as a disciple of the sword, remain indifferent? Jing Jiu continued, "Just now, as I soared with you upon the sword, surveying the earth, the rivers appeared as mere twigs, the once torrential waters now seemingly stilled in my gaze. Why is this so? Because we flew high enough. The distance from the ground great enough. The essence of a cultivator lies in maintaining a distance from the mundane world." Zhao Liyue countered, "If one cannot descend to the earth, what significance is there in flying high?" Jing Jiu replied, "The purpose of cultivation is neither to vie for superiority nor to pursue meaning. It is fundamentally about soaring higher." "Why?" Zhao Liyue inquired. "The great path seeks longevity. To witness the passage of time across the heavens and the earth. To fly higher is to see farther. Everything is for this. It is said that cultivators are heartless. And this holds truth, for they do not dwell on the present, but gaze into the vastness beyond, their hearts unencumbered by valleys, for they must embrace the cosmos." Zhao Liyue offered no response to his words, instead stating, "I know you have flown. Only those who have once soared freely in the sky can exhibit such tranquility. Such indifference, upon their first experience of sword flight, akin to Jing Jiu." Jing Jiu remained silent. He had indeed flown, traversing realms untouched by others, witnessing vistas unseen by any. Hence, he comprehended better than anyone where life ought to be invested, not in schemes or vengeance. These are merely means to an end, not the essence of the matter. However, this was not the intent behind his words to Zhao Liyue. He was merely concerned for her, wishing to persuade her to abandon her quest. If that young girl were to uncover something significant, he feared he would be unable to protect her. Even if he was Jing Jiu. The next morning, with the monkeys calling out, Jing Jiu awoke on his bamboo chair. The silver charcoal burned in the stove, the water in the teapot bubbling, emitting a gentle sound, while Gu Qing, holding a small round fan, squatted before the stove, his actions revealing great familiarity. "What did he say to you?" Jing Jiu inquired. Gu Qing, somewhat shy, replied, "Yes." Jing Jiu stated, "You need not do this." Gu Qing responded, "During my time at the two Forgetting Peaks, I often performed these tasks." Before proving his swordsmanship talent, he had merely been sent by the Gu family to serve the sword boy of Nanshan at the two Forgetting Peaks, making beds, boiling tea. These were tasks he had done many times. Zhao Liyue exited the cave and, upon witnessing this scene, directly addressed him. "Gu Han will be displeased." Gu Qing said nothing. After the water boiled, he poured it into the teapot and took his leave. Observing the figure on the mountain path, Zhao Liyue asked, "What is your opinion?" Jing Jiu replied, "His talent is commendable, although not as exceptional as you in 10 years. His disposition is steadier than yours." Zhao Liyue questioned, "He grew up at the two Forgetting Peaks and is a brother to Gu Han. Why are you willing to take him in?" There were many things Jing Jiu could choose not to inquire about, but she could not. She is the peak master, responsible for this mountain that has just re-emerged, as well as for the two individuals within and those monkeys. Jing Jiu pondered for a moment and said, "Since I am already here." Gu Qing returned to the cliff to continue constructing the house. Having done many things since childhood, he had never built a house, and thus he was rather clumsy. It seemed unlikely that he would complete it even after several more days. Fortunately, as a cultivator, although he could not yet live off the wind and dew, his health was robust, and he need not worry about being afflicted by the cold night air while camping in the wilderness. He wielded his sword, tirelessly trimming the fine branches off the tree trunks, while also cutting numerous old vines from the cliff, preparing to bundle the timber later. Despite being engaged in these tasks, he felt an inexplicable sadness growing within him. Unlike Zhao Liyue and Lu Shisui, who were born as natural cultivators, he possessed considerable talent and had entered the realm of Qingyi at a young age, surpassing Jing Jiu. Now, while Jing Jiu had become a disciple of the Sword Peak, basking in the sun atop the summit, He was here chopping branches and repairing a house. Just days ago, he had been uncertain about where he ought to go, and now he found himself questioning the purpose of his actions. He bore no complaints nor envy, merely a sense of sorrow. He was Gu Han's younger brother, yet not born of the same mother. In fact, he had originally been an inconspicuous, illegitimate child of the Gu family. The Gu family had sent him to Liangwang Peak as a sword boy to curry favor with Gu Nanshan. It was only through a fortuitous encounter that Gu Nanshan discovered his talent for swordsmanship, prompting a shift in his destiny. Recently, he had lost to Jing Jiu at the sword conference, and though Gu Nanshan said nothing, Gu Han had reprimanded him harshly. Then came the sacrifice. He stepped forward to admit that he had secretly learned the sword techniques, thereby preventing the upper echelons of the peak from using this incident to attack the brothers of Liangwang Peak or even the elders of Tianguang Peak. But why must it be he who sacrifices? He certainly should not have employed the six-dragon sword technique in front of so many people, yet. Was it not you who insisted that I must defeat Jing Jiu? He wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, gripping his sword to continue trimming the branches. Time passed, and the 9 peaks basked in the warm sunlight. He set down his sword, wiped away the sweat, and prepared to take a break. He sat cross-legged beside the pile of timber, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The tear stains on his face gradually drying in the wind. After an indeterminate amount of time, a cold, indifferent voice roused him from his meditation. You are indeed here. Gu Qing turned to see Gu Han standing coldly by the mountain path, observing him. Gu Qing felt a surge of anxiety and quickly rose, opening his mouth to offer an explanation. Gu Han's expression was extremely frosty, akin to true frost. Under the weight of that oppressive aura, Gu Qing's lips trembled slightly. Yet in the next moment, for reasons unknown, his lips ceased to quiver, returning to calm, and his gaze grew steady. He remained silent, meeting Gu Han's eyes. Before the cliff, an eerie silence enveloped them. In Gu Qing's eyes, Gu Han did not perceive the anticipated fear, which left him somewhat taken aback. Since following senior brother Nanshan to learn the sword, this wretched being has begun to fear him less. What angers him even more is the absence of any semblance of regret in Gu Qing's eyes. You lost in haste and resorted to the sword techniques secretly passed down by senior brother, leading to this outcome. Gu Han remarked sharply. Do you still believe that everything is my fault, that you bear no responsibility? Gu Qing remained silent for a moment before replying. I acknowledge my errors. Gu Han's expression softened slightly. Gu Qing continued. Thus, I admit to having secretly learned the sword techniques and being expelled from Two Forgetting Peak. For 3 years, I am barred from wielding a sword. That is the price I must pay. Gu Han was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. The silence between them lingered for a brief moment. Do not be too disheartened. If you dedicate yourself to your training, there will naturally be opportunities after 3 years. Gu Han said in a tone of gentle brotherly advice. Yet, as he gazed at Gu Qing standing beside the broken trees, his mood soured once more. Some say you have come to Divine End Peak. I did not believe it until now. He looked at Gu Qing coldly and declared, Come down the mountain with me later, prepare to face punishment. Gu Qing replied calmly, I am no longer a disciple of Two Forgetting Peak. Nor am I a student of the academy. You lack the authority to punish me. Gu Han, incensed, his demeanor grew even colder, and he shouted, If the rules of the peak do not suffice, I shall use the family law to properly educate you on behalf of our father. Gu Qing smiled slightly at him and said, You constantly tell 10-year-olds that upon entering the mountain gate, all worldly ties must be severed, aiming to cut off his connections with Jing Jiu. Yet, when it comes to me, it seems different. What family do I have? The Green Mountains are my home. Then what are family rules? Brother Gu? He emphasized the last 3 words. Gu Han shot him a cold glance and abruptly turned to leave, saying nothing further. Upon reaching the peak, he spotted a bamboo chair, his brow arching slightly in a mocking manner. Jing Jiu, aware of someone's arrival, kept his eyes shut. Was this matter instigated by you? Gu Han inquired, looking at Jing Jiu. Even if some elders from various peaks admire you, are you certain you can withstand the consequences of opposing the Gu family in Two Forgetting Peak? Jing Jiu still did not open his eyes or respond. He merely raised his right hand. A monkey leaped from the trees, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it into the cave. With a soft thud, Zhao Liyue emerged from within. Upon seeing her, Gu Han's emotions became complex, and he awkwardly bowed, saying, I pay my respects to the Peak Master. Zhao Liyue had spent the night awake, her mind consumed with thoughts of the sword manual, and she wasted no time on pleasantries, stating directly, no need for formalities. What is it? Taken aback by her tone, Gu Han paused for a moment before saying, I intend to take Gu Qing away. Zhao Liyue glanced at Jing Jiu. who remained silent. She turned back to Guhan and stated, Gu Qing is no longer a disciple of Tu Forgetting Peak. But he is not from Divine End Peak either, Guhan replied sternly. According to the sect rules, he cannot remain among the 9 peaks. Zhao Liyue responded. He is merely residing here temporarily, just as he did at Tu Forgetting Peak. Guhan fell silent for a moment, uttering no further words as he took his leave with a bow. Upon reaching the mountain path, his mind wandered to the earlier moment when Zhao Liyue had glanced at Jing Jiu before responding to his query. A wave of displeasure washed over him, compelling him to glance back toward the peak. There, he beheld a scene that fueled his agitation. Zhao Liyue had approached a bamboo chair, leaning into converse with Jing Jiu, their proximity starkly intimate. Unable to restrain his emotions any longer, Guhan's spirit surged forth, manifesting as a blade of intention that separated from his being. With a sharp crack, a nearby tree shed countless leaves, a fissure cleaving deep into its trunk. One gentle push would suffice to sever it entirely. The monkeys in the forest, startled, gathered around, chattering curiously as they observed the precariously poised tree, and then turned their astonished gazes upon Guhan, as if regarding a fool. His concealed fury flared, igniting a desire to discipline these creatures, yet the ironclad rules of the Qingshan sect tempered his wrath, leading him to merely huff in frustration before vanishing down the path. The monkeys, undeterred, easily toppled the tree, dragging it toward the cliff, their cacophony echoing as they merrily chattered about the fool who could not construct a dwelling. Zhao Liyue remarked, I have heard that Gu Qing is Guhan's half-brother, often oppressed within the household. Jing Jiu opened his eyes and replied, I am unaware. This statement bore an implicit meaning, indifference. Zhao Liyue, too, held little concern for such familial dramas. Her thoughts wandered to another matter. Could it be that Gu Qing was a spy sent by the 2 Forgetting Peaks? You are overthinking it, he countered. Have I ever mentioned to you that I excel at intrigue? You are still overthinking it, Jing Jiu said. If the peaks must remain wary of one another, why not simply split the sect? The division of the 9 peaks was an impossibility, yet it seemed that Qingshan's sect may have encountered troubles. Atop Yinxing Peak, the master of Bihu Peak sought to silence Zhao Liyue. Fully aware that she was probing into these matters, such as the reasons behind the master of Bihu Peak's descent into madness and why Ming Shi was compelled to eliminate Insan years ago. These issues had been confirmed to exist. It was merely a matter of time before they erupted. As summer reached its zenith, life flourished within the Shinma Peak. A symphony of sounds emerging as the chirping of cicadas supplanted the howls of monkeys, becoming the prevailing melody. One night, a torrential downpour suddenly descended, accompanied by a tempest of lightning cascading from the darkened clouds. Neither the thunder nor the rain could penetrate the protective barrier of the Qingshan Great Array, which confined the elements to the surrounding peaks. In the moment of respite between flashes of lightning, the darkened sky was illuminated by dozens of sword lights. Disciples of the various peaks soared forth on their swords, venturing out beyond the array. For those in the Wuzhong and Yuyi realms, their primary objective was to harness the tempest to cleanse their swords. Both flying swords and sword pills require the purest energy for refinement. For disciples in the Cheng-Yi realm, the goal was to adapt swiftly to the new world through the tempest. Thus, by nature's intent, one can harness it, allowing all things to realize their essence. Upon entering the Cheng-Yi realm, the disciples found their perception of the world expanded, revealing a greater depth of detail. Even the distant chirping of insects, dozens of zhang away, can be heard distinctly. If the disciples cannot acclimate to such an environment, they may find themselves tormented to the point of sleeplessness or even driven to madness. This tempest, wielding the might of heaven and earth, serves as an unparalleled setting for cultivation. Unknown to others, Jing Jiu had also entered the realm of Cheng-Yi just days prior. His absence from outside the Qingshan Great Array was not due to an inability to wield his sword. He stood quietly at the cliff's edge, listening to the distant thunder. With his rare sword vision and hearing far surpassing that of ordinary people, coupled with the elevation of his Cheng-Yi realm, even at such a distance, he could be overwhelmed by the thunder's resonance. It remains a mystery how he managed to remain unaffected by the storm. In the distance, a bolt of lightning struck a nameless peak, cleaving a great tree in two with a resounding crack. Flames erupted from the split trunk, only to be gradually extinguished by the torrential rain. Witnessing this scene, he naturally recalled the thunder soul would gaze towards a specific peak. There, the night sky appeared to have torn open, with lightning incessantly cascading down, and the rain pouring in torrents, forming a white veil that resembled a rootless waterfall, breathtakingly beautiful. This was Baihu Peak. Zhao Liyue discovered that 2 pieces of Thunder Soul Wood were missing from Baihu Peak. Thus, who had claimed the remaining piece? During his year in the small mountain village, he had anticipated several crucial issues, and this was one of them. Lei Piyun had been involved in this affair, enduring immense mental strain, ultimately succumbing to madness and consequently silenced. Jing Jiu made a decision. He would journey to Baihu Peak, even though he had surmised much. Without definitive answers, he could not ascertain his next steps. With no one to consult, he resolved to seek answers from the spirits. The night, shrouded in rain, was profoundly somber. The clouds were thick and heavy, devoid of any starlight, enveloping everything in darkness. Jing Jiu stood silently atop Baihu Peak, his white garments billowing in the night breeze without a sound. Unlike the other peaks, the summit of Baihu Peak was remarkably flat and expansive, with a serene lake nestled within. The name of Baihu Peak derived from this very lake. In the center of the lake lay an island, upon which stood a palace, appearing particularly cold amidst the downpour. This palace was not the residence of the peak's master. It belonged to another. Jing Jiu gazed quietly at the palace, lost in thought. The Qingshan 9 peaks were fiercely guarded, and the presence of this palace made Baihu Peak even more formidable, with sword arrays scattered throughout. For some unknown reason, these sword arrays seemed non-existent to Jing Jiu, allowing him to ascend to the summit effortlessly without disturbing anyone. Had he been a powerful practitioner of the Baha'i realm, it might have been plausible. Yet, he was merely a young disciple who had just entered the Qingyi realm. How could he achieve this? Atop Baihu Peak, a passage had been deliberately left open in the night sky by the Qingshan Great Array, as if a breach had been created. The torrential rain fell incessantly from the heavens, and countless bolts of lightning intermittently illuminated the night, striking the island at the lake's center, as if intent on shattering the palace into fragments. The sound of rain fell heavily, and the azure lake surged with waves resembling snow. The thunder and lightning, however, faded into silence, as if devoured by the palace that loomed nearby, presenting an eerie tableau. Gazing at the island amidst the torrential downpour, Jing Jiu's expression turned solemn. From the mountain village to Nansong Pavilion, from Shijian Creek to Shinma Peak, he encountered various people and events with remarkable composure. Yet, this night was decidedly extraordinary. He understood that the palace was the secret place of Qingshan's sect, where the thunder might nourish the soulwood. This palace was devoid of any Qingshan disciples guarding it, for one of the 4 great guardians of Qingshan, the White Ghost, resided there. As the storm intensified, the frequency of lightning diminished, and Jing Jiu approached the azure lake. At his current level of mastery, he could traverse the lake's surface, yet he refrained from doing so. Such an action might alert the disciples returning from Baihu Peak. More importantly, he wished to avoid prematurely startling his counterpart. Years ago, he had emerged from the stone wall with the flowing creek, landing in the lake, where he learned a technique clumsy yet effective. However, he no longer needed to clutch a heavy stone. Like a rock, he gradually sank to the lake's bottom, moving forward. The water deepened, yet his steps remained steadfast and silent. Even the currents around him showed little disturbance. The fish, startled by the rain, swam about, seemingly oblivious to his presence. As time passed, his pace slowed, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed a formidable pressure ahead, reminiscent of a divine presence. The closer he approached the island, the more terrifying this pressure became. The water began to shallow, allowing glimpses of the white light from the lightning above. Upon reaching the heart of the lake, he stood on the island, where the night sky revealed a passage opened by the grand formation of Qingshan. Here, the rain fell even more fiercely, the darkness deepened, and he could acutely feel the terrifying power of the sporadic lightning strikes. This oppressive aura did not emanate from the heavens. Jing Jiu melded into the storm. He quietly observed the palace not far away. This was the dwelling place of the guardians, forbidden to the disciples of Baihu Peak. Thus the island was home to many wild creatures. Amidst the downpour, faint sounds could still be discerned, and the trees glimmered with green phosphorescence. Jing Jiu recognized that these were not mountain spirits but wildcats. The rain had soaked their fur, and they were awkwardly and futilely grooming themselves, unaware of his arrival. As he regarded the palace in the rain, Jing Jiu took a step forward, ensuring he made no sound. He held his breath, timing his movement perfectly with the intervals of his heartbeat. Yet, a gaze fell upon him. Had he been discovered so soon? It seemed he was destined to be at a disadvantage in this negotiation. Contemplating this, he turned his attention to the source of the gaze. Just then, a tremendous rumble echoed through the night sky. A thick bolt of lightning descended, illuminating the entire palace. In a corner, there was a window where a white cat lounged on the sill. There was no rain there, yet its fur remained damp. The white cat's fur was long and became matted into unsightly clusters after being drenched by the rain. However, upon prolonged observation, One might be led to perceive those clusters of fur as sheaves of sorts. The cat squinted lazily, exuding an aura of innocence. Yet its pupils glimmered with an enchanting radiance, reminiscent of the most surreal dreams or an unfathomable abyss, enticing one to succumb to its depths. Should an ordinary disciple of Qing Shan be ensnared by those bewitching eyes, they would likely be rendered unconscious by sheer fright. Yet, Jing Jiu remained composed, albeit with a grave expression. Once, atop Yunxing Peak, he had stealthily eliminated a formidable opponent, Zui Yi, of the Wuzhong realm, who had failed to perceive his presence. Yet this white cat had effortlessly detected him. It has been a while, Jing Jiu remarked to the feline. Amidst the torrential downpour, thunder occasionally rumbled, and his voice was almost drowned out, yet he knew the creature could hear him. The white cat squinted, tilted its head, and adjusted its position for greater comfort, seemingly oblivious to Jing Jiu's words. He continued, "Who did Lei Piyun give the Leihun wood to?" The white cat yawned silently, appearing quite lethargic. Jing Jiu understood this was merely a facade. The creature was already contemplating its next move, ready to strike at any moment. In his current state, he stood no chance against the white cat, lacking even the opportunity to retaliate. Lightning intermittently illuminated the palace, and danger loomed palpably. The torrential rain cascaded down. Through the curtain of rain, Jing Jiu quietly observed the cat perched on the windowsill, stating, "You are not surprised by my presence. It seems you were already aware of this matter. It is only natural, for among the four of you, your sensitivity and vigilance are unmatched. The others may have been oblivious, but how could you have missed such a significant event?" The white cat slowly turned its head, fixing its gaze upon him. "I have already found my answer. Tonight, I merely sought your confirmation," Jing Jiu declared. "I admit, I am somewhat reluctant." A hint of mockery and coldness flickered in the cat's eyes, as if to say, "Look at you now." For years prior, as it had encountered misfortune, did he not consider the possibility of its survival? Jing Jiu proposed, "How about using your bones to sharpen my sword?" The white cat scrutinized him, its tail gradually rising and fanning out like autumn reeds in a wetland, both beautiful and fearsome. The thunder in the night sky intensified, the rain fell more heavily, and the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. On the western side of Bihu Peak, beyond the white cliff, lay a cluster of halls, the true sanctuary for the disciples of Bihu Peak. The peak master, Cheng Yu Tian, stood before the tide-setting hall, gazing towards the distant Heart Island, his brows furrowed with concern. He was a direct disciple of the previous Bihu Peak master and did not share the same lineage as Lei Piyun. For many years, he has been quietly cultivating in the secluded depths of the verdant mountains, only vaguely aware of the events transpiring among the 9 peaks. He has resolutely avoided confronting such pressures, and had it not been for the desire to ensure the continuation of the Bihu Peak lineage, and to prevent the old monster from Shangda Peak from seizing it, he would not have returned from his retreat to defeat Qi Yin before the Sword Acceptance Conference. This night, the thunderstorm arrived with a ferocity far beyond what he had anticipated, leaving him uncertain of its implications. 2 significant figures from Bihu Peak have already perished, not in battles against malevolent entities, but rather through untimely deaths. Many disciples of Bihu Peak, fueled by indignation, sought answers from the sect leader, only to be forcefully subdued. Could this be divine retribution for the heinous deeds committed by Bihu Peak? He gazed at the night sky, adorned with a web of hundreds of lightning strikes, pondering in awe. Many within the 9 peaks were also observing Bihu Peak, admiring the rare and breathtaking spectacle. Only a select few were able to sense the unusual circumstances surrounding the heavenly might. At the precipice of Tianguang Peak and the railing of Shangda Peak, 2 towering figures stood in silence, their gaze fixed upon Bihu Peak. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the night sky, transformed into a dreamlike visage by the torrential rain. What thoughts occupied their minds as they beheld such beauty? If the white cat truly intervenes, even though he is unlike ordinary cultivators, he might still face peril. Jing Jiu contemplated this in silence. For him, that white cat was exceedingly formidable. "I know you did not partake in that affair, for you lack the audacity." Strangely, the more vigilant he became of the white cat, the more nonchalant his demeanor appeared, exuding a peculiar confidence. "However, if you choose once more not to side with me, you are well aware of the consequences." Upon uttering this, he turned to depart. On the surface, his words remained sufficiently assertive, and his movements seemed casual, as if he dismissed the white cat entirely. Yet, in the next moment, he realized his error. He had forgotten how meticulously observant that white cat was, and this sudden shift felt almost too abrupt. Indeed, the white cat abruptly raised its right paw, gesturing towards him from a distance of several dozen yards. It remained alert and cautious, its paw not fully extended, seemingly prepared to retract at any moment. Thus, this gesture appeared endearing, as if it wished to scratch Jing Jiu playfully. In reality, this motion was profoundly ominous. The vast night sky, stretching for dozens of miles and woven with hundreds of lightning bolts, suddenly contorted under an unseen force. It was as if an invisible giant hand had swept through the nocturnal expanse. Many lightning strikes fractured, merging in an instant to form an immense pillar of light. Descending upon Baihu Peak, the chilling radiance emitted by the cat's claw effortlessly pierced the dense downpour, approaching him. Simultaneously, the massive lightning bolt accompanied that cold light, striking Jing Jiu's chest and abdomen with a resounding impact, indistinguishable in sequence. Without a cry of pain or a scream, Jing Jiu was hurled away like an insensate stone, landing hundreds of yards from the impact. He fell into the lake, the splash minimal, hardly louder than the torrential rain. Gradually, the surface of the lake calmed, reflecting the serene yet chaotic nature of a downpour, with waves gently lapping against one another. The white cat departed from the palace and approached the lakeside with measured steps. Its long fur, drenched by the rain, hung down, yet it appeared regal rather than disheveled. It resembled a king surveying its domain, gazing intently at the water. Both focused and vigilant. Time slipped by, and still, there was no movement in the lake. The caution in its eyes began to wane, giving way to a sense of pride and cruelty. Suddenly, its pupils constricted, and its body tilted slightly to the right, poised to flee at a moment's notice. The emerald lake beneath the relentless rain seemed unchanged. Gradually, ripples emerged upon the surface, and Jing Jiu reappeared. In the midst of the downpour, a standoff ensued between man and cat. Jing Jiu understood that the white cat's swiping paw was not an earnest attempt to kill him, but merely a test. Of course, should he perish, the white cat would undoubtedly revel in its triumph. Alternatively, if it deemed him weak enough to be easily dispatched, it might indeed strike him down. Cats are creatures of such nature. When in need of sustenance, they can feign meekness and tenderness. Yet, when their master can no longer provide for them, they will unhesitatingly leap from the window, showing no sign of regret. The most terrifying aspect is that if you were to die and become a source of food, they would begin their feast from your face, their snowy fur stained with blood, a hauntingly poignant scene. Jing Jiu approached the white cat, his breathing steady and his steps measured. Apart from the tattered state of his clothing, he exhibited no sign of distress. The terrifying flash of lightning and the chilling gleam of the cat's claws seemed to have left him unscathed. Witnessing this, the white cat's narrowed pupils reflected profound confusion, followed by unease. Why did he not perish? Why was he unhurt? Jing Jiu squatted before the white cat, raising his right hand. The cat fixated on his gesture, instinctively wanting to flee yet remaining rooted in place, an inexplicable hesitation gripping it. Its fur bristled, betraying its heightened alertness. For it sensed an impending danger, not from Jing Jiu's strength, but from an innate instinct, a mark etched into its very soul over countless years. Lue da. Jing Jiu addressed the white cat. After all these years of feeding you, have I still failed to tame you? He was taken aback by the peculiar name the white cat bore. His hand descended towards it. The white cat turned its head, feigning ignorance of his action. Yet its body trembled slightly, clearly struggling against the urge to flee. Jing Jiu mused to himself that it remained as cowardly and sensitive as it had been in years past, cautious and hesitant to act until it fully understood its opponent. Reflecting on these thoughts, his hand gently rested upon the white cat's head, stroking it softly. Jing Jiu's gestures as he caressed the cat were remarkably adept. His hand glided from the crown of the white cat's head, traversing down its neck to its back, before sweeping past its tail like a gentle breeze. He repeated this motion, an endless cycle that seemed destined never to cease. Had Qi Yin or Mei Li witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly no longer doubt his origins from Guqing Temple. He had petted Lu Shizhou and Zhao Li Yue in the same manner. It was merely his habit, unrelated to any initiation rites. With each stroke, the white cat gradually ceased to tremble, its emotions stabilizing significantly. Jing Jiu gazed at the white cat and inquired, "Are you concerned that he may still be alive, and if you were to side with me, he would come to trouble you in the future?" The white cat lay upon the rain-soaked grass, seemingly unfazed by discomfort, its gaze wandering elsewhere. Though its ears twitched at the question, Jing Jiu understood its implication. You are feigning ignorance. So, between us, have you chosen to remain neutral? He continued. The white cat turned its head, casting a languid glance in his direction. With a pair of such grotesque and terrifying brothers as you, who would I dare offend? I see now, so it is indeed as I presumed. Jing Jiu's voice, like his tattered white robe, became somewhat faint, drenched by the rain. He rose and looked toward the temples nestled beneath the western cliff, lamenting that child, Lei Poyan, likely knows nothing at all. It is truly unfortunate that he perished. The white cat thought to itself that such a fool's death was hardly a loss worth mourning. I shall visit you again. Jing Jiu addressed the white cat. The cat regarded him coldly, conveying the sentiment that he should survive to speak. Jing Jiu walked towards the azure lake, swiftly vanishing into its depths. Never to be seen again. The white cat turned back, approaching a great tree. The feral cats perched upon it had long since retreated to a safe distance. The white cat leapt lightly, like a specter, to the treetop, over 10 zhang high. It sprawled lazily upon its forepaws, indifferent to the relentless downpour. Watching the lake, it confirmed that Jing Jiu had indeed departed, and the ferocity in its eyes flickered briefly before retreating. As the storm gradually subsided, the soul wood within the temple sank of its own accord, nourishing itself within the spiritual veins, restoring tranquility to the small island. The night clouds dispersed, revealing a sky adorned with stars once more. Starlight cascaded upon the azure lake, transforming it into a mirror. The white cat lay quietly atop the tree, gazing at the lake, its emotions warming slightly, tinged with nostalgia. The bark of the tree was indeed less comforting than the warmth and softness of its own paw. Suddenly, it felt a wave of fatigue. Jing Jiu's current state was undeniably low, yet the psychological pressure he exerted was overwhelming. It yawned widely, its mouth agape. The night sky dimmed, the silver lake sparkled faintly, and it seemed as if the starlight had diminished significantly in that fleeting moment, as though devoured by an unseen force. The rain clouds from the previous night had dissipated. The dawn sun sketched a winding and beautiful crimson line beyond the peaks. The morning light caressed the nearby Qingrong Peak, gently stirring the mist that lingered between the mountains. Jing Jiu stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing silently at a distant peak. Zhao Liu emerged from the cave, having gone another night without rest. Recently, her mind had been consumed by the sword manual, her gaze rarely straying from its pages. When hunger struck, she would nibble on a root or gnaw at a mountain fruit. When thirst beckoned, she would sip from the mountain spring. Only when fatigue became overwhelming would she sit cross-legged in meditation for a brief moment before resuming her sword practice. Just before dawn, she suddenly grasped a crucial concept. And amidst her joy, she recognized it was time to rest and clear her mind. Noticing Jing Jiu, she felt a twinge of surprise. His white robe was pristine, as if freshly changed, yet his hair bore a hint of dampness, suggesting he had been caught in the rain the previous night, even if he had been drenched. Why didn't he utilize sword essence to dry himself? Unlike her, Jing Jiu had never understood the value of sword essence. Following his gaze, she realized he was fixated on the Shangda Peak. Despite the thin mist that lingered between the 9 peaks, it remained too far to discern clearly. You just told me that the 9 peaks should not be wary of one another, she remarked. Jing Jiu remained silent, continuing to stare at Shangda Peak. His expression, usually nonchalant, now bore an intensity akin to a sharpened blade. It was as if he sought to pierce through the mountain to uncover its most concealed secrets. Suddenly, he coughed, the fit growing increasingly severe until his complexion turned pale and his body trembled slightly. Are you injured? Zhao Liu asked, fixing her gaze on his eyes. Jing Jiu composed himself, responding slowly, yes. Observing his pallor, she stated, you are gravely wounded. Indeed, his injuries were severe. A disciple of the Qingyi realm had faced the most enigmatic and fearsome of the 4 guardians of Qinshan, the White Ghost, and yet had not succumbed. In that moment, he had feigned calm to subdue the White Ghost, merely suppressing his injuries forcefully. Was it those people? Zhao Liu inquired solemnly. Do they know you are investigating this matter? Or have they discovered your connection to the Master Ancestor? Jing Jiu shook his head, saying, I told you, do not pursue this matter any further. I also stated that I will continue to investigate, Zhao Liu replied resolutely. After a moment of silence, Jing Jiu remarked, even if Master Jingong truly encountered trouble, with our current realms, we cannot alter the outcome. Our adversaries are not only formidable, but also ruthless. Therefore, the most pressing task for us now is to cultivate quietly and elevate our realms as swiftly as possible. Zhao Liu responded earnestly, you may not understand me. I am not a good person. I am quite ferocious. Jing Jiu, feeling somewhat weary, replied, indeed, I am quite frightened. After a brief silence, Zhao Liu remarked, I did not perceive that. Is this what they call awkward small talk? Jing Jiu suddenly asked, do you know master typing? As a disciple of Qishan, it was impossible for Zhao Liu not to know of master typing. He was the previous leader of the Qinshan sect and the current head. Along with the majority of peak masters, were his direct disciples. He was also the senior brother of Master Jing Jiu, and it was even said that Master Jing Jiu had been taught by him. The realm of Taiping Zhenren is as profound as the vast sea, with unparalleled Taoist principles. Coupled with the diligence of his disciples, the lineage has flourished remarkably, marking him as one of the most extraordinary figures in the annals of Qingshan. Even when viewed through the lens of the broader cultivation community, he stands among the few great masters. Many years ago, the Qingshan sect issued an edict prohibiting entry for 800 miles, after which Taiping Zhenren entered a secluded meditation and has not been seen since. Now, the entire cultivation world presumes him to be deceased, for far too much time has elapsed. Regardless of how exceptional a cultivator may be, if one cannot ascend, they ultimately cannot withstand the relentless passage of time. Zhao Lei gazed into the depths of the mountains, feeling a sense of longing. The vast expanse of Qingshan, stretching thousands of miles, harbors numerous mysterious locations beyond the 9 peaks, including many peaks perpetually shrouded from view. These peaks are typically the abodes of reclusive elders, known as hidden peaks. The path to the Tao is fraught with difficulty. Those elders, unable to ascend, must have quietly departed from this world, much like Taiping Zhenren. Will those hidden peaks remain forever concealed within the river of time, never to be discovered again? Jing Jiu, however, did not share such sentiments. Many years prior, he had experienced similar reflections, which only strengthened his resolve towards the Tao. Before assuming the role of sect leader, he had practiced there, alongside many others, including Yuan Qijing, who was now the current leader. He gazed at a distant peak and remarked, the 3rd peak of Qingshan, the Shangda Peak. Zhao Lei was unaware of this fact and posed a question. Since Master Jingong and Taiping Zhenren are brothers in the Tao, did he also originate from Shangda Peak? Jing Jiu thought to himself, indeed. Thus, he was familiar with Shangda Peak, knowing it harbored a frigid stone cave with a well at its deepest point, which led directly to the base of the peak. The base contained the sword prison, where formidable, nearly indestructible demons and some nefarious sect leaders were held captive, along with spies from the underworld and snow country. The sword prison had no other exits aside from that well. How did Lei Poyan manage to escape? How did he evade capture? In the small mountain village, he had already deduced this conclusion, though he had not anticipated that his adversary employed the same means as himself. Where are you now? Must I traverse the world in search of every hot pot to find you? Even if I locate you, what then? Lost in these thoughts, Jing Jiu became somewhat distracted and melancholic, leading him to cough, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Atop Shangda Peak, the frost upon the stone walls thickened. Yuan Qijing stood at the well's mouth, silently observing within, his brows now whitened by the frost. Qi Yin stood at a distance, gazing at her senior brother's silhouette, her emotions a tangle of complexity. Over the years, her senior brother often stood at the well's edge, peering down for half the day. She sensed that he harbored concerns but remained unaware of their nature. Jing Jiu was unwell. The first step in cultivation is body refinement, evidenced by the gust of wind and white smoke outside Nasong Pavilion. Within the Qingshan sect, it was unheard of for anyone to fall ill. The herbs on Sherway Peak were intended for healing and supporting cultivation, not for treating illness. Even though Jing Jiu was gravely ill, he could not find any medicine to alleviate his suffering. Consequently, he remained unwell for an extended period, still coughing slightly at the onset of autumn. During this time, he focused solely on recuperation and did not engage in much cultivation. Zhao Lei was certainly aware that his condition stemmed from an injury rather than an illness. Yet she believed that even without the injury, Jing Jiu would likely not be inclined to practice diligently. Jing Jiu felt no concern. Having just entered the realm of Qingyi in early summer, his foundation was already somewhat unstable. After sustaining a severe blow from the White Ghost, his sword pellet was gravely damaged, but upon repair, it became even more harmonious. Reflecting on his life, he pondered whether this was the essence of breaking and then rebuilding. From late spring to early autumn, Gu Qing would visit the peak every 10 days or so, unaware of Jing Jiu's injury. Each time he arrived at the summit, he would find Jing Jiu reclining on a bamboo chair. The only exception was on the day of the first autumn rain at Qingrong Peak's request. When the Qingshan Grand Array was opened, the autumn rain fell gracefully between the peaks, creating a melancholic beauty. Jing Jiu, needing to move back to his cave abode, felt somewhat displeased. On this day, Gu Qing arrived at the peak with a bunch of bananas. Jing Jiu, lying in the chair, glanced at the bananas and inquired, "Did the monkey give these?" Gu Qing nodded and asked, "Are the bamboo pieces you brought last time meant for repairing the chair legs?" Lu Shurjiu had indeed returned from the mountain village with more than a dozen bamboo stalks, which he entrusted to Gu Qing to deliver. It was said that outside the Cave of Elder by Rujing on Tianguang Peak, several new bamboo clumps had been planted as well. Jing Jiu remarked. I also repaired the chair's backrest. It was then that Gu Qing noticed new bamboo patches on the back of the chair. I had heard tales of your laziness, but I never imagined you could be so truly indolent, he stated, gazing at Jing Jiu with a blend of sincerity and admiration. To be as lazy as Jing Jiu yet effortlessly surpass oneself in the Chengjian conference was something he deeply respected. Or perhaps even yearned for. This was the mark of genuine genius. Jing Jiu replied, cultivation is not merely about the mundane practice of martial arts, whether sitting cross-legged, lying down, or standing beneath a waterfall or by the sea, there is little distinction. Upon careful reflection, Gu Qing realized the truth in this statement. Yet he wondered if one truly did not need to practice sword techniques during meditation and contemplation, when absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Jing Jiu simply said, drink tea. Hearing this, Gu Qing understood that Jing Jiu was inviting him for tea, but the reality was somewhat different. Gu Qing placed the bunch of bananas on the table and began to kindle a fire to brew tea. Jing Jiu appreciated having someone to prepare tea for him. Yet Gu Qing was not Lu Shizhou. He felt it inappropriate to issue commands, and the monkeys were far too clumsy. After brewing a pot of tea, Gu Qing poured 2 cups, naturally taking one for himself and sitting on a large rock at the cliff's edge. These 2 large stones had been moved there by the monkeys. As Gu Qing observed Jing Jiu's profile, he found that he could now maintain his composure. Regardless of how handsome a face may be, familiarity dulls its initial brilliance. Well, it remained quite charming, just not as dazzling as at first glance. What truly captivated Gu Qing was Jing Jiu's extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Although during his time at Two Forget Peaks, he had received much praise for his swordsmanship from the likes of Nanshan and other mentors. Gu Qing remarked, when I initially resolved to pursue the path of cultivation, I believed that not all disciples of this generation at Qinshan could be unreachable prodigies. Therefore, as long as I exerted efforts beyond what others could achieve, I would surely gain entry into the inner sect and become a member among the Qinshan disciples. It now appears that this belief was indeed correct. For individuals like you are ultimately quite rare. Jing Jiu responded, I admire your perspective and fortuitously, there are no true geniuses among this generation of disciples. Congratulations. Gu Qing was taken aback, contemplating whether Zhao Liu and the innate Dao seeds like him at the age of 10 could not be considered geniuses. And what of you? Jing Jiu glanced at the cluster of bananas and inquired, have you ever explored the cave? Gu Qing shook his head. Currently, he lacked the qualifications to wield the sword and was not an elder at Shenma Peak, merely a temporary tenant residing here. Therefore, he paid close attention to details. Most of the time, he meditated and practiced in a small wooden cabin between the cliffs, and when he occasionally visited the peak, it was merely to sit by the cliffside and prepare tea for Jing Jiu, never contemplating a glimpse into the cave. Jing Jiu suggested, go take a look. Gu Qing's expression faltered slightly as he asked, is that permissible? Jing Jiu replied, a tenant is still a guest. It won't hurt to take a look. The cave of Master Jingyang was undoubtedly intriguing to Gu Qing. After a moment's thought, he rose and walked towards the small building. However, not long after, he emerged as if fleeing. He looked at Jing Jiu with a complex expression and confessed, I have become like this because I secretly learned sword techniques. The sword manual laid on the table was clearly placed there for him to see intentionally by Jing Jiu. I think you are quite well as you are now. Jing Jiu remarked, tossing the bananas back to the monkeys in the woods. He then returned to the cave, retrieved the sword manual, and placed it in Gu Qing's hands, stating, this is not theft. Gu Qing remained silent for a considerable time before saying, thank you. Jing Jiu replied, no need for thanks. Gu Qing added, actually, I have always felt that you do not particularly like me. Jing Jiu answered, your intentions are somewhat profound, but I harbor no particular affection or disdain towards you. Gu Qi was somewhat puzzled and asked, then why are you willing to assist me? Jing Jiu replied, I do not favor your brother. Gu Qing chuckled and said, I feel the same way. Returning to the cliffside and entering the wooden cabin now beginning to sprout moss, Gu Qing approached the window and removed the bark shielding him from the wind. Utilizing the daylight outside, he opened the sword manual in his hands. He had learned the 6-dragon sword technique from Shirwei Peak, but it had been retracted when he was expelled from Two Forget Peak, rendering him unable to use it henceforth. He felt a surge of excitement, for this might be the 9-death sword technique from Shenma Peak, an authentic sword from Master Jingyang. Yet, he was mistaken. Gu Qing stared at the cover of the sword manual for a long time. This was not the 9-death sword manual. His hands began to tremble slightly. The cover of the book clearly bore 2 characters, Cheng Tian. With each autumn rain, the chill sets in. The 9 peaks of Qingshan stand isolated from the world, indifferent to the passage of seasons, yet distinctly marked by the 4 seasons. Jing Jiu's ailment has finally been cured. The sounds of cicadas, the cries of apes, and the coughs from the well had diminished, leaving only the serene echoes of nature at Shinma Peak. The world remained largely unchanged. Disciples diligently pursued their cultivation within their secluded abodes, seldom venturing beyond the serene peaks. The layered forests gradually donned their autumnal hues, bestowing a melancholic beauty upon the landscape. One day, news arrived from outside the mountains. A terrifying great demon had emerged near the southern city of Zhuhai. It was said that this malevolent creature delighted in carnage, particularly relishing the flesh of young boys and girls. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the demon suddenly appeared, crashing into a cliff outside the city, resulting in heavy casualties among the hundreds of villagers residing there. Naturally, the Qingshan sect could not remain indifferent to such a calamity. The disciples of 2 Forget Peaks swiftly took flight on their swords to confront the demon. Notably, Lu Shui, a naturally gifted disciple of merely 10 years, was among those dispatched, despite being a novice at Tianguang Peak for only half a year. His inclusion in the demon-slaying team spoke volumes of the esteem in which 2 Forget Peaks held him. In the urgency of the moment, the disciples departed hastily, and few among the 9 peaks were aware of their mission. Lu Shui chose not to visit Shinma Peak directly, instead requesting Gu Qing to convey a message to Jing Jiu. The boy specifically instructed Gu Qing to inform Jing Jiu not to share this news with others. Gu Qing carefully organized his thoughts before continuing. He asked me to tell you about his departure, but not to share it with anyone else. The subtlety of this message bore significant weight, yet Jing Jiu remained unmoved, seated on a bamboo chair, gazing at the mountains beyond the cliff with an air of indifference. Days later, Gu Qing returned to the peak, once more serving as a messenger. There was a junior sister named Yushan at the sword-washing pavilion, and a junior brother from Lulang County whose name eluded Gu Qing. Jing Jiu interjected, his surname is Yuan. Yes, that Yuan youth wishes to inquire whether Shinma Peak will recruit participants for the Sword Acceptance Conference in 3 years. Zhao Leo, standing by the cliff, caught this exchange and realized she had forgotten to consider this question. Will it recruit or not? Their voices resonated almost in unison. Gu Qing spread his hands, indicating his role as an innocent messenger. Zhao Lei turned to Jing Jiu, asking, why not recruit? Jing Jiu responded succinctly, too noisy. Unlike Wuhan or Mahua, Zhao Lei was not easily deterred by his terse reply. I am the peak master. With that declaration, she returned to her cave dwelling. As winter approached, the first snow fell, and soon after, Qingshan was enveloped in a more substantial snowstorm. As per Qingrong Peak's request, the Great Formation of Qingshan was activated, and snowflakes cascaded from the heavens. In a single night, the peaks donned a pristine white mantle, creating a breathtaking sight. A sword sliced through the storm, alighting atop Shinma Peak. Gu Qing, covered in snow and with a pallid complexion, arrived. Since his expulsion from 2 Forget Peaks, he had rarely used a sword and had always preferred walking within Shinma Peak. It appeared that urgent matters had arisen. Jing Jiu and Zhao Lei emerged from their cave. Gu Qing looked at them and said, Shui has been injured. In the city of Chaonin, situated by the murky waters, a fierce battle against malevolent spirits transpired. This conflict raged from dusk until dawn, with the Imperial Guards dispatched in advance to secure the area. The townsfolk were left in the dark about the events unfolding, only catching glimpses of dozens of sword lights illuminating the night sky. Even by the following day, bloodstains could still be seen upon the rocks across the river. The great demon lurking in the depths of the murky waters had sustained grievous injuries. It either succumbed to its wounds in silence or retreated stealthily, unlikely to resurface and wreak havoc again. The extermination effort by the 2 Forgetting Peaks proceeded remarkably well, yet an unforeseen incident arose. Lu Shui was gravely wounded and remained unconscious until he was transported back to Qingshan. During the journey home, many disciples bore witness to his condition. He was said to be burning with fever, his body flushed, while snowflakes fell upon his face, failing to melt and instead transforming into mist. Gu Qing observed Jing Jiu and, after a moment's hesitation, expressed her concerns. I fear for him. He seems not merely injured, but rather poisoned. Typically, a young disciple's initial foray into demon hunting alongside the 2 Forgetting Peaks is meant for experience in times of dire conflict. They are usually kept behind their more seasoned seniors, only permitted to engage when the situation is deemed secure. The 2 Forgetting Peaks uphold strict standards for their disciples, emphasizing the cultivation of skill through combat, and would not act recklessly. Moreover, Lu Shui, being a natural-born Dao seed, is held in high esteem by the sect. Jing Jiu listened quietly, unconvinced by Gu Qing's assessment. For cultivators, the refinement of the body is paramount, and with the Dao seed providing an inexhaustible source of true essence. Ordinary toxins hold little consequence. The two forgetting peaks would indeed safeguard Lu Shui meticulously, yet if his suspicions were accurate, this might be the prologue to a larger tale. Zhao Lei inquired about the current situation. The elders from Shui Peak were investigating the cause, and Elder Bai Rujing had expressed considerable displeasure. Gu Qing remarked, the leading disciple. Jian Shixiang has been punished by Shangda Peak and confined for reflection for 6 months. Jian Shixiang, known as Jian Ruyan, was the fourth senior brother of the two forgetting peaks, hailing from Yunqing Peak, and possessed exceptional swordsmanship, holding a prominent position among his peers. Zhao Lei sensed something amiss. Given that the cause of Lu Shui's injuries remained unresolved, imposing such a severe punishment on Jian Ruyan seemed unreasonable. Would anyone accept such a judgment? Would they not fear that this might incite controversy? Furthermore, this could easily foster resentment among ordinary disciples towards Lu Shui. Jing Jiu approached the cliff's edge, gazing silently at the peaks shrouded in wind and snow. Zhao Lei observed his silhouette and asked, "When will you go?" This naturally referred to his visit to Tianguang Peak to see Lu Shui. After a moment of silence, Jing Jiu replied, "I shall not go." Gu Qing was taken aback. And Zhao Lei pressed, "Why?" Jing Jiu stated, "It is his own choice." Gu Qing found his words perplexing, while Zhao Lei sensed an underlying meaning. She knew Jing Jiu was not a cold-hearted individual and had never sought to pursue an emotionless existence. As Gu Qing departed, only the two of them remained on the cliff. Zhao Lei inquired, "What exactly do you suspect?" "Just trivial matters," he replied. Jing Jiu gazed at the peaks shrouded in wind and snow, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui. "I intend to take a stroll," he declared. Zhao Lei, observing his retreating figure, inquired, "Where are you headed? To South City?" Jing Jiu replied, "No, merely wandering aimlessly." Zhao Lei remarked, as a disciple of Two Forgetting Peak, "You cannot leave the mountain at will." Jing Jiu countered, "Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is a commendable excuse. Though, I must admit, I have seldom engaged in such endeavors." Zhao Lei responded, "I have done so on numerous occasions. Back when I was at South Pine Pavilion, I frequently led the outer disciples on patrols around the verdant hills. Yet, the implication concealed within her words was clear. Should you choose to depart, I shall accompany you." Jing Jiu turned to face her, remaining silent. Zhao Lei added, "Do not overthink it. I merely have matters to attend to, and it happens to coincide." Jing Jiu cautioned, "Your swordsmanship is at a critical juncture. You must not be distracted." Zhao Lei replied, "I broke through last night." Jing Jiu, using his sword sense, scanned her aura and was taken aback to find that she had indeed reached the unmarked realm. Entering the unmarked realm greatly extends one's lifespan. And with a flying sword as divine, one truly embodies the essence of a sword immortal. This is a pivotal milestone for the disciples of Qing Shan. Yet for Zhao Lei, it seemed as casual as having indulged in a few fruits the previous night. Truly, she is a natural born of the Tao. I had anticipated you would require 2 years. I did not expect such swiftness. Jing Jiu smiled at her and said, "I did not misjudge. You are indeed exceptionally suited for this sword technique." He referred, of course, to the 9-death sword art left by the revered master Jing'ang. No matter how remarkable Zhao Lei's talent, without this particularly fitting true sword, it would have been challenging to achieve such a breakthrough in such a short span. "Do you believe I am more suited than you?" Zhao Lei asked, gazing into his eyes, her probing intent unmistakable. "Indeed. For I harbor no fondness for the 9-death sword art," Jing Jiu replied with an air of calmness. He then fell into a thoughtful silence. "Yet, there are those who take great delight in it." In the deep of night, Jing Jiu descended the mountain, braving the wind and snow. He did not venture to Tianguang Peak to visit Lu Shui. If he had chosen to do so, none would have obstructed him. He was now the elder uncle of Shinma Peak, holding a higher status than the third-generation disciples led by Nanshan. His destination was Bihu Peak. The sword formation at Bihu Peak remained oblivious to his arrival. He strolled casually to the summit, standing at the edge of the azure lake. Snowflakes fell from the night sky, vanishing upon touching the surface of the lake, leaving no trace behind. He stood quietly by the lakeside, unaware of how long he waited until the wind and snow gradually lessened, and suddenly, several streaks of lightning illuminated the night sky. This time, he did not conceal his presence, directly stepping onto the lake's surface. As lightning struck, he glided across the water, his white garments billowing, resembling an ethereal being. Winter thunder rumbled, while the wild cats on the island seemed to have vanished without a trace. The lightning descended deep into the temple, swallowed by the soulwood for nourishment, without a sound. The hall appeared increasingly serene and eerie. A white cat lounged on the windowsill, squinting, its long fur drooping, looking quite drowsy. At first glance, who could fathom that it is the most ruthless and terrifying of the four guardians of Qin Shan, the white ghost? Jing Jiu settled onto the windowsill, allowing his right hand to naturally rest upon the white cat, beginning to stroke it from front to back with a practiced ease, as though he had engaged in this act for countless years. Initially, the white cat's body was somewhat rigid, yet it gradually relaxed, as if resigning itself to fate. Regardless of whether it was winter or summer, no one enjoys having their head patted, save for a child of 10. As Jing Jiu caressed the cat's head, he fell into a contemplative silence before remarking, "Perhaps it does not enjoy this either. It simply does not know how to oppose me." The white cat paid him no heed. The child of 10 was someone I had recently met, a few days prior. We had ventured his way to eliminate a demon and encountered some difficulties. Jing Jiu mused aloud. The children from Air Wang Peak believe their plan is meticulously crafted and ingenious, having laid the groundwork for quite some time, thus they are certain of success. Yet they are still too young. Unlike you and I, they are oblivious to the fact that a nearly identical incident transpired hundreds of years ago. The white cat recalled what he had mentioned, its gaze growing cold. Jing Jiu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps they will ultimately succeed. Yet they remain oblivious to the unforeseen consequences that may ensue. Did not my senior brother achieve success in the past? Yet, who could have anticipated the subsequent turn of events? Nevertheless, the 10-year-old is superior to both my senior brother and myself. Surely, he will endure the trial." The white cat exhibited little interest in the disciple named 10, but it could discern Jing Jiu's underlying concern for the young man, which took it by surprise. It cast a glance at him, pondering how he had once devoted himself solely to his cultivation, indifferent to the fates of both humans and cats, yet now had undergone such a transformation. "I intend to take a stroll," Jing Jiu declared. The white cat was utterly astonished, its fur on the tail standing on end, contemplating how he could possibly wish to descend the mountain. Out of sight, out of mind, it mused. Jing Jiu raised his index finger before the white cat's eyes. The cat instinctively leaned forward, rubbing its face against his finger. After indulging in several comfortable rubs, it suddenly jolted back to reality, retreating to the windowsill to feign death. Unable to gauge Jing Jiu's true depth, it refrained from approaching him, wary of the potential repercussions of getting too close. The Qin Shan, tasked with guarding the white specter, possessed strength rivaling that of gods and demons, alongside an exceedingly formidable realm, holding a high status. For countless years, among the 9 peaks of Qin Shan, only 2 individuals had ever evoked a sense of vigilance, even fear, within it. It feared Jing Jiu, but was far more apprehensive of his rival. Jing Jiu was merciless. Yet that person was excessively sentimental. A lack of sentiment does not equate to cruelty. It is merely the literal interpretation. However, being overly sentimental is not inherently virtuous. Would you like to accompany me?" Jing Jiu inquired. The white cat regarded him with disdain. "You know I am rather inept in matters of human sentiment, and have seldom shown concern for others," Jing Jiu added. The white cat cast him a melancholic glance, reflecting, "You are aware of that, are you?" Jing Jiu chose not to elaborate further. The white cat comprehended his implication and extended a soft paw, gesturing subtly. The sharp claws protruded from between its toes, more fearsome than the brightest of swords. "Thank you," Jing Jiu said, stroking its head. The white cat, thoroughly displeased, playfully nipped at him, though it dared not exert any force. Upon returning to the summit of Divine End, the night remained profoundly dark. Gazing at the small wooden cabin perched on the precipice, Jing Jiu contemplated before approaching and pushing the door open. Gu Qing was still awake, studying the sword manual by the light of an oil lamp. His astonishment was palpable upon seeing Jing Jiu. Having spent 6 months on the summit of Divine End, he had never witnessed Jing Jiu leave the peak, let alone come to his abode. "We shall be departing shortly," Jing Jiu stated. "Do you intend to remain in the mountains or venture outside?" Gu Qing was further astonished, pondering the sudden decision to leave. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "How long will you be gone?" This was a question of utmost significance. Jing Jiu understood what weighed heavily on his mind, and replied, "Cheng Jian will return before long." Gu Qing contemplated for a moment before responding, "I shall remain here, focusing on my swordsmanship and also keeping watch." Jing Jiu did not dissuade him, saying, "Should anything arise, speak with the monkey." Gu Qing found himself somewhat perplexed by his meaning, pondering the intelligence of the monkeys on the peak. Yet, he questioned the extent of their assistance in times of trouble. Could these monkeys truly seek out someone? He refrained from inquiring with Jing Jiu, choosing instead to etch this thought into his memory. In the early morning, discussions commenced at Qingshan, whether by coincidence or some other force. Since the ban was lifted at Shun Mo Peak and Zhao Liu ascended as the Peak Master, the protocols of the assembly had undergone significant alterations. Previously, all Peak Masters would converge at Tianguang Peak, conveying messages through their swords. Now, representatives from each peak convened in the Grand Hall of Shilai Peak for face-to-face discussions. Many speculated that the Peak Masters found it somewhat awkward to deliberate alongside Zhao Liu, who had once been a disciple of the third generation. This conjecture was further supported by the fact that, once again, Shen Mo Peak had been conspicuously omitted from the notifications regarding the assembly. The primary agenda for today's discussion revolved around the challenges faced by the disciples of the two Forget Peaks in their demon-slaying endeavors in the city of Chaonan. Elder Bai Ru Jing of Tianguang Peak did not attempt to conceal his fury, demanding the swift dispatch of second-generation experts to Zhuoshui. If that formidable demon still lived, it should be captured immediately. If it had perished, the corpse must be retrieved to ascertain the true events that transpired in the depths of Zhuoshui that fateful night. As his furious echoes reverberated within the hall, Mei Li and others remained silent, fully aware of Bai Ru Jing's ire. After all, Lu Shui had yet to regain consciousness. The disciples from Shiyu Peak had already conducted examinations, confirming the presence of significant fire poison within Lu Shui, yet there was an unmistakable anomaly. Elder Ming Xian from Yunxing Peak remarked in a sardonic tone, expressing his doubts about whether Lu Shui had ingested something untoward, suggesting they would know once he awakened. The assembly understood what he was insinuating. Indeed, this had become the prevailing speculation following the investigation at Shiyu Peak. Bai Ru Jing, naturally protective of his disciple, retorted sharply, "Until the truth is unveiled, refrain from casting baseless accusations." Ming Xian sneered, a fine assertion regarding the truth remaining obscured. "I must inquire, if the truth is indeed unclear, why has Jian Ruyun been confined to the dark chamber?" It was well known that Jian Ruyun had been Ming Xian's disciple prior to her journey to the two Forget Peaks. As she had failed to uphold her duty, punishment was warranted. Slaying demons is inherently perilous. Must one also assume the role of a caregiver? Ming Xian, do not presume that your connections grant you the liberty to treat Tianguang Peak with such disrespect. Ah, indeed, worthy of being the foremost peak of Qingshan. Exuding such formidable authority, am I to be regarded as your subordinate, then? Within the hall of Shilai Peak, the only sounds were the furious roars of Bai Ru Jing and the sardonic remarks of Ming Xian. The master of Shilai Peak shook his head, preparing to interject, but suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation, furrowing his brow in silence. Mei Li gazed outside the hall, her expression subtly shifting, contemplating what could have transpired that unsettled her heart. Soon, news swiftly spread from Nansong Pavilion to the inner sanctum and rapidly circulated among the 9 peaks. Zhao Liu and Jing Jiu had departed. Departed? Just like that? Bai Ru Jing's countenance shifted, exclaiming, "Zhao, she is the master of Shun Mo Peak. How can she leave so carelessly?" In the serene hall of Shilai Peak, the formidable figures of the Qingshan sect exchanged silent glances. As Zhao Liu is the master of the Divine End Peak, her departure requires no one's consent. According to the regulations of the Qingshan sect, she merely needs to inform Shilai Peak and register her sword token, thus granting her the liberty to travel wherever she pleases. This is the privilege bestowed upon the masters of the 9 peaks. Even in the absence of notifying Shilai Peak, no one could impede her. Of course, if the sect leader disapproves, the situation would be different. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the sect leader has been devoted to his cultivation for many years and has not attended to such matters. The master of Shilai Peak smiled helplessly and remarked, "I shall inform my senior brother at Tianguang Peak shortly." Mei Li turned to Lin Wuji, who had come bearing news, and inquired, "Did they mention where they intend to go? When will they return?" Lin Wuji replied with a wry smile, "They said nothing at all." Mei Li pondered, "Surely they won't be gone for long." For those who pursue the path of cultivation, wandering the world for decades is a common occurrence. The individuals within the hall have all experienced similar journeys, but they typically made such decisions only after reaching the realm of wild wandering, where progressing on the great Tao becomes exceedingly arduous. Zhao Liu and Jing Jiu are still quite young. Why the haste? Prologue: old friends invite each other, mountains as companions. 1,000 miles westward, I first behold the face of Lushan. Drunk on wine, Yang Xiang remains indifferent. Heaven sends a neighbor to soothe my weary eyes. Like a startled swan, it scatters with a breeze. A painted boat crosses the river, gazing toward the distant southern bank. At the ends of the earth. Distance is but a concept. In a stanza of clear song, let us scatter pear blossoms abundantly. Sumuja, song, Zhou. At dawn, Jing Jiu and Zhao Lei departed from the divine end peak. They traversed a remarkable distance of 800 li. Exiting Nansong Pavilion and arriving at Yunjizan for a hot pot meal. Zhao Lei indulged in 7 plates of tender meat and drank 3 cans of fruit wine, while Jing Jiu merely blanched a few slices of greens and plain broth. In the afternoon, they set off again, covering several hundred more li and arriving at the outskirts of Shangzhou. Although Shangzhou city is not particularly large, it is a crucial junction where 5 official roads converge, leading to strict governance by the court. Guards stood watch at the city gates. While they might accept a few coins for expedited passage, the inspection of travelers was thorough. Jing Jiu and Zhao Lei stood beneath the departure pavilion outside the city, staring toward the city gates for an extended period. They faced a vexing dilemma: how to enter the city. Jing Jiu recalled the travelogues and imperial regulations he had perused in the past, realizing there were no alternative solutions. We could enter directly on our swords. There should be designated celestial abodes for practitioners in the city, he suggested to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei was somewhat exasperated. From the outset, she had insisted they should travel by sword, yet Jing Jiu had disagreed, arguing that since they were embarking on a journey, there was no need to hurry, and it was better not to reveal their identities. Jing Jiu countered, otherwise, we would need a travel permit issued by the authorities. Zhao Lei looked at him and asked, do you have one? Jing Jiu replied, when we left, we could request a few from Shilai Peak. Zhao Lei inquired, so we don't have any at present? Jing Jiu gazed at the carriages on the official road and mused, I wonder if the travel permits bear portraits. Zhao Liyue spoke with a hint of detachment, the Green Mountains are shamed. Indeed, both Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue are utterly devoid of common sense. In the verdant mountains, they perceive no anomalies, yet upon entering the realm of humanity, their shortcomings become glaringly apparent. Their hearts are steadfastly oriented towards the Tao, dedicating all their time and energy to arduous pursuits of cultivation and profound comprehension of the cosmos, neglecting the trivialities of daily life. Back in the quaint village, Jing Jiu mastered the art of farming and household chores in merely 9 days, yet he remained oblivious to other essential skills, such as social interactions. Whether at the Liu family residence, in the South Pine Pavilion, or at the Shijian Creek, he often found himself alone, entirely disinterested in engaging with others. Zhao Liyue's situation fared slightly better, yet remained constrained. Even before her birth, she was regarded as a future prodigy under the careful watch of the Qingshan sect. Once she entered the world, her life revolved around preparation for cultivation and the acquisition of esoteric knowledge, seldom encountering outsiders, and spending most of her time in solitude. Particularly at the Sword Peak. In the realm of cultivation, they are exceptionally gifted, yet in the ordinary world, their clumsiness is palpable. With no alternative, they are left to pursue the most straightforward of solutions. However, this solution is not the route of robbery that Jing Jiu had once contemplated. As dusk deepened and visibility waned, he and Zhao Liyue circled to the most secluded section of the city wall in Shangzhou. A flicker of sword light flashed, and they vanished from sight. The flying sword landed in a secluded alleyway. Zhao Liyue inquired, where to? Jing Jiu replied, I have never resided in an immortal's abode. I've heard it is quite splendid. Zhao Liyue countered, since we are on a journey, akin to the experience at Gucheng Temple, it is better to stay at an inn. Jing Jiu, recalling the writings he had read, expressed some concern, saying, I've heard inns can be rather unkempt, and the foot odor is quite overwhelming. Zhao Liyue thought him rather uninformed, pondering that one merely needs to select a decent inn. Do mortals not wash their feet? Just as Jing Jiu was about to voice another thought, Zhao Liyue firmly stated, I am the senior sister. You should heed my words. Very well, he acquiesced. The two departed the narrow alley, making their way towards the bustling street aglow with lights. Suddenly, Zhao Liyue halted and said, wait for me a moment. Moments later, she returned from the alley, holding 2 conical hats. Jing Jiu accepted the hat and asked, why? Zhao Liyue remained silent, gesturing to her face. This had become a familiar gesture among the 9 peaks of Qingshan, indicating Jing Jiu. Although Jing Jiu had never witnessed this action, it did not impede his swift understanding of Zhao Liyue's intent. He donned the hat and softly inquired, can you still see me? The light from the alley illuminated him, casting a glow upon his form, while the hat obscured most of his face. Yet even the exposed portion was strikingly captivating. Zhao Liyue reached out and firmly pressed down on his hat, surveying him before nodding in satisfaction. The Zhixian Inn is the finest establishment in Shangzhou, both as a tavern and an inn. This conclusion was drawn by Zhao Liyue after bravely inquiring with several passers-by. The inn was brightly lit, the windows clear and clean. Despite the slight noise, it appeared quite pleasant. Zhao Liyue felt relatively satisfied, while Jing Jiu gazed at the three characters on the plaque with a sense of discontent. As they entered the inn and approached the innkeeper, Zhao Liyue suddenly fell silent. Jing Jiu, puzzled, soon realized she must have forgotten to bring money. Such a thing was unthinkable for him. He always remembered that money was of utmost importance, and his stature in the small village largely stemmed from this understanding. He produced a golden leaf and handed it to the innkeeper, stating earnestly, "I require the finest room." No one would ordinarily wear a bamboo hat into an inn to request a room, nor would anyone pay for their lodging with a golden leaf. However, it was indeed a golden leaf. Regardless of their peculiarities, as long as they had money, all was well. Room Tianzi Jiahao. Look at that name. It was prepared just for you too. The innkeeper beamed with genuine warmth, summoning a young attendant to escort the guests upstairs. Upon reaching the door of the room, they were pleased to find the plaque indeed bore the words Tianzi Jiahao. Once inside, Zhao Liyue surveyed the furnishings and found them quite satisfactory. Hardly inferior to her home in Chaoga City. Jing Jiu pondered a question and inquired, "How did you acquire the bamboo hat without any money?" Zhao Liyue paused, offering no response. Instead, she found a clean patch of floor, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate, closing her eyes to restore her energy. "Ah, the Green Mountains are shamed," Jing Jiu remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. Zhao Liyue continued to ignore him. A white mist arose from the crown of her head, straight as a line, akin to a sword. Jing Jiu unfastened the iron sword from his back, his thoughts shifting slightly. As an eerie blue flame ignited along the dark blade, he extended his hand to grasp the flame, bringing it to his face, with a few rubs. The dust accumulated from their long journey vanished, revealing skin as pure as jade. After a brief moment, Zhao Liyue concluded her meditation, opening her eyes, strikingly clear and beautiful. She glanced at Jing Jiu, contemplated for a moment, and then conjured water with her Taoist technique to cleanse her face. A knock sounded at the door, and the young attendant entered carrying a basin of hot water, 2 snowy white towels draped over his arm. "Esteemed guest, you." The attendant was taken aback upon seeing Zhao Liyue's visage. He set the basin down and turned to Jing Jiu, stammering, "Perhaps you." His voice trailed off once more. He rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe what he had just witnessed. Returning to the kitchen behind the inn, the attendant plopped down onto a stool, dazed and speechless for a long while. His companion, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" The attendant rubbed his face, regaining some composure, and replied, "Do you know? I just saw the most beautiful face I have ever beheld in my life." His companion blinked, then jested, "How stunning could it be? Is there anyone more exquisite than Miss Lucci?" Miss Lucci was the most renowned courtesan in Shangzhou City, often the subject of gossip among these impoverished young men. Of course, they had never had the opportunity to see her in person, but to them, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the world, verging on celestial in her allure. Upon finishing this statement, the companion departed, carrying a platter of dishes. The young attendant remained somewhat dazed, pondering that the fair maiden named Elchi could not possibly be as enchanting as that individual, albeit the latter was a man. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he clasped his hands over his chest and silently entreated, "O celestial master, I beseech you, take me away." In room Tianzi Jiahao, Zhao Liyue earnestly inquired, how did he uncover our identities? She genuinely could not comprehend how that young attendant, clearly an ordinary mortal, could have discerned their true selves. After a moment's hesitation, Jing Jiu gestured with his right hand across his face. Understanding dawned upon Zhao Liyue. She shook her head and replied, "From now on, you ought to conceal this visage." Jing Jiu mused that it was not entirely his fault. Zhao Liyue recalled something and asked, "Who is the maiden Elchi he mentioned?" Jing Jiu pondered before responding, "She is likely a courtesan from the pleasure quarters." Zhao Liyue remarked, "I am aware that the pleasure quarters are establishments where women entertain men with drink and merriment." Jing Jiu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have read about it in books." After a brief silence, Zhao Liyue confessed, "At times, I truly struggle to fathom the thoughts of mortals. Is such a matter truly so captivating?" Jing Jiu concurred. She then shifted the topic, posing a question, "Why do you insist on walking?" Having been able to fly on a sword for 3 years, each time she rode the blade, She felt invigorated and utterly exhilarated. Jing Jiu understood that she was still enchanted by the novelty of it, while he had long since grown weary of it. Furthermore, his cultivation level meant he was not impervious to the cold, which, though he could withstand, remained uncomfortable. "It is exceedingly cold," he stated earnestly. "Even with the sword energy shielding me, the wind is too fierce." In the past, due to various circumstances, he had often left the Green Mountain, traversing the world on his sword. There were no inns, no carriages, no travelers, only the relentless wind and the ever-shifting clouds. Occasionally, a glimmer of sword light would appear on the horizon, yet those who beheld it dared not approach, choosing instead to bow from a distance in respectful retreat. That year, when he journeyed from the small mountain village to the Green Mountain, Teacher L had opted to walk rather than ride a sword. After an initial period of discomfort, he found the experience quite pleasant. Walking along the road allowed him to witness diverse landscapes. The locust trees and ancient willows were distinct, as were the mountain springs and babbling brooks. Such sights could also be observed in the mountains, yet the variations there were not as rapid. Though the clouds in the sky transformed unpredictably, presenting myriad shapes, they remained, after all, merely clouds. Traveling along the path also allowed one to hear the chorus of frogs, unlike when riding a sword, where only the howling wind could be discerned. "I have a question as well," Jing Jiu said, gazing at her. "Why must we journey to South City?" Zhao Liyue queried. "Who is the senior sister?" "You are," Jing Jiu answered. Zhao Liyue pressed on. "Who is the peak master?" At that moment, Jing Jiu regretted his earlier arrangements. "Thus, simply heed my guidance and refrain from asking so many questions," he replied. After uttering this, Zhao Liyue returned to the ground to continue her cultivation. She closed her eyes, her lips slightly parted, and a small crimson sword flew forth. The sword, born of the wind, reverted to its true form, revealing itself as the Fusey sword. The Fusey sword hovered silently in the air, emanating a faint yet palpable aura that enveloped her. Jing Jiu ascended to his bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. An hour later, he awoke, feeling sufficiently rested. He approached the window and gazed out at the city of Shangzhou under the cloak of night. The hour was late, and Shangzhou was tranquil. The distant sound of silk and bamboo resonated, becoming increasingly distinct. Zhao Lei opened her eyes, glanced at him, and inquired, "Since there is nothing at hand, why not cultivate?" She had long wished to pose this question during their time in Qing Mountain, and now, in this unfamiliar city, she finally voiced it. Jing Jiu remained silent, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. During the summer, he had already broken through to the realm of Qingyi, the sword pill beginning to take shape. Within 100 feet, he wielded the sword with ease, his strikes like lightning, capable of killing unseen. Next, he needed to continue refining the sword pill with the essence of the sword until the two became one, allowing him to merge sword and pill at will. Akin to Zhao Lei, marking his entry into the realm of Wuzhong. Zhao Lei had spent 2 arduous years honing her skills atop the sword peak, using perilous sword intent to temper her body, astonishingly shortening this process. Upon arriving at the divine end peak, she began to cultivate the 9 death sword technique, perfectly harmonizing it with her innate disposition, thus enabling her to break through into Wuzhong in such a brief span of time. Jing Jiu could not replicate her journey, for his physique was rather peculiar, particularly at this crucial juncture of entering Wuzhong, necessitating utmost caution. Thus, akin to his prior cultivation, he could only rely on time, the grandest and most subtle force in the universe, to gradually advance towards higher realms. Naturally, he had consumed numerous elixirs, and further consumption would yield no benefit. Thus, the remaining course of action was simply to wait. The predicament was that this outing had been somewhat hasty. He had to meet the white ghost and convey matters to Gu Qing, having forgotten to bring along the porcelain dish and sand, which left him feeling somewhat bored. Zhao Lei perceived his ennui with surprise. For those who pursue the path of cultivation, such a sentiment should theoretically not exist. As long as one possesses time, one ought to cultivate, practice swordsmanship, or contemplate the mysteries of the universe. How could one be bored? Yet, she remained unaware that these were tasks Jing Jiu had already transcended. The star-picking tower stood as the pinnacle of Shangzhou, a must-visit attraction for travelers from afar. However, Jing Jiu and Zhao Lei were not there to admire the famed edifice. Clad in conical hats, they stood atop the star-picking tower, gazing toward a brightly lit wooden building not far away. Jing Jiu observed the structure and remarked, "So, this is a brothel?" Zhao Lei turned her gaze toward the establishment, curiosity evident in her demeanor. She was well aware of the nature of a brothel, having heard tales from her family, yet had never had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. The star-picking tower was several hundred feet away from the brothel, yet with their keen eyesight and hearing, they could discern the activities within with remarkable clarity. Zhao Lei widened her eyes, a hint of astonishment gracing her features as she uttered, "So this is how it is." Jing Jiu was indifferent to those specific images. He had perused books that contained illustrations. Zhao Lei pondered for a moment, shook her head, and remarked, "I still fail to comprehend the significance of such matters." Jing Jiu replied, "In the affairs of nature, there exists a natural intrigue. If there were truly no interest, how could humanity perpetuate itself?" Zhao Lei responded, "I understand the reasoning. The lifespan of mortals is finite, and the pursuit of pleasure is understandable. Yet, why do so many cultivators indulge in this path? Moreover, there are those from the sinister sects, their realms equivalent to my sect's esteemed masters, who remain obsessed with such pursuits, even wandering to gather flowers indiscriminately. The yin-yang path is also a path. The methods of the wicked need not be mentioned. To my knowledge, the monks of Dongyi speak of dual cultivation with considerable depth, perhaps offering a glimpse into the essence of the Tao." Jing Jiu remarked, "Though the Qing Shan sect does not pursue this path, many Tao companions exist between the likes of Shilai Peak and Shangda Peak." Zhao Lei understood this well, even grasping Guhan's thoughts, yet she had never contemplated the matter herself. Jing Jiu then said, "Let us depart." Zhao Lei nodded, appearing composed, though inwardly she exhaled in relief. The night breeze stirred, tousling her short hair further, yet it could not temper the warmth on her face. The scene she had just witnessed had stirred a slight unrest within her sword heart. Glancing at Jing Jiu, she noted his demeanor remained unchanged, and she could not help but admire him, thinking to herself that he truly was the most trusted disciple of her esteemed ancestor, possessing profound mastery indeed. Just as they turned to leave, a sudden scream echoed from a distance. Following that, they heard the sound of clubs striking flesh, accompanied by the woman's anguished cries and incessant curses. Zhao Lei cast a glance at Jing Jiu and inquired, "What shall we do?" Jing Jiu replied, "Generally, cultivators do not interfere in worldly affairs." Zhao Lei noted the word generally in his statement. Jing Jiu continued, "There are countless tragedies and evildoers. One cannot cleanse them all." Zhao Lei retorted, "So, is it better to remain oblivious?" Jing Jiu affirmed, "Indeed." Zhao Lei countered, "What if one cannot turn a blind eye?" Jing Jiu stated, "It depends on one's mood." "I do not share that view." Zhao Lei asserted, "I will act as I wish, if I cannot do this. What is the point of my cultivation?" Jing Jiu replied, "As you wish." Zhao Lei asked, "Will you join me?" The sounds of clubs from afar had ceased, leaving only the woman's cries and curses echoing. Jing Jiu assessed the distance and said, "I cannot reach it." Zhao Lei gazed towards that direction and formed a sword gesture. The fusee sword cut through the air, painting an ominous red streak across the night sky of Shangzhou. From the distant alley came the thud of heavy objects falling, followed by a scream. In the next moment, the fusee sword returned through the air. Jing Jiu was taken aback by Zhao Lei's decisive action with the sword. Reflecting on her past declaration at Shiduo Peak about her fierce nature, he chuckled softly. During her patrols around Qingshan, Zhao Lei had previously slain a few monsters. Insen had perished before her, killed by Meng. Zhua Yi had fallen in her presence, slain by Jing Jiu. Today marked her first act of taking a life. Her right hand trembled slightly. At that moment, she saw Jing Jiu's warm smile and felt a semblance of calm return to her. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, his eyes brimming with quiet satisfaction. To Zhao Lei, this gesture seemed rather peculiar, and she couldn't help but blurt out, "Are you out of your mind?" Jing Jiu remained silent, handing her the bamboo hat before donning his own. When he had chosen her all those years ago, he hadn't given it much thought. Now, it appeared the decision had been the right one. The young girl carried within her the same indomitable spirit that had once driven him to strike down his foes with a single, decisive blow. The city of Shangzhou stirred awake. Lanterns flickered to life in the narrow alleyways. Footsteps echoed, mingled with the harsh shouts of patrolling soldiers. In a shadowed corner lay a frail young girl, her face pallid, her gaze vacant, her clothes disheveled. Her parched, peeling lips trembled faintly, whispering words too faint to discern. Around her sprawled 4 headless corpses, their blood pooling thickly upon the ground. Their severed heads had rolled far away. Yet their faces still bore expressions of lechery and cruelty, as if, in their final moments, they had been utterly unaware of the danger that had befallen them. Jing Jiu and Zhao Lei had already departed. They did not know that the frail girl had escaped from a brothel, nor whether she would ultimately meet a tragic fate. That brothel held considerable influence in Shangzhou. Who could say how this tale would end? From the perspective of benevolence, Their actions had been neither proper nor complete. But as Jing Jiu had once said, evil deeds and wicked men were beyond counting. Even if one were a true immortal, one could not purge them all. To transcend mortal attachments, this was a lesson every cultivator must learn upon returning to the mortal world. The monks of Gucheng Temple trod a vastly different path through the red dust. Jing Jiu respected their choice, but he would never embrace it. For the monks of Gucheng Temple lived lives of unrelenting hardship, whether in the present, the past, or even those who had departed, such as the legendary Blade Saint. Jing Jiu and Zhao Lei traversed the night beyond Shangzhou's walls. Their steps seemed unhurried, yet with each stride, they covered hundreds of feet effortlessly. Understanding a truth was one thing, accepting it required time. They walked in silence for an hour, until the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. Only then did Zhao Lei finally speak. I wish to ride the sword. There is wind. I wish to feel the wind. If the heart is calm, what need is there for wind? Did you know? She asked. Some Qin Shan suspect you are a monk from Gucheng Temple. That conjecture holds some amusement, he replied. For once, Zhao Lei displayed a rare girlish petulance, fixing him with a stare. I want to fly? Jing Jiu regarded her. I recall you once said, what meaning is there in soaring high if one cannot return to the ground? He had spoken these words outside Yunji town. After they had examined the corpse of Yin San, urging her to abandon her pursuit of ascension, Zhao Lei met his gaze. But you also said the purpose of cultivation is not to prove one's strength, nor to seek meaning. It is simply to fly higher. Jing Jiu replied. I was merely speaking idly. As the morning sun rose, a crimson ribbon unfurled across the earth before them. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a vast river sprawled before them, reflecting a warm, crimson light. The waters flowed like a continuous expanse of red silk, appearing almost lifelike. This was the Zhuangshui, the largest river in the southern region of Chaotian continent. Jing Jiu and Zhao Liu made their way toward it, traversing a rugged cliff. Guided by the thunderous sound of rushing water until they arrived at the southern bank of Zhuangshui, the river stretched over 1,000 fathoms wide, and across its expanse, a grand city could be discerned. Even from such a distance, the towering edifices reached for the heavens. Jing Jiu and Zhao Liu could sense the presence of numerous formations emanating from the city, which was Chaonan City, the most significant stronghold of the human dynasty in the south. Chaonan City had yet to fully awaken. Countless wisps of smoke curled upward, hinting at the bustling life that thrived during the day. Standing side by side at the riverbank, they had long discarded their conical hats. Earlier, while traversing the night path, they had realized that their haste and the brisk wind had easily swept away their hats. At this moment, they wrapped their heads and faces in 2 gray cloths, resembling the ascetic monks of Gucheng Temple from the northern lands. The waters of Zhuangshui were indeed murky, with a fierce current swirling with chaotic eddies and whirlpools, presenting a perilous sight. Who knew what monstrous creatures lurked beneath its depths? Many years prior, the populace on both banks dared not cross the river by boat, effectively severing transportation until the founding of the Qingshan sect, whose patriarch commanded disciples to transport earth and stone using supreme celestial arts to construct a bridge, further employing a sword formation to suppress the lurking beasts. This endeavor fundamentally addressed the issue. Due to the river's great width, the central arch of the circular bridge soared high, especially when mist enveloped the area. From either bank, it appeared as though the bridge reached for the sky. An awe-inspiring sight that earned it the name Sky Bridge, though it bore little relation to the name of Chaotian continent itself. Standing at the riverbank, gazing upon this magnificent structure, Jing Jiu felt a peculiar sensation within. The wisdom of the ancients, to read a myriad of books and travel a myriad of miles, resonated deeply with him. At a tender age, he had already perused countless tomes, and thereafter had traversed many places on his sword. Yet, during those years, he had been singularly focused on the path, dedicating his time and energy to cultivation, resulting in a limited experience of the world and its vistas. Even when he traveled, it was often from great heights, devoid of the sensations he felt now. In those days, he soared high above, surveying the earth as if it were a flat canvas. Now he stood lower, requiring him to lift his gaze to appreciate the scenery, which was somewhat inconvenient. Yet, the landscapes appeared more vivid and three-dimensional. I have yet to complete my studies for today, Zhao Liu remarked, having stood with him at the cliff's edge for a while, feeling that they had squandered ample time. Looking at her, Jing Jiu saw a reflection of his younger self and smiled, saying, "Let us go." Pursuing the path with unwavering resolve was undoubtedly commendable, whether for him in the past or for her in the present. However, unlike his former self, he now possessed the qualifications and leisure to behold the landscapes he had once overlooked. Yet, the acquisition of such qualifications, when recalled, often brought him discomfort, even paint. The sky bridge, ancient and weathered, bore the scars of time upon its surface, with cracks sprawling across like veins, and in certain places. Gaping holes the size of a fist revealed the water below, an unsettling sight. Yet, beneath his feet, the ground felt solid as if it were forged from the very essence of stone, complemented by the latent aura of a concealed sword formation. Jing Jiu was confident that even after enduring the ravages of wind and rain for millennia, this seemingly dilapidated stone bridge would remain unscathed. Even if all the river demons in the murky waters were to unite in an assault, they could not shake this bridge in the slightest. As he ventured further into the river, the bridge ascended higher, gradually elevating over 100 zhang above the water's surface, allowing for an increasingly distant view. Zhao Liue pointed towards a stretch of white cliffs upstream and remarked, that opening was created by the ghost-eyed fish. Jing Jiu was well aware of this malevolent creature. The ghost-eyed fish was a particularly cruel and fearsome beast, relishing in the consumption of humans, indiscriminately preying on the young and old alike. The tales of its preference for children were but a sinister embellishment of folklore. The troubling reality was that shortly after the ghost-eyed fish began its rampage in the murky waters, it had stirred the Qingshan sect, which had dispatched the disciples of the previous generation from 2 forgotten peaks to eradicate it. He recalled how a youthful Lei Buiyun had participated in that battle. Why? After so many years, had this monster resurfaced? There had always been whispers that the great demons from the murky waters had swum over from the Western Sea. As for their origins before reaching the Western Sea, they may have hailed from one of the 3 great whirlpools known as the Sea Sky Line. Legends persisted that the depths of the cascading waterfall within the Sea Sky Line led directly to the underworld. If this were true, it would not be surprising for batches of these great demons to appear every few decades or centuries, possibly summoned from the underworld. Jing Jiu had never ventured to the underworld and could not ascertain the veracity of these conjectures. He mused that if an opportunity arose, he would seek out friends on that continent for further inquiry. To the west of South City stood a nondescript 9-story building with gray walls. Yet it was a place of considerable renown. Baoshij, the largest auction house in Nana Prefecture. In the early morning, 2 figures shrouded in gray cloth appeared before the gray walls of Baoshij, drawing curious glances. In the distant sky, beams of sword light streaked across, faintly echoing alarm signals. Jing Jiu remarked, "This is indeed problematic." Not long ago, Zhao Liue had directly wielded her sword, bringing him through the western city wall, naturally attracting the attention of the South City officials and cultivators. Zhao Liue cast a glance his way and said, "Are we to wait until nightfall? We don't have that luxury of time." Jing Jiu pondered what to do. Seeing the cultivators from South City rapidly approaching on their swords, should he reveal his identity? During his previous travels, he seldom lingered in cities, and his few visits to Chaoga City had always been under the Emperor's reception, never encountering such a predicament. "All we need to do is get inside," Zhao Liue assured him as they approached Baoshij. "What kind of place is this?" Jing Jiu inquired. "An auction house," Zhao Liue explained. "The proprietor is immortal, but he has formidable backing. No one in South City dares to offend him." "His backing?" Jing Jiu asked. "That would be us," Zhao Liue responded. Only then did Jing Jiu realize that this auction house was actually a peripheral enterprise of the Green Mountain sect. Passing through a concealed door in the gray wall, the 2 entered the Treasure Tree Pavilion. The steward who received them was around 40 years old, sporting an extremely thin mustache, with sharp, alert eyes that resembled those of a mouse, yet his demeanor was far from sly. Observing the 2 figures with their heads and faces shrouded in gray cloth, the steward smiled and said, "Might I trouble you both to reveal your faces?" Zhao Lanwei replied, "No." The steward did not insist. Instead, he gestured toward the outside of the building with a smile and inquired, "Those flying swords?" Zhao Lanwei answered, "Indeed. They are here for us." "Then you should be aware of our rules. The Treasure Tree Pavilion can only guarantee the safety of guests within these walls. Once you depart, we shall no longer intervene," the steward said, still smiling. "Of course, the first matter to ascertain is whether you are indeed our guests." Becoming a guest of the Treasure Tree Pavilion was both exceedingly simple and extraordinarily difficult. It was simple because all one needed was to offer a certain sum of wealth in exchange for a wooden token from the pavilion. With this token, anyone could bid on the treasures within, though the pavilion would claim a 20% commission. Yet it was difficult because the required sum was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Even some cultivators might struggle to produce it, drawing from their earlier experience at the inn. Zhao Lanwei turned her gaze toward Jing Jiu. After a moment's thought, Jing Jiu retrieved a handful of golden leaves and placed them before the steward. This pile of gold would have been enough to purchase a sizable estate in Chaonan City. Yet the steward's expression betrayed a faint trace of mockery. In the mortal world, gold was indeed the most coveted and valuable of things. But the treasure tree pavilion dealt primarily with cultivators, and thus was accustomed to the ways of the cultivation world. The most common currency among cultivators was not gold or silver, but spirit stones, far rarer and more precious than either. Jing Jiu was aware of spirit stones, though he had little use for them, as they were only beneficial to cultivators below the Wuzhong stage, and even then, their effects paled in comparison to the elixirs he consumed regularly. As for Zhao Lanyue, she had been supplied with an endless stream of elixirs from the Green Mountain sect since birth and had never concerned herself with such matters. She glanced at Jing Jiu and asked, "Do you have any?" Jing Jiu shook his head. The steward's smile remained, though his eyes grew colder. Then Jing Jiu withdrew a single pill from his sleeve and placed it on the table. The pill was a dull crimson, unremarkable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, it exuded a pungent aroma reminiscent of mugwort. The steward, well-versed in rare treasures from his time at the treasure tree pavilion, froze momentarily before his eyes lit up with recognition. Without delay, he fetched 2 teacups, carefully placed the dark red pill inside, and wrapped them tightly in layers of fine silk paper. Only after completing these precautions did his expression relax slightly. Zhao Lanyue's gaze flickered with surprise. This was undoubtedly an Xian Chao pill, not produced by Green Mountain Sherway Peak, but rather originating from Zhongzhou Xianhua Mountain. The steward's demeanor toward Zhao Lanwei and Jing Jiu shifted instantly, now brimming with deference, regardless of the origin of these peculiar individuals, and irrespective of whether the southern city is actively pursuing them. As long as one can present a mystic herb pill, they shall earn the respect of the Baoshu residents. The steward personally escorted the 2 to the entrance of a private chamber on the 7th floor, quietly imparting a few important instructions regarding the auction before discreetly departing. This private chamber is one of the finest in Baoshu residence. Ordinary sects would never be accommodated here unless they were represented by figures of elder status. Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue were unaware of this as they entered the room, using their swords to sweep the surroundings lightly, confirming the absence of any formation aura or prying eyes before removing the gray cloth. The decor within the chamber could hardly be described as lavish, yet it was undeniably exquisite. A pot of sparrow-tongue tea rested on the table, still emanating steam, likely brewed fresh just before they left the first floor, accompanied by several fruit plates and snacks, as well as towels both hot and cold. 2 wooden plaques lay quietly to the side. In terms of detail, Baoshu residents indeed excelled. However, Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue were dissatisfied, for this chamber was designated as Room Y, whereas they had stayed in Room A the previous night at the Shangzhou Inn. "Why have we come to this place?" Jing Jiu inquired. Zhao Liyue was certainly not seeking refuge from the southern city guards by hiding here. She replied, "The current steward of Baoshu residence is the nephew of Lei Buyun." It turned out that the backing of this establishment was from Bihu Peak. And then? Jing Jiu questioned. Zhao Liyue thought to herself that he was feigning ignorance. The absence of 2 Lei soulwoods had led to Lei Buyun's tragic demise, which was undoubtedly related to the ascension of their master uncle. She continued, "Even in death, clues remain. Lei Buyun would not have dared to harbor ill intentions toward our master uncle alone. He was likely seduced by those great fiends outside Qinshan. Baoshu residence serves as a conduit between Qinshan and the outside world, and with the steward being his nephew, I suspect there are issues here." Jing Jiu pondered that perhaps those fiends were not truly fiends, and the threats might lie within the mountain itself. He further inquired, "Why do we not approach the steward directly?" Zhao Liyue replied, "Because he would not speak. He might even take his own life upon seeing us. Thus, we can only observe and see if we can uncover any traces." Jing Jiu found this quite bothersome. He truly believed there was nothing worth investigating. During his year-long contemplation in the mountain village, he had unraveled many matters, albeit lacking evidence. Such situations seldom produced proof, only individuals. Lei Buyun merely stagnated in his realm, yearning to regain power through that sword, thus swayed by that person. If inquiries were to be made, why not question that individual directly? Just like that summer night when he had approached Bihu Peak to ask the White Ghost. The question remained, how to find that person? Surely, it was impractical to visit every hot pot establishment under the sun. Yet, Jing Jiu held firm in his belief that once the other party discovered he was still alive, they would surely seek him out. At that moment, he could confront them directly and demand to know their motives. He merely wondered when that day would arrive tomorrow, or perhaps countless years later. Practitioners generally meditate at night, thus the auctions at Baoshuju are held during the day. However, the exterior walls here lack windows, giving it an appearance reminiscent of the night. The auctioneer stands on the first floor, his voice transmitted accurately to every room through a sound transmission array, while images of the auctioned items are simultaneously displayed in each chamber via a virtual mirror. First-time visitors to Baoshiju may find themselves somewhat astonished. Yet Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue remain disinterested. Although they have never attended an auction, their curiosity about what might be presented is piqued. Upon discovering that the auctioned items consist merely of ordinary mountain spirits and elixirs, their boredom intensifies. Those willing to spend lavishly on such items are likely ordinary wealthy merchants or officials. For practitioners, these commonplace items are, however, treasured elixirs for extending life. As the auction entered its 7th round, Baoshiju began to bustle with activity, although Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue still showed no signs of engagement. The item for this round was a box of spirit-calming ice flakes, a rare commodity from the northern county, with its supply largely controlled by the northern town army, adversaries of the Windblade sect, resulting in a scarce availability within the cultivation community. Just as the guests were preparing to place their bids, an aged yet gentle voice resonated through the hall. "Esteemed fellows, we are medical monks from Mashio, and we humbly seek your assistance today." No one anticipated that such a seemingly mundane auction would feature a high monk from Guqing Temple. The sound of windows being opened filled the building, followed by a chorus of greetings and salutations. Zhao Liyue, somewhat taken aback, approached the window to gaze below, where she saw 2 monks, one elderly and one young, standing together. Their robes were quite old but impeccably clean, lacking the worldly demeanor often exhibited by many practitioners, instead exuding a profound sense of tranquility and trustworthiness. Moments later, the attendees of the auction learned that these 2 monks from Guqing Temple had been invited by the Qingshan sect to combat a great demon lurking in the turbid waters. With the demon now vanquished and the Qingshan immortal having returned, the townsfolk, still terrorized by the ghostly presence, had yet to fully recover. The spirit-calming ice flakes were precisely the rare medicine required for their healing. The monks' plea for assistance was a last resort, as it is widely known that they are quite impoverished. A myriad of voices clamored in response. "Rest assured, revered monk, our Xiantian sect shall not participate in the bidding for this item." Indeed, the Zia sect echoes this sentiment. The auctioneer raised both hands, signaling the guest to remain calm, and then turned to the old monk with a solemn expression, stating, "Esteemed monk, how could Baoshiju stand idly by? The owner and the host have just communicated, and this box of spirit-calming ice flakes shall be donated by Baoshiju to Guqing Temple." This proclamation was met with a wave of applause within the hall. Suddenly, a voice, starkly contrasting the prevailing atmosphere, pierced through the air. "Since this is an auction, there must be rules. I have not yet placed a bid, yet it is being given away. Does Baoshiju no longer care for its reputation?" The auctioneer looked up towards the source of the voice, recalling the specific sect from which it came. According to the regulations of the Baoshu residence, he could not reveal the identity of the other party. With a smile, he inquired, "What brings you to speak thus, my friend?" The cold, sinister voice replied, "Do not waste words. The spirit-calming ice is something we must acquire. Let us commence the auction promptly." The steward, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of anger but composed himself, responding gently, "We are all fellow practitioners. Why resort to such intimidation?" The other man sneered, saying, "What issue is there with adhering to the rules?" The steward narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering if they were here to cause trouble, and with a frosty demeanor remarked, "You ought to be aware that this is Chownan City." "Indeed, I am well aware this is Chownan City," the man in the 8th floor room mocked. "Why not simply declare the illustrious name of the Qingshan sect?" The steward retorted coldly. "And what of it? Do you dare show disrespect towards the Qingshan sect?" "Certainly not. Yet do you truly believe the Qingshan sect would interfere on your behalf? I am quite curious where you derive such audacity, given that Baoshu residents remain so brazen." The man chuckled coldly. The steward's expression shifted, finally grasping the source of the other party's boldness. 2 years prior, the Qingshan sect had fallen from grace. How did they come to know of this? "As for audacity, none could rival your Sandu sect, which dares to contend with the Guqing Temple in our Nanha prefecture." The steward could no longer concern himself with so-called rules and, with a cold laugh, revealed the origins of his adversary. If the Sandu sect insisted on acquiring the spirit-calming ice, let them face the Guqing Temple directly. Upon hearing the name of the Sandu sect, whispers arose among the onlookers. The Sandu sect was a Western sword faction, not particularly renowned, but as a vassal of the Kunlun sect, few dared provoke them. The window of the room was pushed open, and a cold-faced middle-aged man stood at the sill, casting a disdainful glance at the steward below before addressing the elder monk of the Guqing Temple, saying, "Master, I must inform you that it is not our intention to oppose your esteemed temple. Rather, our young lord is gravely ill and requires the spirit-calming ice for treatment. We simply cannot yield. The middle-aged man was brusque with the Baoshu residents, but displayed respect towards the Guocheng temple. Many present were puzzled by his words. The spirit-calming ice was not genuinely rare. It was merely that recently, the appearance of the ghostly-eyed fish in Chaonan City had caused the populace to suffer from the soul-devouring illness, prompting the Guocheng temple to intervene personally. As a vassal of the Kunlun sect, which maintained close ties with the Northern Divine Army, how could the Sandu sect's young master be unable to obtain this medicine? Understanding the thoughts of the crowd, the middle-aged man explained, "Our young lord came to Nanha Prefecture for leisure, but unfortunately fell victim to the flower poison in Yangqing." An uproar ensued, for it seemed everyone recognized the origins of this flower poison. If it were indeed the work of that ruthless female cultivator. The plight of the Sandu sect's young master was truly lamentable. The flower poison does not lead to death but induces unbearable itching and discomfort. However, with sufficient willpower, one could endure for 10 days and recover on their own. The real question remained, how could the Sandu sect allow their young master to suffer such inhumane torment? Spirit-fixing ice flakes must undoubtedly be taken with us, declared the middle-aged man. As he spoke, there was surprisingly little dissent from those within the hall. Compassion is essential. Yet in the eyes of cultivators, the lives of mortals truly hold little significance, especially when weighed against their own. The venerable monk from Guocheng Temple, naturally opposed to this notion, remained somewhat inarticulate, merely shaking his head with a sigh. In the 7th-floor chamber, Zhao Liyue expressed her confusion, asking, "Why is this minor sect unafraid of Guocheng Temple?" Jing Jiu replied, "The monks are of a benevolent temperament." This referred to the temple's manner of conduct, or rather, the reputation it had cultivated over countless years in the world of cultivation. However, this sentiment was only applicable within the confines of South City. Had it been in the northern lands, who would dare show even the slightest disrespect to Guocheng Temple? If the Sandu sect dared to contest Guocheng Temple for medicinal herbs, they would likely be torn to shreds by an enraged populace on the spot. The Windblade sect would certainly not sit idly by, possibly even seeking retribution from Kunlun. Although the cultivators in the hall tacitly agreed with the middle-aged man's assertion, this was still South City, where the high monks of Guocheng Temple required medicine to save lives. They would not simply stand by as sword cultivators from the west easily absconded with the herbs. As the auction commenced, many bids were placed, and soon the spirit-fixing ice flakes exceeded their rightful value. The Sandu sect was undeterred, continuously raising their offers regardless of the prices announced. Kunlun Mountain housed numerous crystal mines. While the Sandu sect may not be as affluent as the Kunlun sect, they certainly had no shortage of crystals. As time passed, the price of the spirit-fixing ice flakes escalated, forcing various sects to gradually withdraw, even if they wished to use the ice flakes to foster goodwill with Guocheng Temple. They had to reconsider the exorbitant price, just as it appeared that the spirit-fixing ice flakes were destined for the Sandu sect. The steward suddenly beamed with a smile and declared, "Room Xuanzi has offered a Xian grass pill." At this declaration, the hall fell silent for a moment, followed by a surge of astonishment. The Xian grass pill was a renowned delicacy from Xianhua Mountain in Central State, said to require a small celestial copper furnace for its precise concoction. In terms of both efficacy and value, the Xian grass pill far surpassed the spirit-fixing ice flakes by 100-fold. Why would the occupants of that room be willing to exchange such a valuable item for the ice flakes? Could it be that they, too, sought to curry favor with the esteemed monks of Guocheng Temple? Yet, such a price seemed excessively steep. The members of the Sandu sect were equally taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The middle-aged man scoffed, signaling for no further bids, and retreated to his seat, lost in contemplation. As the situation unfolded unexpectedly, none anticipated that the spirit-fixing ice flakes would find their ultimate fate thus. Curiously, the window of the 7th-floor room remained shut, suggesting that its occupant had no intention of meeting with the monks of Guocheng Temple. The steward overseeing the auction personally delivered the spirit-fixing ice flakes to Room Xuanzi, exercising utmost caution and humility, avoiding any gaze towards Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue. As the two prepared to depart, the steward reverently presented a small wooden box with both hands. Jing Jiu accepted the box and opened it. Zhao Liyue glanced over and recognized the Zuanko Dan, quickly grasping the intentions of Bao Shiju, which left her rather satisfied. The steward quietly offered a few more suggestions, proposing that they linger a while longer to await the master for a meeting. Both Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue understood his insinuation but chose to disregard it. The auction was proving rather dull, evidently devoid of any leads, so remaining there seemed pointless. Observing the two figures descending the hallway, the steward pondered the origin of these peculiar individuals, realizing he must promptly inform the master. Today was originally orchestrated as a performance by Bao Shiju, and upon learning that the medical monk from Gucheng Temple required spirit ice, the general outline of the act was established. They had hoped to leverage this event to enhance Bao Shiju's reputation, providing a favorable account for the celestial master arriving from Qingshan in a few days. However, they had not anticipated the sudden emergence of the Sandu sect, which nearly altered the script entirely. The steward further reflected that since those two had not transferred the ice to the medical monk through him, did they intend to pursue the matter privately? Not far from Bao Shiju, Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue were intercepted by members of the Sandu sect. It had been many years since Jing Jiu had faced such a situation, while Zhao Liyue had only encountered similar tales in books, finding it utterly uninspiring and quite tedious. She regarded them and asked earnestly, "Do you wish to die?" Before the Sandu sect members could utter their threats, they were momentarily taken aback by her question. Observing these two figures clad in gray cloth, the middle-aged man felt a shiver down his spine and extended his consciousness to probe them. He discerned that the taller one was merely an ordinary individual, while the realm of the speaking woman was somewhat indeterminate. Yet, given her youthful voice, how formidable could she truly be? They were nothing more than timid rattlings afraid to show their faces. One disciple of the Sandu sect remarked, "This morning, the city guard sounded the alarm. It is likely you they seek to apprehend." The middle-aged man, observing the reactions of Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue, became increasingly convinced of this deduction, which eased his spirits momentarily, only to ignite his murderous intent thereafter. In a place like Chaonan City, even cultivators were wary of indiscriminate killing, but if the victims were already in the shadows, who would care? Abandoning the notion of demanding medicine, the middle-aged man smiled at Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue, stating, "Your gravest error was failing to deliver the medicine to those two monks while still in Bao Shiju." He then earnestly commanded his disciples, "Eliminate them, but be careful not to damage the medicine." Several flying swords shot forth, soaring towards the narrow alley, aimed directly at Zhao Liyue. As the swords approached her, they suddenly produced multiple afterimages, blooming like flowers, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which blade was real. This was the renowned Sandu sect's Sanhua sword technique. Known for its elusive nature, ordinary cultivators often fell victim to a single strike, if unprepared. Zhao Liyue waved her hand, summoning the fusy sword, which spiraled around her in a rapid dance, invisible to the naked eye, leaving only a trail of crimson in its wake. With several crisp sounds, the flying swords shattered into fragments, cascading to the ground with a melodic jingle. The disciples of the Sandu sect had their flying swords shattered, and the heart of their swords was gravely damaged. Unable to withstand the impact any longer, they coughed up blood and collapsed. The fusy sword hovered silently before Zhao Liyue. She had no intention of discerning which sword shadow was real. She simply struck at them all. The middle-aged man, sensing the aura emanating from the crimson flying sword, turned pale with shock. Such oppressive force he had never experienced even while wielding the sect leader's sword. Could this be the legendary divine weapon? Who on earth were they? Zhao Liyue cast a glance at Jing Jiu. At this moment, they were less than 10 paces away from the Sandu sect members. Within this distance, even those at the Qingyi realm could wield their swords to launch an attack. Jing Jiu remarked, "It has been many years since I last took a life." Zhao Liyue inquired, "What were you doing when we first met?" Jing Jiu understood she was not referring to the moment he leaped in front of her, but rather to the subsequent encounter when he had just severed the head of Zhuo Yi from Bai Hushan. As their brief conversation unfolded, the middle-aged man from the Sandu sect finally regained his senses, summoning his flying sword in preparation to flee. Confirming that Jing Jiu had no intention of attacking, Zhao Liyue shook her head and pointed her right hand towards the air. The fusy sword surged forth. A brilliant scarlet light illuminated the verdant trees lining the alley. The middle-aged man plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the alley, his body and head severed, leaving a large pool of blood. The radiant sword light swiftly returned, akin to a bolt of lightning, arriving before Zhao Liyue once more. The alley echoed with several soft sounds as the disciples of the Sandu sect, who were writhing in agony and bleeding profusely, could feel no more pain as their heads fell from their bodies. Zhao Liyue approached the corpses, scanning them with her sword since before crouching down to search for items on the lifeless bodies. Observing this scene, Jing Jiu felt a sense of admiration. recognizing that the young girl was far more formidable than he had been at her age. The sword fire departed from the fusy sword, descending upon the dismembered corpses, instantly reducing them to ashes. Jing Jiu suddenly pondered how those disciples in the verdant mountains, who regarded Zhao Liyue as a celestial being, would react upon witnessing such a scene. Zhao Liyue seemed to sense his thoughts and stated, "What others think is of no concern to me." Jing Jiu refrained from pursuing the topic and instead remarked, "Sword fire cannot entirely erase traces. The ashes of those bodies still linger, and the cultivation world possesses numerous methods to uncover clues. For instance, the bloodstains on the walls. Some sects excel in the connection between realms and can deduce the initial scene through these remnants using Taoist techniques. Shuewa Monastery is particularly adept at this." Zhao Liyue replied, "I do not intend to destroy the evidence. I merely worry about the many dead in the alley. What if it frightens passing children? To kill without flinching could be deemed ruthless." Yet her awareness of these details indicated a genuine affection for the world. Jing Jiu mused that she bore some resemblance to his senior brother from years past and instinctively asked, "Are there any renowned hot pot restaurants in Nashan City?" When it comes to hot pot, the most famous establishments are undoubtedly in Izhou. In the northern regions, there exists a distinct style of hot pot, markedly different from the spicy flavors of Izhou, often seasoned with sesame paste, as exemplified by the establishment known as Shilai Ju in Chaoga City. However, for the residents of Chaonan City, the premier hot pot venue is undoubtedly Hongmao Jai. The culinary approach of Hongmao Jai leans towards the northern style, lacking the freshly fried crispy meat. Zhao Liyue felt somewhat discontented and thus ordered 7 plates of her childhood favorite, fresh-cut lamb. Jing Jiu opted for merely a few slices of vegetables, as the white broth here aligned perfectly with his preferences. Not far from Hongmao Jai, in a rather inconspicuous alley, there stands a humble earthen temple. 2 medical monks from Guoqing Temple have resided here for an extended period. At this moment, the elder monk was lost in thought, staring at a small box in his hands. Without needing to open it, he could discern from the aroma that it contained the calming ice flakes he desperately sought. The younger monk, recalling the fleeting swordlight that delivered the medicine box into the temple, shivered involuntarily and inquired, "Master, should we notify the authorities?" The elder monk shook his head, responding, "It is a fellow practitioner." The younger monk paused, momentarily taken aback, and after a brief reflection, uncertainly asked, "Is it a companion from the Qingshan sect?" The elder monk nodded. The younger monk considered the events that had transpired in Baoshuju and realized why the individuals in that 7th-floor room could effortlessly produce a Xian Chao Dan. He exclaimed, "With Chaoan City so close to Qingshan, how dare the Sandu sect behave so audaciously? They truly know no bounds." From the sword light, the elder monk deduced the identity of the medicine bearer and shook his head at his disciples' remarks, pondering that the Qingshan sect had always maintained a low profile. Hence the young monk's words were misplaced. He wondered about Lu Shisui's current circumstances. The younger monk reminisced about the days spent fighting alongside the disciples of the Qingshan sect in the murky waters and remarked, "Though he is young, he is undoubtedly a natural-born Dao seed, far surpassing me. Moreover, he remained remarkably composed in the face of that monster. It is indeed admirable." The elder monk replied with serenity, "Calmness often stems from courage, and friends from the Qingshan sect have never been lacking in that regard." The younger monk, somewhat concerned, said, "But why did he ultimately faint? I searched for a long time, yet I could not ascertain the source of his injury." Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the temple. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in official attire, followed by a dozen soldiers who kept the curious onlookers at bay. The younger monk recognized him as a dignitary from the Qingtian Sea stationed in Chaonan City and promptly rose to pay his respects. This middle-aged man, surnamed Shi and named Fengchun, held significant authority within the Qingtian Sea, overseeing all matters pertaining to the cultivation community in Chaonan City. Shi Fengchun returned the greeting to the younger monk and then turned respectfully to the elder monk, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, master." Most officials of the Qingtian Sea were practitioners or had affiliations with cultivation sects, and Shi Fengchun was no exception. According to sect hierarchy, he should refer to the elder monk as his granduncle, yet out of respect for his official status, he deemed it more appropriate to address him as master. The elder monk kindly inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, Sir Shi?" Shi Fengchun forced a smile and said, "It is regrettable for the master to learn that today, in the southern city, 2 incidents have occurred in succession, a breach of the city and a murder, both perpetrated by practitioners." The old monk, perplexed, inquired, "Could this matter possibly be related to us?" With the temple doors securely shut, ensuring their conversation remained private. Shi Fengchen replied directly, "Members of the three capitals sect have perished." The young monk gasped in astonishment, casting a glance at the old monk. Shi Fengchen continued. "They were the very individuals who sought the spirit-calming ice chips at Baoshu residence." A look of compassion crossed the old monk's face as he asked, "Where might their remains be found? I wish to recite a passage of the Rebirth Sutra for their farewell." Shi Fengchen, with a bitter smile, replied, "Their bodies have been reduced to ashes. The assailant was exceedingly ruthless." The old monk responded, "Do you suspect me and my disciple? Such words seem unfounded." Shi Fengchen feigned displeasure, saying, "Who in this world would dare question the virtue of Gucheng Temple?" The young monk pondered. "If not for the matter of the spirit-calming ice chips, why would you seek us regarding the deaths of members of the three capitals sect?" Ultimately, the ice chips were acquired by two individuals from the Xuanzi room. Shi Fengchen turned to the young monk, earnestly asking, "Might you know the origins of those two individuals?" The young monk, his expression growing serious, recalled the murderous intent concealed within the sword light that had accompanied the previous delivery of medicine and began to unravel the truth. At that moment, the old monk suddenly interjected, "Were there indeed two individuals?" Indeed, those two were masked in gray cloth, and even the steward of Baoshu residence could not discern their true identities. Shi Fengchen continued to gaze at the young monk, smiling as he inquired, "Have you perhaps encountered them?" The young monk had already concluded that the assailants must be disciples of the Qingshan sect, yet he was reluctant to speak. Bound by the vows of a monk, such matters must remain unspoken, the old monk declared suddenly. Shi Fengchen paused, pondering if this was a test of wit. The young monk swallowed his words, casting an anxious glance at his master. He suddenly realized that the box containing the spirit-calming ice chips had vanished. Uncertain of where his master had concealed it. Forgive me," the old monk said, glancing at the young monk before turning back to Shi Fengchen. "My disciple is currently engaged in silent meditation." Shi Fengchen feigned enlightenment, saying, "We truly do not know who those two individuals are." The old monk added, "I apologize for my inability to provide any leads." Shi Fengchen let out a bitter laugh, fully aware of the underlying issues yet hesitant to probe further. He performed a deep bow and exited the temple. Once the sounds from outside the temple gradually subsided, the young monk finally exhaled, sitting down on the ground. The old monk sighed, "I hope this matter does not bring trouble to our friends." The young monk wished to speak, but, recalling his master's earlier instruction, sealed his lips and made muffled sounds, appearing quite anxious. The old monk understood his intent and said, "Continue your silent meditation for now. We shall discuss your departure from the southern city when the time is right." As the night deepened, Hongmazai had already closed its doors. In a nearby inn, within the esteemed room A, Zhao Luyue sat cross-legged on the floor, immersed in tranquil contemplation, while her sword hung above her head, gently rotating. Jing Jiu had already arrived outside the southern city and reached the midpoint of the Tongtian Bridge, the highest point. The starlight illuminated the river's surface, its tumultuous flow undiminished, heightening the sense of peril. Jing Jiu withdrew his sword intent and leaped into the abyss below, the river erupting in a cascade of splashes before swiftly settling, drawing no attention. The water was exceedingly murky, and with the night deepening, visibility was nearly non-existent. Yet, it could not obscure Jing Jiu's keen sight. After a prolonged submersion in the frigid, rushing waters, he arrived at a secluded corner of the river's heart, where the current had softened considerably, though the pressure was immense and the chill pervasive. Even a master of swordsmanship in the unadorned realm would struggle to linger here for long. Had he not possessed a unique physique, he would never have been able to dive so deep to locate the ghostly-eyed catfish. Alas, the ghostly-eyed catfish was already dead, towering 3 stories high, its forelimbs resembling fins. Its skin smooth and dark-hued, it lay embedded in the depths of the cliff, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Akin to the most ordinary of rocks, no wonder the disciples of the Qingshan sect had failed to locate its corpse. As Jing Jiu floated before the catfish, he observed numerous sword wounds on its neck and head, its eyes tightly shut, stained with bluish blood that had not been washed away by the river, suggesting injuries inflicted by the flying swords of the Qingshan disciples. The wounds around its eyes, however, appeared to have been caused by some form of aerial martial arts. Indeed, it had been nurtured by someone. Jing Jiu's gaze fell upon 2 iron chains, and he pondered silently. These chains bound the posterior of the catfish tightly, with the other end presumably anchored in the deepest recess of the cliff. As he drifted through the dark waters, Jing Jiu circled the massive form of the catfish, finding no new revelations beyond the existing sword wounds. He unsheathed his iron sword and aimed for the top of the catfish's head, but the blade slipped, veering off course. Truly, it was a legendary beast from the abyss that had traversed the Western Sea. Even in death, its skin remained tougher than steel, impervious to ordinary flying swords. Jing Jiu's iron sword, gifted by Master Mo of the Shirway Peak, though not a renowned blade, possessed its own merits. Yet it lacked the necessary sharpness. The dark waters trembled slightly. If one could listen closely beneath the surface, they might hear the buzzing of a swarm of bees, emanating from the silver bracelet on his wrist. Ignoring it, Jing Jiu floated to the catfish's front and lowered his right hand. A straight and distinct fissure appeared on the catfish's remarkably resilient skin, widening progressively until the inner membrane and cartilage were revealed. With a soft pop, Jing Jiu used both hands to tear open the cartilage atop the catfish's head. Gazing into the empty Dan chamber, he concluded that the demon fruit was indeed absent. Thus, the myriad strange phenomena surrounding Lu Shisui, burning with fever and the snow transforming into vapor, coupled with his prolonged state of unconsciousness, found their explanations. Jing Jiu arrived at the riverbank, where the water cascaded down like a waterfall from his white attire. Soldiers atop the southern city wall were in a frenzy, oblivious to the unfolding events. A fleeting glance in their direction revealed to Jing Jiu the source of their alarm. It was likely the commotion caused by Zhao Liyue's departure on her sword. He refrained from responding to her inquiry regarding his purpose in Chaoyang City, for she was not mistaken in her assumptions. The events surrounding Lu Shisui had all been anticipated, yet he felt compelled to witness them for himself to find solace. Zhao Liyue inquired, "Have you found what you were seeking?" Jing Jiu responded affirmatively. She did not press further. He regarded her and asked, "Will you continue your investigation?" She nodded in agreement. This matter was, in truth, unrelated to the Thunder Soul Wood. Jing Jiu remarked, "Should the ascension fail, the fault lies solely with the formation." Zhao Liyue replied, "If Lei Poyan dared to pilfer the Thunder Soul Wood beneath Bai Wang, he would not hesitate to tamper with the materials of the formation." While these two matters were distinct, her rationale held merit. Jing Jiu asserted, "The formation resides atop Shima Peak. He cannot meddle with it." Zhao Liu amused, recalling that she had seen no trace of any formation at the peak, not even a whisper of residual energy. Vanishing Smoke was the name of that formation. Jing Jiu stated, "It leaves behind no trace." Zhao Liyue remarked, "Vanishing Smoke, such an ominous name." Jing Jiu replied, "For practitioners, ascension signifies death for those remaining in this world. It is hardly a joyous affair." After a moment of silence, Zhao Liyue reflected, "No wonder. Upon the ascension of our master uncle, very few among the 9 peaks of Qinshan felt truly elated." Jing Jiu remained silent. Zhao Liyue continued, "If the materials are sound, how could the formation possibly fail? Perhaps the formation learned by Jing Angjinren was flawed from the outset." Jing Jiu smiled, though his smile was somewhat muted. As they departed from the southern city, traversing the mountains, their exact whereabouts became uncertain. Meanwhile, Lu Shisui finally regained consciousness on the other side of Qinshan. His feverish skin returned to a normal temperature, his consciousness remained intact, and he appeared unchanged. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, when he gazed into the bronze mirror, he occasionally glimpsed a striking red hue deep within his pupils. The following day, Lu Shisui was imprisoned in the sword prison. No matter how incensed Elder Bai Rujing became, she could not alter the decision of Shanda Peak, which harbored suspicions that Lu Shisui had secretly consumed the demon core of the ghostly-eyed Ling during the tumultuous battle against the demons in the murky waters. Consuming a demon core could expedite a practitioner's ascension, but it would likely taint their Dao heart, leading them to the brink of madness. For the orthodox sect of the Xianmen, such an act was utterly intolerable, and for the Qinshan sect, it constituted a grave violation of the sword laws. Even though Lu Shisui is the prodigious hope of the sect, should he truly commit such an act, even the lightest punishment would entail the forfeiture of his cultivation and expulsion from Qinshan. In the ensuing days, the Shanda Peak subjected Lu Shisui to an exceedingly harsh interrogation, ultimately resorting to torture. However, the outcome of the inquiry proved to be somewhat unexpected. At the banks of the murky waters, Lu Shisui suddenly fell into a deep unconsciousness, his body burning with fever and exhibiting a rapid pulse, all of which indicated that he had indeed ingested a demon's core. Yet, despite the thorough examinations by the masters of Shirway Peak and the pulse readings conducted by Qi Yin with his sword intent, no direct evidence could be found within Lu Shisui's body. Logically, in the absence of evidence, one would expect his release. However, given the peculiarities of the case, Shanda Peak was unwilling to close the matter. Yuan Shijing personally ordered that Lu Shisui remain confined in the sword prison, forbidding any visits. By this point, both Elder Bai Rujing and the younger disciples of Liang Wang Peak had come to accept the judgment of Shanda Peak, leading to no one seeking to visit Lu Shisui. Regardless of the torture inflicted by Shangda Peak, Lu Shisui maintained his silence, enduring immense suffering without uttering a single curse. He sat quietly in the pitch-black cell, his scarred face etched with defiance, yet profoundly alone. The 9 peaks of Qingshan were taken aback. At the banks of Shijian Creek, discussions surrounding this incident were frequent, ranging from disbelief to sympathy, yet the majority were marked by indifference and disdain. Such indifference and disdain stemmed from disappointment in Lu Shisui. Given his esteemed status within the sect, how could he be so reckless as to disturb his own path? Gu Qing, practicing swordsmanship at Shenma Peak, received the news somewhat late. By the time he learned of the incident, Lu Shisui had already been imprisoned for over 10 days. He sensed something amiss, for he had interacted with Lu Shisui on several occasions and could not believe that he would resort to consuming a demon's core. If Lu Shisui remained confined in the dark sword prison for an extended period, his path of cultivation would face severe setbacks, potentially leading to a complete cessation. However, as merely a guest disciple of Shenma Peak, how could he assist Lu Shisui? At that moment, he recalled a phrase that Jing Jiu had uttered before departing. If there is trouble, seek the monkey. Gu Qing was a perceptive individual and had long deciphered the meaning behind those words. To many, the bond between Jing Jiu and Lu Shisui appeared to be waning. Yet only Gu Qing understood the true nature of their relationship, exemplified by the bamboo and the directives given. He was certain that for Jing Jiu, the affairs of Qingshan's 9 peaks revolved solely around Lu Shisui. Thus, the implication of that statement was clear. If Lu Shisui were in peril, one should seek the monkey. Stepping outside the wooden cabin, Gu Qing struck the tree trunk with his fist a few times, then let out a series of cries. The forest responded with the rustling of branches and the calls of monkeys. A dozen or so monkeys gathered around the wooden cabin, encircling him. While Gu Qing had learned to mimic the calls of monkeys, it did not mean he could convey the matter effectively through such sounds. He gazed at the monkeys and, speaking slowly with clear enunciation, recounted the situation from beginning to end. The monkeys, agitated, scratched their ears and gestured towards him, chattering incessantly. Gu Qing was aware that they were berating him. He spread his hands in a gesture of innocence, pondering, what can I possibly do? A little monkey climbed through the window into the wooden cabin, snatched a piece of paper, and began to wave it incessantly. Gu Qing smacked his forehead, reflecting on his own foolishness. The monkeys, with arms outstretched, wore expressions of feigned innocence, as if to say, did you not realize? After preparing the ink and laying out the blank paper, Gu Qing found himself at a loss regarding what to write, for he had no idea to whom this letter would eventually be delivered. After much deliberation, he settled on a few simple sentences, not forgetting to wield the pen with his left hand. I do not know who you are. In any case, I entrust the matter of Lu Shisui to you. The following day, Lu Shisui was released. Both the ordinary disciples by the shores of Shijian Creek and the residents of Jiufeng were taken aback. Shanda Peak offered no explanation. No one came to welcome Lu Shisui upon his return to Tianguang Peak. Instead, he was met with a multitude of unfamiliar gazes. Late at night, Gu Han arrived. For the sake of righteousness in the world, some sacrifices are worthwhile. Gu Han's hand rested on his shoulder, offering consolation as he said. The senior brother intended to come personally, but was concerned about how it would appear to others. Lu Shisui inquired, why did Shanda Peak release me? This is far earlier than planned. Gu Han replied, it was, of course, due to the words of our esteemed master. The realization that this matter had been orchestrated by the sect leader himself weighed heavily on Lu Shisui shoulders. After Gu Han departed, he sat by the window, gazing at the oil lamp in silence for a long while. Suddenly, he felt a deep longing for Jing Jiu, or perhaps for the days spent in the small mountain village, by the pond, beneath the great tree, listening to the sounds of cicadas. Time flew by, and 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The world remained largely unchanged, with not much time for significant transformation. The underworld was eerily quiet. It had been a long while since any trace of soul flames had been seen under the sunlight. The snow country was also silent. It seemed even the bloodthirsty ice monsters, renowned for their brutality, required a respite following the fierce battles. The people and military of the northern county, along with the solitary figure wielding a blade against the wind and snow, finally welcomed a complete year devoid of conflict. There were no significant events overseas either. It was merely heard that a divine ship from Palai Island, while exploring the secret realm of Mingquan, one of the three great whirlpools, unexpectedly encountered a fierce gale and began to sink. Fortunately, it managed to escape the clutches of the great whirlpool, only to collide with an iceberg. Had it not been for a certain hero from another continent crossing the sea to offer assistance, that divine ship would likely have plunged into the frigid depths. When this tale reached the Chaotian continent, many dismissed it as absurd nonsense, for apart from those cultivators of the breaking sea realm and above, few could comprehend the intricacies of the story, such as what it meant for a hero to cross the sea, or how one individual could rescue a vessel as heavy as mountains. This is not unusual. People often only believe in what they wish to believe. Even to this day, some mortals persist in the notion that cultivators do not exist, adhering to the same reasoning. Regardless of whether people believe it or not, certain events are destined to unfold. For instance, Haizhou City is about to host yet another grand banquet organized by the esteemed Shi Wang-sun. Concurrently, within a clandestine government office in the city, a meeting is convening. The winter season is nearing its conclusion. Snowfall has ceased in Chaoga City, while Haizhou, situated by the Western Sea, enjoys a temperate climate, reminiscent of spring's intoxicating charm. Observing the indifferent faces of the cultivators, Shi Fengchen suddenly yearns for intoxication, wishing to escape such thoughts. Yet it has been 2 years since he last indulged in alcohol following his reassignment. He is acutely aware that had it not been for the upcoming banquet, the Jing Jiu and his influence alone would not have sufficed to summon so many practitioners, let alone disciples from the prominent sections. I have held my position for 2 years, Shi Fengchen remarked to the assembly of cultivators, his expression devoid of joy. Aside from a couple of uninformed disciples from lesser sects who offered their congratulations, the others remained unresponsive. Although cultivators respect the royal family, they hold little regard for court officials, even if Shi Fengchen is not an ordinary bureaucrat. Moreover, his promotion from the supervisor of Chaonan City to deputy inspector of the Qingtian Sea might appear as an advancement, yet many are cognizant of the underlying reasons. As deputy inspector, I am tasked with this very case. If I fail to apprehend those two fiends this time, my fate will be sealed. Shi Fengchen's gaze swept over the crowd as he continued, I possess no significant influence over your sects, yet if my demise is imminent, it may be prudent to exert my final efforts to sway the court's allocation of resources. Upon hearing this, the cultivators from major sects, such as Days, remained impassive, while those from smaller sects exhibited signs of anxiety. Whether it be crystal stones or other resources, their distribution is jointly determined by the court alongside the Zhengzhou sect, Qishan sect, Days, and Shihai. The major sects are not concerned about diminishing their offerings, but what of the smaller sects? Should Shi Fengchen decide to act decisively before his departure, even a mere reduction of 10% in crystal stone supplies could have a profound impact on these lesser sections. One cultivator from a minor sect, his face etched with worry, implored, My lord, please articulate your directives plainly, rather than with such circumlocution. Shi Fengchen clarified, My intent is abundantly clear. The court's formidable figures are either stationed in Chaoga City or engaged in combat against the Snow Country's forces within the Northern Army. Presently, the Qingtian Sea is but a hollow shell, utterly incapable of dealing with those two fiends. Thus, I must shamelessly beseech your assistance. A surprised cultivator inquired, What exactly is the origin of these two fiends? No one possesses the answer. Shi Fengchen waved his hand, and a beam of azure light illuminated the wall, revealing a white surface upon which appeared densely packed lines of text. Their initial act of violence occurred in Shangzhou, where the two fiends murdered 4 individuals. Subsequent investigations revealed they had never even encountered the victims, suggesting a random act of violence. Following that, in Chaonan City, they claimed the lives of 4 disciples from the Sandu sect, leaving behind some clues. Shi Fengchen continued, In the subsequent 2 years, these 2 malevolent beings perpetrated a series of heinous acts, claiming the lives of over 70 individuals, including innocent commoners and practitioners alike. Most of their murders were devoid of reason, executed with the same seemingly arbitrary cruelty as their initial crime, revealing the brutality of their natures. Many turned their attention to the case in Chaonan City, instinctively glancing towards an elderly man seated in the center. This venerable figure, with his flowing white hair and profound aura, was He Zhichong, an elder of the Kunlun sect. It was particularly noteworthy that a member of the Kunlun sect, which had never participated in the Four Seas banquet, was present, suggesting a connection to the events in Chaonan City. He Zhichong remained silent. The Sandu sect was a vassal of the Kunlun sect. Had only a few low-ranking disciples been slain, he would have remained uninvolved. However, The young master of the Sandu sect had suffered considerable distress due to this incident and, harboring resentment, persuaded the sect's leader to seek assistance from Kunlun, thus compelling Hu Jichong to make this journey. Someone inquired, what was the realm of those two malevolent beings? Shifeng replied, in early autumn last year, Master Zhu Gui, the abbot of the Black Dragon Temple, was slain by these fiends across a green mountain. I fear they have already reached the middle realm of Wuzhong. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembly varied. Master Zhu Gui's reputation was notoriously foul. He had swindled countless affluent merchants and even preyed upon the meager resources of impoverished citizens seeking medical aid. There were also rumors of his illicit affairs with the wives of others, committing heinous acts without remorse. Yet, given his past connections with a certain imperial concubine, various sects had refrained from intervening. It was only now, listening to Shifeng, that they understood the true reason behind Master Zhu Gui's untimely demise. Shifeng recognized the thoughts swirling in their minds, furrowing his brow as he chose not to elaborate further, stating, these two malevolent beings leave no survivors, thus offering scant clues. All we know is that one is tall and the other short, one male and one female, both cloaked in gray fabric, wielding flying swords. What thoughts do you all have on this matter? Yet, with such limited clues, what insight could they possibly glean? An uncomfortable silence fell over the gathering. In any case, it bears no relevance to us, remarked a middle-aged man of dark complexion, a practitioner from the Great Marsh, known by the monikers Weiyusher. The assembly thought to themselves that his words were rather redundant. Practitioners from the Great Marsh, specializing in wind and rain techniques, had little bearing on their affairs. As Weiyusher continued, since they wield swords with such proficiency, they must belong to factions such as the Neverold Forest, the Ungrateful Sect, or the West Sea. Shifeng shook his head, responding, although the assassins from the Neverold Forest are insidious and ruthless, their methods do not exhibit such blatant audacity. As for the Ungrateful Sect, he left his sentence unfinished, yet the others grasped his implication. In recent years, the Ungrateful Sect had faced intense suppression from the West Sea, leaving them little inclination to stir up trouble in the world. Logically speaking, the strength of the Ungrateful Sect was comparable to that of the West Sea Sword Sect, with the former's foundation far surpassing that of the latter. However, the West Sea possessed a sword deity, rendering them unable to retaliate. Regarding the West Sea, although no sword practitioners from the West Sea were present, they were in Haizhou, a region dominated by the West Sea. Who would dare to speak out against them? Suddenly, someone interjected, why is no one suspecting the Qing Mountain sect? The earliest incident occurred in Shangzhou, followed by Chaonan City, both within the domain of the Qing Mountain sect. The assembly was taken aback, pondering the audacity of this individual to challenge the Qing Mountain sect. As the identity of the individual became clear, the crowd finally understood the reason behind it. The person was named Zhu Jie, the secular brother of Zhu Gui, the slain abbot of the Black Dragon Temple, and a renowned solitary cultivator from Zhangzhou, known to have amicable ties with the Western Sea Sword sect. Contemplating these matters, the eyes of the onlookers naturally gravitated towards an inconspicuous corner where two young men sat. Clad in azure sword robes, they remained silent throughout, exuding an air of modesty. The composed one was named Yu Songzan, the 11th disciple of the two Forget Peaks of the Qingshan sect. The younger disciple, Lin Yang, was currently studying swordsmanship at Shiwei Peak and had accompanied Yao Songzan for practical training. Yao Songzan glanced in that direction, his gaze sharp as if wielding a true sword. Yet he remained silent. Lin Liang, unable to restrain himself, fixed his gaze on Zhu Jie and boldly asked, do you wish to die? The spectators clearly perceived that this young disciple of Qingshan sect, possessing only the acquiescence realm, was ostensibly no match for Zhu Jie. Yet, for reasons unknown, his declaration infused an ominous sense that should he draw his sword, Zhu Jie would surely meet a bloody end. Was this the sword intent of the Qingshan sect? Zhu Jie's complexion paled, for in his haste to establish connections with a certain attendant beside the Western King's son, he had arrived later than intended and was oblivious to the presence of Qingshan's sect. Upon hearing the words, he was engulfed by regret and resentment. Why must the esteemed Qingshan sect linger in that dim corner, remaining silent and feigning humility? He hastily remarked. The left-rein envoy of days smiled at Yao Songzan, saying, you want to reconsider that catchphrase of yours. It sounds rather intimidating, given the amicable relations between the Qingshan sect and days. Yao Songzan nodded respectfully and refrained from further comment. Observing this scene, Shifeng sighed inwardly and lightly waved his sleeve, replacing the image on the wall. It was a greatly magnified map, marked with red dots indicating the locations of each murder, which were then connected into a line. A cultivator inquired in confusion. Why did those two fiends veer from Shangzhou to South City and then head northward, only to turn westward again in Yuzhou? It seems they have made a grand detour starting from Nanheshu. Where are they truly headed? What do they intend to accomplish? Another posed an even more perplexing question. Why did they not employ their swords? We too find these questions perplexing, yet we have no answers, Shi Fengchen replied. All I know is that if they continue along this trajectory, they will soon appear in Haizhou City. He added, if they dare to commit further atrocities. Do you not think these numerous celestial masters can apprehend them? The Qi Tian division chose to position the encirclement in Haizhou precisely because the Four Seas banquet was imminent, attracting many righteous cultivators. But what if they arrive in Haizhou and refrain from making a move? Someone queried. Shi Fengchen paused thoughtfully before responding. Then we must request the esteemed experts from the Western Sea Fortune Pavilion to lend their assistance. The atmosphere in the hall once again descended into silence when suddenly a voice resonated. The gathering of friends began to ponder. Had anyone noticed that those two individuals had traversed a long path, vanquishing numerous monsters along the way? The unspoken words lingered in the air, yet all understood the implication that those slain were not paragons of virtue, including the abominable master Zhu Gui of Hiling Temple. This common knowledge remained unvoiced among the assembly. When they discerned that the speaker was the young medical monk from Guicheng Temple, an air of inevitability enveloped the crowd. Elder He Jicheng from Kunlun sect cast a glance at the young monk. Zhu Jie scoffed, remarking, the incident in South City arose from the dispute over medicinal herbs between the Sandu sect and your esteemed temple. While the Sandu sect met with fatality, the herbs ultimately fell into your temple's possession. Naturally, no one would dare suspect Guicheng Temple of colluding with those ruffians. But for a junior monk to utter such words now seems rather inappropriate, does it not? The young monk, feeling a surge of indignation, struggled to articulate a response. His face flushed with embarrassment. Such matters lacked intricate planning. All that was required was for the Qi Tian division to uncover the two fiends. And each sect's practitioners merely awaited the summons. As for the possibility of a bloody conflict, there was little concern, even if the demon had reached an unmarked realm. They had Elder He Shichong and Master Yao Songzhan, both formidable experts, on their side. Moreover, they were in Haizhou, where the might of the Shihai sword sect would ensure that the adversaries had nowhere to retreat. Upon departing the Qingtian division, the cultivators dispersed, the majority heading towards the immortal abode. Lin Yingyang, on his first venture into the world, felt a mix of anxiety and excitement, exclaiming, we must capture those two demons. However, Yao Songzhan sensed an underlying discord, unable to decipher it. Observing the retreating figures of the two Qing Shan friends ahead, the young monk from Guicheng Temple expressed his concern to the elder monk beside him. Master, why do you remain silent? We are acutely aware of whom they intend to target. Even if we cannot speak plainly, we ought to inform those two ahead. The elder monk paid no heed, contemplating the intricate relationships among the 9 peaks of Qingshan. Who could ascertain which peak the two friends, who had assisted him in South City 2 years prior, hailed from? The two ahead belonged to two Forgetting Peak, known for their stringent demeanor towards both allies and peers. What if his words inadvertently brought trouble upon them? The young monk continued to voice his worries. If the Shihai sect's master of fate truly excels in divination, what shall we do if they find themselves encircled? Master, we must devise a plan too, the elder monk interjected. Those two friends do not require our concern. Refrain from causing further chaos and focus on your silent meditation. The young monk, feeling slighted, complied with a soft sigh, closing his mouth in reluctant silence. How long must we meditate? The elder monk replied, until we depart Haizhou, or until those two friends have left Haizhou. Outside the city of Haizhou, the cold mountain lay deserted and eerily tranquil. The wind swept in from afar as Zhao Lei stood at the cliff's edge, her garments billowing gracefully. The childish innocence had vanished from her visage, replaced by a serene and resolute gaze. She still sported a short hairstyle, reminiscent of a boy's, yet it was no longer as disheveled. Observing her silhouette and reflecting on the journey they had traversed, Jing Jiu felt a tinge of nostalgia. He had not disclosed to her their destination or his intentions, nor had he revealed his identity. Years ago, in the city of Chaoga, he had chosen her, but thereafter, he had not looked back. Nevertheless, she had never forgotten him, and it was only fitting that he offered something in return. Over the past 2 years, he had been imparting his teachings to her in his own manner, traveling countless miles, vanquishing demons and monsters. Every step taken and every moment of rest was a form of cultivation. Zhao Liu quietly gazed at a solitary mountain in the distance. Suddenly, a flash of sword light flickered in her striking black and white eyes. Against the backdrop of a warm crimson sky illuminated by the setting sun, a deeper shade of red abruptly emerged. A muffled sound resonated from the distant mountain. The red light surged back through the air, vanishing into the palm of her hand. Yet, the scarlet hue in the sky lingered on. The sword, stained with 2 years of blood, naturally surpassed the twilight glow. It was astonishing that in such proximity to Haizhou City, there still existed monsters that preyed upon humans. One could hardly fathom what the inept beings of the Western Sea were doing. Zhao Liu returned to Jing Jiu's side and remarked that the Qing Shan sect prided itself on being the foremost authority in swordsmanship, often looking down upon the sword schools of the Western Sea. Even the emergence of a sword deity from the West only served to deepen the Qing Shan disciples' disdain. Jing Jiu responded that the number of people consumed by this monster was less than a tenth of those fishermen who had perished at sea while seeking pearls. The qi beads, a specialty of the Western Sea, were far more precious than ordinary crystals, and each year, they were distributed collaboratively by the Western Sea Sword sect and the imperial court. Countless fishermen met their demise in the depths of the ocean in pursuit of these qi beads. In other words, the number of fishermen who perished for the sake of cultivators' breakthroughs far exceeded the victims of this monster. Zhao Liu understood his implication. 2 years prior, in the city of Shangzhou, Jing Jiu had remarked that cultivators must inevitably be devoid of sentiment. "Where shall we go next?" she inquired, after leaving Qing Shan. It was initially she who determined their path, considering places closely tied to Bai Huping and the hometown of Master Meng, the curtain raiser who had exposed her identity. Compelling Zhao Yi to seek her demise was also a clue, although that individual had long since vanished. Gradually, however, she discerned that her choices were, in fact, Jing Jiu's intentions. Even upon realizing this, she did not assert her authority as a senior sister to demand a change, for throughout their journey, she felt increasingly that whether in the act of traveling itself, amidst the seemingly monotonous slaughters, or in the occasional word or glance, Jing Jiu was indeed teaching her. She was uncertain about what Jing Jiu had imparted, and she did not know where he wished to go or what he sought to achieve. Yet, she was aware that he had a destination, or rather, a purpose. That was here. Jing Jiu gazed upon the city of Haizhou, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, and stated, "I have come here to see someone." After departing from Qing Shan and traversing the continent for 2 years, having slain over 70 people along with numerous monsters, his sole desire was to meet one person. As the two entered Haizhou City, they encountered no obstacles whatsoever. While in Yuzhou, Zhao Liu likely utilized familial connections to obtain 2 authentic travel permits. Their first meal in Haizhou City was once again hot pot, situated by the West Sea. The ingredients predominantly featured seafood, complemented by fresh wheat liquor, creating a delightful flavor. Observing the vegetables nearing overcooking in the broth, Zhao Liu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Do you truly believe Yin-san is still alive?" It has been 2 years. Each time Jing Jiu arrived in a new city, he would indulge in a hot pot meal. Zhao Liu's silence did not imply a lack of contemplation. Jing Jiu refrained from answering her question, for at this juncture, he remained uncertain whether he yearned to see that individual in the hot pot restaurant or if this had simply morphed into a habit. Suddenly, the sound of music echoed, resembling the gentle trickling of a spring, resonating in the ears and the heart with unparalleled clarity. The melody was exquisite, yet felt discordant within the hot pot establishment. Even though Jing Jiu and Zhao Liu occupied a private booth, Jing Jiu donned a conical hat, and Zhao Liu followed suit, adjusting her own. After leaving Yuzhou, their pace gradually slowed, and the cloth that once concealed their faces transformed back into hats. Eventually, all who had crossed paths with them perished, leaving the images of the Celestial Bureau unchanged since their time at Baoshu residence. As the door swung open, a soft gasp accompanied it. A petite girl stood outside, cradling a pipa, her modest attire appearing somewhat oversized, with a white jasmine flower tucked into her hair, exuding an air of simplicity. Zhao Lei recalled her own experience atop Shenma Peak, trying on the robes of her esteemed uncle Jingyang, and placed several coins on the table. The girl hesitated, approached the table, collected the coins, and whispered urgently, "Someone intends to harm the two of you. Please be cautious." Zhao Liu commanded, "Lift your head." The girl, taken aback, complied, revealing a delicate face with soft, vulnerable eyes that evoked tenderness. Zhao Liu remarked, "A fox spirit." The girl's face flushed slightly, tears welling in her eyes as she responded, Why do you insult me? Jing Jiu interjected. Indeed, she is a fox spirit. He and Zhao Liu were not disparaging her in the traditional sense. Only then did the girl realize her true identity had been unveiled. May I inquire where you two celestial masters hail from? How is it that you disown my true form? A hint of fear flickered across her delicate features. The jasmine flower quivering slightly, her gaze even more fragile. It is noteworthy that she possessed secret techniques. Even formidable practitioners of the wilderness realm might struggle to detect her true identity, yet today, she was seen through by Jing Jiu and Zhao Liu. Little did she know. Zhao Liu's mastery of sword intent rendered her perception significantly sharper than that of her peers, and Jing Jiu's acuity was beyond compare. Zhao Liu mused. I never expected that the renowned Xiaohe from Yingxing was a demon cultivator. After 2 years of wandering with Jing Jiu, despite their limited interactions, she had gleaned some insights into the cultivation world. The girl, known as Xiaohe, was a famed female cultivator from Yingxing, notorious for her ruthless nature. 2 years prior, the young master of Sandu sect had suffered her wrath for his disrespectful words, succumbing to her flower poison. Upon hearing her name, Xiaohe ceased her concealment and gracefully bowed before the two. Had it not been for the 2 celestial masters who vanquished the nefarious individuals of the Sandu sect, that lascivious rogue would undoubtedly still be fixated upon me. As a demon cultivator devoid of sect protection, I would be utterly defenseless against the likes of the Sandu sect's leader or even a mere disciple from the Kunlun sect. Thus, I am genuinely grateful to the 2 celestial masters and have come solely to issue this warning. Zhao Liu inquired. Who? Xiaohe responded. The Qing Tian division. Coinciding with the Four Seas banquet, a multitude of cultivators were present, including elders from Kunlun, formidable figures from the Great Marsh, monks from Guqing Temple, and the esteemed Qingshan master. Zhao Liu questioned, How do you know it is us? Xiaohe, visibly anxious, replied, It is not convenient to disclose. I beseech the celestial master not to press further. A profound silence enveloped the room. The bubbling hot pot emitted a gentle gurgling sound. Xiaohe, concerned, remarked, Even though the 2 celestial masters possess formidable powers, the enemy's numbers are vast. It would be prudent not to linger in Haizhou. Zhao Liu turned to Jing Jiu and asked, Shall we eliminate them? Jing Jiu replied, As you wish. Xiaohe widened her eyes, appearing quite innocent. Only after a moment did she grasp the implication of their exchange, her demeanor shifting to one of alarm and trepidation, her eyes misting with fear. Evoking a sense of pity, Zhao Liu suggested, Perhaps we should take her back to accompany the guard? Jing Jiu responded, She would be bitten to death. Zhao Liu conceded. Then let her go. Xiaohe, though well-versed in many things, had never encountered such peculiar individuals. Thus, she dared not linger, clutching her pipa as she hastily retreated. A plate of green mussels accompanied by a dish of sliced conch momentarily restored tranquility to the boiling hot pot. Zhao Liu gazed out the window, where the evening glowed deep into a vibrant crimson. Suddenly, a colossal shadow surged from the direction of the sea. The massive silhouette in the sky was a flying whale traversing the clouds. Accompanied by a deep, melodious call, the whale spouted forth torrents of seawater, which cascaded down like raindrops. In the late winter of Haizhou City, an early spring rain began to fall. A rainbow appeared at the edge of the evening glow, utterly enchanting. Cheers erupted throughout Haizhou City, heralding the grand ceremony of the West Sea, welcoming the distant cultivators attending the Four Seas banquet. As Zhao Liu observed the rain-drenched sky, she mused, Shall we reveal our identities? Having taken 2 years to arrive here, she knew that Jing Jiu would not depart before encountering that person. Thus, how would they reveal their identities? In a few days, the Qingjian conference would commence, and they would also return to Qingshan. Jing Jiu replied, There is no rush. Zhao Liu withdrew her gaze and earnestly asked, Then how shall we strike? Throughout their journey, they had slain demons and adversaries, appearing audacious, yet exercising remarkable restraint. The monsters and opponents Zhao Liu encountered, or rather those Jing Jiu had chosen for her, were predominantly of lesser cultivation than her own. In other words, they only selected adversaries they could defeat. Zhao Liu had pondered whether it was not the case that the strong should challenge the strong to grow even stronger. Jing Jiu's response was that if one were to perish after a single strike, no one could become stronger. Now, in Haizhou City, a multitude of formidable cultivators had gathered due to the Four Seas banquet. Regardless of their talents, their time for cultivation was limited, and they could not hope to triumph in combat. Thus, what course of action should they take? Jing Jiu gazed at her and inquired, Have you ever heard of a sword technique that descends from the heavens? Zhao Liu pondered for a moment and replied, No. When one becomes aware that numerous individuals are searching for them, how ought one to respond? Jing Jiu's actions were inherently straightforward, akin to his method of slicing vegetables. He directly sought out the source of the inquiry, his fellow disciples. The grand banquet of the Four Seas was imminent, and many practitioners from various sects were arriving in succession. The immortal abode was already brimming with guests, yet the residents of the Qingshan sect's immortal masters remained unaffected. The Qingshan sect had maintained a cordial relationship with the Daizhe and Guocheng temples for generations, residing in a quaint courtyard. While the courtyard was quiet, it was not devoid of a bustling atmosphere. Beneath the seemingly joyous and festive exterior of Haizhou City, there lingered an undercurrent of impending turmoil. In truth, neither Yao Songzhan nor the left envoy of Daizhe harbored any interest in encircling and eliminating the so-called demonic figures. To them, those two had their own destinies to fulfill, whether it entailed slaying monsters or humans. Moreover, practitioners were inherently at odds with fate, often indifferent to life and death. Thus, the act of killing was all too commonplace. Had it not been for the recent demise of the Black Dragon Temple's abbot and his connection to a certain imperial concubine, the Qing Tian division would not have taken such matters so seriously. At that moment, the courtyard door was abruptly pushed open, and two individuals clad in conical hats entered. The left envoy squinted slightly and questioned, "Who are you?" As he spoke, he was already poised to unleash his powers in readiness for an attack. Although the hats were not made of gray cloth, they effectively concealed their faces. Yao Songzhan raised his eyebrows sharply, akin to a drawn sword, as if prepared to take flight at any moment. Sensing the surging aura of sword intent emanating from his senior brother, Lin Yingyang regained his composure. Observing the two newcomers with astonishment, yet devoid of panic or fear, he subtly grasped the hilt of his sword, prepared to draw it at a moment's notice, silently contemplating how these two demonic figures dared to come to their abode. Indeed, a pursuit of death. A man and a woman? One tall, one short? As Yao Songzhan scrutinized the two individuals in conical hats, the peculiar sensation within him intensified. He refrained from drawing his sword, and instead fixed his gaze upon them, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" The shorter woman did not remove her hat, but merely gestured with her hands, moving them up and down in front of her. Yao Songzhan's expression promptly morphed into one of profound peculiarity. The elderly monk from Guocheng Temple understood the situation and felt reassured. Smiling and nodding in acknowledgement before leading his visibly excited disciple back to his quarters. The left envoy, though not fully aware of the specifics, gleaned some understanding and, chuckling, returned to his own room. Yao Songzhan escorted the two individuals back to his own chamber, with Lin Yingyang following in a state of bewilderment, pondering what might have transpired. Once the door was closed, Yao Songzhan turned to the two and bowed, saying, "Greetings, esteemed uncles." Lin Yingyang was momentarily taken aback, nearly exclaiming in surprise, "Those individuals were slain by us," Zhao Liue declared as she removed her conical hat. Jing Jiu followed suit, unveiling a face that, despite the passage of time, remained breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Yingyang finally confirmed their identities. Indeed, they were his uncles. As the master of the divine and peak, Zhao Liue commanded a respectful demeanor from Yao Songzhan. However, upon hearing her words, a faint smile of resignation crossed his face as he replied, "It is indeed appropriate for my esteemed uncle to take action against injustice during his travels. Yet, alas, the number of those deserving of death seems excessively high. With so many wicked individuals, one must inevitably slay a few more." Zhao Liue cast a glance at Jing Jiu, recalling his earlier words in Shangzhou, where he had remarked that eradicating evil could never be entirely accomplished, as the wicked could never be wholly exterminated. After a moment's reflection, Yao Songzhan earnestly stated, "Your words hold great truth, master." Well done. His sentiment was neither flattery nor mockery. He genuinely believed so. Zhao Liue suddenly found herself appreciating the two forget peaks. "At least in this regard. What is your name?" she inquired. Yao Songzhan, hailing from the Upper Virtue Peak, the 11th of the two forget peaks. "What of the Green Mountain?" Having roamed the world for 2 years, disconnected from any sect, she and Jing Jiu were unaware of the current state of the Green Mountain. Yao Songzhan briefly recounted the events that had transpired at Green Mountain over the past 2 years, revealing little of substance. Most of the second-generation powerhouses were in seclusion, while the disciples diligently practiced their swordsmanship, with little differing from the hundreds or even thousands of years past. For cultivators, 2 years was indeed a brief span, making significant changes quite rare. "How has Lu Shui fared recently?" Zhao Liue knew this was a matter of interest to Jing Jiu, even though he had not once mentioned Lu Shui's name over the past 2 years. Yao Songzhan hesitated, while Lin Yingyang appeared somewhat uneasy. Zhao Liyue was convinced that Lu Shisui must have encountered some trouble and urged, "Speak." Through Yao Songzhan's narration, Zhao Liyue learned of the numerous tribulations that had befallen Lu Shisui over the past 2 years. 2 years prior, when he was returned to Green Mountain from the turbid waters, he remained in a deep coma, plagued by a persistent fever. Upon awakening, he was confined in the sword prison of Upper Virtue Peak. The latter suspected him of having consumed the demonic core of the ghost I Ling. Following an exceedingly harsh interrogation, and due to a lack of direct evidence, Lu Shisui was released. However, he could not resume his normal cultivation thereafter, as everyone in the 9 peaks of Green Mountain believed he had indeed stolen that demonic core, including his master, Elder Bai Rujing. Bai Rujing was utterly disappointed in him. Although he did not expel him from his tutelage, he ceased to provide guidance in his cultivation thereafter, perhaps wishing to avoid hearing the whispers and witnessing the peculiar gazes. Lu Shisui became increasingly taciturn, spending his days secluded in his cave dwelling, rarely making an appearance. It was rumored that someone had seen him visit the Two Forget Peaks one night, but he soon descended the mountain. Clearly, the Two Forget Peaks, which had once held high hopes for him, had no intention of offering him refuge. If this continued, he might indeed be forgotten. But a year ago, Yao Songzhan paused momentarily before continuing. Upper Virtue Peak suddenly began to reinvestigate the death of Master Zui from Bai Lake Peak. And it is said that Lu Shisui is also a suspect. Although it is improbable that he acted personally, the specifics remain unclear. However, Master Duan is personally overseeing the inquiry, and for reasons unknown, he has not imprisoned Lu Shisui in the sword prison. Zhao Liyue glanced at Jing Jiu, perplexed as to how he could remain so composed. She addressed Yu Songzhan, inquiring if he also believed that he had engaged in illicit activities concerning the. Indeed. Yao Songzhan reflected on the rumors that had circulated and cast a glance at Jing Jiu, affirming, "I am confident that the masters would not err. The allure of the Tao is indeed challenging to withstand for a disciple who has progressed so swiftly. This sentiment is shared among my peers in Jiufeng." Lin Yingyang could not restrain himself from interjecting. There are still those who refuse to believe that a 10-year-old could err. Gu Qing returned to Two Forgetting Peak over this matter and had a quarrel with brother Gu Han. Gu Qing had been expelled from Two Forgetting Peak. His willingness to return and engage in conflict with his brother naturally indicated that he found the peak to be excessively heartless. Gu Qing, is he well? Jing Jiu finally spoke. Uncertain. He spends his days atop Shenma Peak, and no one knows what he is doing. Lin Yingyang gazed at Jing Jiu, contemplating how the present Gu Qing resembled the Jing Jiu who once lingered by the waters of Shijian Creek. Yao Songzhan wished to divert the conversation from this topic and turned to Zhao Liu, inquiring, "Master, are you here to attend the Four Seas banquet as well?" Zhao Liu replied, "We have come to see someone." Haizhou is the domain of the Shihai sword sect, renowned for its sword god of the West. He is a figure of immense stature, comparable to the revered master of Qingshan. Yao Songzhan deduced that the individual Zhao Liu had come to see must surely be this person. He shook his head, stating, "The host of the Four Seas banquet is not the sword god of the West, but rather the West Wang Sun." For years prior, a mysterious figure emerged in Haizhou, possessing unfathomable prowess and self-identifying as West Wang Sun, wielding significant authority within the Shihai sword sect. It is said that he is the illegitimate son of the sword god, while others claim he is the sword god's closed-door disciple, and yet another theory posits that he is the sword god's junior. Regardless of the speculations, the sword god has neither confirmed nor denied any of these claims. It was only after the appearance of this West Wang Sun that Haizhou City began hosting the Four Seas banquet. Observant individuals could discern that this was the West Sea's defiance against the court, attempting to stage a grand event in opposition to the Meiwei of Chaoga City. As the event had only recently commenced, the Four Seas banquet was, naturally, not comparable to the Meiwei, to entice cultivators to attend. The Shihai sword sect would prepare 4 exceedingly rare treasures to bestow upon the victors. Nonetheless, the number of esteemed elders and renowned prodigies willing to participate in the Four Seas banquet remained limited. Talents like Tong Yin would be entirely absent, and even Zhu Rui, had he not been in seclusion at Tingwang Peak, would likely not attend. This time, Qingshan sect had only dispatched Yao Songzhan and Lin Yingyang, 2 third-generation disciples, while Days in Gucheng Temple merely sent representatives who happened to be nearby. However, it was rumored that the Zhongzhou sect and Shuiwei Monastery had sent 2 commendable disciples. One could only wonder what price the West Sea had paid for this. If Qishan sect is universally acknowledged as the foremost authority in swordsmanship, Jing Jiu sect occupies a revered position in the hearts of most cultivators as the ultimate realm of mysticism, and due to its proximity to Chaoga City. Its disciples are of exceptional caliber, consistently producing extraordinary talents. In recent decades, it has even surpassed Qinshan sect in prominence. Yet, Zhao Lei was concerned with a different matter. What is the Four Seas banquet truly about? If it were a contest of realms, she possessed unwavering confidence that she would not be outmatched by any of her peers. If it were a matter of taking lives, she was equally assured of her ability to surpass all contemporaries. Just days ago, she had soared over the verdant mountains with a single stroke of her sword, vanquishing the abbot of the Black Dragon Temple, and she was convinced that even Tong Yan, who was the same age as her 7 years prior, would not stand as her equal. Yao Songzhan remarked, "We are speaking of the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." Zhao Lei paused for a moment in contemplation before inquiring, "Pray, tell me more about this person, Shi Wangsan." Yao Songzhan replied, "This individual is shrouded in mystery. Few have laid eyes upon him. He does not make an appearance at the banquet of the Four Seas, and only the 4 victors are granted an audience with him in the cloud platform when presented with treasures. The few who have previously encountered him have spoken highly of him." Zhao Lei cast a glance at Jing Jiu, surmising that he was the one he wished to meet. Yao Songzhan continued, "If the master uncle desires solitude, would you like me to intervene with the Clear Sky Division to smooth over this matter?" This matter naturally referred to the Clear Sky Division's gathering of cultivators, preparing to besiege Zhao Lei and Jing Jiu. As a disciple of the 2 Forgetting Peaks, Yao Songzhan spoke of intervening with remarkable calmness, exuding immense confidence and composure. "Do not concern yourself. Simply act as though you are unaware of this affair," Zhao Lei instructed. "We shall address it when the time comes to reveal our identities." Yao Songzhan replied, "As you command." Upon returning to the inn, Zhao Lei queried, "Why do you wish to meet Shi Wangsan?" Jing Jiu responded, "I suspect he is but one person." Zhao Lei raised an eyebrow. "Insan?" "Indeed." The timing of Insan's demise and Shi Wangsuan's sudden appearance in the Western Sea was strikingly close. Jing Jiu fell silent for a moment before saying, "I cannot say for certain." Zhao Lei pressed, "Who exactly is Insan? Why do you steadfastly believe he is still alive?" Jing Jiu refrained from answering this question. After a brief silence, Zhao Lei proposed, "Shall we attend the banquet of the Four Seas?" Jing Jiu replied, "I am not versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting." Zhao Lei was genuinely surprised and inquired, "Is there truly something you do not know how to do?" Jing Jiu pondered that he had neither the time nor the interest to learn such pursuits in his youth, and there had been no one in the small mountain village to engage in these arts. He then asked, "Do you possess such skills?" Zhao Lei fell silent once more before stating, "I practiced for a few days in my childhood, but found no interest in it." Unbeknownst to them, their movements had already come to the attention of the Clear Sky Division. Within Haijiu City, at least hundreds of watchful eyes were fixed upon the various inns and the Sea God Temple, leaving no suspicious figures unobserved. Their conical hats naturally attracted considerable attention, and they were soon identified as targets by the Clear Sky Division. As the night deepened, an array of indistinct auras encircled the inn, emanating from cultivators scattered across the continent. These practitioners, distanced by several dozen paces, formed a seemingly sparse net, ensnaring the inn at its center. A flying sword hung silently in the night clouds. The case file clearly states that the 2 individuals traveled across the continent without wielding swords. However, the Qing Tian Division firmly believes that they possess the ability to manipulate swords. To prevent their escape into the void, the deeply accomplished Kunlun elder, He Zhicheng, was assigned to guard the night sky, a most prudent measure. Meanwhile, Yao Songzhan from the Qingshan sect was stationed in close proximity to the inn. The West Sea Sword sect, which has historically maintained a contentious relationship with Chaoga City, did not dispatch any formidable warriors to partake in the encirclement organized by the Qing Tian Division. Yet, across the sea, a palpable pressure drifted through the night, indicating the presence of a highly skilled practitioner, likely concerned that the Qing Tian Division's actions might incite turmoil in Haijiu City, poised to intervene at any moment. With these arrangements completed, as a firework ascended, hundreds of divine guards advanced towards the inn, their footsteps resonating like a relentless downpour, utterly unperturbed by the occupants within. Even a true master of the breaking sea realm could not discern the intentions of those ordinary folk observing from the streets, unless they lingered solely in the desolate cold mountains. Once one enters the city or village, it becomes nearly impossible to conceal one's presence. Jing Jiu and Zhao Lei were no exceptions. However, when the first practitioner arrived outside the inn, Zhao Lei awakened. She donned her hat and approached the window. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Jing Jiu, gazing into the seemingly tranquil yet perilously treacherous alley shrouded in darkness. Jing Jiu's expression remained serene, devoid of any trace of concern. Should he and Zhao Lei reveal their identities, no one would dare to assail them, despite the immense effort, time, and resources expended by the Qing Tian division to orchestrate this ambush. They could only watch helplessly as the two departed. Yet, if that were indeed the case, Yao Songzhan should have addressed this matter earlier in the evening. Zhao Lei could not fathom his thoughts. Suddenly, the floor slid towards the corner, revealing an entrance to a passageway. A white jasmine flower emerged from the shadows, belonging to ancient Xiaohua, who had played a tune at the hot pot restaurant earlier in the day. Xiaohua beckoned them, speaking softly, "Follow me." Was there truly a secret tunnel within the inn? How had this eluded the Qing Tian division? It is known that while their number of powerful practitioners is limited, they seldom overlook such details. Without hesitation, Jing Jiu proceeded towards the passage. Zhao Lei suddenly comprehended that he had been awaiting the appearance of this woman all along. The tunnel was exceedingly long, devoid of any illumination, shrouded in darkness akin to an abyss. Had it not been for the remarkable vision of Jing Jiu and Zhao Lei, their progress would have been nearly impossible. Xiaohua, a demon cultivator whose true level remained concealed, navigated effortlessly ahead, leaving them to ponder the peculiarities of her nature. After an indeterminate duration of travel, Xiaohua finally halted. Zhao Lei calculated, based on their time and pace, they should have long exited Haizhou City. Did I not instruct you to leave Haizhou City promptly? Why did you not heed my words? Xiaohua observed them, stating, "You must understand, once you enter, there is truly no way out." Jing Jiu regarded her quietly, affirming the veracity of her statement. This truth, inherently ambiguous, bore dual meanings. The heavy stone door opened silently. Jing Jiu and Zhao Lei followed Xiaohua out of the tunnel. The night wind brushed against them, infused with a briny and fishy scent. The sound of the waves was distinctly audible, suggesting proximity. They stood on a coastal cliff, where an ancient and dilapidated sea god temple, long devoid of worship, lay. Before this crumbling edifice, the faint glimmer of sword light intermittently illuminated the sea's surface. The western sea at night resembled an endless pool of ink. Above, in the night sky, a subtle presence seemed to gaze down upon the sea god temple. "Come in," the voice of Xiaoyi sounded distant, tinged with a hint of resignation. Jing Jiu and Zhao Liyue turned and stepped into the temple, crossing the threshold, weathered by the relentless sea breeze. They traversed walls encrusted with salt crystals until they reached the innermost sanctum. There stood the statue of the sea god, severely damaged, with only half of its head remaining. A figure clad in black emerged from behind the idol. When faced with the enmity of the entire world, what should one do? The dark-clad man inquired, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Liyue. "You require assistance from another realm, or perhaps to become a part of that realm." His voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with an almost enchanting quality. Zhao Liyue raised an eyebrow, sharp as twin daggers, and replied, "The Everlasting Forest?" If one were to ask about the most enigmatic organization in the continent of Chaotian, many would name the Curtain Rollers. And if queried regarding the most fearsome place, countless would cite the Netherworld. Yet, when it comes to the most terrifying and mysterious entity, there is but one answer: the Everlasting Forest. The Everlasting Forest is an assassin's guild. Regardless of whether one is a commoner or a royal, a treacherous minister or a loyal hero, as long as one can afford the price, the Everlasting Forest dares to execute. Even the formidable beings of the sea-crossing realm are not exempt. The guild has, indeed, succeeded in such endeavors before. No one knows who founded the Everlasting Forest, where it is located, or how many members it holds. What is known is that once marked by the Everlasting Forest, a target swiftly meets their demise, remaining forever at their original age, never to grow old. The cloaked figure did not deny this. For righteous sects like the Qing Shan sect, the Everlasting Forest is undeniably malevolent, a scourge to be eradicated. Zhao Liyue slightly bowed her head, her conical hat obscuring more of her face. The man in black appeared unfazed. He had encountered many so-called villains, and those who learned of his affiliation with the Everlasting Forest often displayed a certain awkwardness. Such awkwardness stemmed from the fear or inferiority one feels when confronted with true malevolence. "Anything you desire can be yours if you are willing to join the Everlasting Forest." He smiled at Zhao Liyue, his voice growing hoarser and more enticing. "Crystal stones? Yes. Rare herbs? We can provide those too. Even if you seek fame and status in the realm of cultivation, we can assist you." Zhao Liyue replied, "What I desire, you cannot offer." The figure clad in black ceased his laughter, coldly remarking, I have come to admire the tactics you have employed over the past 2 years, which is why I chose to meet you. However, it is evident that you still lack the true courage to step into this authentic world, one not everyone is privileged to witness. Perhaps I should have waited until you were captured by the Qing Tian division and could no longer withstand the tortures before confronting you. Zhao Liyue replied. I do not accept threats. The black-clad man responded, Indeed, you exhibit the demeanor of a disciple from a prominent sect. Nevertheless, regardless of which sect you escaped from, having offended the esteemed concubine in the palace, the prospect of returning to your mountain gate is now utterly impossible, let alone the hope of re-entering the realm of cultivation. Jing Jiu had been silently listening beside her, recognizing that the opponent was merely an ordinary steward of the unaging forest. Growing weary of the conversation, he urged Zhao Liyue. Hurry up. Over the past 2 years, he had frequently accompanied her in vanquishing demons and slaying monsters. Initially, there was a sense of novelty, but as time passed, it became rather tedious, prompting him to often encourage her with those very 2 words. Such occurrences had transpired far too frequently, and having heard those words countless times, Zhao Liyue acted instinctively without a second thought. The sea breeze swept into the dilapidated temple, tousling her flowing hair, as the essence of the sword surged forth. Yearning to break free. As an assassin of the unaging forest, he had spent his life executing stealthy strikes on others, never had he been the target of an ambush. In his shock and fury, he rapidly summoned 17 black flags, positioning them around himself. These ominous black flags emanated a chilling aura, as if they housed countless vengeful spirits within. They were the renowned treasures of the Xianyin sect, specifically designed to counter sword-fighting sects, the falling sword banners. Crafted from 17 rare materials, the falling sword banners possessed an acute sensitivity to celestial swords, regardless of how profound the opponent's sword techniques were. Once a flying sword was released, the banners would ascertain its trajectory, exerting their influence to disrupt its course in the shortest possible time. If the gap in realms between the 2 parties was significant, the banner-bearer could even sever the connection between the flying sword and its master. The black-clad man was confident that even if his falling sword banners could not bring down his opponent's flying sword, they would certainly be able to obstruct it. Seizing that opportunity, he planned to delve into the depths of the sea god temple, activating a prearranged formation to strike back at his adversary. Truly, as an assassin of the unaging forest, his response to the sudden ambush was remarkably flawless. Yet, he had underestimated his opponent. He was unaware that he faced the youngest peak master of the Qingshan sect in decades. More critically, during these 2 years, Zhao Liyue had engaged in numerous sword trials, honing her combat awareness to its zenith. Instead of drawing her sword, she transformed herself into a blade. Her short hair danced in the wind, becoming disheveled once more as she vanished from her original position. When she reappeared, she stood right before the black-clad man, having traversed several zhang in an instant, passing through the array of black flags. 2 distinct wounds appeared on her shoulder and earlobe, blackened blood oozing forth. Unfazed by this, she directly struck towards the black-clad man's chest with a powerful palm. The man in black was unable to recall the dark flag in time. With a strange cry, his right hand shot upwards, meeting her palm. His hand was exceedingly gaunt, resembling that of a corpse, its edges emanating a profound darkness, concealing some arcane power. With a soft crack, their hands collided. A brilliant red blade emerged from Zhao Lei's palm. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through the hand of the man in black, continuing unabated to penetrate his chest. A segment of the vivid sword tip protruded from his back, its hue uncertain, whether it was its original color or stained by the man's blood. Drops of crimson fell to the ground of the dilapidated temple. The man in black gradually knelt, succumbing to death, an expression of disbelief and despair etched upon his face. The sea breeze suddenly turned tempestuous, scattering the peeling walls of the crumbling temple into dust, swirling about in the air. A formidable pressure loomed in the night sky, drawing ever closer to the ground. Zhao Lei lifted her gaze towards the heavens above the ruin. Beneath her hat, her stark black and white eyes were filled with a fierce sword intent and boundless martial spirit. It is insurmountable, Jing Jiu remarked to her. Perhaps in 10 years. Shaoi looked on innocently, bewildered, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. They were ostensibly in negotiations. Why had Zhao Lei so suddenly erupted into violence? It defied all reason. As she pondered this, a sudden chill coursed through her body. Looking down, she discovered an iron sword had impaled her right shoulder, pinning her to the wall of the temple. Blood gushed forth, trickling down the iron blade. Shaoi felt an increasing coldness enveloping her, followed by an excruciating pain that drained color from her face. She glanced up at Jing Jiu, stunned into silence. The iron sword was gripped firmly in his hand. She had always been wary of Zhao Lei, haunted by her reputation. Over the past 2 years, Zhao Lei had taken countless lives, and the depths of her ruthlessness were better known to the Old Forest than to the Qing Tian division. Even during their encounter at the hot pot restaurant, she had failed to discern Zhao Lei's true nature. Yet, she never anticipated that Jing Jiu could be so fearsome. It wasn't until the sword pierced her shoulder that she realized he had struck without her noticing. The sword was broad, and Xiaohe, petite as she was, appeared even more pitiful. Jing Jiu's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any compassion, neither deliberately cold nor indifferent. He regarded her as one might regard an ordinary stone or a fleeting wave in the West Sea. Xiaohe knew that his actual prowess was not superior to her own. Had it not been for the surprise attack, he might not have subdued her. However, the terror ignited within her heart at the sight of his eyes extinguished any thoughts of resistance, for she understood that this was the essence of true ruthlessness, supreme indifference. Jing Jiu remarked, "The antidote." Xiaohe understood that one must never engage in any tricks with such a person. Filled with regret, she retrieved a medicinal pouch from her belt with her left hand and handed it over. Jing Jiu caught the pouch and tossed it to Zhao Liyue, continuing to inquire, "What is your standing in the everlasting forest?" Xiaohe, a remarkably astute young lady, dared not hesitate as she replied, "Mid-level, yet quite valued." From certain nuances, Jing Jiu discerned that she was the superior of the man in black, yet he was puzzled by her apparent lack of strength compared to him. "Why?" "Because anyone can be deceived by me, except for you." Xiaohe earnestly stated, "I truly do not comprehend how you can see through me." Xiaohe, hailing from Yingcheng, was a fierce female cultivator, cloaked in a guise, yet beneath lay a naturally enchanting vixen. This, too, was a mask. Stripping away these layers of disguise, one might uncover a gentle, innocent girl, yet who would suspect that this was yet another facade? Zhao Liyue consumed the antidote and remarked, "As long as one is not swayed by external temptations, how can one be deceived by mere appearances?" Tears glistened in Xiaohe's eyes as she implored, "Who are you truly?" Jing Jiu did not respond to her query, but directly stated, "I require your assistance with a task." Xiaohe's eyelashes fluttered, indicating her hesitation. After a moment, she finally raised her head and trembled. "What is it?" "In the coming year, or perhaps even later, you will encounter a person, regardless of his intentions. I want you to aid him," Jing Jiu declared. "If you accomplish this, I shall assist you in leaving the everlasting forest." Upon hearing this, Xiaohe's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming once more. She indeed yearned to escape the everlasting forest, yet it was a dreadfully perilous place. How could one possibly depart? Especially considering the forest's enigmatic background, she understood, albeit vaguely, that a mere swordsman could not contend with it. With a hint of sorrow, she replied, "I cannot trust you." "You must trust me," Jing Jiu asserted. "And how can you trust me?" Xiaohe countered. "I possess my own means of trusting you," Jing Jiu responded. After uttering these words, he took her left hand in his. The silver bracelet silently slipped from his wrist to encircle hers, becoming inextricably bound. Zhao Liyue's gaze fell upon the bracelet. Her curiosity about Jing Jiu's adornment piqued. She had once possessed a bracelet that accompanied her for many years. Upon arriving at the divine end peak, she learned that it was, in fact, the fusee sword left to her by her ancestor, Master Jingyang. What of Jing Jiu's bracelet? Could it also be a legendary sword? Why would he place this bracelet upon the wrist of a newly acquainted fox spirit? As she felt the chilling touch around her wrist, Xiaohe was once again engulfed by profound fear. That bracelet was far more terrifying than the gaze of her companion, eclipsing the dread that the everlasting forest instilled within her. She was unaware of the true nature of the bracelet. She merely felt an overwhelming sense that the moment she wavered or reneged on her agreement with the other party, the bracelet would sever her into two halves, not just her hand and wrist, but every part of her body, even her very soul. Xiaohe's face was pale, her expression tinged with fear as she inquired, "How can I know who that person you mentioned is?" "You will naturally recognize him upon meeting," replied Jing Jiu, as he plucked the jasmine flower from her hair and tucked it into his sleeve. Not long after Xiaohe departed, the oppressive aura in the night sky gradually dissipated. The sea breeze swept into the dilapidated temple, creating a mournful sound. Jing Jiu approached the cliff's edge, gazing into the pitch-black expanse of the West Sea, remaining silent for an extended period. He harbored no specific thoughts. He merely wished to behold the sea, for in a few days he would depart, and for many foreseeable years he would not return. Zhao Liyue approached from behind and asked, after 2 years of killing, was it merely to draw the attention of the immortal forest? "Indeed, for I seek them," Jing Jiu replied without turning. "A Of course, these 2 years also served as a period of cultivation. Zhao Liu queried, "Do you suspect that the immortal forest is linked to the failure of our master ancestor's ascension?" Jing Jiu responded, "Firstly, it cannot be said to be a failure. Secondly, the connection cannot be assessed at this moment." Zhao Liu pressed, "Who was the person you mentioned would come to find her?" Jing Jiu expressed his hope that she would never encounter that individual. "Have you completed your tasks?" she asked. Jing Jiu, contemplating the dark waters of the West Sea, the twin forgetting peaks, and Lu Shui, replied, "I have yet to see that person." Zhao Lei was somewhat taken aback. "The one you wish to see is not her? Is it truly Shi Wang's son?" "Yes," Jing Jiu affirmed. For the person he longed to meet was none other than Shi Wang's son, the host of the Four Seas banquet. The challenge lay in the fact that one could only meet this individual by participating in the Four Seas banquet and excelling in one of the disciplines of qin, chess, calligraphy, or painting. As Jing Jiu gazed into the depths of the West Sea, he suddenly inquired, "Is learning chess difficult?" On the day of the Four Seas banquet, numerous festivities unfolded in Haizhou City. There were courtesans parading through the streets, a troupe of entertainers invited from Yang County, and, of course, grand operatic performances. The residents of Haizhou emerged from their homes, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere, while vendors selling food wore smiles of delight. Though the soldiers tasked with maintaining order could not share in their joy, this was the realm of mortals. The true Four Seas banquet was held at the solitary mountain beyond Haizhou. From dawn onward, flashes of sword light and the gleam of treasures illuminated the sky as practitioners began to arrive. Although most were of insufficient cultivation and could only travel from Haizhou City by carriage, the warm sea breeze caressed the verdant trees on the solitary mountain. Had it not been for the solitary white cloud in the azure sky, the day might have felt stifling. Remarkably, no matter how the sea breeze blew, that cloud remained steadfast in its position, casting its cool shade upon the solitary mountain, bestowing a sense of refreshment upon the attendees. Along the seaside of the solitary mountain, a myriad of pavilions were scattered in an orderly fashion. Practitioners meandered among them, admiring the seascape, engaging in hushed conversations, occasionally lifting their gazes to the cloud in the sky. The cloud looms thickly, resembling an impenetrable white mist, within which faint glimmers of sword light and wisps of blue smoke can be discerned, alongside the fleeting outlines of flying eaves. This is the sacred ground of the West Sea Sword sect, Cloud Terrace. The prominent figures of various sects have already been ushered into this realm, and shortly, the guests of the Four Seas banquet will also be welcomed amidst the clouds. However, the number of those fortunate enough to behold the West King's grandson in person is likely to be few. The solitary mountain houses pavilions, some designed for scenic observation, others for listening to the waves, while a few larger structures, adorned with flowing white drapes, sway gently in the sea breeze. Encircled by numerous practitioners who either exclaim in awe or offer praise, even cheers resounding in the air. Here, the main event of the Four Seas banquet unfolds, an exchange of treasures through the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Jing Jiu and Zhao Liu, still at a considerable distance from the pavilions, have already attracted the attention of some observant individuals, although they do not conceal their faces with gray cloth. Their conical hats remain conspicuous. The personnel of the Clear Sky Division soon approached, standing on the cliffside walkway, observing the two figures making their way towards the pavilions. Shifeng's gaze sharpened significantly. The sea breeze tousled his somewhat yellowed beard, yet it could not stir the deep lines etched upon his face, lines that bore witness to his tireless efforts within the court, as if forged from iron. One subordinate inquired, "Sir, they are nearing the pavilion. Shall we take action?" Shifeng narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Hold on. With so many guests at the Four Seas banquet, acting hastily now could lead to chaos." The subordinate grasped his underlying meaning. The West Sea Sword sect had graciously permitted the Clear Sky Division to monitor the Four Seas banquet, a significant concession to the court. If, later on, the pursuit of those two rogues caused the banquet to be abruptly concluded or sparked even greater turmoil, who would bear the wrath of the West King's grandson? Shifeng then asked, who is currently inside the pavilion. Another subordinate responded, "Most of the celestial masters have already gone to Cloud Terrace." Shifeng felt a twinge of displeasure. Having allowed the other party to escape from the night before was one matter, but knowing they would attend the Four Seas banquet today, and that those practitioners were still cavalier about it, was quite another. "What of the Qingshan sect?" he inquired. "They have also attended." "Then who remains?" "Elder Zhu Jie was just at the Qin pavilion." "Him? Excellent. Send someone to inform him to keep an eye on those two hat-wearing fellows inside. The rest are to wait outside. Notify the West Sea Sword sect to assist in passing the sword scrolls into Cloud Terrace. Let us not concern ourselves with anything else for now. Shi Fengqian's orders were clear and unequivocal. He believed that once the other party departed from the solitary mountain, they would inevitably fall into a trap. The subordinates of the Clear Sky Division were equally convinced that the two could not escape today, yet a myriad of questions arose in their minds. Why would they dare to attend the Four Seas banquet? What difference was there between such ostentation and courting death? If the officer's intuition was correct, and they were indeed the discarded disciples of a prestigious sect, it must be that their paths to cultivation had been irreparably blocked, forcing them to leave their mountain gates and descend to their current plight. For individuals like them, the pursuit of cultivation held paramount importance. Should they acquire the invaluable treasures bestowed by the West King's grandson, they might yet find a glimmer of hope, thus compelling their attendance. Shi Fengqian sneered. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. Practitioners may appear lofty, yet what distinction does that truly hold? The solitary mountain was not alone. The undulating peaks rose along the coast, where sheer cliffs extended westward, giving rise to several azure bays. Melodious strains of a zither wafted across from the opposite shore, enchanting yet failing to divert the attention of the onlookers. They were engrossed in the large chessboard suspended from the second floor, fervently discussing with their companions, occasionally exclaiming in wonder or admiration, though at times, sharp criticisms could not be avoided. Jing Jiu, unaccustomed to such a cacophonous environment, persisted in observing for a while. The previous day, Zhao Liu had purchased a booklet on chess for him. He read it once, memorizing the rules and methods of determining victory and defeat. However, words are ultimately lifeless. Only through witnessing an actual match can one attain genuine understanding. How much have you grasped? Zhao Liu inquired. It doesn't seem too difficult. I could give it a try, Jing Jiu replied. As I mentioned at the Sea God Temple, such matters are exceedingly simple for you, Zhao Liu remarked. Jing Jiu smiled and said, then I shall proceed. Zhao Liu nodded, encouraging him, go and win. The registration process was straightforward. Jing Jiu was led to a quiet corner where his opponent was already seated across the table. Apart from the conical hat he wore, the table bore no striking features, naturally drawing no attention, save for the crisp sound of pieces landing on the board. In a short span, the match concluded, and Jing Jiu rose, nodding slightly. His opponent, a young man, was a disciple of an unknown sect, his face flushed, eyes brimming with defiance and anger. As fellow practitioners, a mere glance was sufficient to discern the outcome of the game. He realized he had lost by 3 points. The margin of defeat was slim, and had he exercised greater caution in the middle game, victory might have been his. What truly stung was the fact that Jing Jiu's moves appeared clumsy, reminiscent of a novice, seemingly oblivious to even the most elementary strategies. Initially, the young man believed he would effortlessly secure a resounding victory, and to avoid overly demoralizing his opponent, he intentionally played a few lenient moves. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic reversal, leading to his inexplicable defeat? Even until the final move, he remained bewildered by the manner of his loss. A steward from the Shihai Sword sect approached to record the result and guided Jing Jiu to another location. As before, his new opponent awaited him at the table. This time, it was a composed middle-aged man. The man smiled at him and said, "You are fortunate." Jing Jiu glanced at him, somewhat taken aback. The order of matches has long been predetermined. Unfortunately, your luck ends here. The middle-aged man pointed to a notice affixed to the corridor wall, stating, I am a very cautious individual, and I will not commit the same error as that young fellow. To acquire the treasured artifact of the West Sea Sword sect through the so-called leisurely pursuits of chess, calligraphy, painting, and music is an opportunity not to be missed for many practitioners of average talent who excel in these arts. The middle-aged man was one such individual. He had thoroughly investigated and discovered that the talented youth from the Central Plains sect had not registered. Today's chess contest posed no formidable opponents, instilling him with great confidence in securing the treasure. However, as he himself noted, he remained exceedingly cautious. Having concluded his earlier match swiftly, he observed the game between Jing Jiu and the young man closely, confirming that Jing Jiu's chess skills were vastly inferior to his own. As long as he made no mistakes, defeat was an impossibility. Jing Jiu said nothing, simply picking up a black stone and placing it on the board. This action felt entirely natural to him. After all, chess is not a conversation. Yet, for seasoned players immersed in this realm, it seemed somewhat impolite. The middle-aged man frowned, visibly displeased. A gentle sea breeze wafted in, lifting the white drapes and bringing with it a refreshing essence. The sound of pieces settling on the board ceased. Jing Jiu set down his teacup without a sound, enveloping the space in silence. The middle-aged man slammed his piece onto the table, rose abruptly, and swept out of the room. Jing Jiu emerged victorious, the entire affair reminiscent of the initial match. His gameplay resembled that of a novice, perhaps even less adept, displaying no understanding of established strategies and appearing utterly nonsensical. Yet, as the game unfolded, he managed to glean subtle advantages, gradually gaining the upper hand, culminating in victory, even if only by a margin of 2 or 3 points. Like the young man before him, the middle-aged man failed to comprehend where he had erred until the very end. A steward from the West Sea Sword sect approached, finished recording the results, and could no longer restrain himself from casting a glance at Jing Jiu. The middle-aged man who had departed was an ordinary rogue cultivator, somewhat renowned in the chess community. The West Sea Sword sect had taken note of him, but never anticipated he would lose to this hat-clad individual. Jing Jiu rose to leave, but the steward gestured for him to remain seated and replaced his cup with a fresh brew. This time, he merely needed to await his next opponent. The sea breeze continued to blow, and another cup of fragrant tea was offered. Jing Jiu achieved yet another consecutive victory. At this juncture, he finally captured the attention of many. His hat was indeed conspicuous within the pavilion, amplified by his string of triumphs. Most astonishing was his speed. Although the Four Seas banquet imposed time constraints, his moves were executed with remarkable rapidity, particularly in his most recent match against a renowned chess player from Haizhou, who was not a cultivator but had accepted the West Sea Sword sect's invitation to partake in the banquet due to his singular focus on the Tao. He unexpectedly suffered defeat, and in such an inexplicable manner. The steward of the West Sea Sword sect, a connoisseur of chess and the sole observer of Jing Jiu's matches from beginning to end, marveled quietly at the unfolding events. In the beginning, Jing Jiu's chess playing was clumsy, inferior even to that of a novice. However, as the games progressed, he swiftly became adept, at times executing moves that could only be described as brilliant. It seemed that within such a brief span, his skill had grown immensely, leaving others bewildered as to how he achieved this. After observing the earlier games, a few spectators began to discern a certain method, gasping in astonishment, remarking on the formidable analytical prowess of this individual. Despite being a newcomer, whose initial moves were at times rather absurd, he invariably emerged victorious. Why was this? Because his capacity for calculation and deduction was exceptional. As long as he did not commit any fatal blunders in the opening, he would engage fiercely from the mid-game, consistently seizing advantages from the minutiae of battle until he completely overturned his initial disadvantages, leaving no opportunity for his adversaries. Yet, even for cultivators, whose abilities far surpass those of ordinary mortals, human limitations inevitably come into play. Who could possibly fathom the intricacies of such a complex chessboard? The notion that one could win solely through calculation was unprecedented. No one believed Jing Jiu could sustain his winning streak, and even if he could win a few games, what significance would that hold? In the realms of music, chess, literature, and painting, regardless of how stringent the time constraints of the Four Seas banquet were, chess always demanded the most time. A piece on the zither could be played in an instant, a few characters could be inscribed quickly, and while painting might take a little longer, it was still a matter of a single session. Apart from chess, results emerged swiftly. Mo Shi from the Shuiyue Monastery excelled in zither performance. As a disciple of the abbot, her participation in the Four Seas banquet was a considerable favor to the West Sea Sword sect, especially after she performed a beautiful piece, thus bestowing ample prestige. It would indeed be problematic if she did not secure the top position in zither artistry. Of course, her music was exquisite, and all who heard it within the solitary mountain pavilion could attest to its beauty. The Zhongzhou sect is regarded by many practitioners as the foremost sect of the age. This time, they sent a disciple named Xiang Wanshu to attend the Four Seas banquet. Xiang Wanshu was a renowned prodigy, said to have been personally taught the ways of Tao by his senior brother, Tong Yin. The Zhongzhou sect extended considerable favor to the West Sea Sword sect, which was well aware of how to reciprocate. This was truly a demonstration of unparalleled artistry in both calligraphy and painting. Practitioners gathered before the pavilion, marveling at the grand painting in the hall and the intricate floral and avian artworks nearby, expressing their admiration profusely. Xiang Wanshu emerged from the pavilion, and people flocked to express their admiration. He maintained a calm demeanor, responding with a gentle smile, exuding an air of grace reminiscent of a spring breeze. Now, only the outcome of the chess game remained undecided. From a distance, the pavilion resonated with discussions and even arguments. Such lively scenes were indeed rare at gatherings within the cultivation community. Curiosity piqued, Xiang Wanshu advanced toward the commotion amidst the throng of admirers. Upon reaching the pavilion, his identity had already been conveyed, and the crowd parted like waves, allowing him to step forward. An enlarged chessboard hung between the pavilions, already adorned with numerous pieces, presenting a somewhat tense stalemate. Xiang Wanshu regarded the chessboard, slightly raising an eyebrow before shaking his head, seemingly perplexed. Why did Master Wanshu shake his head? Someone, attempting to lighten the mood, inquired. Wanshu offered a faint smile, but refrained from responding. The disciples of the Jing Jiu sect prioritized balance and tranquility, hence, they would not hastily engage in discussions about others. In his mind, he pondered that Haizhou was ultimately a remote and minor county. Although the Four Seas banquet boasted a grand spectacle, it harbored no truly remarkable individuals. For instance, previously, he had casually sketched a painting of flowers and birds and inscribed a few characters, receiving abundant praise. What would these individuals think if they were to witness the calligraphy and paintings of a humble scholar from a thatched cottage at the Plum Blossom Conference from years past? Moreover, at this moment, the competition of the chess path had reached its final match, and the two players within the building were presumably the strongest in the Four Seas banquet. Yet their moves were so poor, bordering on rudimentary, that they would likely have been eliminated in the first round had they participated in the Plum Blossom Conference. He mused that neither his senior brother nor himself, even the junior disciple, would have struggled to secure victory. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a voice emerged from inside the building. The outcome of the final match had been decided. Jing Jiu rose and walked toward the screen, preparing to wash his hands. The attendants from the Shihai sword sect and several others gazed at his retreating figure, uncertain of what to say. The atmosphere was peculiar, regardless of perspective. It was evident that this individual had only recently engaged with the chess path, yet he had emerged victorious. This sentiment rendered the ambience somewhat awkward, with silence prevailing and no words of congratulations offered, resulting in a moment of chill. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd outside broke the stillness. What does Master Wanshu think of this person's chess skills? Wanshu's gaze shifted, having identified the speaker. It was a tall, thin elder whose countenance was marred by resentment and anger. Wanshu replied, "My chess skills are quite ordinary. How could I possibly be qualified to evaluate this Dao brother?" The elder was the very Haizhou chess player who had lost to Jing Jiu, and even at this moment, he could scarcely believe his defeat. Although the thin elder was not a practitioner, he possessed some understanding of the Jing Jiu sect due to certain matters. Perhaps it was his inability to comprehend the situation that fueled his ire, or maybe he harbored some malice, prompting him to pose the question. He made no effort to disguise his intentions, pushing through the crowd to stand before Wanshu, saying, "Master, why the humility? I've heard that even young Master Tongyan only allowed you 3 pieces in your match." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. If one were to name the most renowned genius in the cultivation world in recent years, Tongyan's name would undoubtedly be among the first 3 mentioned. Even Zhuorusi, the chief disciple of the Qingshan sect, could not compare to him in certain respects. Tongyan's talent in cultivation was unparalleled in Zhangzhou, and to this day, he remains an idol for countless admirers. Furthermore, Tongyan was also famous for his prowess in chess. In previous years, he had triumphed thrice at the Plum Blossom Conference, earning the respect of the scholars from the thatched cottage. There was even a saying that Tongyan had been attempting to comprehend the Tao through the chess path over the years. From any standpoint, Tongyan was undeniably the preeminent chess player in the realm. The fact that he only allowed Wanshu 3 pieces in their match, the gazes directed at Wanshu were now infused with a deeper sense of reverence. He claimed that his chess skills were modest, which was quite an understatement. Someone in the crowd chimed in, saying, if Master Wanshu were to participate in the chess competition today, it would not merely be a dual excellence in calligraphy and painting, but a triad of chess, calligraphy, and painting. Wanshu smiled wryly and replied, "My prowess in chess pales in comparison to that of my senior brother, much like a flickering candle next to a radiant pearl. The same can be said for my artistry. Such praise is truly undeserved." However, the tall, thin elder was undeterred and insisted, "But you undoubtedly possess the qualifications to comment on today's game. Pray, elucidate, what is the matter with this game? And how can such an ungraceful player emerge victorious?" For those who cherish chess, the aesthetic of the game holds great significance, beyond mere victory or defeat. Beauty must also be considered. Jing Jiu's approach to chess was devoid of any strategy, and consequently, any beauty. Wan Shushi felt somewhat uncomfortable with this assessment but refrained from uttering harsh words, stating, "This friend possesses remarkable computational abilities. However, it is somewhat lacking in elegance." "Indeed," the tall elder exclaimed, "such a style of play, even if it secures a temporary win, cannot guarantee perpetual success." Influenced by the youthful countenance of their leader, the disciples of the Jing Jiu sect held chess in high esteem, which was precisely why Wan Shushi was willing to engage in calligraphy and painting today but refused to partake in the chess contest. In his view, the arrangement of the Four Seas banquet was rather disrespectful to the game of chess. Wan Shushi found the elder's words excessively harsh, yet he somewhat agreed. With a smile, he remarked, "If I were to play chess in such a manner, I would surely be bested by my senior brother." Laughter resonated in the air. Suddenly, a cool voice pierced through the crowd. "The Jing Jiu sect is indeed as rumored, polite yet hypocritical, a source of annoyance." The crowd was taken aback, wondering who would dare speak such words in front of the talented disciples of the Jing Jiu sect. Scanning the Tianyu continent, the humble Maozhai and the uncontentious Guocheng temple would not cause trouble today. So could it be members of the Fengdao sect or visitors from the Qingshan sect? As they turned to look, they saw a figure standing at the cliff's edge, a conical hat obscuring her face, clad in a blue robe, suggesting she was a young girl. Recognizing that the victor also wore a hat, they suddenly realized that this girl must be the companion of that individual. Hence her bold words. Wan Shushi inquired, "Pray tell, where lies the hypocrisy in my words?" His demeanor was calm, devoid of anger, yet he exuded an undeniable pressure. His gentle nature shunned conflict, but how could he remain silent when his sect was insulted? The atmosphere grew tense as silence enveloped the gathering. The girl at the cliff was naturally Zhao Liyue. She looked at Wan Shushi with indifference and said, "When you claim that if you played in such a manner, your senior brother would strike you, does that not imply that he too should be punished for playing likewise?" This assertion seemed somewhat forced. Yet if one were to delve deeper into Wan Shushi's earlier statement, it could be interpreted in that light. Wan Shushi slightly raised an eyebrow and asked, "What exactly is the definition of hypocrisy?" Zhao Liyue remarked, "You believe his chess skills to be lacking, yet you hesitate to voice your opinion. You even feel an urge to strike him, but refrain from doing so. This is hypocrisy." Xiang Wanshu shook her head and replied, "This is not hypocrisy, but rather an attempt to preserve the dignity of your companion." Zhao Liyue countered, "Do you think you possess the right to judge him?" A subtle stir rippled through the crowd as they pondered the absurdity of her words. After all, someone who could only concede 3 pieces to Tong Yin certainly had the standing to evaluate your companion. Xiang Wanshu raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Indeed. I wish to convey to him that chess is not merely a trivial pursuit." Zhao Liyue responded, "Trust me, for him, chess is the simplest of endeavors." As she uttered this, she contemplated that if you had glimpsed the porcelain plate beside the bamboo lounge chair and observed the grains of sand within, you would grasp its significance. Xiang Wanshu inquired, "Is that so? I hope to have the opportunity to learn from it shortly." "You are not capable." "Let your senior brother come forth," Zhao Liyue said with a tone so natural, it was akin to discussing a commonplace matter. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The Shihai Sword sect had launched the Shihai banquet to vie for attention against the Mei gathering, yet everyone knew that in terms of heritage and other aspects, the Shihai banquet and the Mei gathering were separated by an insurmountable chasm. Did you think your companion, having secured the top position in the Shihai banquet, was entitled to challenge Tong Yin? Who is Tong Yin? Is he someone ordinary cultivators can even hope to meet? Xiang Wanshu smiled wryly. Realizing she was dealing with an oblivious young girl, her anger dissipated, and she chose to disregard the matter. Half an hour later, Xiang Wanshu encountered that oblivious young girl once more. The victor of the Shihai banquet and the formally invited guests would soon embark from the solitary mountain aboard a sea vessel, ascending to the ethereal cloud platform. Naturally, Xiang Wanshu could traverse the air through her Taoist methods, yet out of respect for the Shihai Sword sect, she opted to wait here. She gazed toward the cliff's edge, her sight lingering on the 2 figures beneath their conical hats, shaking her head as she mused about which sect-spoiled disciple this might be. "What are your thoughts? Is it interesting?" Zhao Liyue inquired. Jing Jiu replied, "Not particularly." Zhao Liyue pressed, "Why so?" He explained, "Chess is not a personal cultivation. Victory hinges upon the errors of the opponent, which renders it rather unexciting." He pondered for a moment before adding, "Moreover, it is excessively simple." The sailless sea vessel, buoyed by the wind, swiftly ascended, leaving the ground far behind as it glided into the mist, enveloped by swirling clouds. Jagged cliffs and nearby pavilions became faintly visible. Some practitioners, visiting the Shihai sword sect for the first time, finally realized that the so-called cloud platform was indeed a suspended mountain amidst the clouds. The vessel anchored atop the peak, and disciples of the Shihai sword sect approached to welcome everyone into a magnificent palace. Guests from various sects, invited to the banquet, were already seated within the hall, enjoying the enchanting songs and dances of the merfolk, while engaging in hushed conversations. Xiang Wanshu, Mo Shi, and Jing Jiu, as the victors of the Shihai banquet, entered the hall together. Many rose to greet them, a gesture of respect not only for the Shihai banquet but also for Xiang Wanshu and Mo Shi's esteemed lineage. A portion of the gaze fell upon Jing Jiu, for upon entering the hall, he still donned his conical hat, rendering him somewhat peculiar. Among these gazes, one lurked in the shadows, malevolent and brimming with animosity. Two others were filled with astonishment and confusion. The expressions of Qingshan's sects Yao Songshan and Lin Yingliang subtly shifted as they pondered his unexpected arrival. Did he not know that King Xianxi had been relentlessly searching for them? What was his intention? As he ventured deeper into the grand hall, a figure slowly emerged from the mist. It was a tall man, exuding an air of authority, clad in a resplendent yellow robe, adorned with a cascade of over a dozen pearl curtains obscuring his visage. He gazed down upon Jing Jiu, akin to a true sovereign. This was Zhuangxin, the most enigmatic figure in the cultivation world in recent years. Jing Jiu regarded him quietly. Xiang Wanshu and Mo Shi had already returned to the front hall, unaware of what treasures the Shihai sword sect had dispatched. At this moment, he found himself alone, which felt rather odd. The Tao is boundless. Thus our vision must be broader. We cannot forsake an entire forest for the sake of a single tree. Zhuangxin's voice was gentle, akin to the flawless pearls from the South Sea hanging from the curtains. The first half of this statement resembled typical advice from a mentor to a junior. Yet the latter half struck an unusual note. Jing Jiu contemplated silently, realizing that he was not who he initially believed him to be. At this moment, he understood who Zhuangxin was, and consequently, he also grasped who he was not. Zhuangxin regarded Jing Jiu with a hint of a smile, as if intrigued. Curiously, he too believed he knew the identity of this young cultivator wearing the conical hat. In his mind, the individual must have been pursued by the court in haste, prompting him to seek refuge at the Four Seas banquet. He was aware of the events that transpired that night at the Sea God Temple, yet he bore no anger. Rather, he admired the courage and capability of the young man before him, increasingly convinced that both of these youths possessed potential for cultivation, although this one, bearing an iron sword, had yet to attain the Wuzhong realm and was markedly inferior to the other. However, he would not allow the Shihai sword sect to claim them, but would instead do so under a different pretext. Hence, he articulated the latter half of his earlier statement. In silence, Jing Jiu offered no reply. Zhuangxin's eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a glint of coldness as he inquired, "If you do not wish to ally with me, why have you come to attend my Four Seas banquet?" Jing Jiu replied, "I merely wish to see you." This was indeed an unexpected response. Zhuangxin regarded him silently, before suddenly asking, "Do you still desire my treasures?" Jing Jiu shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhuangxin presumed he merely had yet to solidify his resolve and sought to extend goodwill. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, signaling for him to depart. The grand hall of the Shihai sword sect was exceedingly spacious, spanning 1,000 feet, with thin mist swirling about the ground. As guests sat scattered throughout, were it not for the keen eyesight of cultivators, they might struggle to discern one another's faces. Jing Jiu returned to the hall and approached the table where Zhao Lei was seated, preparing to leave with her. Suddenly, a sinister voice resonated. "Is it that you cannot bear to reveal yourselves, even with your hats still on at the banquet?" Was it that he had committed too many heinous acts to dare face others? The guests, somewhat taken aback, turned towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was a gaunt middle-aged recluse clad in black robes, his countenance rather unsavory. Upon recognizing the identity of this man, a fellow practitioner murmured a few words, and the guests soon realized that this middle-aged recluse was none other than the wandering cultivator, Zhu Jia. Hearing of his association with the Shihai sword sect, his presence at the Shihai banquet was hardly surprising. Zhu Jia shared the same notorious reputation as his deceased brother, Zhu Gui, the abbot of the Black Dragon Monastery, and thus, few were inclined to pay him any heed. Ordinarily, he would dutifully partake in the banquet and later boast about the numerous favors bestowed upon him by the Shihai sword sect, relishing in tales of his interactions with the talented disciples of the Zhengzhou sect. However, today was different. The two individuals donning conical hats were the very foes responsible for his brother's demise. Zhu Jie's emergence in a provocative stance was at the behest of the Qitian division. The Qitian division had stationed the Divine Guard army around the solitary mountain. Yet they feared the adversaries might escape on their swords, thus opting to instigate a confrontation atop the cloud platform. Here, many powerful cultivators were present, with the Shihai sword sect boasting an even greater number of formidable warriors. The only concern for the Qitian division was the possibility of the Shihai sword sect being displeased by the banquet and taking offense. Hence, the most prudent course was to incite the opponent, should they strike first. The Shihai sword sect could hardly hold the court accountable and might even become their greatest ally. And who better to serve this purpose than Zhu Jie? Given his amicable ties with the Shihai sword sect, allowing him the freedom to speak openly in the hall, and his words were indeed most vulgar. Or is it that you are simply too unappealing? Were you scarred by a blade in your youth, marring your beauty? Perhaps you are stunningly beautiful, yet too shy to reveal yourself? Come now, take off that conical hat. I, for one, am quite fond of lovely maidens. Should you truly catch my eye, I would cherish you dearly. Zhu Jie continued to hurl insults, his words dripping with disdain and humiliation. The practitioners in the grand hall found his remarks quite peculiar, pondering the coarseness of his language. Even with his ties to the Shihai sword sect, did he not fear inciting the host's displeasure? If he had any confidence. Your brother is dead, and the favored consort shares no fondness for you. Zhao Lei remained silent, refraining from retorting despite the relentless humiliations directed at her. No one noticed the grim expressions of the two disciples from the Qingshan sect. Yao Songzhan, hailing from the two forgotten peaks, narrowed his eyes, his sword-like brows furrowing as he prepared for violence. Xiang Wanshu from the Zhongzhou sect and Mo Shi from the Shuiwei monastery, seated adjacent to the Qishan sect, sensed the shift in Yao Songzhan's aura and felt a chill. Little girl, Zhu Jie, with palpable malice and mockery, continued to belittle Zhao Leiyu. Suddenly, his voice was cut short. An intense crimson light erupted within the vast hall, and amidst the fragrant air, a hint of blood wafted through. A gaping wound appeared in Zhu Jie's throat, blood gushing forth like a torrential waterfall. A flying sword pierced through the air, returning to Zhao Leiyu and vanishing within her palm. Only then did Zhu Jie comprehend the gravity of the situation. His eyes filled with shock and despair as he clutched his throat with both hands. Blood flowed in torrents from his fingers, painting a scene of unimaginable brutality. No one could save his life. Zhu Jie's face turned ashen as he slowly collapsed to the ground, emitting a few gasping cries before succumbing to silence. The hall was engulfed in shock, many cultivators rising to discern the cause of the commotion. Countless gazes fixated on Zhao Luyue, their astonishment mingled with a palpable fear. Despite being over 100 yards apart, she had managed to slay Zhu Jie with a single sword strike, concealing the blade within her palm. According to the prevalent cultivation hierarchy of the southern continent as Qingshan sect, had she not ascended to the realm of Wuzhongzhou? Xiang Wanshu and Emoshi exchanged a glance, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The girl clad in a conical hat appeared to be of similar age, yet her cultivation was evidently superior. Who was she? And what manner of sword was that?